Martial Peak, Chapter 4580 Expelled. After Iron Blood Great Emperor had advanced, 6 more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had appeared in Void Land. Although all of them had just broken through and were unable to display the full strength of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, 2 of them would easily be able to suppress one opponent. As long as Zhuo Hui's side didn't send out more than 4 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai could deal with them without making an appearance, but it was impossible for him to keep hiding Voidland's strength. It was not easy to reach the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, so Yang Kai estimated that Zhuo Hui wouldn't have too many more at his disposal. In other words, with Voidland's current strength, they should be able to handle the situation. A moment later, another batch of streaks of light rushed out from the Heavenly Sword Palace and rushed towards the battlefield. The 2 leading people were obviously Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai looked over, and when he saw the face of one of them, he was stunned as this person's entire body was surrounded by demon qi. It was none other than Myriad Demons Heaven's Pei Wuxian. Why is he here? Is it on Myriad Demons Heaven's orders or of his own volition? If it's the former, then Voidland will really be in big trouble. Myriad Demons Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens. How can Voidland resist such a massive force? If Myriad Demons Heaven really decided to interfere, Yang Kai decided that he would immediately gather everyone and return to Voidland to hide under Baishi's tortoise shell. However, Yang Kai didn't find too many Myriad Demons Heaven disciples in the new batch of Open Heaven Realm Masters, only 3 or 4 at most. This discovery made Yang Kai feel relieved. Apparently, Pei Wuxian's interference in Voidland's battle with Heavenly Sword Union wasn't ordered by Myriad Demons Heaven. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so few people here. He should be acting alone. Naturally, Luan Baifeng was leading the group together with Pei Wuxian. At the same time Yang Kai saw her, his communication bead vibrated. Yang Kai took it out and immediately understood the message Luan Baifeng had sent him. All the elites had been deployed to lure the snake out of its hole, so they had to be careful. Yang Kai quietly put away the communication bead and turned his head to look at Iron Blood Great Emperor. Just as he was about to speak though, he suddenly felt 2 powerful auras appear seemingly out of thin air. Looking up, Yang Kai saw 2 streaks of light approaching from the distance at an astonishing speed. Feeling the aura of these 2 newcomers, Yang Kai's expression became strange and he swallowed his words. The 2 people who had suddenly appeared flew across the vast void like 2 sharp blades, directly charging towards the team led by Pei Wuxian and Luan Baifeng with astonishing momentum. Pei Wuxian and Luan Baifeng had received Zhuo Hui's orders. They were preparing to bring their people into the battlefield to pressure Voidland further and force Yang Kai to take action, thus creating an opportunity for Zhuo Hui to act. But who would have thought that 2 more Sixth Order Masters would suddenly appear and attack them? Feeling the strength of the approaching enemies, Pei Wuxian didn't even have time to think about where these 2 people had come from or what their identities were. He immediately used a divine ability together with Luan Baifeng to counterattack. The 2 attackers didn't try to dodge and instead seemed to perform a joint attack technique. The 2 figures quickly intertwined and their world forces fused together to form a Tai Yin-Yang chart which suddenly expanded and enveloped Pei Wuxian and Luan Baifeng. The next moment the Tai Yin-Yang chart began rotating rapidly like a giant millstone crushing the void. World force fluctuated wildly as miserable screams rang out. The people on the Shattered Spirit Province were dumbfounded at this sight. Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others who had been itching to fight, broke into a cold sweat as they stared at the sudden change in the battlefield, secretly wondering what would happen if they were enveloped by this kind of divine ability. They might not end up dead, but serious injuries would be inevitable. Who is that? Iron Blood Great Emperor turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hesitated before replying, "It should be Yin-Yang Cave Heaven." "You invited them?" Bustling World Great Emperor asked. These 2 had suddenly appeared without any warning, and Yang Kai had never told them about this either. Yang Kai denied, shaking his head, "I don't know about this either." He really had no idea what was happening. If it weren't for those 2 taking the initiative to attack, he wouldn't have even known they were here. By the looks of it, Su Linggong didn't ignore him. His status as a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law still seemed a little useful. "Then do we still attack?" Iron Blood Great Emperor stared at Yang Kai. No need for now. Yang Kai waved his hand, just continue hiding. Some of the great emperors wore looks of disappointment on their faces. It had only been a short time since they had broken through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so they hadn't had a chance to carefully test their strength yet. They had thought that this was an opportunity, but who would have thought that people from Yingyang Cave Heaven would suddenly appear and intercept the enemy? For a moment they didn't know if they should thank or curse them. With a massive burst of energy, the Tai Yinyang chart that had been suppressing the entire region suddenly shattered as several figures flew out. Originally, Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng had brought some 40 or 50 Open Heaven Realm Masters below the Sixth Order from Heavenly Sword Palace, but now only half of them remained. The rest were all dead. Furthermore, almost everyone who was still alive was injured with the exception of those at or above the Fifth Order. Although Pei Wenxian wasn't hurt, he was still in a sorry state. After breaking free he roared, "Qing Kuei Su Ing Shui, you court death." In the void, Qing Kuei and Su Ing Shui stood side by side. The former sneered when he heard this and snapped back, "Such impudence! It seems you need a good beating." Luan Baifeng stood to the side, not saying a word as she adjusted her messy clothes slightly, feeling a heavy weight lifting from her chest. She had been worried that Yang Kai would be forced to act and give Zhuo Hui a chance to kill him, but by the looks of it, the sudden appearance of Yinyang Cave Heaven had resolved this crisis. From her standpoint, she should be thanking Qing Kuei and Su Ing Shui, so she naturally wouldn't say anything, but neither would she let her expressions betray her thoughts. "You dare attack me?" Pei Wenxian stared coldly at Qing Kuei and Su Ing Shui. "I'm afraid you've forgotten what happened to Chu Huashang. I will definitely report this matter to Yinyang Cave Heaven and have you condemned as accomplices." Back then, Chu Huashang had only interfered with Yang Kai's affairs, nothing too serious, yet she was forced to become a prize for the Dao Theory Assembly and was sentenced to 100 years of confinement. Qing Kuei and Su Ing Shui's actions just now were much more serious than Chu Huashang's, as they had directly killed others. If they really followed the rules set by the cave heavens and paradises, they would definitely be charged with the crime of creating internal strife. Qing Kuei, however, wasn't intimidated and sneered. "If you can't beat others, you whine and complain to your elders? Is this Myriad Demons Heaven's way of doing things? How eye-opening." Qing Kuei also didn't have a good impression of Myriad Demons Heaven. The reason why his little junior sister had encountered such a terrible situation was because of Myriad Demons Heaven's Tizheng, so how could he have any goodwill towards Pei Wenxian? Pei Wenxian coldly snorted, "Whatever you say, this matter will be decided by your Yinyang Cave Heaven." Qing Kuei wore an aloof expression while Su Ing Shui stated indifferently, "There's no need to worry about that. Senior brother and I are no longer Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples." Huh. Pei Wenxian gawked, wondering if he had misheard her. "Because the two of us defied our honored master's commands a few days ago, we were expelled from the sect, so we are no longer Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples." Su Ing Shui's expression remained flat, as if she was discussing the weather rather than their expulsion from their master sect. Pei Wenxian's face was filled with shock. "The two of you were expelled from Yinyang Cave Heaven?" His first thought was that it was impossible. Su Linggong had taken in a total of 3 disciples in his life, and each of them was extremely precious to him. Even if they had committed a grave mistake, he would not be willing to expel them from the sect. Moreover, all Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were considered part of the elite forces of any cave heavens and paradises and were more than capable of holding the position of an outer sect elder. How could they be casually expelled from the sect? Even if Su Linggong was willing, Yinyang Cave Heaven would not let them go so easily. At the very least, their cultivations would be crippled. However, on second thought, this explanation sounded somewhat familiar. Zhuo Hui's lineage could rebel against Thousand Crane Paradise, so why couldn't Qing Kuei and Su Ing Shui be expelled from Yinyang Heaven? Su Linggong was obviously trying to cheat, but thinking about the other party's character, it wasn't strange for him to act so shamelessly. "Good enough idle chatter. Boy, are you ready?" Qing Kuei palmed his fist tightly as he looked towards Pei Wenxian with a grin. "Ready for what?" Pei Wenxian's brow twitched. "Ready for a beating, of course. I hope your skin is thick enough so you don't get beaten to death by father here." As he finished speaking, Qing Kuei raised his fists and pushed his world force towards Pei Wenxian. Pei Wenxian cried out in alarm as the demon qi around his body surged, transforming into a black cloud that engulfed his body. Although it had been a few years since he had broken through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm and his foundation had somewhat stabilized, how could Pei Wenxian be a match for a veteran Sixth Order master like Qin Kuei? Although he knew that Qin Kuei couldn't really kill him, being beaten half to death was still quite embarrassing, not to mention painful. So when he saw Qin Kuei charging straight at him, Pei Wenxian immediately used his divine ability to conceal himself while falling back and waiting for an opportunity to act. However, the cave heavens and paradises had interacted with each other for countless millennia, so even if they didn't know each other's techniques and divine abilities like the back of their hands, they had a certain understanding of them at the very least. Qin Kuei didn't even bat an eye as he rushed into the demonic cloud, and a moment later, Pei Wenxian's muffled grunts clearly rang out. On the other side, Su Yingshui went straight to Luan Baifeng before the two women engaged in a fierce battle. Unlike how Qin Kuei had proclaimed that he would beat Pei Wenxian, he had to hold back a bit in order to avoid killing him. In the end, Pei Wenxian was still a core disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven, so if he were to die, it would definitely cause a huge stir. The current battle between Voidland and Heavenly Sword Union was all because of the death of a core disciple, and this was only possible because of Yinyang Cave Heaven applying political pressure from the background. If it weren't for Yinyang Cave Heaven, Voidland wouldn't be facing Heavenly Sword Union, but Thousand Crane Paradise. Su Yingshui, on the other hand, didn't need to worry too much about this. When she attacked, her killing intent surged and every move she made was deadly. However, Luan Baifeng didn't dare to say anything to her and could only try to resolve the situation on her own. Fortunately, Luan Baifeng was no pushover. Although her background wasn't as high as Su Yingshui's, her Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator was extremely profound. For a time, the fight between the two as they exchanged moves one after another was quite a spectacular sight. Zuoquan Hui had sent Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng as a last resort, but they were unable to finish their mission. Furthermore, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters he had sent out were also preoccupied with different opponents and were unable to extricate themselves. As for those below the Sixth Order, they were suffering heavy casualties because they were outnumbered. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuoquan Hui's face was so dark and gloomy that it looked as if it could blot out light from the entire world. Martial Peak, Chapter 4581, can expect great things. This was the first official confrontation between Heavenly Sword Union and Voidland, and it was also a battle that was destined to be fruitless. For Heavenly Sword Union's side, as long as Yang Kai does not show up, Zuoquan Hui's scheme would be impossible to achieve. As for Voidland, they could not reveal the hidden strength in their hand before they had a certain degree of confidence in killing Zuoquan Hui. There were now 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the battle, and over 1,000 Masters were below the 6th Order. Across the million-kilometers-wide battlefield, everyone was locked in a heated melee and bathed in blood. Yang Kai, who was sitting on the Shattered Spirit Province, gazed over the battlefield and issued a series of orders. More and more Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 6th Order rushed to the front to solidify Voidland's advantage. Since Heavenly Sword Union had decided to follow Zuoquan Hui's lead, they couldn't blame Voidland for not showing any mercy. If they could take advantage of this opportunity to kill all of Heavenly Sword Union Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 6th Order, it would be a great victory. At that time, Zuoquan Hui's group of 6th Order Masters wouldn't be able to accomplish much. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes focused on a certain spot on the battlefield. After he observed carefully for a moment, he raised his hand and called out, "Lu Shui." Reporting. Lu Shui, who had been standing beside him as the messenger, came forward. "Go deal with that Myriad Demons Heaven disciple." Yang Kai directed her in a certain direction. Lu Shui followed the direction of his finger and soon caught sight of her target. Although she didn't know what was so special about this Myriad Demons Heaven disciple, since Yang Kai had personally ordered her to do so, she could only faithfully obey. "Yes, sir," she quickly replied, but just as she was about to head out, she suddenly received Yang Kai's voice transmission and nodded in response. "Rest assured, sir." Her figure flickered as she transformed into a streak of light and sped across the battlefield. A moment later, Lu Shui arrived in front of her target and slashed her sword towards the Myriad Demons Heaven disciple. The Myriad Demon's Heaven Disciple was a fifth-order open heaven realm master with extraordinary strength. He was currently locked in a fierce battle with Jin Yuanlang. Seeing Lu Shui join the battle, not only did he not become afraid, he even licked his lips as if he had seen some delicious food. Lu Shui couldn't help but shudder as an inexplicable sense of dread filled her heart. Still, she followed Yang Kai's instructions and sent him a message without a moment of hesitation. The Myriad Demon's Heaven Disciple's face, which was beaming with fighting spirit, suddenly went stiff. He pushed his demon chi madly as he retreated 100 kilometers before raising his eyes and looking towards the distant Shattered Spirit province. Lu Shui and Jin Yuanlang could care less about what he was thinking and attacked from the left and right. But the Myriad Demon's Heaven Disciple only parried the attacks, seemingly no longer having any intention of fighting back. In a 2-against-1 with both of them being fifth-order masters, the Myriad Demon's Heaven Disciple quickly fell into a disadvantageous situation. However, no matter how dangerous the situation was, he was always able to find a way to survive. After fighting for a long time, Lu Shui and Jin Yuanlang both sighed in amazement. The two of them had almost killed this man several times, but he still managed to stay alive and kicking. If it weren't for the fact that he was clearly a fifth-order master, the two of them would have suspected that he was concealing his cultivation. Otherwise, how could he be so lucky every time? Lu Shui and Jin Yuanlang didn't fight with the Myriad Demon's Heaven Disciple for too long. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a streak of light suddenly shot out from the Heavenly Sword Palace, shooting towards the void. Seeing this, the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union all used their divine abilities to push back the enemies and then used this opportunity to quickly retreat. Many Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fought while retreating, bringing up the rear for the retreating Lower-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Voidland Masters chased after them, but they didn't pursue them too far. The deterrent force of the Heavenly Sword Palace was too strong, so no one dared to get too close. A cornered enemy should not be pressured. Yuhi was the first to stop, and only then did the people behind her come to a half, calmly watching Heavenly Sword Union disciples flee back to the Heavenly Sword Palace. After a brief period of silence, the Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters broke into cheers. No matter what, Voidland had won this battle. Although they hadn't been able to kill any of the enemy's Sixth-Order Masters, they had killed many below the Sixth Order, greatly weakening Heavenly Sword Union's strength. Under Yuhi's orders, the cultivators below the Sixth Order began to clean up the battlefield. Voidland was currently lacking in supplies and many people died in this battle. Naturally, the spoils of war had to be collected to replenish their consumption. Under the leadership of Yu He, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters flew towards Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui. The sudden appearance of these two fearsome Sixth Order Masters had provided them with timely help. If they had not stopped Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng, a portion of Voidland's hidden power would have been exposed. Greetings, Senior Sister Su, Yu He respectfully bowed. Su Yingshui had spent some time in charge of Yinyang Heaven's Dao Temple in Void Star City and was also the one who had told Yang Kai about the Dao Theory Assembly, so Yu He naturally recognized her. Junior Sister Yu He. Su Yingshui returned the greeting. May I ask who this is? Yu He looked towards Qin Kuei curiously. Although she had some guesses in her heart, she couldn't be certain. After Su Yingshui introduced the man, Yu He finally smiled and thanked. So it is Senior Brother Qin Kuei. Many thanks for taking care of young master when he was in Yinyang Cave Heaven. It's nothing. Qin Kuei grinned. Junior Brother Yang is now a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so naturally we have to take care of our family. Is Junior Brother Yang on that spirit province? Yu He nodded her affirmation. Yes, it's just that it's not convenient for him to show his face for the time being. I'm sure young master is very happy to see the two of you. Please follow me. While everyone was talking, the battlefield had been cleaned up and the Open Heaven Realm Masters returned victoriously. Inside an impromptu hall hurriedly built on the Shattered Spirit Province, Yang Kai stood up and greeted everyone. Yang Kai introduced Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui to everyone, which immediately caused an uproar, but after exchanging greetings, both sides sat down calmly. Senior Brother Qin, Senior Sister Su, why are you here? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Worry was clearly written on his brow. Furthermore, wouldn't stopping Pei Wenxian cause trouble for you? Will it implicate Martial Uncle Su? If everything went smoothly, Pei Wenxian would be able to advance to the 8th order. In any cave heaven or paradise he would be a future pillar of the sect. Qing Kuei, on the other hand, was lost in shock as he wondered, where did these people come from? He was so shocked that he didn't even hear Yang Kai's question clearly. Senior brother. Su Yingxue gently elbowed him. Qing Kuei was momentarily stunned, but he quickly came to his senses and calmly replied, "Oh, junior sister and I have already been expelled from the sect by honored master, so there's nothing to worry about." After he finished speaking, his eyes swept over Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others, as if he was trying to figure out what was going on. What? Now it was Yang Kai's turn to be shocked. Expelled? Being expelled from the sect was not a trivial matter. Generally speaking, only those who had committed grave mistakes would receive such a harsh punishment. The disciples who were expelled from the sect would be scorned, and they might even be hunted down. Qing Kuei and Su Yingxue were both in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm and could be considered Su Linggong's left and right arms. Even if they had made a terrible mistake, how could they be expelled from the sect? But soon Yang Kai understood and smiled bitterly. Martial Uncle Su has put in a lot of effort. The so-called expulsion from the sect was definitely just an excuse to the outside world, just like Zuquan Hui's rebellion from Thousand Crane Paradise. What's more, since Su Linggong could expel them from the sect, he could naturally find an excuse to have them return. Any ordinary high-rank open heaven master would care a great deal about their face and reputation and might not be able to do this, but Su Linggong didn't care about such things. Su Yingxue indifferently stated, "Honored master said that junior brother Yang was in trouble and we couldn't personally help, so he felt uneasy. Moreover, he also had a certain responsibility for this matter, so he sent senior brother and me here to help." Yang Kai cupped his fist and bowed his head. "Many thanks to Martial Uncle Su, many thanks, senior brother Qing and senior sister Su." Qing Kuei waved off and stated, "There's no need to be so polite with us. Originally, honored master wanted to come here personally, but the sect didn't agree." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "I wouldn't dare trouble Martial Uncle Su." Originally he had some complaints about Yinyang Cave Heaven. Although he was the one who killed Zhou Xian from Thousand Crane Paradise, since the rules of the Dao Theory Assembly had been set long ago, Yinyang Cave Heaven should have helped him resolve this problem. Under the pressure of Yinyang Cave Heaven, Thousand Crane Paradise was unable to publicly and justifiably target Void Land, but Zuquan Hui, who had rebelled, had still caused Void Land to suffer greatly. Now though, Su Linggong had sent Qing Kuei and Su Yingxue to assist him. And if it weren't for Yinyang Cave Heaven's disapproval, Su Linggong would have personally come to assist him. The resentment in Yang Kai's heart immediately disappeared. In the end, it was all because his strength was insufficient, and because Void Land's reputation was insufficient. If he was strong enough and had enough prestige, Thousand Cranes Paradise would not have dared to say anything for the death of a mere Zhou Xian. "We can achieve great things with your assistance," Yang Kai said excitedly. Qing Kuei smiled bitterly. "I thought the two of us were delivering charcoal in a frigid winter, but who would have thought that we were just adding flowers to a brocade? Even if we didn't appear today with your Void Land's foundation, it should be enough to deal with Heavenly Sword Union." As far as they knew, Void Land had 9 6th Order masters, including Yang Kai, so when they saw Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng appear, they immediately appeared to intercept them. But apparently Void Land still had 7 newly advanced 6th Order masters in reserve, so they could have handled it with or without them. Martial Peak, Chapter 4582 Consumption. When Qing Kuei saw the entire hall filled with 6th Order Open Heaven masters, especially the 7 who had just broken through to the 6th Order directly, he could almost picture another cave heaven or paradise rising within the next few 10,000 years. "Senior brother Qing, senior sister Su, you have provided my Void Land with great help by coming here. If not for you appearing when we fought Zuquan Hui, we wouldn't have been able to catch him off guard." Qing Kuei's eyes flashed as realization dawned upon him. "So that's your plan." Even Su Yingxue and he didn't know that Void Land had so many 6th Order masters, so it was likely that Zuquan Hui didn't know about this either. This point was also clear from the way Zuquan Hui had arranged his forces today. According to the original intelligence, Void Land had 8 available 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters apart from Yang Kai, whereas Heavenly Sword Union had a total of 10. Heavenly Sword Union had first sent out 8 6th Order Masters to deal with Void Land's 8 6th Order Masters, then sent out the last 2 to exert pressure. If Yang Kai wanted to stabilize the situation, he would have no choice but to show himself. Once Yang Kai appeared, Zuoquan Hui would have a chance to act. This was probably Zuoquan Hui's original plan. The battle between the two sides was not only a life and death struggle between their open heaven realm subordinates, but also a psychological contest. Unfortunately, Zuoquan Hui's luck seemed to be bad. Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui, who had appeared out of nowhere, had foiled his plans. Who knows how he might be venting his anger in Heavenly Sword Palace right now. Senior brother Qing, I only have one question right now. Yang Kai leaned forward slightly. Qing Kuei stretched out his hand and stated, Junior brother, if there's anything you want to ask, just ask. If I know it, I won't conceal anything from you. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a low voice, Can Zuoquan Hui be killed or not? Hearing this, Qing Kuei's pupils immediately shrank. He was taken aback by Yang Kai's courage and appetite and was suddenly at a loss for words. Although he and Su Yingshui had received orders from their master to assist Yang Kai, they had never harbored any hope of killing a high-rank open heaven master. From the start, their plan was to protect Yang Kai and retreat to Void Land. After all, they were from Yinyang Cave Heaven, so Zuoquan Hui would have some scruples more or less, so he couldn't just kill them. As long as they could retreat to Void Land, Zuoquan Hui wouldn't be able to do anything to Yang Kai with Baishi's protection. Pondering for a moment, Qing Kuei asked, Is junior brother Yang worried about Thousand Cranes Paradise? Yang Kai indifferently replied, I killed Zhou Xian and Zuoquan Hui jumped out. If I kill Zuoquan Hui, who knows if Thousand Cranes Paradise will jump out? Qing Kuei's scalp went numb. He could not figure out why he had started discussing the topic of killing a high-rank open heaven master with Yang Kai, but he felt like he was dreaming. After all, how could a high-rank open heaven master be so easy to kill? Although the number of 6th Order open heaven masters on Void Land's side was massive, if they were to fight against a veteran 7th Order master, things would not end well for Void Land. Still, Qing Kuei lightly nodded in response. That's true, but Zuoquan Hui's situation is different from Zhao Xing's. Yang Kai humbly requested, Senior brother Qing, please enlighten me. Qing Kuei waved off and continued with a wry smile, It's nothing so profound. Zhao Xing was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise and had a chance to break through to the 8th Order in the future. After being killed on the prison star, Thousand Cranes Paradise needed to regain its face. Otherwise they would become the laughingstock across the 3,000 worlds. However, with my Yinyang Cave Heaven pressuring them, they can't make a big fuss about it. As Zhao Xing's honored master, Zuoquan Hui had no choice but to take a different approach. The public news from Thousand Cranes Paradise is that Zuoquan Hui's faction betrayed the sect. Since they have betrayed the sect, they are rebels and now have nothing to do with Thousand Cranes Paradise, similar to us as we were expelled from the sect by our honored master, but also quite different. Qing Kuei smiled, Let's put it this way, after this matter is settled, honored master can take us back into the sect. But no matter what, Zuoquan Hui will never be able to return to Thousand Cranes Paradise. Otherwise, Thousand Cranes Paradise will lose all face. This is the price he must pay for his rebellion. Yang Kai raised his brow and added, If that's the case, if I can kill Zuoquan Hui, it would be the same as helping Thousand Cranes Paradise clean up its sect. They should thank me instead. Qing Kuei opened his mouth and wryly smiled. That would be so if all parties were acting in earnest. In fact, everyone was aware of the true story behind Zuoquan Hui's betrayal. If Void Land really killed him, Thousand Cranes Paradise naturally wouldn't show any gratitude, but they also had no right to seek revenge. Yang Kai nodded, I understand. All of a sudden Yang Kai felt refreshed. All the troubles that had been haunting him regarding this war were now swept away. Ever since Zuoquan Hui began targeting Void Land, Yang Kai had been somewhat worried about Thousand Cranes Paradise interfering. If he was alone, he wouldn't have to think too much about it. After so many years of painstaking cultivation, if he was all on his own, all he would have to worry about is killing Zuoquan Hui and clearing away their grudge. Alternatively, he could be killed by Zhuquan Hui and be freed of all troubles. However, as the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai had no choice but to worry about the lives of the hundreds of thousands of Voidland disciples. Now he had no more concerns after hearing everything from Qing Kuei. Zhuquan Hui could be killed. After letting Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui withdraw to rest, Yang Kai finally had time to check the casualties. In this battle, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't suffer much of an effect, but those below the Sixth Order had killed nearly 100 enemies. Although this didn't sound like a lot, everyone who participated in this battle was an Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai didn't know how many Open Heaven Realm Masters there were in Heavenly Sword Union, but today's battle was enough to make the hearts of the higher-ups of Heavenly Sword Union bleed. There were also casualties on Voidland's side, but they weren't nearly as high. Less than 20 had been killed, so it was a significant victory. After the great battle, everyone diligently cultivated and recuperated. Yang Kai also began strategizing. Heavenly Sword Union had 10 Sixth Order Masters. Voidland originally had 16, and with the arrival of Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui, the number had increased to 18. They had 8 more masters than the enemy, and if Wan Baifeng was included, the gap would grow even larger. However, because Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others had just broken through to the Sixth Order, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against the veteran Sixth Order Masters on the enemy's side, so once they showed themselves and participated in the battle, they would have to fight 2 against 1 to be of any use. In other words, the 7 who had just advanced could at most restrain 3 or 4 opponents in the same realm. If Yang Kai wanted to kill Zhuquan Hui, he estimated that he would need 6 or 7 veteran Sixth Order Masters to cooperate with him to have a chance. Voidland's strength was still somewhat lacking. After all, once the power of Voidland was completely exposed, if they couldn't kill the snake, it would become impossible to threaten Zhuquan Hui again. They only had one chance. As such, Yang Kai needed to be fully prepared and possess decisive strength. Moreover, the most important problem was that the Heavenly Sword Palace was too close to the territory gate. Once Zhuquan Hui noticed that something was wrong, there was a high chance he would retreat to Flying Smoke territory. At that time, the question would be whether to give chase or not. If they pursued, Zhuquan Hui would definitely ambush them at the territory gate. And who among them could resist the sneak attack of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Master? If they didn't pursue, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Yang Kai was now having a headache. Zhuquan Hui's cautiousness had given Voidland some breathing room, but it also made killing him extremely difficult. Now that things had reached this point, Yang Kai could only take things one step at a time. The situation on the battlefield was ever-changing, so perhaps he could find a suitable opportunity to act. Perhaps he could send a message to Wan Baifeng to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Zhuquan Hui. After the first confrontation, Heavenly Sword Palace's side remained calm for a full 2 months. 2 months later, great waves rose again as a large number of lights flew out, heading straight for Voidland's encampment. Voidland had long since taken precautions, so when they saw this scene, they naturally charged forward to meet the enemy. The two sides once again engaged in a fierce battle in the void, leaving behind dismembered corpses and broken limbs as they retreated. In the main hall, after taking inventory of the casualties, Yang Kai looked out at the crowd and stated, Zhuquan Hui used his connections to gather a number of second and third class forces. Although it didn't affect the number of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, there were quite a few more Open Heaven Realm Masters below the Sixth Order. Not only did they supplement the losses they suffered during the last battle, their numbers even grew quite a bit. Most of the people in the hall were shocked when they heard this. Right now, Voidland's greatest advantage was the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters they had below the Sixth Order. If they didn't even have this advantage, the situation would definitely deteriorate. Qing Kuei hesitated for a moment before asking, "Has this been confirmed?" During this time he had been staying in this small shattered spirit province, preparing for battle at any time, but he had not seen Yang Kai send anyone out to inquire about the situation, so he was naturally curious. Yang Kai nodded, and it has been confirmed. The news had come from Wan Baifeng, and she naturally understood the complete situation inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. Qing Kuei's eyes flashed as he quickly realized something and began suspecting Yang Kai must have some kind of spy in Heavenly Sword Palace. so he didn't ask any further. Then what is Suoquan Hui trying to do? Hui Gu frowned. Many of them died today. Yang Kai explained, no matter how many casualties there are, it means nothing to Suoquan Hui. All the forces under his command are outsiders with the exception of his last personal disciple, a sixth-order woman named Zhi Yan. As long as Zhi Yan doesn't die, why would he care about the lives of others? The battles in the future will only become more frequent, so everyone should be prepared. If he remains hiding and has his subordinates fight to the death, what does he want? Amome was puzzled. Yang Kai took a deep breath. He's following the same plan as before, trying to wear us down. Suoquan Hui had sealed the territory gate and spread the news that he had an irreconcilable feud with Void Land. As a result, the Star City's popularity had plummeted and Void Land's revenue stream had basically disappeared. With so many people cultivating and needing resources, it was natural to begin running short of supplies. Once Void Land's resources ran out, Yang Kai would inevitably come out, giving Suoquan Hui a chance to act. If it weren't for the frequent activation of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, which made Suoquan Hui realize something was wrong, he wouldn't have led Heavenly Sword Union into Void territory so quickly. More importantly, Suoquan Hui's plan to lure the snake out of its hole had become hopeless after the arrival of Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue. Since he couldn't bring out any more Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he could only use his connections, force, or enticement to bolster his numbers. And when a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master gave an order, how could mere second- or third-class forces resist? Whether they wanted to or not, they had to submit and obey his commands. Martial Peak, Chapter 4583, Stalemate. Currently, all of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the nearby Great Territories, with the exception of a few with powerful backgrounds, had been recruited by Suoquan Hui, greatly increasing the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters he had under his command. For the time being, they were still inferior to Void Land, but it was difficult to say if this would remain the case as time passed. Although every battle ended in Void Land's victory, there were inevitably some casualties, and the surviving Open Heaven Realm Masters were quite exhausted, requiring them to expend plenty of resources to restore their strength. It had become a battle of attrition and resources. Without enough resources to restore themselves, Open Heaven Realm Masters would not be able to maintain their full strength at all times, and if they were to fight again, it would be harder for them to hold on. If this continued for a long time, Void Land would eventually be unable to hold on, and at that time, it would become a decisive battle. When Wan Baifeng sent this message over, even though Yang Kai was already mentally prepared, he couldn't help cursing the old dog's cunning. Before this, Void Land had been sealed off for 3 or 4 years and had already used up countless supplies. Now that the war had broken out, the consumption of resources had become even more severe. If it weren't for the rich accumulation of the Star City's resources in the early years, they would not have been able to hold on for this long. Even so, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. In order to coordinate with this strategy from the second battle onwards, the Open Heaven Realm Masters dispatched by Heavenly Sword Union did not even wear space rings. Obviously, it was to prevent Void Land from having the chance to collect spoils of war from the corpses. After more than a dozen large and small battles, Void Land still held the decisive advantage thanks to their numbers, but they had not been able to collect any supplies from the enemy corpses all this time. Suoquan Hui's intentions were obvious, and he was not even trying to hide them anymore. He kept sending out his Open Heaven Realm subordinates one after another, leaving Void Land no choice but to fight back. Usually, every battle was followed by a few days of peace, which was ultimately followed by another battle. While voices of discontent rose on Heavenly Sword Union's side, the Open Heaven Realm Masters on Void Land's side were exhausted. Both sides had fought countless times in a short span of a year. The number of Open Heaven Realm Masters Void Land had lost had almost broken through the 200 mark. Although the numbers were replenished steadily by the headquarters, it was still not enough to make up for their losses. Heavenly Sword Union's losses were even greater. Their losses were at least 3 times their enemies. The void was filled with the blood of Open Heaven Realm Masters within 1,000,000 kilometers of the territory gate. Such heavy losses had angered Yang Kai. Several times he wished he could lead all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to fight Suoquan Hui to the death, but after having personally experienced the might of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, He had no choice but to give up on this idea. Any rash action on his part without absolute confidence could lead to even worse consequences. Meanwhile, Zuoquan Hui on Heavenly Sword Union's side was also extremely annoyed. Such a long battle had almost exhausted his patience, and Yang Kai hadn't even shown up once, denying him the slightest opportunity to exact his revenge. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, many Sixth Order masters were gathered, while Zuoquan Hui sat above with a gloomy expression. An Open Heaven Realm master dressed in Heavenly Sword Union's uniform rushed in and cupped his fist, reporting to Union Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch's forces have been surrounded by Void Land and are outnumbered. Heavenly Monarch requests to withdraw and reorganize. This kind of battle report would appear almost every time a fight broke out. Although Heavenly Sword Union had gathered a large number of Open Heaven Realm masters below the Sixth Order because of Zuoquan Hui's prestige, their numbers were still inferior to Void Land. And since the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters were unable to determine the victor, the side with the greatest number of Open Heaven Realm master below Sixth Order naturally held the absolute advantage. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters present couldn't understand one thing: Void Land was clearly a newly rising force, so where did so many Open Heaven Realm masters come from? Zuoquan Hui picked up a nearby teacup and threw it at the messenger. The cultivator who had sent the message did not dare to move and was hit in the head, which caused him to bleed. Wastes. Retreating at the slightest setback? Tell Huang Quan that anyone who dares to retreat without my command will suffer a fate worse than death. The messenger trembled with fear and quickly replied, "Yes, sir." He quickly left the hall to relay the message to Huang Quan. Not to mention how Huang Quan angrily cursed when he heard this order. The group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters in the hall were also angry, they just didn't dare to even breathe loudly. After a long silence, Luan Baifeng stood up, picked up the teacup and placed it next to Zuoquan Hui's hand, gently consoling him. "Sir, please calm your anger. Void Land's forces are strong, and senior brother Huang Quan is not a timid person. I'm afraid that the situation must be truly difficult to handle, so he requested to withdraw." How could Zuoquan Hui not know this? Only he had not been able to avenge his two disciples for such a long time and was now trapped in a fierce battle with Void Land. He had nowhere to vent his anger, which was very frustrating for him. He let out a cold snort and shouted, "A bunch of trash, you can't take down a mere Void Land even after such a long time." Luan Baifeng took the initiative to volunteer. "This mistress is willing to lead a group of people to assist senior brother Huang Quan. I hope sir will agree." As Yang Kai's spy in Heavenly Sword Union, Luan Baifeng had done a good job of secretly sending messages to the former about Heavenly Sword Union's situation. With her inside intelligence, Yang Kai knew Heavenly Sword Union's forces like the back of his hand. She had even led the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union to fight against Void Land many times, allowing for many of them to be killed. Zuoquan Hui's expression relaxed slightly. "Warden Luan is too thoughtful, then." Before he could finish speaking, Pei Wenxian stood up and added, "Marshal Uncle Zhou, the momentum of Void Land's forces is overwhelming. Even if Warden Luan goes to support them, I'm afraid she won't be able to gain any advantage, rather it will cause more casualties. Why don't we call back Huang Quan and preserve our strength and deliberate over what to do next?" Zuoquan Hui looked up at him and knew he was right. In his anger just now, he had not thought things through properly, so he immediately nodded and agreed, "Do as you suggested." Once Zuoquan Hui's order was relayed, Huang Quan's troops who were fighting at the front retreated, one by one. Inside the main hall, Pei Wenxian smiled warmly at Luan Baifeng, who smiled back while cursing in her heart that this brat had ruined her good deed. Otherwise, if she brought her people out, Heavenly Sword Union would definitely suffer even more casualties. Huang Quan returned not long after, though he was completely unharmed. The one who had fought with him just now was Profound Yang Mountain's head mountain lord, Mao Zhi. The two of them had fought countless battles and were completely familiar with each other's tactics by now. Neither of them could do anything to the other unless someone interfered. However, after having fought for over a year, both sides had formed a tacit understanding. Each of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had their own opponent, so no matter how many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters one side sent out, the other side would send out their corresponding foe. After returning, Huang Quan begged for forgiveness and received a scolding from Zhou Quan Hui. After cursing for a while, Zhou Quan Hui calmed down and swept his gaze around. The situation is quite tense right now. Do any of you have any good ideas on how to defeat them? The 10 Sixth Order Masters in the hall glanced at each other blankly. Although everyone knew that as long as Zhou Quan Hui personally took action, he would definitely be able to break this stalemate and even salvage the situation, yet he never did. He had only been sitting in the Heavenly Sword Palace with the territory gate at his back. Everyone knew that he was afraid of the divine spirit of Void Land. By remaining here, he could retreat to Flying Smoke territory to hide the moment anything went wrong. If he really went out and was targeted by the divine spirit, Zhou Quan Hui couldn't guarantee he could escape unscathed. Everyone understood this, but none of them said anything lest Zhou Quan Hui lose face. Are you all mute? Seeing everyone fall silent, Zhou Quan Hui coldly snorted, clearly displeased. Pei Wenxian coughed lightly. Martial Uncle Zhou, it's actually quite simple to break the current situation. Hearing this, Zhou Quan Hui raised his brow. What does nephew Pei have in mind? Pei Wenxian smiled lightly. At the end of the day, Void territory is still the enemy's home ground. As foreigners, it is natural we suffer losses when we fight. If we can move the battlefield out of Void territory, it will naturally be easier to deal with Void land. Zhou Quan Hui stroked his beard and nodded slightly in agreement. You're right. The reason why he hadn't made a move yet was because he was afraid of Zhu Xian, who could be hiding in the shadows. If he could move the battlefield out of Void territory, although he couldn't guarantee that Zhu Xian wouldn't follow him, at the very least, when they passed through the territory gate, Zhu Xian wouldn't be able to hide and would be exposed. He could be prepared then. However, if they wanted to move the battlefield out of Void land, it was easier said than done. Although they could retreat to Flying Smoke territory, if Void land's people didn't follow them, there was nothing they could do. What is nephew's plan? Zhou Quan Hui asked. Pei Wenxian shook his head. I just had this idea but no way to implement it. Zhou Quan Hui couldn't help but have a look of disappointment appear on his face. Pei Wenxian added, but other than that there is another way. Oh. Zhou Quan Hui raised his brow. Pei Wenxian continued with a smile. Right now both sides are on par when it comes to Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while Void Land holds the absolute advantage when it comes to Masters below Sixth Order. If we want to break this stalemate, we must start with the Sixth Order Masters. Zhou Quan Hui's expression changed slightly. Nephew Pei means. If we could obtain more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, even if it's just one, it would be enough to make Void Land suffer. They would be able to fight 2 against 1 with one more Sixth Order Master. If they cooperated well, they might even be able to kill a Sixth Order Void Land Master, increasing their advantage further. How could Zhou Quan Hui not know this? His heart ached even more for his dead disciple Zhou Ti just thinking about it. If Zhou Ti were still alive, how could he have so many troubles now? He would have killed Yang Kai and retreated ages ago. It's easier said than done. It's not so simple to find a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Zhou Quan Hui sighed. Although he had used his prestige and connections to recruit many helpers, none of them were Sixth Order Masters. There were many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Thousand Cranes Paradise, but it was impossible for them to support him openly. Pei Wenxian smiled calmly. If Martial Uncle Zhou trusts me, you can leave this matter to me. Zhou Quan Hui was stunned for a moment before asking, Martial nephew, are you thinking of getting support from your sect? If Myriad Demons Heaven was willing to intervene, that would naturally be for the best. But Myriad Demons Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, so how could it interfere in the struggle between lower sects? Pei Wenxian had come here because he had a personal grudge with Yang Kai, giving him a reasonable excuse, but if Myriad Demons Heaven really interfered, Inyang Cave Heaven's side would definitely not sit back and do nothing. At that time, it might lead to the 2 cave heavens engaging in battle, blowing the situation up multiple times over. Martial Peak, Chapter 4584, You're called Heihe? Pei Wenxian replied with a smile. It's just a mere void land, why bother the sect? Does Martial Uncles was still remember Xian Yuan Cave Heavens in Exin Zhao? Zhou Quan Hui pondered for a moment as a young man's appearance flashed in his mind before he nodded and agreed. Of course I remember. Every youth who was able to directly advance to the Sixth Order became famous overnight, so Zhuquan Hui was naturally not unfamiliar with them. Moreover, Yin X and Zhao had also been to Yinyang Cave Heaven last time, so he had indeed seen him. Xianyuan Cave Heaven's brother Yin has a close relationship with me, and has some grievances with Yang Kai. If you send a message to him, I'm sure brother Yin will be happy to join in the fun. Zhuquan Hui's eyes lit up. Is that true? Pei Wenxian didn't comment on it. I'll have someone send a message over to try. Whether brother Yin comes or not will be up to him. Good. Zhuquan Hui slapped the armrest of his chair. Then I'll leave this matter to you, Martial Nephew Pei. If Martial Nephew Yin can really come, he will be of great help to me. A strange sense of bitterness rose in Zhuquan Hui's heart once he said this. After all, he had to place all his hopes on a newly promoted Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. But now that the situation was in a deadlock, the help of any Sixth Order Master was extremely difficult to obtain. Xianyuan Cave Heaven isn't too far from here, just a 3 to 6 months long journey. Brother Yin will have replied by then, Pei Wenxian added before getting up to send a message to Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Zhuquan Hui reprimanded the crowd a few more times before finally dispersing everyone. In Void Territory, although there were no big battles, there was no shortage of small skirmishes. Almost every 3 or 5 days, the Heavenly Sword Palace would launch an attack and Voidland would have no choice but to respond in kind. In the entire 3,000 worlds, a battle of this scale was quite rare. Both sides had over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters involved, including 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and even a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. This was enough to attract a lot of attention. Time passed quickly and soon several months had gone by. In White Light Territory's Universe Temple, a group of people walked out of the hall in a file, looking a bit tired and travel-worn. The Universe Temples were jointly operated by the various cave heavens and paradises. Basically, every great territory had one. Many cultivators used the Universe Temples as mediums to travel, saving them a lot of time. At this moment, several people walked out from White Light Territory's Universe Temple wearing the same blue and white robes. Their leader was a handsome young man. His aura was not obvious, but his clothes were slightly different from those of his peers, having a few conspicuous golden lines on the sleeves. After walking out of the Universe Temple, the young man looked around before walking straight ahead as the others followed behind him. When the surrounding crowd saw this, looks of awe and respect showed on their faces as they quickly gave way. Some even started whispering amongst themselves. They are Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciples. How do you know? They're wearing Xianyuan Cave Heaven's robes, I've seen them before. What are Xianyuan Cave Heaven's people doing here in this poor and backwater place? The actions of the Cave Heaven's people are not something you or I can fathom. Shu, don't speak anymore, the one leading them is Xianyuan Cave Heaven's Outer Sect Elder. Outer Sect Elder? Doesn't that mean he's a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Naturally, in all the cave heavens and paradises only the 6th Order Masters are qualified to be Outer Sect Elders. If one is a 7th Order, then he or she would be an Inner Sect Elder. Look at the golden thread on his sleeve, that is the symbol of an Outer Sect Elder. I see. The surrounding discussions made the young man in the lead look extremely pleased, and as he walked, his eyes became more focused. The few of them simply traversed through the Universe Temple without any intention of stopping. After walking a few streets, they headed straight for the exit. Suddenly, the young leader's eyes shone brightly as he turned his head towards a side of the street. Inside a tea house, a man and a woman were sitting facing each other. The man was small and thin and had a cold expression on his face, making him appear taciturn. On the other hand, the woman seemed to be quite curious about everything, constantly glancing around. When their eyes met, the woman was stunned for a moment before quickly looking away. Interesting. The corner of the young man's lips leading the group rose and withdrew his gaze before continuing forward. A moment later he left the Universe Temple and disappeared into the void with his followers. Half an hour later in the tea house the thin man stated, "It's time to set out." And the woman quickly got up and followed behind the thin man. A moment later the two of them left the Universe Temple. The thin man took out a small boat and the two of them entered it. Next, The thin man injected his world force as the boat transformed into a streak of light and sped off. Inside the ship, the woman asked, "Senior, you haven't told me how far we are from Void Land." The thin man indifferently replied, "There are still a few great territories between us. It's about a month away." "Is Void Land very powerful now?" the woman asked again. The thin man shook his head. "I don't know either, you'll naturally know when we get there." Before he could finish speaking, the man's expression suddenly changed as he formed a set of hand seals and the flying ship rapidly moved to the side. The woman was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground, quickly prompting her to circulate her strength to stabilize herself. "What happened?" the woman asked in surprise. However, the man's expression was cold as he stared at a certain spot in the sky and asked in a grim voice, "Which friend is pulling such a foul prank on me? Please show yourself." The woman looked in the direction he was looking, but she didn't see anything. However, she also had a faint feeling that something wasn't right. Someone had clearly attacked their ship just now. In the next moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of the flying ship, all wearing the same blue and white robes. The leader was a young man with a shadow of a smile on his face. The man on the ship stared fixedly at their clothes as if trying to determine something. After a long time, his face sank. "People from Xianyuan Cave Heaven." The woman beside him immediately revealed a look of shock as she covered her mouth and whispered, "Xianyuan Cave Heaven? One of the 36 cave heavens?" Although she had just broken free of her universe world shackles and entered the 3,000 worlds, she was no stranger to the information about the outer universe. It was not surprising either, as she had often sought out this senior beside her to ask him about things over the years, so she had some basic knowledge. However, she couldn't understand why Xianyuan Cave Heaven, one of the 36 cave heavens, would attack them. "You don't need to say anything, I'll handle this." The man hurriedly sent a voice transmission, instinctively feeling that something wasn't right. The 36 cave heaven were such huge forces that there was no reason for them to target them. Furthermore, from the looks of it, these people were clearly waiting here to ambush them. The woman nodded heavily. The man then appeared on the deck and cupped his fist, greeting, "Hey," he greets Xianyuan Cave Heaven senior brothers. "May I ask what advice you have?" The leading man smiled at him and asked, "You're called Hey He?" Hey He responded with a nod, "Yes." "You're a Void Land disciple?" Hey He shook his head. The man who asked and furrowed his brow, "If you're not a Void Land disciple, why are you going to Void Land?" Hearing this, Hey He's heart trembled. Just as he was wondering why this man knew he was going to Void Land, he suddenly remembered a question his companion had asked him in the tea house at the Universe Temple. They must have overheard it at that time. "Senior brother misunderstands, we are not going to Void Land," He replied calmly. After all, he had not reached the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm for nothing. His many years of experience told him that these Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciples in front of him probably had some kind of grudge with Void Land, otherwise they would not have acted like this. The leading Xianyuan Cave Heaven elder slightly smiled. "You're not going to Void Land? Do you know Yang Kai then?" When the young man spoke this name, he was able to remain calm, but the heartbeat of the woman skipped slightly. Although her reaction was very weak, how could she hide it from a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master? The Xianyuan Cave Heaven elder immediately looked towards the direction of the cabin, smiling, "It seems you know each other." While the young man was still speaking, he quickly stamped his foot as his world force erupted, causing the flying ship to turn into a streak of light that flew towards the Universe Temple. His reaction couldn't be said to be slow. He had already been vigilant to begin with, so now that he noticed something was wrong, he immediately wanted to flee back to the Universe Temple. As long as he returned to the Universe Temple, no matter what these people wanted to do, they would be safe. Fighting was absolutely prohibited in the Universe Temple, even for the disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises. His movements were fast, but the Xianyuan Cave Heaven elder's movements were even faster as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the ship. Under the world force of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the ship suddenly froze in place. He then let out a cold snort and clenched his fist as the ship's defensive array began to glow. "Capture them!" the Xianyuan Cave Heaven elder shouted as his subordinates immediately rushed out, each of them using their own secret techniques and artifacts to attack the ship. He turned pale at the sight of the might of these people's attacks. He was just an ordinary fifth-order master, but these people who had jumped out were all fifth-order masters, and there was even a sixth-order open heaven realm master leading them, so how could he resist? He used all his strength to activate the spirit arrays on his ship, but they were destroyed in less than a dozen breaths of time. The next moment, a few divine abilities shot towards him. He struggled to resist them before flying backward, coughing up blood. Only then did the Xianyuan Cave Heaven Elder stretch out his hand and grab the woman who had been hiding in the ship. The woman's face was pale from the series of events that had transpired, but she was still someone who had weathered all kinds of great storms, so she didn't show too much fear. She grit her teeth, staring at the young man in front of her angrily. "You really know Yang Kai, right?" the young man asked coldly. The woman refused to answer. The young man scanned her from head to toe and clearly saw her cultivation. A frown appeared on his face as he muttered, "Strange, you just formed your Dao seal, yet you have a fifth-order open heaven realm master to escort you. It seems your identity is extraordinary. Tell me, what is your relationship with Yang Kai?" The sixth-order open heaven realm pressure was extremely powerful, and the woman had just formed her Dao seal, so she was unable to resist at all. She could feel that her Dao seal was showing signs of collapsing under this terrifying pressure. Her blood and energy kept surging, but it was still impossible to suppress. "Pooey." She spat out a mouthful of blood towards the young man. The young man didn't move at all, but the arrow of blood disappeared under the pressure emanating from him. He immediately slapped the woman with the back of his hand, instantly knocking her unconscious. Martial Peak, Chapter 4585, Soul Search. "Let her go. If you want to ask something, ask me. Leave her out of this. She's just in the Emperor realm, she doesn't know anything." He quickly rushed over and fiercely shouted, coughing blood and gritting his teeth. Xianyuan Heaven's fifth-order open heaven realm masters promptly surrounded him. He was outnumbered and was easily taken down in a few exchanges. His cultivation was sealed and he was left in a sorry state. "I gave you an easy way out, but you just had to take the hard way." Xianyuan Heaven's sixth-order elder coldly snorted. He looked at He and then at the unconscious woman in his hand before indifferently stating, "There's no need to trouble yourself, this elder will investigate it himself." Saying so, his spiritual energy madly surged towards the woman's knowledge sea. He's eyes shrank at the sight of this as he cried out in horror, "How could you use such despicable methods as an elder of Xianyuan Heaven?" The young man in front of him was actually using soul search. Soul-searching techniques were extremely vicious. One needed to have absolutely superiority in terms of soul strength to use this kind of method. However, once a soul-searching technique was used, the subject of the technique would either have his or her soul destroyed or suffer serious damage to their soul, so no one would do so casually. He had never imagined that this young man in front of him, who was a prestigious Xianyuan Heaven elder, would so brazenly use a soul search on an Emperor Realm Junior. The difference between a sixth-order open heaven realm and Emperor Realm cultivator who had just formed their Dao seal was like the difference between the heavens and earth. When this outer elder used his soul-searching technique, the woman was unable to resist. Her frail and delicate body suddenly started uncontrollably trembling as her beautiful eyes widened in pain. Blood immediately started gushing out of her mouth, staining her clothes red. At the same time, Xianyuan Heaven Elder's expression changed from curiosity to surprise and then to excitement. A moment later, Xianyuan Heaven's Elder's spiritual energy calmed down and his eyes shone brightly as a sinister grin appeared on his face. "So you came from such a place. Ah, what a surprise. We were really wearing out our iron shoes while seeking our own feet." He casually threw the woman in his hand aside. The woman's eyes were dull and lifeless. Although she had not died, it was clear that her soul had been severely damaged. Even if she was not dead, she was crippled. "You'll die a horrible death for this." He roared in anger, thinking how his master had handed over the Star Boundaries people to him to take care of. He had never thought that the first time he had brought someone out, such an accident would occur. If his master were to find out about this, he didn't know what kind of fate he would suffer. How could a Xianyuan Cave Heaven Elder and so many fifth-order masters tolerate He's outburst? They immediately launched their punches and kicks, causing the latter to vomit blood. "Bring them along, they'll make a good present for Brother Pei and Martial Uncle Zhou." Void Territory a month later. The constant struggle between the two sides had left both exhausted, but since a blood feud had already been formed, no one would back down. Another fierce confrontation came to a close as both sides withdrew their forces. A short time later, inside the main hall, Yang Kai was checking the number of casualties when a terrifying pressure suddenly spread from afar. Yang Kai's expression promptly changed as he stood up and looked towards the source of this pressure, shouting, "Zuoquan Hui." Could it be that he couldn't bear anymore and has decided to take action personally? Many of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Masters in the hall also wore solemn looks on their faces. Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others, who had remained hidden until now, were all palming their fists in anticipation. If Zuoquan Hui were to act, they would no longer have to remain hiding. However, before Yang Kai could figure out what was happening, Qin Tianfei rolled in like a ball and reported in a panic, "Sir, there's something wrong on Heavenly Sword Palace's side. Zuoquan Hui is personally pursuing someone." "Who is it?" Yang Kai was stunned. Qin Tianfei shook his head, the fat on his face rippling as he replied, "This subordinate doesn't know, it's too far to see." Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his figure flickered and he appeared outside the hall the next moment. He focused his gaze towards the distance before exclaiming, "Wan Baifeng has been exposed." Wan Baifeng had been hiding well ever since she had joined Zuoquan Hui's side, but this time she had been exposed somehow. At this moment she was fleeing in their direction, leaving a long trail of light behind her. Whereas Zuoquan Hui and a large group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was hot on her tail. Did she attack Zuoquan Hui? He had previously given Wan Baifeng an order to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Zuoquan Hui. Although there was a gap of an entire order between them, if Wan Baifeng was careful and meticulous, it was not impossible for her to succeed. But why did she choose to make a move now? Yang Kai was unable to understand this, but he didn't have time to think about it and shouted right away, "Senior Iron Blood, please remain here for the time being with the other newly promoted Sixth Orders, the rest will follow me." Since Zuoquan Hui had made his move, it was only natural that he would not be able to sit still. In his camp, Yang Kai was the only one who could fight Zuoquan Hui and not immediately die. Since Wan Baifeng had been exposed, if he didn't go to her aid, she would most likely die. Space Principles surged as he brought 10 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with him and rushed forward. As the distance between them shortened, Yang Kai could clearly see the shadow of a huge hand behind Wan Baifeng grabbing towards her. Wan Baifeng was fleeing with great difficulty. She seemed to be injured as her snow-white dress was dyed red. What surprised Yang Kai was that Wan Baifeng didn't seem to be alone. She was holding a figure in each hand, but it was difficult to tell whether they were alive or dead. "Who is it?" Yang Kai slightly frowned. However, as they got closer, Yang Kai felt a faint connection. This connection was something only those who had left their names on the loyalty list could have. His loyalty list was now filled with the names of 9 people, among which was Wan Baifeng's, who was before. Mao Zhi, Geng Qing, Zhou Huigu were beside him, and Qin Tianfei and Yun Xinghua were stationed at Voidland headquarters. Only He He and Xian Ping remained. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart clenched as an uneasy feeling gripped him. Space Principles fluctuated even more violently as his figure flickered, rapidly approaching Wan Baifeng. The giant hand behind Wan Baifeng was getting closer, and seeing that she could no longer dodge, Yang Kai could only grit his teeth and take out his Azure Dragon Spear, thrusting it forward. A huge black ball suddenly appeared on the tip of the spear as world force burst forth, sending out a terrifying shockwave. A giant black hole suddenly appeared on the huge illusory phantom of a hand that was grabbing towards Wan Baifeng, sending out a powerful suction force. The giant hand collapsed. Although it was still able to grab towards Wan Baifeng, she barely managed to dodge. At long last, Yang Kai met up with her. His figure flickered as he directly arrived beside Wan Baifeng, asking in concern, "Are you all right?" Wan Baifeng nodded, her face was slightly pale. "Many thanks, sir." If it weren't for Yang Kai's timely assistance just now, it would have been impossible for her to escape the pursuit of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai gently nodded and looked towards the 2 people in her hand, meeting the gaze of one of them. The man's face was covered in blood and his aura was extremely weak. He looked up at Yang Kai with great difficulty and weakly called out, "Sir." "Hey he." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he looked to the other side, only to meet a pair of blank eyes. Lan Sun. Of the two people Wan Baifeng was carrying, one was He He, the other was the daughter of Bright Moon Great Emperor, the sect master of Star Soul Palace, Lan Sun. How did Lan Sun and He He appear in the Heavenly Sword Palace? What did they encounter? In an instant Yang Kai's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. His heart was burning with rage at the sight of their miserable state. "Sir, this humble subordinate has failed you, please punish me." He clearly only had half his life left, yet he was still thinking about the task Yang Kai had given him. "Now is not the time to talk about these things, take Lan Sun to our Voidlands encampment first." Yang Kai suppressed the fire in his heart and quietly ordered. He nodded hard as he struggled to stand up. He covered Lan Sun with his energy before quickly retreating. "Are you still able to fight?" Yang Kai looked towards Wan Baifeng. Wan Baifeng brushed her hair behind her ear. "I won't die." Yang Kai nodded and coldly looked ahead. The Sixth Order Masters with him stood in a straight line, their auras surging. 10,000 kilometers away, the group of Heavenly Sword Union's Sixth Order Masters who were pursuing them suddenly stopped. There were a total of 10 of them. Yang Kai's eyes swept over them one by one before suddenly fixing on one of them. Xianxia. Yang Kai's face sank slightly. The nearby Wan Baifeng reported, "He just arrived. I didn't have time to send you a message. He was the one who brought He He and Lan Sun here. I escaped with them using the excuse of imprisoning them." However, escaping from the Heavenly Sword Palace was not an easy task. Even though Wan Baifeng was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she was still severely injured by Zuoquan Hui's palm. If it weren't for Zuoquan Hui's trust in her and his lack of vigilance, she probably wouldn't have had a chance to leave the Heavenly Sword Palace at all. "Many thanks." Yang Kai took a deep breath. Although there was no air in the void, Yang Kai still felt a gust of chill blowing over him. Fortunately, he had arranged for Wan Baifeng to join Zuoquan Hui's side. Otherwise He He and Lan Sun would have died today. It was also thanks to Wan Baifeng's decisiveness that she had been able to save He He and Lan Sun, albeit at the expense of her identity being exposed. Yang Kai didn't know why He He and Lan Sun had fallen into Xianxia's hands. He could only ask He He about this matter later. Moreover, Lan Sun's condition made him a bit worried. It was obvious from her appearance that she was unconscious and listless. He had no idea what kind of horrid things she had gone through. Back then, Bright Moon Great Emperor had sacrificed his life for the star boundary. Without the Bright Moon Great Emperor, the current star boundary would have ceased to exist. Lan Sun was his only blood-related descendant left, so Yang Kai couldn't allow anything to happen to her. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. When he brought those 600,000 people from the star boundary to Void Land, many from Star Soul Palace had also come with him, but Lan Sun refused. To her, the star boundary was the home of Bright Moon Great Emperor who had used his life to protect it, so she was extremely attached to it. That was why she had chosen to remain in the star boundary and Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai didn't force her. After all, there were many people who had stayed behind to guard the star boundary, including Yang Yingfeng, Dong Suzhu and High Heaven Sect's head manager Hua Qingxi. Yang Kai had also ordered He He to guard the star boundary, so he thought nothing would happen. However, something unexpected had happened. If he had known such a situation would occur, he would have brought Lan Sun along. But thinking about it carefully, if it wasn't Lan Sun this time, it could have been Hua Qingxi or someone else. Suppressing the roiling emotions in his heart, Yang Kai looked ahead again, but he failed to see Zuoquan Hui's figure. Zuoquan Hui was clearly chasing them, but he was nowhere to be seen. That old dog is still as timid as a mouse. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4586, The Star Boundaries Changes. In the void, over 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood over 10,000 meters apart, confronting each other. A distance of 10,000 kilometers was akin to a few steps away to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Any divine ability could easily cross this 10,000 kilometers gap instantly. However, neither side had any intention of being the first to attack. Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he scanned his surroundings, searching for Zuoquan Hui's aura. Being observed in the dark by a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Yang Kai felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. If he couldn't find any trace of Zhou Xian, he wouldn't be able to easily act. A faintly discernible murderous intent lingered all around, and it did not originate from any of the 6th Order Masters in front of him, so it had to be from Zhou Xian, who had concealed himself. Yang Kai's body tensed up as his muscles went taut. His eyes were filled with determination. If Zhou Xian dared to make an entrance, he would have no choice but to call out Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others to fight to the death. After a long and torturous wait, the murderous intent that had been lingering around him suddenly disappeared into thin air. The 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters confronting the Void Land cultivators 10,000 kilometers away suddenly had a change in their expressions at the same time, as if they had received some kind of instruction. The next moment all of them turned into streaks of light and withdrew. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that it was Zhou Xian who had ordered them to retreat, and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. After watching everyone from Heavenly Sword Union retreat more than 100,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai ordered, raising his hand, "Let's return." He still had many questions that remained unanswered, and now was not the right time for a decisive battle. It would be better to ask He what happened first before deciding their next move. Everyone turned around and flew towards the Shattered Spirit Province where Voidland's encampment was located, returning a short while later. "Go and recuperate first," Yang Kai ordered Luan Baifeng before striding towards the main hall. He who was the first to return had already brought Lan Sun into the main hall. She happened to be surrounded by a group of people, while Serene Soul Great Emperor was investigating her situation. When everyone heard some commotion behind them, they promptly turned. And when they saw that it was none other than Yang Kai, they promptly stepped aside, giving him way. "How is she?" Yang Kai asked as he grabbed Lan Sun's wrist and looked down at her. As their eyes met, Yang Kai's heart sank. Lan Sun's eyes were open, but while they should have been lively and bright, they were now dull and lifeless. Serene Soul Great Emperor replied in a grim and serious voice, "It's not good, her soul has suffered a great injury. I can't repair it." "Even you can't do anything about it?" Iron Blood Great Emperor asked. Among all the great emperors, the one with the highest attainments in the soul was undoubtedly Serene Soul. His grand Tao was that of the soul, so his authority when it came to such matters was unparalleled. From the first battle with Heavenly Sword Union until now, all the great emperors had broken through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm apart from Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelation. Hearing this, the other great emperors' expressions became extremely ugly. Naturally, they didn't feel good seeing their old friend's daughter in such a state. Their hatred for the person who had caused Lan Sun to suffer was even greater. Serene Soul pondered for a moment before replying, "Perhaps we can try, but first we need to figure out why her soul suffered such serious injuries." Everyone turned their heads, looking at He. When He had brought Lan Sun here, all the great emperors had gathered around to investigate her condition, but none of them had had time to ask. He replied honestly, "Someone used a soul-searching technique on her." Soul-searching technique. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. No matter where, soul-searching techniques were considered extremely vicious. Lan Sun was fortunate to make it out alive with only damage done to her soul after being subjected to a soul search. If she had been unlucky, she would have lost her life right then and there. Serene Soul's expression became solemn. "If the damage was the result of a soul-searching technique, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. I'll give it a try." Yang Kai suddenly picked up Lan Sun and rushed to the room at the back of the hall. He then activated the restrictions before placing her on the bed and sitting down cross-legged next to her head. Lan Sun's soul was severely damaged from the soul-searching technique, and even Serene Soul Great Emperor had raised his hands in resignation, but it was not that Yang Kai was also powerless. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure and had the effect of constantly nourishing and repairing one's soul. Yang Kai had fought many powerful enemies and suffered heavy damage to his soul numerous times over the course of his life. If it was anyone else, his or her soul would have been torn apart, rendering them either crippled or dead, but every time Yang Kai suffered injuries to his soul, the soul-warming lotus quickly mended it. His powerful soul was all thanks to the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus over the years. Yang Kai took a deep breath and bent down, putting his forehead against Lan Xun's. His divine sense congealed into a soul avatar before he enveloped the soul-warming lotus with it and rushed into Lan Xun's knowledge sea. Under normal circumstances, if Yang Kai wanted to enter another person's knowledge sea, he would definitely encounter some obstruction or resistance. But Lan Xun's soul had been damaged and she was currently unconscious, so Yang Kai didn't encounter any difficulty entering her knowledge sea with the soul-warming lotus. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the world inside her knowledge sea was in tatters like the scene of the apocalypse. The ground was scorched and torn apart, causing Yang Kai's heart to ache at the sight. He could almost feel the pain Lan Xun had suffered that day. Having one's soul searched forcibly by someone was definitely not a pleasant experience. It was as if someone was picking apart every part of your life, every scene and every incident. One had to endure the pain of their soul being torn asunder. Yang Kai noticed a faint glow in a certain part of her knowledge sea. Yang Kai immediately flew over and saw a hazy human figure curled up inside like a baby, sleeping. He could vaguely make out Lan Xun's outline, but it was indistinct. The dim light was also flickering constantly as if it would disappear at any moment, but was stubbornly maintaining itself. Yang Kai didn't dare to delay and quickly released the soul-warming lotus, which lifted up the hazy figure. A seven-colored light blossomed in Lan Xun's knowledge sea as the petals slowly closed, wrapping the hazy human figure in the center of the flower while an invisible force nourished her damaged soul, causing her shattered knowledge sea to suddenly calm down. Yang Kai heaved a light sigh of relief. With the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, it was only a matter of time before Lan Xun's soul was restored. Just as he was about to withdraw from Lan Xun's knowledge sea, an image suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's mind. It was a picture of Xianxia's hideous appearance, followed by an indescribable sense of panic and helplessness, causing Yang Kai to feel like he was drowning. But soon, this scene shattered and the inexplicable emotions that had filled Yang Kai also disappeared. Yang Kai's face immediately turned dark and menacing, his eyes burning with fury. Obviously, the scene he saw just now was one of Lan Xun's memory fragments. Furthermore, he was able to see this nightmare-like memory and experience everything Lan Xun had experienced because his soul avatar had entered her knowledge sea. This panic and helplessness were a kind of trauma to Lan Xun. Because she was so traumatized by the incident, it had turned into a nightmare that was tormenting her even though she was in a deep coma. Wan Baifeng had said that He and Lan Xun were brought here by Xianxia, so the one who had used the soul-searching technique on Lan Xun was undoubtedly Xianxia. That bastard deserves to die. However, these nightmare-like memories should no longer be haunting her after the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai took one last look at the soul-warming lotus wrapping Lan Xun's soul avatar before slowly withdrawing. He then returned to the main hall where everyone anxiously waited. She's fine, but it may take some time for her to wake up. Yang Kai waved his hand and stopped everyone from asking. When everyone heard this, they all accepted it as a matter of course. Even Serene Soul Great Emperor didn't ask any questions. Yang Kai had created too many miracles in his life for them to start questioning him now. Yao Jun may not have been able to do anything for Lan Xun's severely damaged soul, but that didn't mean that Yang Kai couldn't. What happened? How did you get caught by Xianxia? Yang Kai turned to look at He. He quickly replied, reporting to Sir, ever since Sir left back then, this subordinate has been staying at the border of the star boundary, safeguarding the tranquility of both it and the demon territory without slacking off. Over the years, the cultivation of the cultivators living in the star boundary has been improving at an astonishing pace. Young Lady Lan Xun long ago broke through to the peak of the Third Order Emperor realm and successfully condensed her Dao seal. The same is true for head manager Hua as well as Sir's honored father and mother. Thinking that there would be no future for them with the current cultivation limit in the star boundary, Head manager Hua came to me and asked me to escort young Lady Lan Xun to Void Land and report the situation to you while asking you to return to take a look. Hearing this, Yang Kai asked in surprise, my father and mother have also formed their Dao seals. The great emperors were also stunned. It wasn't surprising that Lan Xun was able to form her Dao seal. After all, she was the daughter of Bright Moon Great Emperor and had inherited the Bright Moon physique of the Great Emperor. She was also Star Soul Palace's palace master and had an outstanding aptitude. Even before Yang Kai first left the star boundary, Lan Sun had reached the Third Order Emperor realm. Although she had congealed her Dao seal a bit quickly, it wasn't impossible. Head manager Hua Qingxi congealing her Dao seal was also somewhat acceptable. However, Yang Kai was well aware of his father and mother's aptitudes. The reason why his parents hadn't followed him to Voidland back then was because they considered their own aptitudes to be lacking. Even if they had come to the outer universe, it wouldn't have benefited them much, so they decided it was better for them to remain in the star boundary and guard Yang Kai's homeland. Although the First Order Emperor realm wasn't high, it was still quite good in the current star boundary. Yang Kai had spent countless resources and effort to achieve even this, so it was quite hard to believe that his father and mother had grown so tremendously in such a short time. It was not like it was impossible for Yang Yifeng and Dong Suzhu to condense their Dao seals eventually, but it was absolutely impossible for them to have done so in such a short time. The great emperors naturally understood this, which was why they and Yang Kai were so surprised. This speed was too fast. Hey, he continued, it's not just young Lady Lan Sun and Sir's honored parents. Over the years, many Emperor Realm Masters had appeared in the star boundary. I've never seen anyone's cultivation rise so quickly, and it's not just one person, but essentially everyone in the star boundary. Why is that? Yang Kai asked with a puzzled expression. Could it be that there was something special about the star boundary that I hadn't noticed? What's more, the star boundary was ruined by Mo Xing, and the great battle had nearly caused the entire star boundary to collapse, leaving it in an essentially desolate state. He looked around and hesitated. Yang Kai stated, if you have something to say, just say it. No one here is an outsider. He replied with a nod. This subordinate once went to the star boundary to investigate, and I believe the reason why it has undergone such a dramatic change is related to the tree Sir planted there all those years ago. Martial Peak, Chapter 4587, Zhuquan Hui's Plot. The World Tree. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. If the changes in the star boundary were related to the world tree he had planted, then it was not impossible. The world tree was simply too mysterious. At the very least, Yang Kai had never seen anything like the world fruits that could allow the open heaven realm masters to advance an entire order simply by consuming them. Small source worlds were already quite impressive. Yang Kai had gone to Yinyang Cave Heaven's divine armament world for life experience. There his foundation in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm was greatly strengthened. However, if he could obtain a high-rank world fruit, he could directly advance from the Sixth Order to the Seventh Order. The effects of the two were incomparable. If the world fruit had such a heaven-defying effect, the world tree that gave birth to those world fruits could surely create mind-blowing miracles. The world tree planted in the star boundary was a root Yang Kai had brought from the great ancient ruins boundary's primordial land. Because of the war between the human and demon race, the star boundary had nearly been destroyed. Even if they obtained the final victory and killed Mo Xing, the star boundary was so severely damaged that it could not last for too long. The reason why Yang Kai went to the outer universe was firstly to pursue a higher martial Dao, and secondly to find the world tree to save the star boundary. Fortunately, he found the world tree and brought back one of its roots from the great ancient ruins boundary. On the day he returned to the star boundary and planted the root, Yang Kai faintly felt that there would be some changes to his homeland, and that the cultivators who remained in the star boundary would grow together with the star boundary as it recovered, perhaps gaining some unexpected benefits. This kind of opportunity to grow and recover together with the entire universe world was extremely rare. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only the star boundary which had a world tree root planted could have such a chance. It was just that Yang Kai had not expected this change to occur so quickly. Moreover, the effects were so obvious that even his parents had condensed their Dao seals. No wonder head manager Hua Qingxi, who stayed in the star boundary, had asked He to come to Voidland to find him. Such a huge change in the star boundary was indeed not something that could be ignored. The hall sunk into silence for a moment before He pondered and added, Sir, head manager Hua did an extensive investigation of all the cultivators in the star boundary. Basically, everyone's cultivation speed is faster than before. What's more, many newborns have outstanding aptitudes. All the great sects have now taken in many good seedlings, and with time, they will surely become powerful masters. Yang Kai nodded his understanding. I understand. Tell me how you were captured. Hey, he let out a bitter laugh. When we were passing through White Light Territory's Universe Temple, young Lady Lan Xun accidentally mentioned Void Land. X and Zhao must have overheard her and waited in ambush for us outside the Universe Temple, and then, Hei's face became gloomy. He was unable to continue anymore. He was only a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although X and Zhao had broken through recently, he was still a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was a simple matter for X and Zhao to overpower a 5th Order Master like He. After using a soul-searching technique on Lan Xun, X and Zhao came to the Heavenly Sword Palace with He and Lan Xun through Flying Smoke Territory. Naturally, Zuoquan Hui welcomed X and Zhao's arrival, not to mention the fact that he brought 2 gifts along with him. After learning that He and Lan Xun were actually from Yang Kai's homeland, Luan Baifeng took the opportunity to escape with them by pretending to take them to be imprisoned. Fortunately, Luan Baifeng was proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays and had many array plates on hand. Otherwise she would not have been able to escape from Zuoquan Hui's pursuit. Be that as it may, she had still suffered injuries, and what happened next was clearly witnessed by Yang Kai. After learning the whole story, Yang Kai was filled with fear. Thankfully, Luan Baifeng had acted decisively. Otherwise he would have been pushed into an absolutely passive position. With He and Lan Xun in Zuoquan Hui's hands, it would be quite difficult for Voidland to handle the situation. If it weren't for the current predicament, Yang Kai would have immediately rushed to the star boundary to investigate whether the changes there were caused by the world tree he had planted or not. However, now that Heavenly Sword Union was occupying the entrance to Void Territory and was eyeing him like a tiger eyeing its prey, how could he possibly escape? Why don't I go back and take a look? Flower Shadow Great Emperor suggested. The star boundary was also her homeland, and every resident of the star boundary felt a unique connection to it. Although judging by Hei's report, the change in the star boundary was truly good news, how could they be assured without checking it out completely? Flower Shadow Great Emperor was also a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, so it wasn't a problem for her to investigate the changes in the star boundary. Yang Kai was just about to nod in agreement when Jin Yuan Lang rushed in and reported, cupping his fist, Sect Master, there are some movements on the Heavenly Sword Palace's side. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately ran outside the hall and looked up. The next moment he saw the Heavenly Sword Palace, which had been occupying the territory gate for over a year, slowly retreating and disappearing into it. Zuoquan Hui is retreating. Seeing this, Yang Kai instinctively had a bad premonition. After a slight pause he snapped, damn it, Zuoquan Hui is going to the star boundary. X and Zhao had used a soul-searching technique on Lan Xun. Regardless of how much information he obtained from Lan Xun's memories, the location of the star boundary and the world tree could not remain hidden at the very least. The star boundary was Yang Kai's and other great emperors' homeland. Furthermore, High Heaven Palace and his parents were also there. If Zuoquan Hui were to attack the star boundary, it would be impossible for the latter to resist. After all, it was not protected by a divine spirit like Voidland was. More importantly, the world tree alone was enough to incite Zuoquan Hui's greed. Yang Kai didn't know if the roots he brought back could grow into another world tree, or if they could bear world fruits, but something that could change an entire universe world was definitely far from ordinary. The act of Heavenly Sword Palace's sudden retreat to Flying Smoke Territory undoubtedly indicated that Zuoquan Hui had some kind of plan for the star boundary, otherwise he would not have acted in such a manner. No wonder Zuoquan Hui had not taken any action just now. A year ago this old dog had been trying all kinds of means to force Yang Kai to show himself so that he could launch a sneak attack and kill him. But when Yang Kai finally appeared, Zuoquan Hui had not made a move. It wasn't that Zuoquan Hui was being kind, but rather that he had a better choice before him. The great emperors who had followed Yang Kai out of the hall turned to him. Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, all forces assemble immediately. ******** Star. All the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the temporary base began to gather around. Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and ordered, don't try to resist, I want to take you all into my small universe. Old Bai was shocked after hearing this. Take us into your small universe? Yang Kai, Only a high-rank open heaven realm master's small universe can materialize and contain living beings. You're just in the 6th order open heaven realm right now, how can you do that? Yang Kai replied, glancing at him, my small universe has already become corporeal. When he had broken through to the open heaven realm, Yang Kai had integrated the sealed world bead into his small universe, resulting in a rather unique phenomenon. If not for this, it was impossible for his foundation to be so robust, and neither would he have been able to suppress his opponent in the same order so easily. It was just that this fact was not worth discussing with others. If it weren't for the pressing situation and the lack of a large-scale flight-type artifact like the Heavenly Sword Palace in Voidland, Yang Kai wouldn't have made such a desperate move. He was bearing risks by taking other open heaven realm masters into his small universe, even if they were his disciples, friends, and family. Old Bai was stunned. Yang Kai had already begun taking everyone in. As the open heaven realm masters below the 6th order gave up resisting, they felt a pull enveloping their bodies. By the time they regained their senses, they had already arrived in another world. Batches of open heaven realm masters disappeared into thin air one after another, pulled into Yang Kai's small universe. But very soon Yang Kai noticed a feeling of fullness coming from his small universe, a feeling he had never felt before. It was strange and new. As if she noticed the change in Yang Kai's expression, He nervously stated, young master, if you sense something is wrong, you should stop immediately. High-rank open heaven realm masters can indeed store living creatures into their small universe, but there is also a limit to their capacity, especially since everyone you are taking in is an open heaven realm master with their own small universe. Although it is not a real universe world, it is still quite a burden for you. If you fight with anyone at this moment, you will be in a really tough spot and will be at great disadvantage. Yang Kai nodded, I understand. Having said that, the number of open heaven realm masters that Yang Kai's small universe could take in continued to decrease, and the feeling of fullness became more obvious. Over the past year, many open heaven realm masters had died in the war, but even so, there were still over 1,300 remaining. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai finally managed to collect all 1,300 cultivators into his small universe. At this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his small universe was completely stuffed. He felt as if he had accidentally eaten too much and couldn't even circulate his world force smoothly. He understood that it was just as he had said, if he were to fight in this condition he would definitely be at a grave disadvantage. What's more, if anything were to happen to him and his small universe collapsed, all 1,300 people residing inside would be buried along with him. For this reason, a high-rank open heaven master would almost never be willing to accept another open heaven realm master into their small universe, and lower-rank open heaven masters would not want to enter a high-rank open heaven master's small universe under normal circumstances. Both sides were at a risk. Yang Kai turned his head and stated, turning his head towards the 6th Order masters, I can't take you in. Yang Kai had secretly experimented with He before, and although they were both 6th Order masters and he was able to take He into his small universe, the feeling of fullness and discomfort her presence created was far greater than those below the 6th Order. Perhaps only when Yang Kai had advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm would he be able to take 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters into his small universe without immediately becoming discomfort. Hey he! Yang Kai shouted again. Reporting. Hey he quickly cupped his fist, respectfully greeting. I leave Lan Sun to you. Take her to Voidland and hand her over to Senior Bai Shi where she can focus on recuperating. Sir, please rest assured. This subordinate will protect young Lady Lan Sun to the death. Hey he nodded repeatedly. He was secretly shocked that his master had actually advanced to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Some time ago he had been forced to leave his name on the loyalty list. Yang Kai was just a mere Emperor Realm Master at that time. Let's go. Yang Kai pushed his space principles as he wrapped everyone with his energy before disappearing. He didn't pursue the Heavenly Sword Palace because he couldn't guarantee that Zuoquan Hui wouldn't have set up an ambush in Flying Smoke territory. Although this possibility wasn't high, he still had to be prepared for even that remote possibility. If he were to rush into Flying Smoke territory and be blocked by Zuoquan Hui, he would definitely be thrown into panic and have his hands tied, especially since his current state was not suitable for fighting. Fortunately, if he wanted to go to the star boundary, flying smoke territory was not the only route. Furthermore, Yang Kai might not be able to circulate his world force smoothly, making intense combat impossible, but simply bringing people along with him as he traveled wasn't an issue. Unfortunately, the people around him were all sixth-order open heaven realm masters, so even if they weren't resisting, his consumption was quite high. Martial Peak, Chapter 4588, Returning to Star Boundary. Yang Kai took out his universe chart, checked it, and quickly found a route. Although this route to the star boundary was 2 great territories farther than the one that passed through flying smoke territory, Yang Kai's space secret techniques allowed him to travel much faster than the Heavenly Sword Palace. If everything went smoothly, they would be able to return to the star boundary's great territory before Zhou Xian arrived. At that time, he would lead the open heaven realm masters to block the territory gate and wait for Zhou Xian to fall into their trap. Yang Kai kept traveling without stopping, passing through one territory gate after another. After crossing 3 great territories, Yang Kai's face had already become pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He was almost like a lamp that had run out of oil. Continuously using space principles while bringing nearly 26th-order open heaven realm masters with him was extremely taxing on him. Left with no choice, all he could do was let everyone lead him forward while he slowly and silently recovered. Fortunately, the speed of 6th-order open heaven realm masters wasn't slow and wouldn't cause them to fall too far behind. When Yang had recovered, he used space principles once more to lead everyone along. This cycle thus continued. It was rare to see so many 6th-order open heaven realm masters traveling together. So, when they occasionally ran into passing cultivators, others all became terrified and immediately made way for them. Yang Kai couldn't remember how long it had taken him to return to the star boundary from Voidland last time, but it took him only 3 months this time. In the distance, a territory gate that stretched across the void appeared before everyone's eyes. It was the territory gate that led to the great territory where the star boundary was located. The closer he got, the more nervous Yang Kai became. Although he hadn't wasted any time along the way, he couldn't guarantee that he would be faster than the Heavenly Sword Palace. After all, his group had taken a long detour, so it was possible that the Heavenly Sword Palace had arrived before them. He was afraid that what he would see after passing through the territory gate would be a scene of misery and suffering. In a flash, the territory gate was right in front of him. Yang Kai took a long and deep breath before shouting, "Everyone be on guard." Everyone nodded in unison as they circulated their world force, ready to attack or defend themselves at any moment. Yang Kai enveloped the cultivators around him with his energy and plunged into the territory gate. After a moment of disorientation, Yang Kai's group passed through and arrived at their great territory destination. The 20 cultivators promptly spread out, vigilant of their surroundings. But soon everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The ambush and attack they were expecting did not arrive, so it was highly likely that the Heavenly Sword Palace had not arrived yet. "Is this the great territory where Sir's homeland is located?" Huigu asked, whispering to Bustling World Great Emperor. Bustling World Great Emperor looked in a certain direction, but he saw nothing. Nonetheless, he could faintly sense something was calling out to him. Naturally, this was the connection between a great emperor and their universe world, a result of being recognized by the star boundary's will. Being in the same great territory, Duan Hongchen immediately sensed the location of the star boundary. "Yes, this is our home," Bustling World Great Emperor smiled. "It's a bit desolate," Huigu honestly voiced his opinion. Along the way here, the closer he got to this great territory, the more desolate it became. This great territory was lacking all the usual signs of prosperity. As he spoke, Huigu took out his universe chart and examined it. He found that even the universe chart didn't have a clear description of this great territory, only a generic identification. There were actually a large number of great territories in the universe chart that were simply marked with designations like A1 or B6. And each of them was a forgotten backwater that open heaven realm masters never visited because there was nothing of value to be found. Every great territory was vast and boundless, so if one had the time to explore a barren nameless territory in hopes of getting lucky, he or she might as well refine open heaven pills instead to strengthen their foundation. Bustling World smiled. "If it weren't for this, we would have long since broken free from our universe's shackles. Why would we have been suppressed for so many years?" Fortunately, this great territory was a forgotten corner of the outer universe, allowing many great emperors to slowly consolidate their foundations over the years, which gave them the capital to directly break through to the Sixth Order. There were great emperors in other universe worlds who had been recognized by their world's will. In fact, each mature universe world had their own great emperors, but how many of them could directly break through to the Sixth Order? Most great emperors quickly broke free from their universe world's shackles and didn't spend a great deal of time consolidating their cultivation, so their Dao seal stability was naturally inferior to that of the Star Boundaries people, and their achievements were slightly worse. However, even if they knew this, how many great emperors would be willing to spend tens of thousands of years to slowly reinforce their Dao seal? Even if they were great emperors, they would not be able to resist the temptation to achieve the open heaven realm as soon as possible, reaching a far greater height of power and status. The current achievements of the Star Boundaries' great emperors were due to chance and coincidences, and had been achieved without much difficulty. While the two of them were speaking, Yang Kai looked in the direction of the Star Boundary as his eyes glimmered brightly. He still remembered the last time he had returned to this great territory to search for the Star Boundary. Although he had come to this great territory back then, he had to spend a lot of time and effort searching for the location of the Star Boundary because he had been unable to determine if it was even in this great territory or not. In fact, he had already searched several great territories before arriving here. But now he could actually feel the connection between the Star Boundary and himself the moment he crossed the territory gate. He was also a great emperor recognized by the Star Boundary's will and had the title Void. So it wasn't strange for him to have such a connection. But why? If I had this kind of connection the last time, why would I waste so much time searching for the Star Boundary? I could feel it the moment I entered this great territory. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai faintly felt that this matter was related to the changes in the Star Boundary. The last time he had returned, the Star Boundary was unstable and on the verge of collapsing. Its will was about to disappear and the connection between them was extremely faint. So naturally he was unable to sense it from afar. However, after he had planted the World Tree's root in the Star Boundary, the Star Boundary had undergone a tremendous change. Even the living beings in the Star Boundary had benefited greatly from this change. The average rate of cultivation had increased, and the world's will had been restored, which immediately strengthened this connection. Yang Kai even had a feeling that though he was trillions of kilometers away from the Star Boundary, as long as he was in this great territory, he could instantly return to it. When he turned his head to look at the other great emperors, Zhang Wuhen also looked over and asked in surprise, "You felt it?" Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Ice Feather Great Emperor sighed. It seems that the Star Boundary has indeed undergone a tremendous change. I don't care about the changes in the Star Boundary. What I need to confirm now is whether Zhou Xian has arrived here or not. Yang Kai's expression became serious. Serene Soul slowly voiced his opinion. Probably not, no matter how fast they couldn't have been faster than us. He had deeply experienced the advantages of the Tao of space on their journey here. It's always better to be safe than sorry. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before continuing. How about this? Everyone will stand guard here for now while I'll return to the Star Boundary to take a look. It would be best if Zhou Xian hasn't arrived, as we can take this opportunity to ambush him at the territory gate. But if he has, I'll send you a message. Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhang Wuhen nodded and agreed. Good, it's always best to take precautions. Yang Kai immediately took out a space beacon and handed it over to He for safekeeping before spending some time to release the 1,000+ open heaven realm masters he had stored in his small universe. Carrying so many people in his small universe along the way, Yang Kai felt like he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, so he was quite refreshed after he had gotten rid of this burden. Zhou Xian is a 7th Order open heaven realm master. Everyone must not be careless. Yang Kai warned again. Although there were twice as many 6th Order open heaven realm masters on their side compared to their enemy, and the number of people below the 6th Order open heaven realm far exceeded their opponents, a 7th Order open heaven realm was enough to fill that gap. Don't worry. Zhang Wuhen nodded. You also need to be careful. I know. Yang Kai nodded before mobilizing his space principles, following the connection between his body and the Star Boundary. The next moment his figure disappeared all of a sudden. Everyone was used to this already. After Yang Kai left, the 1,300 Open Heaven Realm Masters spread out in all directions under the leadership of the many Sixth Order Masters. Meanwhile, a look of surprise appeared on Yang Kai's face. This time when he used his space principles he had a completely different feeling from before. Generally, when he mobilized his space principles, he was able to ignore the barriers of space and instantly teleport from one place to another within a certain range. Although it seemed mysterious to outsiders, everything was under his control. But this time he felt that things were somewhat out of his control. When he followed the connection between himself and the star boundary and mobilized his space principles, he clearly felt a powerful pull from the star boundary, causing his body to involuntarily break through the void. This was a completely bizarre sensation for him. Furthermore, he was unable to recover for a long time. He felt as if he was crossing through the void and falling into an endless abyss. Even his soul and small universe began to shake. After an unknown period of time, the strange sight before him disappeared into thin air and a half-moon-shaped universe world appeared in his vision. A familiar aura blew towards him. The star boundary. As expected, Yang Kai was able to return to the star boundary directly. Although he had already guessed it would be possible, he still couldn't help but feel excited. This time the distance he teleported was far too great, far exceeding his own limits. This was definitely not his doing alone. The star boundary also had a great part in it. Otherwise he would not have been able to accomplish this. After calming himself, Yang Kai noticed that nearby the half-moon-shaped universe world, there was another universe world with a thick demonic qi. The demon realm. Yang Kai could clearly feel the familiar aura of the star boundary's will, as well as the aura of Gun Gun and his embodiment from the demon realm. The demon realm had originally shattered, but Yang Kai had used his embodiment to activate the heaven-devouring battle law, guiding the sealed world bead to swallow and merge the broken pieces before separating the new whole. Gun Gun was the demon realm and the demon realm was Gun Gun, but because the heaven-devouring battle law was mobilized by the embodiment, he became inseparable from the demon realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 4589, Returning Nurturing to One's Roots. The last time he returned to the star boundary, Yang Kai had taken 600,000 people with him and left embodiment in the demon realm. Embodiment possessed the body of a stone spirit clansman and had the ability to refine all kinds of impurities, making him the perfect candidate to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law. It could be said that Wu Kuang's heaven-devouring battle law was made just for the stone spirit clan, so Yang Kai had long since imparted this heaven-defying evil art to him. Yang Kai had no idea how Wu Kuang had managed to resolve the various drawbacks brought about by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. He had tried cultivating it in the divine armament world, and although his cultivation had improved at a rapid pace, the higher his cultivation, the harder it became for him to control his temperament. Fortunately, his powerful dragon vein was able to somewhat suppress the side effects. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have long since suffered from cultivation dissonance. After leaving the divine armament world, Yang Kai no longer dared to touch the heaven-devouring battle law, lest his mind and temperament become warped. The two universe worlds, the star boundary and demon realm, were neighbors and quite harmonious. Looking around, the demon realm didn't seem to have changed much, but Yang Kai could feel a vigorous vitality from the star boundary. He even saw a huge tree canopy that covered a vast swath of sky on the top of a tall mountain. Naturally, this was the location where he had planted the world tree root. Over the years, the world tree's root had grown to an astonishing height. Yang Kai was completely speechless. The world tree he had seen in the great ancient ruins boundaries primordial land wasn't nearly this big, so he didn't know how it grew this large. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar aura rapidly approached him. Yang Kai turned to look and saw a black light shooting through the void and appearing in front of him the next instant. When the light dissipated, the figure revealed was that of embodiment. When their eyes met, Yang Kai grinned and greeted, "Long time no see. You're back." Embodiment also smiled and greeted in an echoing voice. "I'm back." Yang Kai took a deep breath. The feeling of chatting with his soul clone was quite strange. Embodiment checked him out from top to bottom before raising his brow slightly. "The things you've experienced over the years are truly fascinating." Embodiment was formed from a wisp of Yang Kai's soul that had entered the body of the dead stone spirit, so he could be considered his soul clone. As long as the distance between them wasn't too far, they could naturally communicate with each other. Thus, as long as Yang Kai opened his mind, Embodiment could see everything he had experienced over the years. There are many dangers in the outer universe. Without any foundation, I could only put my life on the line and compete, Yang Kai replied with a smile. Is someone pursuing you? Embodiment looked deep into the void. Yang Kai nodded. I don't know if they have already entered this great territory, but you must be careful. His expression became solemn as he asked, when did the star boundary begin to change? Embodiment replied, see for yourself. Yang Kai nodded and probed his soul clone's memories without a trace of politeness, quickly understanding everything. As the main body, Yang Kai was naturally able to spy on the experiences Embodiment had gone through. Although Embodiment had always been stationed in the demon realm and the star boundary were neighbors now, so the changes in the star boundary naturally came under his attention. The changes in the star boundary could be described as silent and invisible. After Yang Kai planted the world tree's root, confirmed that the world principles had stabilized and that the star boundary was no longer in danger of being destroyed, he left with several hundreds of thousands of people. The survival and growth of the world tree had consumed a great deal of the star boundary's world energy, so in the years after Yang Kai's departure, the ambient world energy in the star boundary was extremely thin and the rate at which cultivators cultivated was extremely slow. In fact, in those years no cultivator had been able to break through and advance to a higher realm. However, after several years, the world tree began nurturing the star boundary which had fed it, causing the world energy to gradually become denser. The damaged universe world became firmer and more stable. As a result, not only did the cultivation become faster, even making breakthroughs became easier. As time passed, this situation became more obvious, and when people discovered this change, the entire star boundary celebrated. The world tree had already become the divine tree of the star boundary. Countless people traveled across the mountains and rivers just to pay their respects to the world tree, even giving it offerings as thanks. Recently in particular, many cultivators who had poor aptitude had broken through to the Emperor realm, and those who had formerly been in the First Order Emperor realm had all broken through to the Third Order, many even comprehending their own Grand Dao and condensing their Dao seals. The situation of the newly born babies was especially noteworthy. In the past, when the various great sects took in disciples, it was normal for 1 in every 100 or even 1,000 to be considered. After all, there weren't many children suitable for cultivation. Even if those with poor aptitudes were taken in, it would not yield any results after spending a great deal of resources on them. But now half of the newly born babies were suitable for cultivation, 1 in 100 was a talent and 1 in 1,000 was a prodigy. When He had previously said that the various great sects had taken in many good seedlings, this was what he was referring to. All of this was thanks to the nurturing of the world tree. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he directed his eyes towards the world tree. The world tree's nurturing couldn't possibly be water without roots. It had consumed a large amount of world energy when it was growing, so where did the energy it produced come from? He hadn't looked carefully just now, but now that he was scrutinizing the world tree pointedly, he did see some traces, though they weren't very clear. With a thought, his left eye flashed and a golden vertical pupil appeared. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Under this Demon Eye of Annihilation, Yang Kai's vision suddenly became clear. He saw countless inexplicable energies being absorbed by the world tree, becoming nutrients for its growth. Furthermore, there were specks of light above the huge world tree's canopy, transforming into pure world energy and spreading into the star boundary below. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The energy fed back by the world tree was actually coming from the outer universe itself. The void of the outer universe wasn't completely empty and desolate. However, even a powerful open heaven realm master would find it difficult to refine and use this ambient energy. This wasn't a problem for the world tree though. Another example of this was the 9 heavenly layers grand array in Voidland, which was constantly absorbing the power of the stars and transforming it into the energy for its regular operation and later use. However, the efficiency of the 9 heavenly layers grand array when it came to absorbing the energy of the universe was pitiful compared to the World Tree. Yang Kai could clearly see that under the World Tree's influence, the power of the stars was actively being drawn towards its canopy from all directions, regardless of distance. In other words, the energy of this entire great territory was being influenced by the World Tree. Embodiment, who was nearby, also gasped in shock. Yang Kai had not blocked his senses, so Embodiment could see what his demon eye of annihilation was seeing. He couldn't help but mutter, "So that's how it is. If this continues, I wonder what would become of the star boundary?" Yang Kai dismissed the demon eye of annihilation and shook his head. "I don't know, but it shouldn't be anything bad. Not only would it not be bad in the future, every corner of the star boundary would be a true cultivation paradise. Cultivating here would be countless times faster than in any other universe world or spirit province." Calming himself down, Yang Kai added, "We'll discuss the matter of the World Tree later. Right now we don't have much time, so I'll go back to High Heaven Palace first to see my parents. I'm afraid there will be a great battle soon. Although the territory gate is quite far from here, it's better to be safe than sorry. Go find Hua Qingxi and explain the situation to her so that she can make preparations." Embodiment nodded. Yang Kai utilized space principles again as his figure flickered as he disappeared from the spot. The next moment the pair had already arrived at the depths of High Heaven Palace. Without any further communication, Embodiment immediately flew out and sent a message to Hua Qingxi to discuss important matters. Yang Kai went straight to the spirit peak where his parents lived. There was a forest of bamboo at the peak of a spirit peak, and a dense spiritual mist filled the air. Some intermittent sounds were coming from the forest. When Yang Kai arrived here, he happened to see a group of young children sitting cross-legged in a clearing in the middle of the sea of bamboo, all of them wearing High Heaven Palace uniforms. These little children had their eyes open wide as they stared at a middle-aged man in front of them, listening attentively. From time to time, one of the little kids seemed to hear something incredible and shook his or her head as if they had received some kind of inspiration. Yang Yingfeng was currently preaching the Tao. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. Since when did his father become so interested in such things? In the past, Yang Kai had never seen him preach the Tao to High Heaven Palace's disciples. But then again, his father used to only be a first-order Emperor Realm Master, while many in High Heaven Palace had higher attainments in cultivation than him, so there was no need for him to spend his time on such endeavors. Now that he had formed his Tao seal and his cultivation had reached the limit of the universe world's capacity, Yang Yinfeng was more than qualified to pass on his Tao to these young disciples. Yang Kai didn't disturb him and chose to watch quietly. The anxiety he had felt from facing a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master for so long was now completely swept away and his mind became calm. With a sudden bang, the loft behind Yang Yingfeng had its door shoved open as a figure rushed out, looking around with wide-open eyes. "Is our son back?" After being interrupted, Yang Yingfeng frowned unhappily, but understanding the power dynamics in his relationship with his wife, he wisely decided to swallow his anger and grumpily rebuked, "That smelly brat is roaming around the outer universe doing who knows what with who knows who. How could he be back?" Dong Suzhu frowned and looked around. "Strange, I clearly felt." Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly stared in a certain direction. Yang Kai was utterly speechless. He was currently a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, and he had come here while concealing his presence. Not to mention Dong Suzhu, a mere Emperor Realm cultivator. Even a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master might not be able to discover him here. However, Dong Suzhu had sensed him. Was this the bond between a mother and son? The kind of connection that had nothing to do with one's cultivation nor with their strength, but one that was innately formed after spending 10 months in the most intimate contact possible between one life and another. With a thought, Yang Kai appeared and stared at Dong Suzhu, smiling even more brilliantly than a flower in morning glory. Dong Suzhu was stunned and her beautiful eyes quickly became wet. She let out a cry of joy and rushed towards Yang Kai as swiftly as a gale wind, hugging him tightly. She was a petite woman, shorter than Yang Kai by a full head, but at this moment, Yang Kai felt an unprecedented sense of care and safety, as if he had returned to the time when he was still in his mother's womb. Whether it was the wind or the rain, she would always be there to shelter and protect him from the storm. Yang Yingfeng also slowly stood up and looked over, rubbing his eyes as if he was afraid he was seeing things. Martial Peak, Chapter 4590 Pleasant Surprise. The group of little kids below had no idea what was happening, so all of them followed Yang Yingfeng's gaze and turned their heads back to look curiously. He's back, you're back. My son is really back. After a long time, Dong Suzhu finally let go of Yang Kai and grabbed him by his arm, jumping up and down like a little girl, crying and laughing at the same time. After carefully observing him for a while, she suddenly pulled him into her embrace. Mother! Yang Kai called out softly as he felt his clothes quickly become wet. He slightly raised his hand and gently patted Dong Suzhu's trembling shoulder. Dong Suzhu finally recovered from her great surprise after a while and raised her head to dry her eyes. She looked lovingly at Yang Kai as she patted his arms and legs to make sure he was unharmed before heaving a long sigh. Yang Yingfeng also walked over and sized up Yang Kai before coughing lightly. You're back? Yang Kai quickly greeted, Father. Yang Yingfeng nodded lightly and glanced behind him. Alone? Yang Kai stated with a smile, Su Yan and the others are all cultivating in Void Land. Yang Yingfeng waved off, I'm not asking about your wives. Yang Kai was a little puzzled. If he wasn't asking Su Yan and the others, then who was he asking? After a moment of realization he replied, Schwer is also in secluded meditation in Void Land right now. Her cultivation is improving at a rapid pace. Father doesn't need to worry. Yang Yingfeng glared at him resentfully before asking in a dignified tone, Do I have grandchildren after so many years or not? So that's what he was asking about. As soon as her husband said this, even Dong Suzhu, who had been crying just now, perked up her ears and stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Yang Kai's face was guilt-ridden as he awkwardly replied, Your son has been trying his best. Yang Yingfeng was furious. You impotent little bastard, you've so many wives yet you can't even sire an heir for us? What can I count on you for? Do you want me and your mother to give birth to a younger brother or sister to strengthen our Yang family? Dong Suzhu slapped Yang Yingfeng's back, causing a loud sound as she rebuked with a blush. What nonsense are you spouting? There are children here. When Yang Yingfeng turned around he saw a group of little children staring at him, so he couldn't continue. He waved off to the group of little chicks stating, That's the end of today's lesson. When you return to your room, you should review what you learned. Don't slack off. The children all stood up and under the direction of one of the bigger ones who seemed to be their leader, and gave a proper bow. Many thanks, Master Ancestor. Although the group of kids was young, their manners were excellent. They lined up in 2 rows and walked down the mountain. When they passed by Yang Kai they all bowed to Yang Kai too. Yang Kai, watching them leave, raised his brow and praised, They really are good seedlings. Just now he had secretly investigated the aptitudes of these children. Although he didn't perform a complete examination, when he swept his divine sense over them, he found that each of them had a clear mind and outstanding aptitude. If nothing went wrong, all of them would be able to easily reach the Emperor realm. Yang Yingfeng glanced at him, If you can sire one, I'm sure it will be better than any of them. Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. Fortunately, his mother's heart felt bad for him and she slapped Yang Yingfeng again. Our son hardly has the chance to return, why are you spouting so much nonsense? Saying so she turned to Yang Kai and comforted, Ignore him and come with mother. You must have suffered outside. Why have you lost so much weight? Having been left outside alone, Yang Yingfeng's face was filled with regret. He beat his chest and stamped his feet. A doting mother makes a wastrel. A moment later the family of 3 started chatting happily for a while inside the bamboo house before Yang Kai finally stated, I came back this time mainly to check on your situation. Hey, he said that both of you managed to condense your Dao seals. Dong Suzhu replied, nodding, That's true. Speaking of which, I must thank Senior Hei He. If it weren't for his careful guidance all these years, we wouldn't know how to form our Dao seals. In the inner universe the Emperor realm was the limit. Only by breaking free from the universe world's shackles would one be able to reach a higher martial Dao. Yang Kai had undoubtedly made the right choice when he chose to leave Hei He to guard the star boundary and the demon realm. At the very least, under his guidance, his parents had successfully condensed their Dao seals. Let me take a look. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed Dong Suju's wrist, immersing his consciousness and carefully examining it. A moment later, a look of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's face. Dong Suju asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Yang Kai honestly replied, "There is something wrong, but it's not bad but rather a good thing. I'll talk after taking a look at father's as well." Using the same method, Yang Kai examined Yang Yingfeng's Dao seal and the surprise on his face became even more apparent. "Since this is a good thing, speak up then." Yang Yingfeng flicked his sleeves. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, "Hey, he must have told you about some things, so you must know about the different orders of the open heaven realm." Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju both nodded, naturally. Yang Kai continued, "The order of an open heaven realm master determines their strength, while their initial order is determined by the orders of element powers they condense. The element powers are condensed through the refinement of a complete set of yin, yang and the 5 elements. The higher the order of the elements condensed, the higher the order one will be in when they break through to the open heaven realm. Of course, the higher order of the material you wish to refine, the firmer your Dao seal must be." Yang Yingfeng summarized, "The Dao seal is the foundation to reach the open heaven realm." Indeed. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. In simpler terms, after an emperor realm cultivator condenses their Dao seal, their future path is basically set. From that point on, what order in the open heaven realm they can reach depends entirely on how high the order of the elements their Dao seal can withstand. "Hey, he said that your father and I can reach the 4th order open heaven realm with certainty, while the 5th order is possible but carries some risks, so he asked us to ask for your opinion." Dong Suju looked at Yang Kai somewhat uneasily. The 4th order open heaven realm was not a high order. Yang Kai nodded, "This is what surprises me." He was well aware of his father and mother's aptitude. When they first became Emperor Realm cultivators, he had spent a great deal of effort and resources to help them. In his opinion, even if his father and mother's cultivation had progressed at a rapid pace because of the World Tree, and they had even successfully condensed their own Dao seals, it would be good if they could reach the 3rd order. Although the 3rd order open heaven realm was in the low rank, it was still in the open heaven realm nonetheless. Unexpectedly though, his parents were completely capable of reaching the 4th or 5th order. This was a huge pleasant surprise. Is the World Tree's nourishment really so miraculous? After informing his parents of his thoughts, they finally understood what this so-called good thing was. "What order are you now?" Yang Yingfeng asked curiously. Although he could feel that Yang Kai had advanced to the open heaven realm, he couldn't tell his order. After all, the difference in their cultivation was too great. 6th order. Dong Suju was immediately overjoyed. "I told you that your son's order will definitely not be low. With the 6th order open heaven realm, he could even become an 8th order master in the future. Furthermore, if he can obtain open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace, it's not impossible to reach the very peak and become a 9th order master." Yang Kai was surprised. "Mother, you even know about the universe furnace." Dong Suju stated proudly, "We haven't wasted our time all these years. Senior He has told us a lot about the outside world." Yang Yingfeng waved his hand causally and interjected, "Enough of that, first take a look at me and your mother. Do you think we should break through to the 4th order or should we try for the 5th order?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "The limit of the 4th order is the 6th order while the limit of the 5th order is the 7th order. One ends in the mid-rank while the other reaches the high rank and there is a massive gap between the two. Since there is hope, you should naturally try to break through to the 5th order. Father, mother, don't worry, there may be some risks if others try to break through like this, but my void land has the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, so there's no need to be afraid." Unfortunately, he no longer had any divine Dao water in his possession, otherwise if he gave it to his parents, there would be no risk for them to break through to the 5th order at all. His father and mother's Dao seals were quite stable, and what he said was basically correct. They were indeed a bit lacking in trying for the 5th order, but it wasn't too far off. Of course, if they wanted to break through to the 6th order, it would be impossible even if they had the Dao divine water. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju may not have any idea what the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was, but since Yang Kai had said so, they naturally wouldn't doubt it. Yang Yingfeng immediately decided, "Good, just as you said, your mother and I will try to break through to the Fifth Order. In the future, if anyone dares to bully us, we'll beat them up. I'll prepare the materials for you too. Please wait a moment." Dong Suzhu seemed to have sensed something and furrowed her brow. "You just returned, but you want to leave right away?" Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before deciding to explain truthfully. "When he brought Lan Sun to find me this time, he encountered an accident. A powerful enemy has learned the location of the star boundary and he covets the world tree, so he is rushing over as we speak, wanting to harm the star boundary. I have to stop him. Even if this matter could be concealed for a while, it couldn't be concealed forever. If they could stop the Heavenly Sword Palace at the territory gate, it would be fine, but if they couldn't, Zhuo Qianhui would kill his way to the star boundary. If a great battle broke out without any forewarning, it would only make Dong Suzhu more worried." Dong Suzhu immediately asked nervously, "How is this enemy's cultivation compared to yours?" "He's stronger than me, but we have more people than him, so mother doesn't need to worry," Yang Kai comforted. Dong Suzhu's expression became even more worried. "You're already in the Sixth Order. If he's stronger than you, doesn't that mean he's a Seventh Order master?" Yang Yingfeng stated, "Since a powerful enemy has come, there is no use worrying about it. That great demon god was so powerful back then, but he was still killed. I and your mother only hate that our strength is too low right now, so we can't help you much. You can go and face the enemy without worry. Your mother and I will take care of the star boundary." "Thank you, father." Yang Kai stood up. "Time is of the essence, so your son cannot serve you anymore. Please take care." Saying so, he knelt down and kowtowed. Dong Suzhu quickly helped him up and reminded him with tearful eyes, "Be careful." Yang Yingfeng coldly snorted, "If he hasn't left an heir for my Yang family, how could he dare to die? Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth." Dong Suzhu glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fist. "Your son will take his leave now." With a surge of space principles, he disappeared from the spot. Dong Suzhu stretched out her hand and grabbed nothing but air. She felt as if a piece of her heart was missing, and it filled with melancholy. The next moment, Yang Kai suddenly appeared inside High Heaven Palace's main hall. Hua Qingxi was startled for a moment before she quickly stood up happily. Martial Peak, Chapter 4591 Ambush. "Palace Master." Hua Qingxi elegantly bowed. Yang Kai nodded. "Do you know about the situation?" Hua Qingxi nodded in acknowledgement. "Sir Embodiment has already informed me. If Palace Master needs High Heaven Palace's cooperation, please ask." Yang Kai shook his head. "In this war, everyone participating is an Open Heaven Realm Master, so the star boundary won't be able to help. You just have to take care of yourself." Hua Qingxi stated solemnly, "I understand, then please be careful. And let me check your Dao seal." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and placed it on her forehead. Hua Qingxi quickly relaxed her mind and body, allowing Yang Kai to examine her. A moment later, Yang Kai withdrew his hand and smiled at Hua Qingxi. "Wonderful, you can advance directly to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm in the future." Although he had a speculation in his mind after investigating the situation of his parents' Dao seals, it was finally confirmed after examining Hua Qingxi's Dao seal. Hua Qingxi's aptitude was undoubtedly better than his parents'. His parents' Dao seals were stable enough to condense fourth-order elements, or even fifth-order elements, so there was no reason for Hua Qingxi to not be able to. As expected, Hua Qingxi's Dao seal was stabler than his parents'. In other words, the risk of breaking through to the fifth-order Open Heaven realm was basically non-existent for her. "Is there anyone else in the star boundary who has condensed their Dao seals?" Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi shook her head. "Right now there is only your parents, myself and Palace Master Lan Sun, just us four." When Yang Kai had last left the star boundary, he basically took all the Emperor Realm Masters with him in one fell swoop, and the ones who remained weren't very strong. Although the cultivation of the star boundary's cultivators had quickly risen all these years with the world tree's nourishment and the recovery of the star boundary, cultivation still required some time. The star boundary cultivators could only condense their Dao seals by raising their cultivation to the peak of the Emperor realm. As for Lan Xin's condition, Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully investigate it at the time, but after thinking about it compared to Hua Qingxi, her aptitude was already top-notch. This matter. Yang Kai wanted to say that this matter should be kept under wraps for now, but then he remembered that Heavenly Sword Union was nearly upon them, and if he couldn't stop this formidable enemy he would be doomed. At that time even the Star Boundary would find it difficult to survive, so he quickly changed his mind and stated, "Wait for my return." Hua Qingxi nodded her understanding. Yang Kai gave embodiment a few more instructions before taking out a space beacon and testing it out. As expected, he was unable to directly return to the territory gate. Although the space beacon allowed people to instantly teleport from one beacon to another it was paired with, there was still a limit to their range. The territory gate was trillions of kilometers away from the Star Boundary, a distance far beyond its limit. The reason he was able to instantly return to the Star Boundary from the territory gate was undoubtedly because of his connection with the Star Boundary itself. It was equivalent to the power of the Star Boundary pulling him back, but it was impossible to use this process in reverse. There was no place for him to borrow strength on the territory gate side after all. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Although Heavenly Sword Union shouldn't have been able to arrive at the Star Boundary's great territory before him, Yang Kai had to take precautions to be on the safe side. While returning to the territory gate he could also investigate the route. In a flash, Yang Kai left High Heaven Palace and arrived in the depths of the void, rushing towards the territory gate. Every once in a while Yang Kai would place a space beacon for emergencies. Along the way, everything was calm and peaceful and there was no sign of any Heavenly Sword Union cultivators, causing Yang Kai to slowly relax. After leaving behind a dozen or so space beacons, Yang Kai finally returned to the territory gate. Void Land's Open Heaven Realm Masters waiting by the territory gate immediately noticed Yang Kai's return, so Zhang Wuhen and the others surrounded him and asked with concern, "Is everything all right on the Star Boundary side?" Yang Kai sorted out his thoughts and told them everything he was able to learn. Many of the great emperors were shocked. "That's great." Mo Huang smiled with relief. "The world tree is actually so amazing. Not only can it swallow the power of the stars and void to nourish the world energy of the Star Boundary, it can even allow one to cultivate more easily and condense a stronger Dao seal." Duan Hongchen also wore a look of fascination. If that's the case, wouldn't the Star Boundary give birth to many Open Heaven Realm seedlings in the future? Zhang Wuhen, on the other hand, was a bit worried. Both fortune and misfortune lie together. If we don't handle it well, great wealth can sometimes turn into disaster. Don't forget wise Wuquan Hui is coming to the Star Boundary. All of the great emperors were quick-witted, so when they heard Zhang Wuhen's words, how could they not know what he was worried about? It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured all over the excitement in their hearts, calming everyone down. "We have to keep the changes of the Star Boundary under wraps." Zhang Wuhen looked at Yang Kai solemnly. "Otherwise, I'm afraid even the cave heavens and paradises will become greedy." Even with Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju's rather poor aptitudes, they now had the qualifications to break through to the 4th Order or even 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. If a true top talent were to grow up in the Star Boundary, it would be extremely easy for him or her to advance to the 6th Order, and it might even be possible for a heaven-defying genius to reach the 7th Order. The current Star Boundary could simply be called a cradle for Open Heaven Realm Masters. It could easily produce a large number of Open Heaven Realm seedlings, and this was only the beginning. Who knew what could become of the Star Boundary given more time? What Zhang Wuhen said was definitely not an exaggeration. If the cave heavens and paradises came to know about the situation of the Star Boundary, everyone would probably want to take a share of it. At that time, would the Star Boundary still be the Star Boundary? Not to mention there was still the World Tree in the Star Boundary. Although the World Tree did not show any signs of fruiting, who could guarantee that it would not produce world fruits after countless years? This was the only heaven-defying treasure in the world that could allow an Open Heaven Realm Master to advance an order directly without any side effects, as well as increase their natural limit. Who would not covet such a treasure? As Zhang Wuhen spoke, he unconsciously glanced towards Qing Kuei and Su Yingxue. Void Land's forces were comprised entirely of their own people, so they would keep all the secrets to themselves if there were any. The only two outsiders were Qing Kuei and Su Yingxue from Yinyang Cave Heaven. Senior brother Qing and senior sister Su are both trustworthy people. I'll remind them later, Yang Kai stated. Zhang Wuhen shook his head. I'm afraid this matter won't be as simple as you think. After all, they are disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Although they have some friendship with you and are willing to keep some secrets for you, there are always exceptions. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Then what should we do? Senior brother Qing and senior sister Su came to help Void Land in its time of need. We can't just kill them to silence them. Zhang Wuhen shook his head and stated, Naturally, I'm not asking you to do such an ungrateful thing. What I want to say is that instead of letting them hide the situation of the star boundary from Yinyang Cave Heaven, it would be better to let them know the truth and use the Yinyang Cave Heaven's power to protect the star boundary. Mo Huang quickly interrupted, No. Zhang Wuhen turned to look at him, whereupon Mo Huang explained, Yinyang Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens. Such a huge entity must have its own factions. Qing Kuei and Su Yingxue are part of Su Linggong's lineage, and with the status of a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law, Su Linggong naturally views Yang Kai in a favorable light. For small matters, everything is easy to discuss, but I'm afraid that Yinyang Cave Heaven's other high-rank open heaven masters will have some other intentions. What if the person sent by Yinyang Cave Heaven to investigate is not Su Linggong? This was also a problem, causing everyone to fall into contemplation. Yang Kai clapped his hands and diverted the topic. Let's talk about this later. Right now the ones we need to deal with are Heavenly Sword Union and Zuquan Hui. If my guess is right, they should be arriving soon. All the great emperors nodded slightly. Good. 26th Order Masters and 1,300 cultivators below the 6th Order, almost all the Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland, were quietly waiting in ambush outside the territory gate for Heavenly Sword Union. Now that things had reached this point, there was no need to conceal their strength anymore. Yang Kai had hidden Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others for this long to catch Zuquan Hui off guard. However, while man plans, the heavens laugh. He and Lan Sun had met with an accident, and Zuquan Hui had learned of the location of the star boundary and the world tree. The battlefield inevitably shifted from void territory to the star boundary's territory. In this battle they would definitely give it their all. In this battle one side would die. The newly advanced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master naturally couldn't be hidden any longer. Waiting was the greatest torture. For half a month the territory gate remained still and calm. Yang Kai almost suspected that his judgment was wrong and that Zuquan Hui had no intention of coming to the star boundary, or else why would he have not seen his shadow even after such a long time? However, there was a violent surge of energy a few days later. When Yang Kai opened his eyes, he saw the territory gate glowing and a colossal illusory phantom slowly emerging from it. They're here. Yang Kai's eyes went wide as he raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. At the same time, all the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland also noticed the changes of the territory gate and began circulating their world force. In a flash, the void began to tremble and distort. What everyone saw was Heavenly Sword Union's Heavenly Sword Palace emerging from the territory gate. A moment later, the Heavenly Sword Palace rushed out, entering the great territory where the star boundary was located. Yang Kai raised his spear and pushed his world force madly while shouting, "Kill!" A golden crow let out a cry as a great sun rose into the sky from behind Yang Kai's back. In this sun, a three-legged exotic bird could vaguely be seen flying about. Facing such a large artifact like the Heavenly Sword Palace, Yang Kai did not hesitate to use his golden crow casts the Sun Divine Manifestation in the opening salvo. The great sun took its spot on the Azure Dragon Spear as Yang Kai thrust it forward, ignoring the barriers of space as it crashed towards the enemy fortress. At the same time, rays of light from various divine abilities and artifacts shot towards the Heavenly Sword Palace like meteors. In that instant, the entire void lit up as if it was daytime as waves of world forces surged and crashed out. When the Heavenly Sword Palace was shuttling through the territory gate, they had naturally activated a protective barrier, but under the might of the countless divine abilities and artifacts, this barrier didn't even last for a breath before it shattered like a bubble. The people from Heavenly Sword Palace seemed to panic for a moment. Although they had guessed that they would be ambushed after crossing through the territory gate, no one had expected this ambush to be so ruthless. As far as the eye could see, there were nothing but enemies around them, and all of them asked the same question: how did so many people arrive here ahead of them? Martial Peak, Chapter 4592. Astonishing. Zuoquan Hui, who was sitting in the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, wore a gloomy expression as he quickly formed a series of hand seals to control the Heavenly Sword Palace's grand array. He knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and could travel extremely fast. If Yang Kai insisted on pursuing him, the Heavenly Sword Palace would definitely be unable to escape. However, he didn't see any signs of Yang Kai chasing after him along the way, so he guessed that the latter had chosen another route to return to the star boundary to set up defenses. And facts proved that it was indeed the case. The Heavenly Sword Palace had just arrived in this great territory when it was ambushed. He had already expected that Yang Kai would bring some helpers, but he hadn't expected there to be so many. Over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even if they were ants in his eyes, they were Open Heaven Realm Masters nonetheless. How did these people get here? Even if Yang Kai is a master of the Tao of space, he couldn't bring so many people with him. With a series of hand seals, the Heavenly Sword Palace's defensive arrays began to activate layer by layer, but they shattered and collapsed one by one. The entire Heavenly Sword Palace surroundings were crazily flashing, and it was violently shaking, causing everyone to lose their footing. Meet the enemy. Zuoquan Hui shouted, issuing a command. Although the Heavenly Sword Palace was extraordinary in the end, it was still just a large-scale palace artifact. While it could defend, attack, and fly, there were limits to everything. Right now, Zuoquan Hui was still a bit wary and didn't dare to appear, so he could only rely on his subordinates to defend. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across his eyes. Zuoquan Hui looked up and saw a great sun at the tip of a spear smashing towards the Heavenly Sword Palace. It even left scorched marks in the void everywhere it passed through, which remained for a very long time. Divine Manifestation. Zuoquan Hui coldly snorted before raising his hand and pointing towards the approaching sun. The pressure of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master spread out as a streak of light shot from his fingertip. In the next instant, the sun collapsed as a wave of violent energy spread outward. Zuoquan Hui, who was sitting in the main hall, swayed slightly and his brow twitched. Although they were enemies, Zuoquan Hui had to admit that Yang Kai was a once-in-10,000-years genius, actually able to use a divine manifestation when he was just in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Zuoquan Hui himself had yet to comprehend his own divine manifestation. To a certain extent, he was actually inferior to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Furthermore, rumor had it that Yang Kai had comprehended this divine manifestation when he was still in the Emperor Realm, which was simply unbelievable. With Yang Kai being in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm and having his divine manifestation, he was able to unleash an attack comparable to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although Zuoquan Hui managed to block this attack fairly easily, he couldn't help but feel his blood and energy roil slightly. He is already so powerful when he is just in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. If that brat were to break through to the 7th Order, I would not be his opponent. Thinking so, Zuoquan Hui's killing intent became even stronger. I have to kill him before he breaks through to the 7th Order no matter what. Otherwise, I will really die without a burial. Multicolored lights flashed as an overwhelming barrage of attacks flew towards the Heavenly Sword Palace. Heavenly Sword Union naturally wouldn't sit back and wait for death, so after Zuoquan Hui gave the order, they immediately began to counterattack. In a flash, both sides started exchanging attacks as world force flowed out in all directions, churning up the void and warping space as a result. However, not a single person was injured or killed despite it being such an intense battlefield. Needless to say, whether it was 6th Order Masters or those below that realm, Voidland had more people than the other party. The divine abilities and secret arts from Heavenly Sword Palace were intercepted before they could even approach. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union also had their own advantages, which was that they could hide inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. As long as the Heavenly Sword Palace was not destroyed, they would have a layer of impregnable protection and would not need to worry about being killed. However, how could the Heavenly Sword Palace, which had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master assuming command, be so easily destroyed? This massive artifact was the fruit of unimaginable resources and manpower of Heavenly Sword Union. Most of the divine abilities and secret arts aimed at the Heavenly Sword Palace were intercepted, and only a few of them actually managed to hit the palace itself. However, due to the spirit array barriers, it was difficult for Voidland to cause much damage in a short time. On the battlefield, Voidland had the absolute advantage, but the Heavenly Sword Palace was like a hedgehog, making it difficult for anyone to swallow. If this continued for a long time, Voidland would be pushed into a great disadvantage. The Azure Dragon Spear in Yang Kai's hand danced as he used his limitless spear techniques freely. Each spear strike was powerful enough to shatter a star and break through a layer of the Heavenly Sword Palace's defenses, but the Heavenly Sword Palace's arrays kept regenerating, annoying him greatly. At the same time, inside Heavenly Sword Palace, Zhou Xian and the others also noticed that something was wrong. After fighting each other for more than a year, they had long known that Voidland had both strength and numbers on their side, but the previous Voidland forces were not strong to this extent. After observing for a while, they finally discovered that there were some 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on Voidland's side they had never seen before. And there were not just 1 or 2, but there were as many as 8. These 8 were 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, not 8 cabbages one could find in a local market. Where did they come from? After a quick count, there were actually 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland's side. All of Heavenly Sword Union members were shocked. They only had 10 such masters on their side, so the other party had twice their number. If it weren't for Zhuo Hui presiding over this place, everyone would have fled long ago. Master! Zhou Xian called out to Zhuo Hui while defending and attacking. I know. Zhuo Hui sat still, but his eyes were scanning the surroundings as they shone brightly. Astonishing, simply astonishing. All of them have just advanced to the 6th Order. That star boundary really does carry great fortune with it. As the situation was quite tense, the others failed to pay much attention to the details, but Zhuo Hui, on the other hand, could tell with a single glance that the 8 new 6th Order auras were unstable, meaning all of them had just advanced to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm recently. However, Zhuo Hui didn't think that these people had advanced straight to the 6th Order. After all, that would make them core disciples if they were placed in any of the cave heavens and paradises with such aptitude. How could there be so many genius-level talents in Voidland? The only explanation he could think of was the world fruit. Perhaps these people had advanced to the 5th Order and consumed a mid-rank world fruit before reaching the 6th Order. Suddenly he remembered something. Rumor had it that Yang Kai had achieved the 5th Order Open Heaven realm outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven. It was impossible for him to fake this in front of so many masters, but he had actually reached the 6th Order Open Heaven realm when he participated in the Dao Theory Assembly. Previously, Zhuo Hui had been unable to understand what was going on, but now everything was clear to him, or so he thought. So it turns out that Yang Kai consumed a world fruit a long time ago to raise his cultivation to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Martial Nephew Yin, according to your investigation, has the world tree in the star boundary borne fruits? Zhuo Hui asked. Yin Xen Zhao pondered for a moment before replying, I don't know. Although I used a soul-searching technique on that woman, the information I obtained was incomplete. I only know that there is a world tree in the star boundary. Zhuo Hui gently nodded his understanding. If that's the case, then it must be true. The world tree has indeed borne fruits. I really didn't expect for such a miracle to occur in this remote backwater. In his opinion, since the world tree had already bloomed and borne fruits, the people of Voidland must have benefited from it. Since that was the case, it was not impossible for him to obtain a high-rank world fruit here. If he could obtain a high-rank world fruit, he would be able to instantly advance to the 8th Order. At that time he would be able to destroy Voidland with a flick of his finger. Even if he were to face off against the divine spirit Zhu Yin and Bai Shi, he would still have the strength to fight back. The temptation of a high-rank world fruit was incomparably great. Originally he had been somewhat afraid that Zhu Yin would follow Yang Kai here and ambush him, but now he couldn't care about that. No matter what, he was an elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise. He might be branded as a traitor by Thousand Crane Paradise now, but everyone knew what was going on behind the scenes. Zhu Yin might not even have the courage to kill him. Thinking along the lines, Suoquan Hui made up his mind and changed his hand seal. The next moment, the Heavenly Sword Palace let out a thrumming sound as it flew straight towards the star boundary, forcefully resisting the bombardment of the many open heaven realm masters in the void. "Stop him!" Yang Kai shouted at the sight of this. The shockwaves from the battle between open heaven realm masters were too great, so if the Heavenly Sword Palace really rushed to the vicinity of the star boundary, Void Land would be forced to be in a passive situation. At that time, Void Land's hands would be tied while Heavenly Sword Union would be able to fight without fear. Stronger and more fearsome attacks rained down on the Heavenly Sword Palace from everywhere. Even though Heavenly Sword Union's numerous open heaven realm masters tried their best to stop them, they were still unable to do so completely. Divine abilities and secret arts landed on the Heavenly Sword Palace one after another, causing its barriers to flicker and shatter. However, new barriers were erected in the next moment, spreading out layer by layer and protecting everyone inside the Heavenly Sword Palace from the oncoming attacks. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes cracked wide open. He instantly teleported to the front of the Heavenly Sword Palace before shouting, "Dragon transformation!" The next moment, a deafening dragon roar resounded as a huge golden dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai before it plunged into his body. Suddenly, a series of explosions rang out as Yang Kai's figure swelled under the stunned gazes of Heaven Sword Union's open heaven realm masters, soon becoming a several thousand meters long colossal half-dragon in the blink of an eye. His entire body was covered in dragon scales, and his hands had transformed into dragon claws. The dragon tail on his back swung back and forth and dragon horns grew on his forehead. And when he shook his head, his dragon beard fluttered about. The next moment, a rich dragon pressure spread into the surroundings. What was even more shocking was that the azure dragon spear in Yang Kai's hand had also grown bigger. The massive Heavenly Sword Palace was actually shorter than Yang Kai, who had assumed his half-dragon form. Seemingly affected by Yang Kai's dragon pressure, another loud and sonorous dragon roar reverberated as Zhou Xian suddenly transformed into a dragon that was several thousand meters long as well. This dragon was crimson red, giving the impression as if it was covered in raging flames. Compared to Yang Kai's half-dragon form, Zhou Xian's dragon form was clearly that of a pureblood. Zhou Xian soared straight up before unleashing a flaming dragon breath straight at the Heavenly Sword Palace. At the same time, Yang Kai thrust his spear out. The huge azure dragon spear crashed into the Heavenly Sword Palace's defensive arrays without any fancy moves. The azure dragon spear was already a peerless weapon, and coupled with Yang Kai's fearsome strength that could shake the sun and moon, the defensive arrays were pierced through like paper. The people in the Heavenly Sword Palace were thrown into panic as the enormous spear shadows rapidly filled their vision and an imminent threat of death gripped their minds. At the critical moment, a cold snort rang out from within the Heavenly Sword Palace as the dragon pressure collapsed. Suoquan Hui, who was in the main hall, promptly lifted his sword before swinging it down. His movements were graceful and elegant. A 1-meter-long sword wave cut through the air, directly slicing into Yang Kai's half-dragon form. The next moment, a fountain of blood gushed out. Martial Peak, Chapter 4593, Star Boundaries Change. A gaping wound so deep that even his bones could be seen appeared on Yang Kai's shoulder as a rain of golden dragon blood spluttered across the void. Suoquan Hui's attack was clearly extraordinary despite its simplicity. It would have been disastrous for Yang Kai had he not tilted his head at the last moment. Nonetheless, he did not retreat. He thrust the azure dragon spear forward as if he was unable to feel any pain. Hong hong hong. One after another, the Heavenly Sword Palace's defenses were broken through, even its walls were pierced through. Over a dozen open heaven realm masters who couldn't dodge in time were swept up by the spear's power and exploded into a blood mist before they could even make a sound. When their small universes collapsed, world force dissipated and flowed out into the void. Before Yang Kai could even pull out his spear, he saw the Heavenly Sword Palace suddenly light up, shooting a beam straight at his face. This beam of light came out of nowhere, but its power was extremely terrifying, comparable to an attack from a high-rank open heaven master. Yang Kai couldn't even figure out whether this beam of light had been shot by Suoquan Hui or if it had been launched using the Heavenly Sword Palace's arrays. Yang Kai instinctively raised his spear to block, and the next moment, he let out a suppressed grunt as he was sent flying out. At the same time, countless beams of light shot out from the interior of the Heavenly Sword Palace. Although they were not as terrifying as the one that attacked Yang Kai, each one was still comparable to an attack from a fifth-order open heaven realm master. There were more than 1,000 such beams of light. Such an attack was obviously not something mere Heavenly Sword Union disciples could release, so it was definitely the power of the palace's grand array. At the sight of this, Void Land's disciples, who had been attacking from the periphery of the Heavenly Sword Palace, didn't dare hesitate and quickly used their defensive divine abilities and artifacts to protect themselves. However, there would always be some flaws. Blood splashed as dozens of Voidland disciples were pierced through. Most of them instantly lost their lives, while a few with tenacious will managed to hang on. Their fellow disciples quickly responded and hurriedly retreated from the battlefield with them to find a place for them to recover. Even Zhu Xian, who had revealed her dragon form, had suffered a blow. Fortunately, Flower Shadow Great Emperor had protected her at the last moment, so she was only slightly injured. For a moment, Void Land's open heaven realm masters no longer dared to approach the Heavenly Sword Palace and retreated one after another. This was the terrifying aspect of a large-scale palace artifact. This kind of artifact was like a moving fortress with both offensive and defensive capabilities, making it extremely difficult to deal with. This was the first time the people from Voidland had come into contact with such a weapon, so they were not experienced enough to deal with it, resulting in some unnecessary damage. The next moment, a dragon roar reverberated across the void as Yang Kai, who had been sent flying, returned in a flash. When he saw the casualties among his forces, he immediately shouted, "Everyone below the Fifth Order, retreat and coordinate from afar. The rest of you follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and raised his massive azure dragon spear before smashing it down. Immediately, a transparent barrier appeared above the Heavenly Sword Palace, but it was unable to block the fearsome might of the blow. The barrier shattered as the fearsome force slammed into the Heavenly Sword Palace like a meteor, causing it to sink slightly. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he appeared directly below the Heavenly Sword Palace and swept out with his spear again. A blinding flash of light surged as the Heavenly Sword Palace was knocked back again. After a few rounds, several small universes collapsed and the aura of world force dissipating came from inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. Obviously, some people had been killed. Meanwhile, Voidland's open heaven realm masters never stopped attacking. However, those below the Fifth Order open heaven realm could only support them from a distance, and their usefulness was limited. The only ones who could pose a real threat to the Heavenly Sword Palace were the Sixth Order open heaven realm masters other than Yang Kai, and the dozens of Fifth Order open heaven realm masters. Even after the original advantage in numbers had been leveled, Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators were able to resist the oncoming attacks and defended themselves. With the exception of a few unlucky fools who had died due to carelessness, the number of casualties for the time being remained mostly unchanged. Previously, Voidland was able to pose a certain degree of threat to the Heavenly Sword Palace's occupants by relying on their numerical advantage, but now that most had to attack from a distance, very few of them were able to achieve anything. Basically, all of them were intercepted halfway. Furthermore, Zhuqian Hui attacked from time to time as well, forcing Yang Kai to be cautious in making moves lest innocents get hurt. Although Yang Kai could pose some level of threat to the Heavenly Sword Palace, it was still difficult for him to stop it from advancing towards the star boundary. If this situation continued, if they were unable to destroy the Heavenly Sword Palace, the star boundary would certainly face a great catastrophe. Yang Kai flew into a rage and shouted, "Old dog, if you have the guts, come out and fight. What kind of coward hides away inside his palace when the enemy is before him?" Zhuqian Hui's response was an even fiercer attack, forcing Yang Kai to dodge. As they clashed and cursed, both sides fought in the void for half a month, but neither side was able to do anything to the other. On the contrary, they were getting closer to the star boundary. Yang Kai's heart was gripped with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. He was now a Sixth Order open heaven realm, but he still felt powerless. All of the great emperors were feeling the same. They communicated with each other via their divine senses, discussing how to deal with the enemy, but in this situation, none of their plans could be used. the star boundary was in danger. After a few more days, Yang Kai could already see the star boundary and demon realm, the two universe worlds in the distance. In the periphery of the Heavenly Sword Palace, Yang Kai was no longer able to maintain his dragon form and had reverted back to his human form. Maintaining his dragon transformation for a long time was quite taxing on him. After more than half a month of fierce fighting, Yang Kai's entire body was covered in blood and his murderous intent was seemingly tangible as it lingered around his body, turning his surroundings as cold as ice. Is that the star boundary? Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, Zuoquan Hui raised his brow slightly as he gazed ahead. When the star boundary entered his eyes, he couldn't spot anything special about it and couldn't understand why a world tree would appear here. Although Xin Zhao had managed to obtain some information from Lan Sun, soul-searching techniques had drawbacks. Even if his strength greatly surpassed hers, Lin Xin Zhao had no way of knowing what kind of information he could obtain from Lan Sun as the process was quite violent and destructive. In other words, what he could obtain from Lan Sun with a soul-searching technique was entirely up to luck. Just like how he did not know if the world tree had blossomed and borne fruit or not, he also did not know that this world tree was planted by Yang Kai, causing Zuoquan Hui to think that it was naturally bred. The world tree was undoubtedly extremely eye-catching, so when Zuoquan Hui laid eyes on the giant tree standing in the middle of the star boundary, his eyes gleamed with joy. It really is a world tree. He had never seen a real world tree before and had only read about it in a few ancient books. But when he laid eyes on it, he saw that the entire star boundary was filled with thick vitality. Looking at the star boundary from the distance, it actually looked completely green. If this divine tree was not a world tree, then what could it be? After taking a closer look, Zuoquan Hui furrowed his brow a little. He actually didn't see any world fruits. Perhaps it's because I'm too far away that I can't spot them, or maybe they have been harvested by someone. In any case, as long as I can get my hands on this star boundary, the world tree and its world fruits will all be mine. At the same time, Pei Wenxian, who was fending off an enemy at some place in the Heavenly Sword Palace, stared at a different spot. Unlike Zuoquan Hui, who was looking at the star boundary, he was looking at the demon realm. For some reason he felt an extremely familiar aura from the demon realm, as if there was something there that was connected to him. On top of that, the demonic chi of this universe world was obviously extremely compatible with his small universe. In other words, he could directly devour the demon realm's world force to strengthen his foundation. If he could do so, it would definitely advance his cultivation, saving him a great amount of time. He had come to help Zuoquan Hui this time mainly because he had some personal grievances with Yang Kai and wanted to use Zuoquan Hui's strength to deal with Yang Kai to vent his anger. But much to his surprise, he actually encountered this kind of opportunity. The energy of an entire universe world was enough to save him several hundred, or even 1,000 years of hard cultivation. He believed that after Zuoquan Hui had destroyed Void Land and captured the star boundary, he would not be stingy about giving this demon realm to him. I managed to get a hold of a treasure this time. While Pei Wenxian was secretly excited, a streak of light suddenly shot over from the side. It was the diving ability cast by a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Voidland called Hua Yong. He waved his hand as his demon chi surged, canceling the oncoming attack. How did the star boundary become like this? And what's going on with the world tree? While he was trying his best to block the Heavenly Sword Palace's advance, when Yang Kai glanced towards the star boundary, his heart was filled with shock. He had returned to the star boundary a month ago, but it had undergone a massive change since then. While things were different the previous time he returned, it was certainly not to this extent. The star boundary was currently covered in extremely rich vitality, causing the entire universe world to appear warm and inviting. Everyone gasped in amazement at the sight of this. Even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Yang Kai could still feel the vitality of the star boundary. And the world tree. Although it was already tens of thousands of meters tall back then, it was obviously taller than before, almost twice the size it was compared to just a month ago. It was now nearly 100,000 meters tall, truly making it an existence that held up the heavens themselves. The changes in the star boundary are definitely related to the world tree's growth and nourishment. But why has the world tree's feedback become so much stronger in this 1 month, even allowing it to grow to such a height? Yang Kai couldn't understand. At that moment, fluctuations of a small universe collapsing came from the Heavenly Sword Palace, indicating the death of another Open Heaven Realm Master. Although the Heavenly Sword Palace's defenses were strong, the joint attack of 26th Order and dozens of 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was no joke. Along the way, at least 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union had lost their lives. On the other hand, because the Void Land Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 5th Order were all helping from a distance, their side hadn't suffered many losses, with the exception of the couple dozen people who had died in the initial clash. However, the 6th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all injured and exhausted at this point. The next moment, Yang Kai suddenly looked towards the Heavenly Sword Palace in shock before his gaze shifted back to the star boundary. When the unknown Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union died, his small universe collapsed and his world force dispersed. Almost immediately after, Yang Kai could clearly feel this free world force being drawn straight towards the star boundary, pouring into the world tree where it was cleanly absorbed. In a flash, realization dawned upon Yang Kai. When Heavenly Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm Masters died previously, Yang Kai had vaguely sensed the dispersion of their world force, but he hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. Now, when he observed more closely, he realized that this free world force was clearly flowing towards the star boundary. He was able to feel it so easily this time because they were now much closer to the star boundary. Martial Peak, Chapter 4594, Defending at the Price of Blood. In the past, the growth of the World Tree was mainly fueled by the energy absorbed from the stars and void in the great territory where the star boundary was located. Its growth had been slow because such energy wasn't very rich. However, during this month-long battle, over 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heavenly Sword Union and several dozen from Voidland had died. After their deaths, their small universes had collapsed and their world force had dispersed into the void before being drawn in and absorbed by the World Tree. Naturally, the World Tree would be able to rapidly grow with nourishment like this. And owing to the corresponding feedback, the star boundary had also reaped great advantages. This was why the World Tree and the star boundary had undergone such massive changes. This was what Yang Kai believed. Otherwise, there was no way he could explain what he was seeing. This kind of change would undoubtedly bring unimaginable benefits to the World Tree and the star boundary, but with such a powerful enemy in front of him, Yang Kai did not have the time to consider such things. In a flash, Yang Kai instantly moved right before the Heavenly Sword Palace and pointed his spear forward. A determined and serious look could be seen on his face. They were only 10 million kilometers away from the star boundary now, so if he allowed the Heavenly Sword Palace to continue advancing, the star boundary would definitely fall into enemy hands. They had to stop the Heavenly Sword Palace from advancing any further no matter what. The only option they had left was to fight to the death. Shwa shwa shwa. One figure after another flew over and stood beside Yang Kai, as if they sensed his determination. Iron Blood, Bustling World, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow and Ice Feather Great Emperors all arrived together without a word. Immediately after, Yu He Mo Mei Mao Zhi Gung Qing Zhou Hua Yong Shu Mu Dan Hui Gu Qing Kue Su Ing Shui Fong Yu and Xianxia also appeared in a flash. 26th Order Masters stood in a line in the void, blocking the path between Heavenly Sword Palace and the star boundary like an impregnable wall. Behind these 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood dozens of 5th Order Masters. The next moment, streaks of light shot over as more than 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters who were below the 5th Order flew over to help. As the army assembled, their momentum soared. This scene seems familiar. Iron Blood Great Emperor smiled. Martial Beast Great Emperor Mo Huang clenched his fists as a series of popping sounds rang out. Reminds me of the Great War. When they had fought against Great Demon God in the past, the Great Emperors had joined forces to fight the enemy. This was the first time that the strongest masters of the star boundary had all gathered together, and fortunately they achieved their goal. Although the ones attacking today were Heavenly Sword Union and Zuoquan Hui, the situation was quite similar. In the past they had joined forces to kill Great Demon God, and today they had joined forces to destroy the Heavenly Sword Palace and kill Zuoquan Hui. The situation of facing a strong enemy with weaker forces had stirred up the pride and sentiments in their hearts. Young boy, don't die this time. Bustling World Great Emperor turned his head and warned Yang Kai. Yang Kai had died during the battle against Great Demon God. Fortunately, by refining the Immortal tree, he was able to reconstruct his body and return to life, allowing him to continue battling Great Demon God. Yang Kai grinned, "Don't worry, I won't die." Then he shouted, "Kill." Using his dragon transformation secret technique, Yang Kai's figure reached the height of several thousand meters once more. A great sun appeared on the tip of the enormous azure dragon spear as he thrust it towards the Heavenly Sword Palace. At the same time, all the Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters used their respective divine abilities and artifacts to launch attacks against the Heavenly Sword Palace. After nearly a month of fierce fighting, although a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Zuoquan Hui had personally defended it, the Heavenly Sword Palace had still suffered some damage. Be that as it may, this artifact's defensive capabilities were quite impressive and it was still holding up relatively well. With a dazzling flash, the Heavenly Sword Palace launched another wave of attacks to intercept the incoming barrage. Countless divine abilities collided in the void and cancelled each other out as void cracks appeared before quickly closing one after another. Most of the attacks were blocked, but a small number of them still made it through and struck the Heavenly Sword Palace, causing layers of protective barriers to shatter and disappear. But before Voidland could launch a second wave of attacks, the Heavenly Sword Palace burst with another blinding flash as thousands of sword lights shone. The next moment, another barrage of attacks headed straight towards Voidland's cultivators like a storm, drowning everyone in its path. Yang Kai immediately stood at the forefront. With a flash of thought, a giant towering tree appeared behind him, covering the void as its branches drooped down to form a protective shield, blocking the countless sword beams. Ripples appeared on the protective shield one after another as the towering evergreen divine manifestation became much dimmer. The towering evergreen was powered by his wood element power condensed from the Immortal tree, so not only could this divine ability heal injuries, it also had an extremely sturdy defensive ability. However, the towering evergreen was not all-powerful and was unable to shield all the Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland. Although it was able to block most of the attacks, there were still some that managed to slip through. Even though the many Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland had been prepared for this counterattack, every single sword light from the Heavenly Sword Palace was comparable to an attack launched by a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Blood splashed as dozens died on the spot the next moment. With a deafening crash, Yang Kai's spear smashed into the Heavenly Sword Palace, causing its advance to slow as it shook violently. Hong hong hong. Yang Kai kept smashing his spear out again and again, releasing a massive amount of violent energy. The enormous Heavenly Sword Palace was actually stopped in place. Furthermore, under the continuous barrage of attacks, the aura of several small universes collapsing could be felt coming from inside the palace. But before Yang Kai could rejoice, a dazzling sword light slashed towards him. Zuoquan Hui had personally made a move. The might of a 7th Order Open Heaven realm was like a mountain pressing down on them, making it difficult for everyone to breathe and sending their vitality tumbling. When this sword light struck the protective barrier of the towering evergreen divine manifestation, it became even dimmer. After another sword attack from Zuoquan Hui, the towering evergreen was instantly destroyed, turning into specks of light that dissipated into the void. Yang Kai's heart shook and his small universe became agitated, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Just like Yang Kai's continuous attacks, Zuoquan Hui didn't stop at all, swinging his sword again and again. At this moment Yang Kai's ears were ringing and his head was spinning. He shook his head to regain his bearing but still staggered back, unable to defend himself. However, after his small universe was shaken, he felt a strange connection with the star boundary for some reason. At this critical moment of life and death, the great emperors joined forces and stood in front of Yang Kai. Each of them used their own divine abilities to resist the oncoming sword lights. With a dazzling flash, the great emperors were forced back. All of them were vomiting blood and bleeding from their 7 orifices. Even with the combined strength of all the great emperors present, they were unable to resist Zuoquan Hui's assault and were instantly injured. But the silver lining was that the sword light shooting at Yang Kai was intercepted. Overconfident brat. Inside Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuoquan Hui sneered as another sword light slashed out. Yang Kai vigorously shook his head before he finally stabilized himself. He then promptly raised his spear to meet the oncoming attack. At the same time, the injured great emperors also gathered their strength and joined forces to resist. Yu He and Mo Mei also rushed over at that moment. With everyone's strength combined, they were finally able to barely resist Zhuo Hui's sword strike. However, the situation had grown worse. The Heavenly Sword Palace, which had finally been stopped by Yang Kai, had once again started moving forward. Even if the Voidland Masters refused to back down as they made their last stand, they were still unable to stop the enemy from closing in. 10 million kilometers, 9 million, 8 million. A long road paved with blood was floating in the void. Mangled and mutilated corpses of Open Heaven Realm Masters were scattered all over. Every time the Heavenly Sword Palace's arrays erupted, a few cultivators from Voidland would lose their lives. Although the Heavenly Sword Palace was also on the verge of collapsing under the relentless bombardment of Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters, it was still a hair's breadth away from being completely destroyed. Had there not been so many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on Voidland's side, the outcome of this battle would have already been decided. Be that as it may, everyone from Voidland was on their last leg. Yang Kai was already fighting like he had lost his mind. He had simply stopped caring about saving his strength as he continued to pour his world force into every attack. He had already used Golden Crow Casts the Sun several times, and each time he did he chipped away at the Heavenly Sword Palace, but he was still unable to break it. His small universe had long been shaken to the point that it was already unstable. Yang Kai didn't have time to investigate right now, but he knew that his small universe would definitely crash if he did not stop. But the more turbulent his small universe became, the clearer Yang Kai could feel the strange connection between himself and the star boundary become. He was Void Great Emperor, recognized by the star boundary's will, so it was not surprising for him to have such a connection. Yang Kai had used this very connection to instantly return to the star boundary a month ago. At first, Yang Kai had not paid much attention to it, but as the battle proceeded and he displayed his stalwart determination to protect the star boundary, the connection grew stronger and stronger. The connection became so strong that it was difficult for Yang Kai to ignore now. He didn't know why, but for some reason he even felt a faint calling or expression of intent was about to surface from the mist. So, Zhu Xian isn't here. Zhuo Hui's calm voice suddenly came from Heavenly Sword Palace. Zhuo Hui was always holed up inside the Heavenly Sword Palace when he was in Void territory, and did not dare to show his face. Even though the Heavenly Sword Palace was situated right outside the territory gate, he was afraid that Zhu Xian would suddenly appear and catch him off guard if he went outside. Even when he had come to this backwater great territory, he had always been on guard against hidden murderous intent even though he was tempted by the World Tree to take a risk. But even when the battle had reached this point he hadn't sensed Zhu Xian's aura at all. Seeing that the people from Voidland could no longer resist his advance, he finally understood that his fears were needless. The one person he was afraid of was not even here in the first place. If that wasn't the case, why would Zhu Xian have been hiding all the while? Why hadn't she taken action yet? She was not going to take action after everyone from Voidland died, right? Realizing this, Zhuo Hui couldn't help but become angry out of shame. He felt that his cautious actions had made him look like a coward. However, he was most pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Without Zhu Xian, how can you ants resist this monarch? This monarch will occupy the star boundary and then destroy all you weaklings. Although he had confirmed that Zhu Xian was not here, he still had no intention of showing his face. He simply continued to activate the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace's Grand Array, throwing Voidland's masters into panic. Just as Yang Kai feared, once Zhuo Hui reached the star boundary, he would have everything under his control. Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters would definitely not dare to start a war in the star boundary, so at that time, everyone would be at his mercy. The only option was to end things in the void. Suddenly, the Heavenly Sword Palace shot straight towards the star boundary, as Zhuo Hui no longer had any scruples. Over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland desperately tried to resist, but were still forced back. Suddenly, A glimmer of light cut through the fog as the feeling that Yang Kai had been unable to understand for so long finally became clear like the rising sun. Yang Kai quickly dispelled any doubts he had and cleared his mind before understanding the epiphany. So that was how it is. Martial Peak, Chapter 4595. Lend me your strength. So that was how it is. I have actually neglected my greatest reliance, my greatest foundation. The world lives. Yang Kai lowered his head and mumbled to himself in a low voice. The next moment he shouted as his long hair fell over his forehead. You want the star boundary, but have you asked the star boundary's will? Sitting in the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zhuo Hui scoffed. When this monarch occupies that place, this monarch will become its will. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Zhuo Hui's face sank as he suddenly had a bad feeling. It was inexplicable, as if something terrible was about to happen. Yang Kai grabbed his spear with one hand and suddenly formed a series of hand seals with the other, muttering in a low voice, Heavens and earth, lend me your strength. Ui. The void trembled at that moment as everything came to a halt. In the next moment the world tree, which had reached the height of 100,000 meters, began to sway violently. Its giant canopy rustled as a beam of green light shot out from the star boundary and struck Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained still, but his aura, which had become incredibly weak due to overexhaustion, started rapidly rising, soaring upwards seemingly without limit. His turbulent small universe calmed, reaching a state of tranquility that he had never felt before. Furthermore, his small universe's foundation was also rapidly strengthening. A terrifying pressure erupted from Yang Kai, spreading out in all directions, causing space itself to tremble. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union inside the Heavenly Sword Palace were dumbstruck at the sight of this. In the void, 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland also wore looks of amazement. Yang Kai's aura rapidly reached a peak, one far higher than his original. Although he had yet to reach the seventh order, he was just a hair's breadth away from it now. The corner of Zhuo Hui's eyes twitched as he stared at this scene in disbelief. Borrowing the world's strength, so that's how it is. Zhan Wuhen's eyes flickered with realization. The great emperors also quickly understood what just happened. Yang Kai was borrowing the power of the star boundary. Any great emperor who was recognized by the will of his universe world could borrow its strength. But this time Yang Kai was borrowing power far beyond their imagination. In general, there was a vast difference between the Emperor realm and the Open Heaven realm. Any Open Heaven realm master, even of the lowest order, could easily kill an Emperor realm cultivator. But at certain times, in certain special circumstances, an Emperor realm cultivator could display the strength comparable to a low-rank Open Heaven realm master. Just like how the great emperors had fought against Great Demon God in the past. Great Demon God definitely had the strength of the Open Heaven realm at that time, but in the end he was killed by the combined forces of the Star Boundary's great emperors. The fundamental reason for this was that the great emperors had borrowed the world's strength of the Star Boundary to display enough power to kill Great Demon God. Back then, when the Star Boundary had been nearly destroyed and the people had fallen into misery, the great emperors still had the strength to fight against Great Demon God by taking advantage of the Star Boundary's remaining strength. Now that the Star Boundary had received the World Tree's nourishment, and its foundation had become many times stronger, the world strength Yang Kai could borrow from it was naturally far greater than before. At this moment, it was as if he had the support of the entire Star Boundary's world force. Zhuo Hui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with rich experience, so it wasn't that he didn't know about the secrets of universe worlds and great emperors, but under normal circumstances, how much strength could a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai borrow from a mere universe world? It was a little better than nothing, that's all. However, the situation in the Star Boundary was completely different from that of ordinary universe worlds. Its foundation was extremely rich due to the World Tree's feedback. Furthermore, the World Tree had also absorbed the world force of all the Open Heaven Realm Masters from both sides who had lost their lives in this battle, allowing its heritage to become even stronger. The world was alive. When Yang Kai was giving his all to defend the Star Boundary, even willing to put his life on the line to protect it from danger, the Star Boundary itself had sensed it. The feeling lingering in Yang Kai's heart was a sign of acknowledgement from the star boundary will. Yang Kai understood a bit too late, but he still managed to deduce it in time. Zuoquan Hui, you made your biggest mistake by making things difficult for my star boundary in this great territory. Yang Kai's world force surged as he felt an indescribable power coursing through his body. Borrowing the power of the star boundary, not only had he recovered, but his strength was also only a step away from the 7th order. You're still only a 6th order ant, how dare you boast so shamelessly? When you have broken through to the 7th order, then you can act presumptuously before this monarch. Zuoquan Hui was extremely angry. As he finished speaking, sword waves once again shot out from the Heavenly Sword Palace. Furthermore, he had also launched a divine ability personally at Yang Kai. Yang Kai promptly raised his spear to block the incoming assault. Although he was forced back tens of thousands of kilometers again, he was no longer incapable of resisting. The gap between him and Zuoquan Hui had been greatly reduced. This scene was witnessed by everyone present. Voidland's morale immediately soared as they all took action to block the Heavenly Sword Palace's attack. The great emperors glanced at each other but didn't say anything. Nonetheless, all of them could tell what the other was thinking. Young boy, I'll leave this place to you. Iron Blood Great Emperor suddenly shouted. Yang Kai turned his head in surprise and saw Iron Blood Great Emperor's figure instantly disappear from his spot. When he looked back at the others, he saw that Bustling World, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, and the other great emperors were also nodding at him expectantly. Yang Kai instantly understood and shouted, "Everyone, don't worry, I'll definitely kill this old dog at our doorstep." The next moment, several figures suddenly appeared atop the World Tree's crown in the star boundary. They were none other than the great emperors who had disappeared from the battlefield. They had never cultivated the Tao of space, so under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for them to travel millions of kilometers in an instant, but the star boundary was their homeland, and since Yang Kai was able to return from the territory gate with the help of the star boundary, it was naturally possible for them to do something similar. Traversing a few million kilometers was as easy as stepping through their front door for them. They were old friends who had known each other for over 10,000 years, so with just a glance at each other, all of them smiled and sat down cross-legged, opened their small universes, and poured their world force into the star boundary. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's assistance caused the entire star boundary to tremble slightly, as if it was welcoming their return. In the void, Yang Kai's aura, which was slowly stabilizing, suddenly shot up again. Naturally, this was due to the support of the great emperors, carrying with it the hope of countless living beings in the star boundary. Nonetheless, Yang Kai was still unable to break through the shackles of the 6th Order. Although he was now just half a step away from the 7th Order, there was still a thin barrier blocking his path. If he could not break through this barrier, he would not be able to glimpse the broad horizons of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. The 6th Order was in the mid-rank, while the 7th Order was the beginning of the high rank. The gap between them was simply too great. Just a little more. Just as Yang Kai thought he had reached his limit, another wave of energy suddenly surged through his body. This wave of energy came at just the right moment, shattering the already cracking shackles. Hong! An invisible shockwave burst out from Yang Kai as the prestige of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master filled the void. Atop the World Tree, two figures slowly descended. One of them wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he muttered, "Luckily we were not too late." The other person stated, "What a pity, I thought that after advancing to the 6th Order, I would be able to enjoy a good fight with old friends, but I didn't expect I wouldn't have such an opportunity." Iron Blood Great Emperor opened his eyes and gently smiled, "The two of you aren't good at fighting anyway, so it's best if you don't cause trouble." Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelations looked at each other and had no choice but to agree, fair enough. The two of them had been cultivating in Voidland all this time, attempting to break through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Just when they somehow broke through and were preparing to head to the territory gate to assist, he happened to bring Lonsun to Voidland. When the two of them learned of the situation, they anxiously rushed to the star boundary, but they were still a step behind Heavenly Sword Union. By the time the two of them finally returned to the star boundary's great territory, Heavenly Sword Union and Voidland had already fought for a long time. When they finally caught up with the Heavenly Sword Palace and arrived at the edge of the battlefield, they happened to see Yang Kai borrowing the Star Boundary's world force and their old friends returning to the Star Boundary to support him. Seeing that Yang Kai was still only at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, just half a step away from breaking through to the 7th Order, the two of them didn't hesitate to return to the Star Boundary. I wonder if Yang Boy has reached the 7th Order yet. Wondrous Pill Great Emperor looked up into the void and muttered. Old dog, next year today will be the anniversary of your death. In the void, Yang Kai was in high spirits. The world force around him surged as he thrust out his spear, transforming it into a barrage of spear shadows that filled the sky and rained down towards Heavenly Sword Palace. How could he lose this battle, carrying the hopes and expectations of all the great emperors and countless living beings in the Star Boundary on his shoulders? Dazzling lights flashed across the Heavenly Sword Palace as its defensive arrays shattered and collapsed. Multiple small universes collapsed one after another at the same time. Although Zhou Xian was desperately repairing the arrays, he could not catch up with the storm of attacks. His greatest reliance was that he was an order higher than Yang Kai's cultivation, but now he had even lost that advantage, which had immediately pushed him into a corner. Attacks rained down at the Heavenly Sword Palace from every direction. Heavenly Sword Union disciples tried their best to resist, but it was impossible for them to keep up. In less than a dozen breaths of time, the Heavenly Sword Palace suddenly cracked with a blinding flash as an inexplicable and fearsome aura surged from it. Everyone dodge. Yang Kai promptly realized that something was not right and shouted aloud, immediately using his space principles to wrap up those around him and quickly retreating. Not only were Voidland's cultivators retreating, but countless figures fled from the Heavenly Sword Palace as well. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying shockwave suddenly swept out, as if the sun in the sky had exploded. Some of the slower Heavenly Sword Union cultivators didn't even have time to make a sound before they were enveloped by this blinding flash and instantly lost their lives. The fallout from this explosion crashed into everyone, causing them to feel as if they were standing in the middle of a vast ocean, unable to even stand firm. Everyone promptly used their defensive divine abilities and artifacts to protect themselves as stray bolts of energy and rubble flew out randomly. Yang Kai stabilized his footing and stared straight ahead. The Heavenly Sword Palace had exploded. After defending for over a month, crossing trillions of kilometers, they had finally managed to crack this hard nut. Voidland's cultivators had evacuated in time, so apart from some minor injuries suffered by a few low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, no one had lost their life. On the other hand, Heavenly Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm Masters had suffered heavy casualties. Heavenly Sword Union had spent unimaginable resources and effort to build the Heavenly Sword Palace, so the instant it was destroyed, the resulting explosion was not inferior to a full-powered attack launched by a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. When the dust settled, only about 400 Open Heaven Realm Masters remained on Heavenly Sword Union's side, and all of them were in a sorry state. Martial Peak, Chapter 4596 Huang Quan. A giant black hole had appeared where the Heavenly Sword Palace had exploded. It was surrounded by thousands of cracks that extended to the depths of the void. Space had shattered, making it look like the end of the world. Zhou Xian stood somewhere in the void, surrounded by a group of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. His face was twitching as if he had yet to recover from the series of events just now. The Heavenly Sword Palace occupied an absolute advantage. Just a few million more kilometers and it would have reached the Star Boundary. At that time Voidland would have been at his mercy. But much to his dismay, Yang Kai had borrowed the power of heaven and earth to instantly break through from the 6th Order to the 7th Order, destroying the Heavenly Sword Palace, shattering his greatest reliance and dragging him down into the dirt. Yang Kai raised his spear and sneered, "Old dog, you're finally willing to come out." Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yang Kai. When their gazes met, it seemed as if sparks were flickering. "Kill!" Yang Kai shouted as his enormous dragon form wrapped in a supreme dragon pressure appeared before the Heavenly Sword Union Masters in a single move. The next moment, Yang Kai swept his massive azure dragon spear that seemed to hold up the sky as a rich world force burst out, wantonly releasing the power of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Even Zhou Xian did not dare to casually take such an attack. Although Yang Kai had acquired the strength of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, he did not obtain it by cultivating himself, but because he had borrowed the world force from the star boundary and external aid. Even so, when Yang Kai attacked with the Azure Dragon Spear using his several thousand meters tall half-dragon form, Zhuo Hui had no choice but to cherish his own life. Facing this attack, he used a divine ability to block as a feint before pulling back. Seeing this, the 10 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him quickly dispersed. Heavenly Sword Union's formation collapsed in the wake of this attack. Behind Yang Kai, a tide of Open Heaven Realm Masters swarmed towards him. Having been under extreme pressure for so long, it was now their turn to vent, which they did without holding back in the slightest. Everyone used their respective divine abilities and artifacts to their heart's content to attack the enemy. The few hundred Open Heaven Realm Masters on Heavenly Sword Union's side were nearly frightened to death. Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators had suffered heavy casualties thanks to the Heavenly Sword Palace's explosion. Now there were less than 400 of them left. On the other hand, Voidland still had over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side. With almost 3 times the difference in number, there was no need for any kind of battle formation, just charging forward was enough to crush the enemy. Not to mention, Voidland had a huge advantage when it came to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Including Yang Kai, Voidland had a total of 22 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. With the 8 Great Emperors having returned to the star boundary, 14 still remained. Even if Yang Kai wasn't included, there were still 13 on their side. On the other hand, Heavenly Sword Union only had 10. So, Voidland had a 3-person advantage. Back then, during a meeting with Zhuo Hui in the Heavenly Sword Palace, Pei Wenxian had proposed to send a message to Yin Exin Zhao, inviting him to come and help. He had said that as long as they had one more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master on their side, they could completely turn around the situation. With one more, they would be able to gain an advantage of 2 against 1 in a battle, which would become the key to victory. If just one more Sixth Order Master could be the difference between victory and stalemate, what more need be said if one side had 3 more? 26th Order Masters from both sides were engaged in a fierce battle, and for the moment they were evenly matched. Meanwhile, the 3 mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain, Mao Zhi Gongqing, and Zhou Ye quietly blended into the 1,000+ Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland's side and rushed into Heavenly Sword Union's army, leaving bloody carnage in their wake. With 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joining forces, how could Heavenly Sword Union's army, who were at most 5th Order Masters, be a match for them? In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the number of Heavenly Sword Union cultivators had been reduced by half, and the remaining people were now surrounded by Voidland's forces. There was no way for them to escape, and it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. After settling the overall situation, Mao Zhe and the others rushed back to the battlefield of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Huang Quan suddenly had his hair stand on end as if he had fallen into an ice house. A chill ran up from the tip of his toes to the crown of his head. At that moment, Huang Quan was fighting none other than his old nemesis, Hui Gu. Both were from Yinyang Cave Heaven's prison star and had developed a loose friendship during their hundreds of years of imprisonment. However, Hui Gu had infiltrated the prison league under Yang Kai's orders after being subdued by the latter, only to be exposed in the end. As a result, Huang Quan killed Hui Gu's only loyal servant, by Mo right in front of him. That day Hui Gu swore that one day he would kill Huang Quan and avenge Bai Mo. By some coincidence, when Hui Gu returned to Voidland with Yang Kai, Huang Quan had fallen in with Zhuo Hui. Both sides had fought several times in Void territory, but neither of them had been able to gain the upper hand. In fact, Hui Gu's strength was actually slightly inferior. After all, Huang Quan was the league master while Hui Gu was just one of its protectors in the prison league. There was a difference between their status and strength as well. After exchanging several blows several times over the past year, both of them knew each other's techniques like the back of their hands. Huang Quan naturally wouldn't be afraid if he was only facing Hui Gu. However, the 3 mountain lords of the Profound Yang Mountain were now rushing over. Huang Quan was extremely unlucky. Mao Zhe and the others didn't intentionally target him, rather they were just providing support to the closest battlefield. Huang Quan and Hui Gu just happened to be on that battlefield. Seeing these three rushing towards him, Huang Quan didn't hesitate to escape as he knew that he couldn't remain. Not to mention a sixth-order master like him, even someone in the seventh order like Zhou Xian might not be able to escape this debacle. After Yang Kai had borrowed the Star Boundaries world force, strengthening himself to the point where he reached the seventh order, he had destroyed the Heavenly Sword Palace and stopped Heavenly Sword Union's momentum. If Huang Quan did not flee now, when would he? As for whether Zhou Xian would settle the score with him later or not, he could worry about it after he had escaped. However, Hui Gu kept desperately hounding him, which was very annoying. A fierce gleam flashed across Huang Quan's eyes as he ignored Hui Gu's incoming palm strike and ruthlessly launched a divine ability towards him, seemingly wanting to trade a life for a life. In truth, Huang Quan had no intention to fight to the death with Hui Gu. It wasn't easy for him to escape from the prison star and regain his freedom, so he valued his life more than anything. With his sixth-order open heaven realm cultivation and a long life ahead of him, he still had many good days to look forward to. He was simply doing this to force Hui Gu to stop and back off so he could escape. But much to his dismay, when faced with this divine ability, Hui Gu didn't even try to dodge or block. His eyes burned with unquenchable hatred as he appeared completely ready to sacrifice his life if it meant killing his enemy. Huang Quan turned pale in shock as he cursed, "Madman!" In a panic, he hastily withdrew some of his strength to defend himself. The next instant, both of them shook and threw up a mouthful of blood each, their auras weakening as their world force unstably fluctuated. Mao Zhi, Gengqing and Zhou arrived just in the nick of time. The three of them formed a triangle and rushed towards Huang Quan. Their world force surged as they fired their divine abilities before even reaching him. My destined time has come. Huang Quan's face turned ashen. Even if he was at his peak, he would most likely die if he was facing these three, not to mention the fact that he had been forced into a dead end by Hui Gu. A blinding flash of light appeared before Huang Quan's body flew out like a rag sack as it was struck by three divine abilities. In the blink of an eye, he was left in a sorry state. His hair was a mess and he was covered in blood. Suddenly, an angry and gnashing face appeared right in front of him like a ghost, almost touching his nose. Its eyes were burning with flames of hatred and blood was flowing from its 7 orifices, making it look like a real devil. Huang Quan's heart almost burst in fright as he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Hui Gu transformed into a streak of light as he brushed past Huang Quan. About 1,000 meters behind Huang Quan, Hui Gu looked up into the void and smiled, "Rest in peace, Mo, I've avenged you." He raised his hand, holding a bloody head in it as 1,000 meters behind him stood the headless corpse of Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. Huang Quan hadn't died yet, as the vitality of a sixth-order open heaven realm master was extremely tenacious. He would not immediately die even if his head was twisted off, but he obviously knew what kind of situation he was in right now. Blinking his eyes, he also looked up into the sky and heaved a sigh. Why? Back when he left the prison star, if he hadn't sought refuge with Zhou Xian, he would have been living a happy life right now. He didn't hold a grudge against Hui Gu for killing him. From the day he started cultivating, he knew that when one walked the martial Dao, even if he did not kill others, he would be killed by them one day. The martial Dao was long and there was no one whose hands weren't dyed in blood. How many people were there who did not take life and death lightly? Such a day was bound to come sooner or later. Be that as it may, he named himself Huang Quan, meaning Yellow Spring. He might receive some kind of preferential treatment in the underworld, but King Yama was not someone to be trifled with. He slowly closed his eyes as his vitality rapidly dissipated. 1,000 meters away, the small universe of a sixth-order open heaven realm master collapsed, releasing a massive amount of world force that transformed into a violent wave of energy which was visible to the naked eye. The violent energy was immediately pulled in by the world tree that was still a few million kilometers away. Hui Gu's hand trembled and he shattered the head in his hand before keeling over and coughing, spitting out pieces of his internal organs. Zhou flashed over. "Are you all right?" Hui Gu shook his head. "I'll survive." Although he had taken Huang Quan's divine ability head-on and was seriously injured, he would live. Furthermore, a weight had been lifted off his heart after he had killed Huang Quan, allowing his mind to become much clearer. "Retreat and heal yourself first." Zhou urged before following Mao Zhou and Geng Qing to the next battlefield. Although many of the Sixth Order Masters were fighting their own life-or-death battles, Huang Quan's fall could not escape their senses. The commotion caused by the collapse of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe and subsequent dissipation of his world force was not small. Even the dullest of people could sense it. A Sixth Order Master on their side had died in such a short period of time, naturally causing great fear among the remaining Heavenly Sword Union Masters. Some of the smart ones immediately began to flee, but how could Void Land allow them to escape? Naturally, they tried their best to stop and suppress them, so the enemy's efforts yielded little result. Under normal circumstances, when two masters with the same cultivation fought, if one of them insisted on escaping, the other would have no way to stop him. Let alone one, even if two of the same cultivation tried to stop someone together, they still might not be able to. This was why the higher one's cultivation was, the easier it was to determine victory or defeat, but the harder it was to determine life or death. If they couldn't beat the enemy, they still could run, unless one cultivated the Tao of space like Yang Kai and had unmatched speed, or they had arranged a heaven-sealing earth-locking array in advance, making escape impossible. Yang Kai was currently locked in a fierce battle with Zhuo Hui. Even though he had obtained the strength of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master by borrowing world force from the star boundary, he was unable to divert his attention. Fortunately, there happened to be an Array Master on Voidland's side. Martial Peak, Chapter 4597, Growing Stronger as the Battle Rages. Somewhere in the void, when Luan Baifeng saw Heavenly Sword Union's Sixth Order Masters wanting to flee, she immediately sent a transmission to Mao Zhou. The three mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain had originally planned to assist Yu He to capture that Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm female cultivator named Ziyan, but after receiving Luan Baifeng's transmission, they immediately changed directions and flew towards her. A moment later, Luan Baifeng withdrew from the battlefield and the three mountain lords joined forces to fight her original opponent, Heavenly Sword Union's Seven Mysteries Heavenly Monarch, Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was originally an older generation Sixth Order Master of Heavenly Sword Union. He spent most of his time in secluded cultivation in order to break through to the Seventh Order. Even most of Heavenly Sword Union's disciples didn't know that they had an old ancestor like him. Only a few of the higher-ups knew of his existence. Besides Seven Mysteries Heavenly Monarch, Heavenly Sword Union also had another Sixth Order Red Sun Heavenly Monarch, Danyang. Zhuo Hui had forcefully taken over Heavenly Sword Union with his Seventh Order cultivation, so he naturally wouldn't allow these two to freely do as they wished. Zhou Xian and Danyang had no choice but to come out of seclusion. Originally, although Zhou Xian was shocked by Luan Baifeng's unpredictable methods when he fought her, he was still able to gain a slight advantage. He even had the room to ask Luan Baifeng why she had betrayed Zhuo Hui and joined Voidland instead. When Luan Baifeng left and Mao Zhou, Geng Qing and Zhou took her place though, Zhou Xian couldn't help complaining bitterly. 1 against 3 and with all of them being Sixth Order Masters, forget about fighting, it would be difficult to even escape. From the start, Mao Zhou's cultivation was about the same as his at the peak of the Sixth Order. As for Geng Qing and Zhou, although they were slightly weaker, they weren't too far off. I guess things are not looking good for us today, unless Zhuo Hui manages to take down Yang Kai. Zhou Xian was barely able to deal with the three mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain, and was forced to only defend under their combined attacks while secretly praying for a miracle. On the other side, after Luan Baifeng broke away from her opponent, her figure shuttled through the void, wandering the various battlefields as she sent out her array plates one after another, instantly activating the arrays engraved on them. She had quite a number of array plates in her possession and of various types. But because masters on both sides were fighting, Luan Baifeng had chosen to only use trapping arrays or illusion arrays. Basically, all the array plates she had thrown out were non-lethal. Although the arrays activated from these array plates could not kill or injure the enemy, and might even disturb the judgment of her own allies, they could temporarily trap these Sixth Order Masters in place and prevent them from escaping. A moment later, 8 arrays took shape in the void. Although no figure could be seen inside these arrays, the cultivators outside were able to clearly sense the shockwaves and fallout coming from inside. Obviously, the masters of both sides trapped inside were fighting fiercely. After having done all this, Luan Baifeng took a break and turned her head to look at Yang Kai and Zuoquan Hui, and saw the two of them exchanging blows, constantly releasing their divine abilities and secret techniques. Although Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, he was still able to hold on. After seeing this, Luan Baifeng could finally feel relieved. She then rushed into the array in front of her to help her companion kill his opponent. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were locked in a heated battle with their respective opponents, but the Heavenly Sword Union cultivators below the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm were getting slaughtered one-sidedly. The original 300 or so Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union had suffered great casualties under the hands of the 3 mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain. Now less than half the original number remained. On Voidland's side, over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters formed a huge encirclement, surrounding all of Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators and steadily pushing inward. As the encirclement continued to shrink, the Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators suffered more and more casualties. Under the constant barrage of the divine abilities and secret techniques, the Heavenly Sword Union cultivators would explode into blood mists at a steady pace. The huge gap in numbers made it impossible for Heavenly Sword Union to turn the tide. No matter what the outcome of this battle ultimately was, Heavenly Sword Union, a peak second-class force that had enjoyed countless years of glory, would cease to exist. On another side of the void, Yang Kai and Zuoquan Hui were locked in a heated confrontation. It was a battle between high-rank Open Heaven Masters. The void would shatter every time they clashed, and their battlefields spanned millions of kilometers. Their world force kept constantly clashing, causing the space to crack like a broken mirror. This was especially true for the place where the Heavenly Sword Palace had exploded. A black hole had appeared there after the explosion. This black hole should have slowly closed under the self-repairing properties of the world principles if it was not subjected to any external forces. However, under the influence of the intense battle between the two, not only did this black hole not show any signs of closing, it even grew larger instead. A chaotic aura of nihility was coming from inside the black hole. This wasn't the first time Yang Kai had fought Zuoquan Hui. The last time they had fought was in Void territory, but that time he had still been beaten miserably by Zuoquan Hui even with the support of the 3 mountain lords. Yang Kai would have been killed on the spot if it weren't for the fact that his strength far exceeded an ordinary 6th Order Master's. Although he had managed to force Zuoquan Hui back in the end, he had suffered significant damage and had even exposed his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. When they fought again after several years, the disparity between the first and this time was obvious. A high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was indeed on a completely different level from a mid-rank one. Even if he had reached the high rank by borrowing world force, Yang Kai was still able to exert the might of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master nonetheless. On the surface, Yang Kai was still at a disadvantage. After all, Zuoquan Hui was a veteran 7th Order Master, so he had better command of his strength and skills. However, Yang Kai was confident that it was next to impossible for Zuoquan Hui to kill him with his current strength. Moreover, he could feel his strength growing with every passing breath. His current strength came from the Star Boundary's world force. Thus, his strength was directly related to the foundation of the Star Boundary. Previously, Yang Kai gained the might of the 7th Order and instantly destroyed the Heavenly Sword Palace with the help of the various great emperors who had entered the Star Boundary, causing countless Heavenly Sword Union cultivators to die. It had to be known that the world force released by every Open Heaven Realm Master who died would fuel the world tree's growth, which in turn would strengthen the Star Boundary's foundation. The more Heavenly Sword Union Open Heaven Realm Masters that died, the more energy the world tree could feed back to the Star Boundary, thereby further strengthening its foundation. This was the main reason why Yang Kai became more confident as he fought. With the Star Boundary as his backer, he had an endless supply of energy unless the Star Boundary exploded and collapsed. Obviously, this had not gone unnoticed by Zuoquan Hui. In the beginning, Yang Kai was obviously much weaker than him, but as time passed, Yang Kai became stronger, soon almost equaling him in strength. The world force colliding with each other's divine abilities and secret techniques was the best indication of this change. Zuoquan Hui's confidence slowly sank to the bottom. He thought that since Zhu Xian wasn't here, victory was in his grasp, but it never crossed his mind that something like this would happen. Zuoquan Hui could feel his small universe shake every time they clashed. Although it wasn't a big deal, it meant that Yang Kai had the strength to threaten him. The only thing Zhou Xian could rejoice about right now was that Yang Kai had not reached this realm through painstakingly cultivating himself, so his control wasn't perfect. It was akin to a child holding a huge blade that weighed several dozen kilograms. Although the blade was sharp and deadly, the child could not wield it properly. However, he was having a really hard time dealing with Yang Kai's space principles. Zhou Xian did not find them that troublesome when Yang Kai was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. But now that Yang Kai's had reached the might equivalent to that of a 7th Order Master, he truly found the Tao of space difficult to handle. Yang Kai would appear and disappear without a trace, often appearing right at his most defenseless corner and then thrusting his spear out without a shred of mercy. These attacks were simply impossible to guard against. Occasionally he would be able to determine Yang Kai's position in advance and launch a divine ability to attack him, but Yang Kai would simply disappear like a ghost. Yang Kai's usage of space principles had almost reached perfection. Zhou Xian's expression became solemn as Yang Kai's world force became stronger and stronger. And with the continuous increase in his strength, he couldn't help but feel an urge to retreat pop up in his mind. I have no choice but to admit that I have grossly underestimated the Lord of Void Land. It's just as he had said, it was a wrong choice to make enemies of him in this great territory. But if he wasn't here, where could he fight with Yang Kai? He couldn't fight in void territory, as that was even more disadvantageous for him with 2 divine spirits lurking in the shadows. What's more, Yang Kai had still not used his Sun and Moon divine wheel. It was a divine ability that had injured him before, so its power was immense. The battle is already as good as lost. It would be unwise to stay here any longer. It would be better to retreat for now and plan what to do next. Although Zhou Xian had decided so, it was extremely difficult to escape from someone who was proficient in the Tao of space. While the two of them fought, Yang Kai also exerted his space principles to turn the surrounding space viscous, making it feel as if they were trapped in a swamp. Had it been any other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even if the opposite party's cultivation was much higher than his, Zhou Xian was confident he could escape, but facing Yang Kai he really didn't have that kind of confidence. Suddenly, fluctuations of another small universe collapsing spread out. It was 7 Mysteries Heavenly Monarch from Heavenly Sword Union, who had perished under the siege of the 3 Mountain Lords. Zhou Xian's face became dark and gloomy. The situation would only become more dire as his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm subordinates fell one after another. And once the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland were to join forces with Yang Kai, he would be doomed. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Zhou Xian turned his head towards the direction of the black hole. Since things have come to this, I can only take the risk. Knowingly or unknowingly, his body began to move towards the black hole. Yang Kai followed him like a shadow as his Azure Dragon spear thrust out, releasing world force in bursts all over the void. The shockwaves from the battle between the two caused the black hole to expand further as the chaotic energy became even denser. Zhou Xian, you will die today. As Yang Kai shouted, he felt his strength sharply rise. This increment was far bigger than before, allowing him to feel as if he was now on par with Zhou Xian. Without a moment of hesitation, a golden crow's cry reverberated as a great sun leapt out, lighting up the void. Golden Crow casts the sun. In that instant, Zhou Xian's figure seemed to freeze for a moment. Yang Kai's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of this. He promptly thrust the spear with the great sun on its tip straight towards Zhou Xian without a moment of pause. Space shattered under this attack, and so did Zhou Xian's figure. As the great sun exploded, Yang Kai vaguely felt as if he had broken something, but he couldn't figure out what it was. And before he could think about it, a mighty sword wave shot towards him. He promptly raised his spear to block the incoming attack. The next moment, a violent energy drowned Yang Kai, sending him flying 10,000 kilometers back. Martial Peak, Chapter 4598 Territory Gate. Yang Kai's vitality was in turmoil as his small universe trembled. Zhou Xian's all-out counterattack was truly terrifying. Yang Kai didn't even see how Zhou Xian had managed to avoid his first spear strike. It could only be said that a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was truly beyond common sense. After quickly stabilizing himself, Yang Kai looked up again before his pupils shrank. Zuoquan Hui's figure stood straight as a sword in front of the giant black hole, and beside him were several other figures. They were Ziyan Yin Xin Zhao and several other sixth-order masters. After repelling him, old dog Zuoquan Hui still had the strength to spare to save his trusted subordinates. At this moment, Ziyan and the others were still in a state of shock. They had expended a great deal of their strength during their respective battles. Furthermore, they had been trapped by Luan Baifeng's array plates. If Zuoquan Hui hadn't broken the arrays and rescued them, they would have died here, their remains scattered across the void. Now that they were standing beside Zuoquan Hui, they finally felt a sense of security. When they looked around, their eyes filled with sorrow. The Heavenly Sword Palace had long since been destroyed, and the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union had suffered countless casualties. Although there were still over 100 people left who were tenaciously holding on, it was only a matter of time before they would be defeated and killed. Red Sun Heavenly Monarch's lips trembled violently as his face turned ashen. Heavenly Sword Union was done for. Heavenly Sword Union, which had been gloriously standing for countless generations, was completely destroyed after this battle. Dan Yang felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Although he was resentful over the fact that Zuoquan Hui had dragged Heavenly Sword Union into this mess, he didn't dare say anything. For better or worse, he and Huang Mao had been saved by Zuoquan Hui, so as long as they could escape with their lives this time with their sixth-order cultivation, they might still have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Honored Master. Ziyan suddenly looked towards Zuoquan Hui's waist with a look of horror on his face. Much to her shock and dismay, there was a bloody hole in Zuoquan Hui's body which was surrounded by raging golden crow's true fire. Master was actually injured? Ziyan couldn't believe her eyes. Yang Kai had injured her honored master the last time they fought in Void Territory, but that was because Zuoquan Hui had been too careless, and Yang Kai had joined forces with two other sixth-order masters. The situation was much different compared to now when he was injured in a one-on-one fight. It was shocking to think Yang Kai was actually this strong. Zuoquan Hui didn't seem to have heard Ziyan's concern as he simply stared indifferently at Yang Kai from a few thousands of kilometers away. Yang Kai was also looking at him, his gaze slowly shifting down to the bloody wound as a big grin appeared on his face. It turned out Zuoquan Hui did not come out completely unscathed from their last clash. Just now, Zuoquan Hui had used some kind of unknown technique to avoid his fearsome strike, while simultaneously repelling him and rescuing Ziyan and the others. Yang Kai thought that there was still a big gap between him and Zuoquan Hui, but by the looks of it, Zuoquan Hui had paid a great price to achieve this. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Although he hadn't been able to kill Zuoquan Hui with that blow, if he could seriously injure him, he was not that far from killing him. Raising his Azure Dragon Spear, Yang Kai looked at Zuoquan Hui with a defiant expression on his face. Zuoquan Hui took a deep breath and indifferently stated, "This monarch will pay you back 100-fold for the gift you have given me today." Yang Kai sneered, "You don't need to wait, let's settle this grudge now. Let us see if you die or I perish." Zuoquan Hui slowly shook his head in response, "The time has yet to come." Having said so, he turned around and slashed his sword towards the black hole behind him. Yang Kai was dumbfounded at the sight of this. He was completely unable to understand what Zuoquan Hui was doing, but he instinctively felt that something was not right. The next moment, the black hole suddenly expanded under the influence of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm World Force pouring out from this sword strike. Zuoquan Hui summoned his strength without a moment of hesitation, wrapping it around the few Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters beside him before diving in. Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. Is he courting death? That black hole is filled with nihility and chaos. Even if he's a Seventh Order Master, it's impossible for him to find his way out once he's inside. Sooner or later he would be lost in the void crack and suffer a fate worse than death. But right then Yang Kai felt a strange aura from the black hole. It wasn't an aura of nihility and chaos, but rather a trace of the power of the stars. He's trying to escape. Yang Kai shouted in anger, "Where do you think you're going?" Pushing his space principles madly, he thrust his spear forward straight into the black hole. Yang Kai heard a muffled groan as he withdrew his spear and could see blood dripping from the tip of his spear. Be that as it may, Zhuo Hui and the others were nowhere to be found, and it was unknown who had been injured by that spear. Standing in front of the black hole, Yang Kai's gaze turned serious as he carefully examined it for a moment. The next moment he ground his teeth in anger and shouted, "A territory gate." This black hole had formed due to the explosion of the Heavenly Sword Palace, and along with constant barrage of attacks, the void in this region was completely shattered, which actually resulted in the formation of a territory gate that was connected to another great territory. Yang Kai's face turned extremely dark and gloomy. He actually let Zhuo Hui escape even when he had such a good opportunity before him. Earlier, Zhuo Hui deliberately stood in front of this black hole to lure him into attacking with his spear even at the expense of being seriously injured. At that time Yang Kai clearly felt that his spear had broken something. However, Zhuo Hui's quick counterattack sent him flying thousands of kilometers away, so Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully investigate it. I guess I broke the territory barrier at that time. He lured me into attacking him at the risk of his own life so that he could borrow my space principles. Although Zhuo Hui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was not proficient in the Tao of Space, so even if he personally took action he might not be able to achieve this. On the other hand, Yang Kai could. He knew that he could not escape from Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of Space, so the only way out was to borrow Yang Kai's strength to shatter the territory barrier and create a new territory gate to another great territory. If it was the past Yang Kai, he might not have been able to do this. After all, his cultivation wasn't high enough. However, the explosion of the Heavenly Sword Palace resulted in the formation of a weak spot in the territory barrier, which should have closed up soon after, but due to the fierce battle between the two, not only did it not seal itself, it expanded, which made it possible for this to happen. The right conditions and the right person with the right timing made this possible. If even a single factor was missing, this would not have been possible. The fact that Zhuo Hui was able to come up with such a plan and find a lifeline even in such a desperate situation was a testament to his rich knowledge and experience. He really was an old fox. Yang Kai's teeth were about to break from all the gnashing. He gripped the azure dragon spear so tightly that the veins on his hand were bulging. Although he was filled with unwillingness, he was unable to launch a pursuit. His current cultivation was thanks to the world force borrowed from the star boundary, so once he chased after them and left this great territory he would lose that boost. At that time, not to mention the sudden loss of his 7th Order might, his original 6th Order cultivation would be too exhausted to be utilized. Yang Kai had consumed a great deal of his energy before borrowing the world's strength and had yet to recover. "Mercy, please. I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to follow Voidland's orders from now on." Amidst the chaos, firm gold heavenly monarchs begging could be heard from nearby. After Zhuo Hui repelled Yang Kai, although he had managed to rescue a few of his subordinates, he did not get them all. Apart from Ziyan, Pei Wenxian and Yin Exin Zhao, he only took Heavenly Sword Union's Red Sun Heavenly Monarch and Huang Mao with him. Ziyan was his only remaining disciple, so no matter what he couldn't ignore her. Pei Wenxian and Yin Exin Zhao were both Cave Heaven disciples, so he couldn't leave them behind either. Otherwise, even if he managed to escape today, Myriad Demons Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven wouldn't let him go. He only helped Heavenly Sword Union's Dan Yang and Huang Mao because it was convenient. As for the remaining Jin Gang, Song Yan and Heavenly Sword Union's Liang Su, Zhuo Hui, he couldn't do anything about them and had no choice but to abandon them. Now that Zhuo Hui had escaped and Heavenly Sword Union had almost been completely wiped out, how could Jin Gang and the others still have the courage to fight? Hearing his request, Mao Zhe and the others who were surrounding them couldn't help but slow down their attacks. Mao Zhe even retreated and turned his head towards Yang Kai with a look of inquiry. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was considered a powerful force in the 3,000 worlds. Although there were currently over 20 such masters in Voidland, no one was going to complain about having a few more. The more masters a force had, the stronger their foundation would be. Mao Zhe could not tell what Yang Kai was thinking, but he faintly felt that Yang Kai should not refuse such a good opportunity. To his surprise, Yang Kai just coldly glanced over and shouted, without a moment of hesitation or mercy, "Kill them!" Mao Zhe's heart clenched, but he joined the battle once more without any delay, unleashing his divine abilities and attacking Jin Gang with everyone else, causing the latter to curse and complain incessantly. Wan Baifeng rushed over and stood next to Yang Kai, asking in a low voice, "No matter what, those three are sixth-order masters. Isn't it a pity to just kill them?" Yang Kai let out a cold snort. Anyone who only knows how to bully the weak while currying favor with the strong can only have the courage of a mouse. What's the point of keeping such trash alive? What's more, if a sixth-order open heaven realm master tries to rebel, who can suppress them? If I still had pages in my loyalty list, I wouldn't mind keeping them alive, but now that all 9 pages have been completely filled, there is no place to write their names, unless I remove someone else's, of course. Wan Baifeng's face twitched. "I was just making a suggestion. If you want to kill them, it's your choice." Wan Baifeng could tell that Yang Kai was in a particularly foul mood, so she didn't say anything else, lest she offended him somehow. However, she still found it a bit regretful. Those 3 are sixth-order open heaven realm masters. It would be better to throw them into the Black Territory as or slaves than to just kill them here. She had been in charge of the Black Territory for many years and was always interested in acquiring all kinds of open heaven realm masters who had been pushed to the end of their ropes. She was not trying to plead for leniency for Jin Gang and the others. It was just her instinct to acquire manpower. Any open heaven realm master she could use was just an or slave in her eyes. However, if Yang Kai wanted her to give up her position in the loyalty list, it would be impossible. Once someone had entered the loyalty list, he or she would forever be a slave unless her name was erased. And having her name crossed out meant her death. However, after she gave it another thought, she realized that the current situation of the Black Territory was very different from before. Yang Kai could go deep into the Black Territory and bring back her stars to mine, so it didn't matter if she had sixth-order open heaven realm masters or not. What about those guys over there? We don't need to kill all of them, do we? Wan Baifeng turned to look at the remaining Heavenly Sword Union forces. They're all below the 6th order. If we train them a little, they'll be good at mining and will be easy to control. Yang Kai waved his hand. I'll leave them to you. In any case, there weren't many open heaven realm masters left from Heavenly Sword Union, so whether they killed them or not didn't matter. If Wan Baifeng wanted them, he could just give them to her. She had made many great contributions in this war, and if she hadn't risked her life to save He He and Lan Sun, Zuoquan Hui would have definitely gained an absolute advantage over Void Land. A bright smile immediately bloomed on Wan Baifeng's face. Many thanks, sir. Martial Peak, Chapter 4599, Old Dog's Trap. Wan Baifeng was just about to take over the remaining Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union when suddenly, the aura of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm burst out from inside the huge encirclement formed by the 1000 Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters. Immediately after, a figure shrouded in demon chi broke through the layers of the blockade and rushed out, sending many Open Heaven Realm Masters tumbling in the process. Wan Baifeng's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of this breakthrough during a battle. Wan Baifeng knew exactly how many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters there were in Heavenly Sword Union. After all, she had been there for several years and knew all of them like the back of her hand. But at this moment someone had broken through to the 6th Order during this fierce battle. Wan Baifeng was shaken and a storm blew through her heart. On the martial Dao, aptitude, opportunities and destiny were all indispensable. Below the Open Heaven Realm, cultivators would often be able to break through to a higher realm under great pressure, allowing them to turn around desperate situations by killing enemies originally stronger than themselves. This was known as breaking through in battle. Forget about others, Wan Baifeng herself had experienced this once before. She couldn't remember how many years ago it was, but at that time she was only in the Saint King realm. A man who lusted after her beauty and wanted to do something heinous to her had chased after her relentlessly. Wan Baifeng was still unable to escape from that man even after fleeing for a month. However, during a cruel battle she suddenly broke through to the origin returning realm in a moment of life and death and defeated that sadistic bastard. She clearly remembered that she cut off all that bastard's limbs, severed his manhood, peeled his skin from his muscles and tortured him for 3 days and 3 nights before he finally died. From the beginning to the end she didn't know the name of that bastard, she only remembered his cries and pleads before he died. His pitiful begging was music to her ears and truly unforgettable. However, she had broken through like this only once on her own path of growth, And she was a proud daughter of the heavens. Otherwise she wouldn't have reached the sixth order open heaven realm. Yet someone with aptitude like her had only broken through like this once in a much lower realm, so one could only imagine how rare such an experience was. This was also just for the realms below the open heaven realm. Once someone's cultivation had broken through to the open heaven realm, he or she would need time and accumulation above all else to advance further. It was practically impossible for any open heaven realm master to break through due to a life or death battle, because even if they did gain some insights during that moment of crisis, it would only advance their state of mind or comprehension, not their order. But now she had personally witnessed a fifth order open heaven realm master advance to the sixth order in such a crisis. This came as a huge surprise to her. It's that myriad demon's heaven's disciple. Wan Baifeng's beautiful eyes lit up as she developed a strong interest in this person. If such a man was captured and carefully examined, she might be able to gain some benefits. I'll go capture him, Wan Baifeng stated before rushing forward. Impatience was clearly written on her face, as if she would miss out on something good if she was a moment late. But right then, a spear suddenly appeared in front of her. Wan Baifeng turned her head in shock and saw Yang Kai staring at the myriad demon's heaven disciple who had just broken through to the sixth order open heaven realm silently. Even when the man rushed into the newly formed territory gate and disappeared, Yang Kai showed no sign of stopping him. Although he could easily stop this man with his current strength of the high-rank open heaven realm and his proficiency in the Tao of space, he still didn't make any moves. Wan Baifeng blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion, unable to understand what Yang Kai was up to. Nonetheless, Yang Kai's intention to let this man live was extremely obvious, so how could she not see it? An extremely audacious idea suddenly popped up in Wan Baifeng's mind as she narrowed her eyes. If you don't go now, none of Heavenly Sword Union's disciples will be left, Yang Kai indifferently stated, withdrawing his Azure Dragon Spear. Wan Baifeng promptly turned her head and saw that the open heaven realm masters of Heavenly Sword Union were all on their last legs. She could not delay any longer, so she immediately rushed over and shouted to stop Voidland's people. Yang Kai turned his head and looked towards the 3 sixth order open heaven realm masters before his figure left a long streak of light as he shot towards them, thrusting his spear out. The eyes of Jin Gang, who was still struggling at death's door, suddenly bulged as he stood there in a daze. He looked down and noticed that a giant hole had appeared in his chest at some point. His heart had been eviscerated and his vitality was now leaking out. Before he could recover from his shock, a series of divine abilities came crashing down on him from all sides, instantly reducing him to mist. The other 2 battlefields did not fare any better. Song Yen and the sixth order open heaven realm master named Liang Su were already exhausted, so how could they possibly withstand the might of Yang Kai's spear? Not to mention they were besieged by 4 or 5 sixth order open heaven realm masters each by now. The 3 enemy sixth order masters died one after another, and their massive world force instantly dispersed into the void. With their deaths, the shock waves of the fierce battle slowly subsided. On the other side, Wan Baifeng had also taken over the battlefield of the cultivators below the sixth order. There weren't many Heavenly Sword Union cultivators left, just 70 or 80. In this battle, Heavenly Sword Union's open heaven realm masters had suffered overwhelming casualties. 5 sixth order masters had lost their lives, while the casualties below the sixth order were in the hundreds. The death of so many open heaven realm masters had caused the world tree's growth to reach unimaginable levels. In the star boundary, the massive canopy over 100,000 meters tall now blocked out the sun over a vast swath of land. One could even see the towering giant tree clearly from millions and millions of kilometers away in the void. Recover as much as you can. 2 hours later, follow me to pursue the enemy, Yang Kai ordered before immediately sitting down cross-legged and cutting off his connection with the star boundary. He knew to hit a dead snake to avoid any future trouble. He had managed to injure Zhou Xian with great difficulty, so if he let him escape again, it would only be more difficult for him to kill him next time. The last time he escaped, Zhou Xian returned with Heavenly Sword Union under his command. Who knows if he would return with some Earthly Sword Union, or something next time. It didn't matter which great territory this territory gate led to, or what kind of dangers they might encounter on their way there. Yang Kai was determined to kill Zhuo Hui. Yang Kai's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation rapidly started receding like a deflated balloon. Even though he was mentally prepared and knew that his cultivation would fall back once he cut off his connection with the star boundary, he still could not bear the backlash entirely. Only after coughing a mouthful of blood did he feel any better. His cultivation returned to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, and even his small universe was completely barren as his world force had hit rock bottom. He secretly rejoiced that he had not chased after Zhuo Hui immediately, as he would not have been able to defeat any Open Heaven Realm master in his current state. How could someone in the Open Heaven Realm without world force be called an Open Heaven Realm master? After consuming a large number of Open Heaven Realm pills, Yang Kai's dry small universe finally received some nourishment and slowly recovered its world force. A short 2 hours was not nearly enough for Yang Kai to restore his strength to its peak, but time was not on his side. Zhuo Hui already had a head start, so if he didn't chase after him now, he would not even be able to catch sight of his shadow. Yang Kai slowly stood up and took a long, deep breath as he looked up. 22 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land had gathered around him, including Heaven's Revelation and Wondrous Pill. Yang Kai had already sensed their auras when he was borrowing the world force from the star boundary, so he wasn't surprised by their appearance here. However, since the 8 great emperors had previously poured their world force into the star boundary to allow Yang Kai to borrow more power, their current condition was quite similar to his. Their auras were weak and they were probably at less than 40% of their peak. Yang Kai nodded slightly to the 2. Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhang Wuhen, on the other hand, sized up Yang Kai from top to bottom. When he spotted Yang Kai's gleaming eyes, he could not help but ask in surprise, "Did you gain something?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "It saved me at least 500 years of cultivation." Yang Kai was able to reach the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm for a short period of time by borrowing the strength of the star boundary. Although his connection with the star boundary was cut off and his cultivation had receded back to the 6th Order now, it wasn't like he had gained nothing. His 6th Order Open Heaven Realm foundation had been greatly strengthened because of this, but because his small universe still had not recovered its world force, he was unable to display too much strength right now. Once he did recover his world force, Yang Kai believed he would be much stronger than before. This kind of gain was not inferior to when he entered the divine armament world. Furthermore, he had experienced the strength of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm firsthand, which would be of great help to him when he advanced to the 7th Order in the future. "That's wonderful." Zhang Wuhen nodded his acknowledgement, though he felt a little envious. Bustling World Great Emperor asked in surprise, "If you can borrow some strength a few more times, wouldn't you be able to step into the 7th Order directly?" Yang Kai waved his hand and explained, "Don't speak about it so lightly. I had to consume a great deal of the Star Boundary's foundation when I borrowed its strength. The Star Boundary has not shown any signs of degradation because many Open Heaven Realm Masters died in this battle, and the World Tree has received a great deal of nourishment from their collapsing small universes, which is why its foundation has strengthened instead of weakening. If I were to do this a few more times though, the Star Boundary's foundation would be damaged, and the consequences will be unpredictable." Bustling World Great Emperor nodded lightly, "That's true." Since Yang Kai was able to borrow the world's strength of the Star Boundary, the other great emperors of the Star Boundary could naturally do the same. Originally, Bustling World Great Emperor was considering whether he should use the same method to rapidly increase their strength, but by the looks of it, although this method was feasible, it would damage the Star Boundary. No one was willing to do this. Yang Kai turned to Qing Kuei and asked in a low voice, "Is there something wrong?" Qing Kuei had been observing the newly appeared territory gate all this while. Unlike a normal territory gates, this new territory gate was constantly twisting and distorting for some reason, giving off an extremely uneasy feeling. "It's not very stable." Qing Kuei frowned. "I don't know what we'll encounter if we enter it rashly. We might end up torn apart by the void if we aren't careful." "Ah, right, never mind, if you lead the way we don't need to worry about that." Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so he naturally had a method to deal with this situation. How did he create a territory gate? Yang Kai couldn't understand this, but Zhuo Hui seemed to have anticipated this development. Otherwise he wouldn't have lured him to attack the black hole in the first place. Qin Kuei pondered for a moment before explaining. Rumor has it that the great territories were not connected with each other in ancient times. Each great territory existed independent of the others. Everyone thought that the great territory they were in was the entire universe. However, the great experts of ancient times saw through the mysteries of the world and were somehow able to open passageways to other great territories, which was how the original territory gates came to be, similar to the one in front of us. As more and more territory gates appeared, the number of great territories they could explore increased, eventually forming the current 3,000 worlds. Su Yingshui added, if one is strong enough, they can break through the territory barrier between the two great territories and open a new territory gate. Yang Kai's expression became ugly. I knew it. I fell into that old dog's trap. Martial Peak, Chapter 4600, The New Great Territory. Under normal circumstances, even a fight between high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters might not be able to break through a territory barrier, but Yang Kai happened to be proficient in the Tao of Space. Along with the previous explosion of the Heavenly Sword Palace and various chances and coincidences, Zuoquan Hui was able to borrow his strength to open a passageway between the two great territories, which ultimately gave him a chance to escape. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Zuoquan Hui to escape from Yang Kai's grasp even if he was an experienced 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If Yang Kai could pin him down until Voidland's 6th Order Masters had taken care of all their opponents, Zuoquan Hui would not be able to resist once they had also joined and besieged him. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had missed such a great opportunity. Who knows whether the old dog's time had not arrived or the heavens just did not want to side with Yang Kai. I have no idea which great territory is on the other side. Qin Kuei frowned. I'll go in and take a look. Yang Kai stated as he took a step forward. Allow me. Hui Gu arrived in front of Yang Kai in a flash and rushed towards the territory gate without giving the latter a chance to say anything. After having personally killed Huang Quan and obtaining his revenge, Hui Gu had no regrets in this life. No one knew if there would be an ambush waiting for them on the other side of the territory gate or not, so the first one to rush in would be at a disadvantage. Yang Kai hadn't fully recovered yet, so it wasn't appropriate for him to lead the way. From this point alone, one could see the difference between Hui Gu and Mao Zhe's group. Both of them had left their names on the loyalty list, but Hui Gu was far more loyal. Yang Kai could not let him enter the territory gate alone though. Although this territory gate had been formed by his piercing through the territory barrier, it had just been formed and wasn't stable yet. With his proficiency in the Tao of Space, Yang Kai didn't need to fear the void turbulence. Hui Gu, on the other hand, was different. He might even lose his way in the void if he was unlucky. Yang Kai followed behind Hui Gu like a shadow while the others quickly chased after them. The territory gate really was very unstable. It gave everyone a feeling of distortion as everyone passed through it. The void turbulence around them churned wildly with the air of chaos and nihility, causing everyone's heart to clench. Fortunately, everything went smoothly and in the blink of an eye, all of them passed through the territory gate and arrived at the great territory on the other side. Everyone immediately circulated their world force as they secretly raised their guards. But much to their surprise, there was no ambush waiting for them. Zuoquan Hui probably didn't have the courage to remain here and wait for Voidland to pursue him. He had lost more than half of his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm subordinates in the previous battle, and all those below the 6th Order had been killed or captured. If he remained here, he would just be waiting for his death. He might as well escape as soon as possible and find a place to recuperate, then look for an opportunity to make a comeback. When everyone came to their senses, all they saw were dazzling nebulas and stars all around them. It was quite a beautiful sight. Everyone was stunned by this gorgeous and stunning scene. Even Yang Kai raised his brow slightly. Although he had seen many great territories, a beautiful great territory like this was still extremely rare. No great territory could compare to this place. There were many stars in the sky, indicating that there were many universe worlds in this great territory. There was also a sun star just a few million kilometers away, shining brightly while the occasional golden flare would arc up around it. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, silently investigating. To his side, Qin Kuei took out his universe chart and checked his location, trying to determine their position. A moment later, his eyes went wide in shock. Su Yingshui, who was standing next to him, curiously turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Kuei raised his eyes and stared at her in a daze, muttering, "This great territory is not marked on the universe chart." Su Yingshui was stunned for a moment before asking in astonishment, "Really?" Yuhi Huigu and the others also turned to look at him, their eyes filled with shock. "What do you mean?" Duan Hongqian didn't understand, and the other great emperors also wore similar expressions. They could not understand why the others were so shocked. Although the various great emperors of the star boundary had been brought to Void Land by Yang Kai many years ago, they had been cultivating in seclusion almost the entire time and had only recently advanced to the Sixth Order. They didn't know much about the outer universe, so naturally, they didn't know what a great territory that was not marked on the map represented. Even Yang Kai didn't dare to be certain and could only make some speculations. Yuhi and the others also took out their universe charts and checked to confirm it themselves. They discovered that Qin Kuei was not lying to them. This great territory was not marked on the universe chart, which also meant that they were unable to determine their current location on the universe chart. It had to be known that even the great territory where the star boundary was located was marked on the universe chart. However, it was given a generic identification code as it was too remote and desolate, showing just how comprehensive the universe chart was. The universe chart contained all of the great territories that had been discovered and explored, not a single one was left out. But now, the great territory they were in was not marked on the universe chart, which left only one possibility. This is a great territory that has not yet been discovered, Qin Kuei excitedly stated. Bustling World Great Emperor and the others were stunned for a moment before understanding the meaning behind Qin Kuei's words. A new great territory. Qin Kuei repeatedly nodded, and a new great territory. A new great territory meant unimaginable resources and wealth that could be obtained. Presumably, if news of this new great territory were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. How could there be a new great territory? Martial Beast Great Emperor furrowed his brow. He had just heard from Qin Kuei that in ancient times, every great territory existed on its own, and everyone thought that the great territory they were in was the entire world. It was only after the great experts of ancient times created many territory gates, connecting many great territories, that the current 3,000 worlds was formed. But after so many years of exploration, all of the great territories had been discovered. There should not be any new great territories. Qin Kuei replied, shaking his head, "I don't know, perhaps some ancient great expert did not mark it when they were developing the territory gates, or perhaps it's a newborn great territory." Suddenly Yang Kai, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "This great territory is very young." Using the word young to describe a great territory was undoubtedly strange, but everyone immediately understood what Yang Kai meant. The mysteries of a universe world's life and death were difficult to comprehend even for those with extraordinary cultivation at the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. The annihilation and rebirth of a great territory was even more out of their reach and definitely not something they could comprehend with their current cultivation. No one knew when this great territory was born, but Yang Kai could sense the young and tender age of the nearby sun star. Just like how he felt that the sun in the black territory was getting old thanks to his golden crow's true fire having a special connection with sun stars. In contrast to the sun of the black territory, which was like an old man with one foot in the grave, the sun star in front of him was a newborn baby. I must lay full claim to this place. If it were any other time, such a great discovery would have made all of them ecstatic. However, everyone was chasing after Zhou Xian now, and their futures would be fraught with worries and dangers if they couldn't find him. Yang Kai was originally a bit worried that Zhou Xian would escape completely. After all, he was already 2 hours behind him. 2 hours for a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was plenty of time to do many things and travel a great deal of distance. However, since they had confirmed that this was a new great territory, there was no need to worry about that. Zhou Xian had borrowed Yang Kai's strength to break through the territory barrier and escape to this place. Before, it seemed like he had managed to find a slim chance of survival by some stroke of luck. But by the looks of it, it was a stroke of bad luck and he had fallen into a hopeless situation. There was only one territory gate, so Zhou Xian had nowhere to run. He was like a turtle hiding in his own shell. Let's leave the matter of this new great territory for later. Pursuing Zhou Xian comes first. Yang Kai shouted as he headed in a certain direction without giving anyone an explanation, following some traces which were left behind. Everyone quickly restrained their excitement and followed closely behind him. Along the way they all did their best to recover their strength and energy. Yang Kai was not using space principles. First of all, doing so would consume a lot of his strength, and he was trying to conserve every bit of his energy now to increase his chances of winning against Zuoquan Hui. Second of all, it would be inconvenient for him to track the traces left behind while using instantaneous movement. Wan Baifeng was right behind Yang Kai, so she was both shocked and impressed. If she had just made a guess when she saw Yang Kai let that 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Myriad Demons Heaven disciple go, she was dead certain now. The man who had broken through to the 6th Order from the 5th Order must be Yang Kai's spy. But how is that possible? That guy was obviously a Myriad Demons Heaven's disciple, so when did Yang Kai get involved with him? She vaguely remembered that when she was in Heavenly Sword Palace, Pei Wenxian had addressed that guy as junior brother Imo Sheng. There were almost undetectable traces of demon qi left in the void, so it was obvious that this guy named Imo Sheng had deliberately left a trail for Yang Kai to follow. If not for this, Yang Kai might not have been able to find Zuoquan Hui in this vast void no matter how much he wanted to find the latter. Wan Baifeng couldn't help but admire him. The more she looked at Yang Kai, the more she felt that this guy was even more scheming than Zuoquan Hui. What kind of sly and scheming mind is hidden behind this young man's face? It's one thing to send me into Heavenly Sword Union, but to think he can even put his nose into Myriad Demons Heaven is another thing altogether. It's Myriad Demons Heaven, one of the famous 36 cave heavens. What is it? Yang Kai turned his head to look, sensing Wan Baifeng's strange gaze. Wan Baifeng shook her head and failed to hold her laughter. This mistress is thinking that her losing to you back then was not undeserved, sir. Yang Kai snorted lightly. If you have something to say, just say it. Wan Baifeng slowly shook her head, not saying anything. Yang Kai looked at her with a perplexed look on his face. After seeing that she really had nothing to say, he couldn't be bothered with her and focused on chasing after the enemy. Although Zuoquan Hui only had a head start of 2 hours, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not slow. It was not easy to catch up to him. Fortunately, Yang Kai and the others also needed to recover, so they were not in a rush. After 5 days, a rich universe world aura blew on their faces as a star appeared in front of them. It was an azure world and should have been peaceful and tranquil, but looking at it from the void, they could clearly see that the weather on the surface of the universe world was rapidly degrading. Thunderstorms could be seen everywhere. Over there. Yang Kai stopped in his tracks as he looked towards that universe world, narrowing his eyes. Wu Kuang's trail pointed directly towards the universe world in front of him. Qin Kuei frowned for a moment before his expression suddenly changed. Damn it, Zuoquan Hui is trying to refine the world force of that universe world to recover. Su Yingshue's pretty face sank. To think that someone from Thousand Crane Paradise would use such despicable methods. Martial Peak, Chapter 4601, The Heaven's Judgment. Refining the world force of a universe world was a despicable act that went against the heavenly way. After all, doing so would damage the foundation of a universe world, which in turn would bring calamity to the trillions of living beings. What the great demon god had done back then was more or less the same. Only the lawless and wicked would do something so disgraceful. No matter what else, Zuoquan Hui was from Thousand Crane Paradise. Before he was labeled as a traitor by Thousand Crane Paradise, he was an inner sect elder, so it really was unthinkable for him to do something like this. However, when everyone remembered how he had not hesitated to have Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch wreak havoc in Void Territory's 3 Brilliance world in order to lure Yang Kai out, killing countless people in the process, it became apparent that there was nothing he would not do. Zuoquan Hui had resorted to unscrupulous means before in order to avenge his disciple, so he would naturally do so again. Supplementing your own energy by refining a universe world's foundation was not something that could be done so easily, however. It was only possible if the universe world's foundation was compatible with one's own small universe. Otherwise, if their energies conflicted with each other, the cons would outweigh the pros. Since Zuoquan Hui was doing something like this, it meant that the foundation of this universe world was compatible with his small universe. Nonetheless, even if he could refine it successfully, Zhuo Hui would still need to spend a great deal of time and effort to eliminate the sequelae caused by this. There was no doubt that the foundation of the universe world here was beneficial to him, but if he failed to remove the harmful energy, it would damage his foundation instead. It was not as safe as painstakingly refining open heaven realm pills and cultivation materials of different orders, but it won in speed. Apparently Zhuo Hui's condition wasn't very good. Otherwise he wouldn't have taken such a risk. Let's go. Yang Kai shouted as he took the lead and rushed towards the universe world. Since he knew what Zhuo Hui was scheming, how could he let him have his way? On the Blue Clouds continent, Lu Baiyang was leaning against a large tree with his body drenched in blood, his hair disheveled and his face completely pale. He was the strongest master in the Blue Clouds continent. He had gained some insights into the heavenly way and had gone into retreat for hundreds of years just to comprehend his own Tao. He didn't know what kind of mysteries lay further ahead on the martial Tao, but he could faintly feel that his path had not yet reached its end and that there was still a vast future ahead of him. He could not prove this point, nor could anyone tell him about this. No one on the entire continent had this qualification. After being invincible in this world for so many years, he longed for an even stronger master to guide him. He had once fantasized about a wider world outside the continent, where cultivators stronger than him existed. He even once thought that it would be great if a stronger master really came to the Blue Clouds continent. No matter if the other party was someone good or evil, he could at least ask for some advice from them. Even if he had to pay a steep price, it was still acceptable to him. And such a day had really come. When the world shook, it shook Lu Baiyang wide awake. He immediately came out of retreat and looked around. The next moment he spotted 7 figures descending from the sky and landing on Tranquil Heaven's peak where he lived. This was the sacred peak of the Blue Clouds continent, the holy land of the martial Tao that everyone on the continent yearned for because this was where Lu Baiyang lived. Tranquil Heaven's peak was the source of all earth veins of this world, and Lu Baiyang was its protector. The auras of these 7 people were as deep as the sea, and Lu Baiyang could tell each of them had a cultivation far greater than his own with a single glance. Even someone like Lu Baiyang didn't know how to face them. He had longed for a stronger cultivator to guide him, but he hadn't expected that when such a cultivator arrived, their cultivation would be so high that he couldn't even see the opposite party's back. Just a casual attack from the other party had left him severely injured. His foundation almost collapsed and his cultivation had nearly been crippled because of this. He hadn't even been able to clearly see how the other party had attacked. In the eyes of the other party, Lu Baiyang's title of strongest under the heavens was no different than a scrap of paper. What caused Lu Baiyang to be bitterly disappointed even more was the fact that after attacking him, the other party no longer paid any attention to him. They did not even care if he was dead or alive. They let him lie on the ground, barely breathing, not even showing the slightest bit of vigilance. Only if the disparity between them was too great would they ignore their opponent like this. Lu Baiyang coughed up a mouthful of blood, leaning against the tallest tree on Tranquil Heaven's peak. He didn't know what these uninvited guests had done, but half a day ago, the heavenly way roared and the wind and clouds changed color. Immediately, Lu Baiyang noticed that the Blue Clouds continent was losing something very important at a rapid rate. He had been able to comprehend a trace of the heavenly way after painstakingly cultivating for so many years in the retreat, so he was able to faintly perceive the changes in the world. It was not just world energy that was being drained away but something far more important. This was the foundation of the entire world. Hong long long. Deafening rumbles came from the ground as it cracked and the sky shook to no end. Lu Baiyang felt as if he was hearing the wails of all living beings in the world. Each and every one of the heart-wrenching cries were so real that they seemed to echo in his ears. He shook his head vigorously, but he was unable to shake off the noise. He heard countless prayers and pleas. He saw the world collapsing, volcanoes erupting, and living beings fleeing in a desperate attempt to seek shelter. The world was ending. Lu Baiyang's eyes went wide. He didn't know why he was hearing these strange noises and seeing these strange scenes, but he knew that they were real and were happening all over the Blue Clouds continent. This was the home where he was born and raised, yet these invaders wanted to destroy it. Lu Baiyang actually broke into a fit of coughing as he braced himself and slowly stood up. Not far away, Ziyan, who was recovering, opened her eyes and glanced at him. Her eyes flickered with a cold gleam as she indifferently stated, "If you don't want to die, just lie there. I actually failed to kill him. This guy is quite tenacious." Lu Baiyong coughed violently again, spitting out pieces of his internal organs before lowering his head and mumbling in a low voice, "This is Blue Cloud's continent. I, Lu Baiyong, am the strongest master of the Blue Cloud's continent. Everyone in the world knows that even if the sky collapses, someone will always appear to hold it up. If I, Lu Baiyong, don't stand now that it is collapsing, who will?" He stated his inner thoughts word by word, taking a step with each one he spoke, leaving behind clear bloody footprints. After a few steps, his dispirited face slowly brightened as his hunched back straightened. The world hummed. The next moment a cracking sound rang out. Lu Baiyong stopped in his tracks. He felt as if something had appeared in his body. The grand Tao that had always eluded him, like it was covered in a layer of fog even after having been in a retreat for so many years, suddenly became as bright as day at this moment as a seal appeared in his body. A steady stream of energy was flowing out from the seal, causing Lu Baiyong to feel as if he possessed the same power as the heavens and the earth, and that he was able to control this omnipresent might of the world. "Oh, you obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will and became a great emperor, allowing you to form a Dao seal?" Xianxia looked towards Lu Baiyong with interest. Red Sun Heavenly Monarch indifferently stated, "This world is sentient, it doesn't want to be destroyed. So naturally, it will strive to find a chance to survive, but unfortunately." So what if Lu Baiyong had become a great emperor? In front of several 6th Order and a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he was still nothing more than an ant. If he had found such a genius in the past, Dan Yang might have been interested in taking him under his wing and meticulously nurturing him. However, after the battle with Voidland, Heavenly Sword Union had almost been wiped out, with only him and Huang Mao surviving until now. There would be no Heavenly Sword Union in the future. Dan Yang even didn't have the heart to take in disciples and teach them at this point. While Lu Baiyong was still in a daze, Ziyan had already lifted her hand. The next moment she sent a burst of energy towards Lu Baiyang's heart with a flick of her wrist. In the moment of crisis, Lu Baiyong instinctively dodged to the side, borrowing the might of the world to instantly teleport to another location, but the energy followed after him like it was alive. This time, Lu Baiyong was unable to dodge and his chest was pierced through, causing a fountain of blood to spurt. Lu Baiyong was shocked and fell into despair. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to fight against these invaders after his strength had greatly increased. He would be able to take a few of them down along with him even if he lost his life. However, he now finally realized that the gap between him and these people was simply too great. The woman had heavily injured him with a flick of her wrist, so it would obviously be a simple matter for her to kill him. Lu Baiyong looked up in anger and roared, grinding his teeth, "You will surely suffer the heaven's judgment for committing such vile acts. The trillions of dead souls of my Blue Cloud's continent will haunt you day and night. We will not let you rest in peace." Hearing this, Xianxia sneered, "Haunt us? The heaven's judgment? Ignorant fool." Mid-speech, Xianxia looked up and a look of fear appeared on his face as he shouted, "How did they find us?" The others also felt that something was wrong and all of them looked up as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Zuoquan Hui, who was refining the foundation of the Blue Cloud's continent, suddenly opened his eyes as a dark and malicious gleam flashed across his eyes. Lu Baiyong finally realized what was happening and also looked up as well. He then saw an upheaval in the void as a giant crack appeared in the sky. From the crack, a group of more than 20 people appeared, descending upon the world like divine soldiers from the heavens. The person in the middle was a young man who looked even more youthful than himself. He wore a tight-fitting outfit and had a majestic and dignified expression. In an instant, everyone became tense. The invaders who were ridiculing Lu Baiyong just now wore ugly expressions, as if their parents had just been murdered. Although Lu Baiyong didn't know where this second group of guests came from, it was clear that these two groups were enemies. More importantly, the first group was obviously afraid of the newcomers. Lu Baiyang's heart was filled with joy as he burst into loud laughter. "Those who act unjustly will die, the heaven's judgment has arrived." No one was in the mood to pay attention to this fellow who had just become a great emperor. Xian Zhao and the others became extremely focused as they began circulating their world force. Up in the sky, Yang Kai stated in a calm and composed manner, coldly staring down, "Zuoquan Hui, you won't escape this time." Zuoquan Hui clenched his teeth and coldly snorted, "And how are you going to fight me exactly? You can't borrow the world's strength after leaving that great territory, can you?" Previously, Yang Kai had advanced to the 7th Order by borrowing world force from the star boundary, obtaining the qualifications to fight him. Now that he had left the great territory, his cultivation had reverted to the 6th Order open heaven realm. Although he only had 6 6th Order masters beside him, including one more who had just broken through, a 7th Order master like him alone was enough to bridge the gap between them, so the current situation was not necessarily worse than before. As long as he could take down Yang Kai, he would be victorious. Looking down at the blue clouds continent, Yang Kai sighed softly and sympathetically mumbled, "Many people are going to die today." Martial Peak, Chapter 4602 Sneak Attack. If so many open heaven realm masters were to fight here, it would definitely have a huge impact on the entire universe world. If the fight went on for too long, this universe world might even be torn to pieces. However, they could not remain still either. Once Zuoquan Hui had refined this universe world's foundation, he could do as he pleased and this continent would plunge into misery anyway. All Yang Kai could do was quickly end this battle to reduce the losses. Yang Kai's gaze turned to the nearby Great Emperor, who was lying in a pool of blood. Lu Baiyang also happened to have noticed him. As their eyes met, Lu Baiyang requested in a low voice, "Blue Clouds Continent's Lu Baiyang begs for your excellency's assistance in slaying these evil people and returning peace to this world." "I won't disappoint you." Yang Kai nodded slightly before raising his spear and pointing it towards Zuoquan Hui. "Today either he dies or I perish." Seeing this, Lu Baiyang's figure flickered and he instantly disappeared from his spot. After having obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will and becoming a great emperor, he was able to travel freely on the Blue Clouds continent. Even if he had never cultivated the Tao of space, he could still travel to any corner of this world with its assistance. A great battle was about to break out. Although he had no way of speculating what kind of profound cultivation both sides had, he knew that the gap between him and them was too great. If he stayed here, not only would he not be of any help, but he might even be accidentally injured. Since that was the case, the better choice was to quickly evacuate everyone in the vicinity. Regardless of how many he could actually save, he had to at least try. Zuoquan Hui and the others had no intention of stopping him. The life and death of an indigenous great emperor did not matter to them. The next moment, the aura of 22 6th Order open heaven realm masters slowly spread out, causing the entire world to freeze. Ziyan and the others couldn't help but let out muffled grunts as they felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard to even properly breathe. They had no choice but to use their full strength to resist the pressure. At the same time, they quickly moved towards Zuoquan Hui. The gap in their numbers was simply too great, with Yang Kai's group being almost 3 times bigger than theirs. They had no choice but to rely on Zuoquan Hui, a high-rank open heaven realm, to even the odds. The atmosphere instantly became tense as both sides unleashed their auras, seemingly wanting to seize the initiative in this silent battle, but neither of them actually took the initiative to attack. Immediately after, void cracks began to appear right in the middle of the two groups, distorting the surrounding space. They were evenly matched. Surprisingly, they were able to block the invisible pressure emanated by Voidland's masters under Zuoquan Hui's leadership. Ziyan and the others were ecstatic and they pushed their auras even harder. Voidland was losing ground. Among the 22 people who stood in midair, a few of them suddenly stumbled and their faces went slightly pale. They looked like they were about to collapse. Heavenly Sword Union's masters became even more excited at the sight of this. They immediately wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to push further and crush the arrogance of Voidland. If they could achieve this, Voidland would be at a disadvantage in the actual battle. With such a huge disparity in numbers, Heavenly Sword Union's side should have been at a disadvantage even if they had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. But the fact was that Voidland were the ones losing momentum. They appeared to have the upper hand but actually didn't. Ziyan failed to understand why they were gaining the upper hand and could only guess that Voidland's side had consumed too much energy in the last battle and had yet to recover. This was great news for Heavenly Sword Union's group. Yin Xin Zhao, Pei Wenxian, Dan Yang and Huang Mao also had similar thoughts. Perhaps this time they would be able to turn defeat into victory. But the next moment something happened that took everyone by surprise. Palm shadows filled the sky as they rained down on Zuoquan Hui's back like a violent storm. Then, the fearsome world force of someone in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm suddenly erupted. Zuoquan Hui fell victim to this sneak attack even though he was a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master. His eyes widened in anger as he slashed his sword behind him without a moment of hesitation. This sword light seemed to be able to cut through space, leaving only the brilliance of the attack behind. A figure quickly retreated, but it was still unable to avoid that sharp attack and was slashed from head to toe, almost splitting in two as a result. Fortunately, the figure immediately retreated after launching their sneak attack. Its quick escape saved its life, but it was still seriously injured. This attack left a huge gaping wound spanning from the middle of its brow to its abdomen. Red-hot blood immediately gushed out of the wound as the figure was sent flying, crashing into tranquil heaven's peak. The 10,000 meters tall mountain split and collapsed into rubble. This sneak attack came out of nowhere, and Zuoquan Hui's counterattack was not slow either, so everything was over in a flash. It wasn't until this moment that Ziyan and the others came to their senses. When they turned their heads, they recognized the attacker to be the Myriad Demon's Heaven disciple named Mo Xing, who claimed to have broken through at the last moment and fought his way out. Pei Wenxian's mind went blank as he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He could not believe his junior brother Mo Xing launched a sneak attack on Zuoquan Hui. Why would he do that? As impossible as it seemed, the truth was right in front of him. Mo Xing had already been sent flying, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive, so Pei Wenxian had to accept the reality before his eyes. Suddenly he felt a cold gaze focused on him, filled with murderous intent. Pei Wenxian was startled and quickly turned his head, explaining himself in horror. "Martial Uncle Zhou, I don't know." Before he could finish his sentence, an incomparably terrifying pressure descended from the sky. It was none other than Voidland's cultivators who had been forced to retreat previously and were now counterattacking. The pressure emanating from the Voidland masters was tremendous, completely opposite to the weakness they showed before. The pressure felt like it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, sweeping away the world as it passed. They were feigning weakness. In an instant, Pei Wenxian understood everything. No wonder they didn't attack just after they arrived and deliberately used their pressure to suppress us instead. They wanted to distract us so that Zuoquan Hui would have no choice but to exert his pressure to resist, allowing Mo Xing to launch a sneak attack. Once Zuoquan Hui fell into this trap and used his pressure to counterattack, he could not stop. Their every step was meticulous and carefully planned. Those from Voidland were too cunning. Pei Wenxian also finally understood how those from Voidland had found them so quickly. This great territory was vast and they had not left any trail behind on their way here. Furthermore, it was just a coincidence that they found this continent. However, those from Voidland had arrived here less than half a day later. It was simply too quick. Since Mo Xing was a traitor though, it was naturally not difficult for him to secretly leave behind some clues. Mo Xing was a Myriad Demon's Heaven disciple like him, so after Zuoquan Hui was ambushed, one did not need to be a genius to understand why he was showing such murderous intent towards him. However, Pei Wenxian couldn't come up with anything to prove his innocence. He had no intention of betraying Zuoquan Hui, but he had been implicated by Mo Xing. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why Mo Xing had betrayed Zuoquan Hui and when he had teamed up with Yang Kai. Now, after he gave it another thought though, he found Mo Xing's breakthrough to the Sixth Order extremely suspicious. However, when Mo Xing had rushed over, no one had the time to look deeper into this matter. In addition, he was also a Myriad Demon's Heaven disciple, so asking too much would inevitably cause the other party to feel some displeasure, which could lead to a conflict they couldn't afford right now. In their situation, even one more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master meant better chances of survival. At this moment, none of them had the time to think about these things. Everyone, including Zuoquan Hui, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, buckled under the fearsome wave of pressure. Their energy was sent into turmoil as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. "Kill!" Yang Kai angrily roared as he raised his spear. Immediately after, the 22 people on his side who had been suppressing their auras since they appeared, rushed down like a tiger hunting its prey as they each went looking for their opponent. Iron Blood Great Emperor and Bustling World Great Emperor headed straight towards Pei Wuxian together. Martial Beast and Serene Soul charged straight at Xianxia. Flower Shadow and Ice Feather attacked Dan Yang together. Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelation fought Huang Mao together. Fang Yu and Xiang Ying were thus left with no choice but to go after Ziyan. As men, they really did not want to gang up on a lone woman, but since everyone had already decided on this strategy, they had no choice but to accept it. The 8 great emperors as well as Fang Yu and Xiang Ying were 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had advanced in recent years. Their foundations were shallow and could not compare with veteran 6th Order Heavenly Monarchs like Dan Yang and Huang Mao, or even Ziyan, Pei Wuxian and Xianxia. In a one-on-one fight they were definitely not their opponent. But 2 against 1 was naturally not a problem. They were also in desperate need of a fierce battle to consolidate their cultivations and adapt to the battles between Open Heaven Realm Masters. In the Star Boundary's great territory, the great emperors had not had a chance to act because they had all gone to the Star Boundary to support Yang Kai. Now their wish had finally come true. Although the Voidland cultivators weren't at their peak because of the last battle, the same was true for Xianxia, Pei Wuxian and the others. Everyone's situation was similar and neither was better off than the other. On top of that, Xianxia and the others had just suffered under the joint pressure exerted by those from Voidland just now, which had put them at a disadvantage. For the moment, Voidland had the absolute upper hand in their respective battlefields, leaving Xianxia and the others bruised and battered. The peaks in the vicinity collapsed one after another as the heavens were torn asunder and the earth was split apart. The fallout from a battle between 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely terrifying. Lu Baiyong would have lost his life had he not left, even if he was a great emperor. On the other side, the 3 mountain lords Hua Yong and Shu Mudan, Qing Kue, Su Ing Shui, Yuhi Mo Mei Hui Gu Luan Baifeng, and Yang Kai as the leader together fought the 7th Order Master, Zuoquan Hui, in a 12 versus 1 battle. To be honest, even 12 ordinary 6th Order Masters might not be able to defeat a 7th Order Master. Even if they somehow won by putting their lives on the line, the price they had to pay would be quite steep and they might even be dragged down with them. Fortunately, Yang Kai was no ordinary 6th Order Master. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely precious to Voidland, so how could Yang Kai bear to let Zuoquan Hui kill anyone? Wu Kuang's sneak attack played an important role here. Zuoquan Hui had not expected that a myriad demon's heaven disciple would attack him from behind. When he had lured Yang Kai into attacking and piercing through the territory barrier, he had suffered severe injuries from Yang Kai's Azure Dragon Spear. On his way here, he did not have the time to heal himself and had only thought of a way to disperse the Golden Crow's true fire lingering around his wound. And the sneak attack had only made his injuries worse. At this moment, Zuoquan Hui could only exert about 70% of his peak strength. Perhaps even worse. If Zuoquan Hui escaped even in these conditions, Yang Kai would simply stab himself to death with his own spear. As soon as they began fighting, Zuoquan Hui was forced to retreat again and again. Although he was recklessly waving his sword and spending his world force, he was still unable to withstand the combined onslaught of 12 6th Order Masters. Yang Kai's spear struck his shoulder and sent him flying in just a few breaths of time as a dozen or so divine abilities and secret techniques followed closely behind. It immediately caused Zuoquan Hui's eyes to widen in anger as he drew a circle with his sword, barely managing to block the oncoming attacks. Even so, his vitality was sent into turmoil from the impact. Martial Peak, Chapter 4603, Fighting a 7th Order Master Together. Voidlands Group launched another salvo without giving Zuoquan Hui even a moment to catch his breath. One after another, multicolored flashes of their divine abilities and secret techniques glimmered before bursting into dazzling halos, destroying everything in their path. With a loud crash, dust and pieces of rocks flew into the air, as a figure draped in demon chi flew out from the cloud of dust and smoke. It just so happened that Zuoquan Hui's back was towards the figure. The demon chi in the figure's hands transformed into two demon dragons as they flew straight towards Suquan Hui, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Close behind the demon dragons was the figure heading straight at Suquan Hui. Suquan Hui let out a cold snort and slashed out with his sword, blasting the demon dragons into smithereens. Afterwards, the long sword that was wrapped in intense world force continued moving straight towards the figure's head. With a deranged smile on its face, the figure wrapped in demon chi didn't even try to dodge. Its body was covered in blood as if it didn't seem to care about its life and was ready to die with Suquan Hui. Just when the sword wave was 100 meters away from the figure, the azure dragon's spear broke through the barrier of space and shot straight towards Suquan Hui's back. There was a fist-sized black ball on the tip of the spear, releasing the aura of nihility and chaos. Suquan Hui furrowed his brow and he flicked his wrist, sending his sword flying towards the spear. The black ball instantly exploded, transforming into a black hole that swallowed everything around it. Yang Kai was also sent back flying by the violent blast of energy. From the left, Mao Zhi, Gengqing and Zhouya left 3 long streaks of light as they brushed past Yang Kai, while from the right Luan Baifeng, Huigu and Hua Yong swooped in, filling the gap in their defenses. The 7 of them used their divine abilities to bombard Suquan Hui, not giving him a single moment to regain his balance. At the same time, Yu He and Mo Mei flew over, supporting Yang Kai's tumbling body and stabilizing him in midair. Yang Kai, taking a deep breath, and rejoined the attack with the 2 women as their momentum soared. In this chaotic confrontation, the 12 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland were like a wheel, attacking Suquan Hui in turn without rest. Even though Suquan Hui was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, he was struggling to defend himself. Not dead yet. Yang Kai glanced over at Wu Kuang, taking a moment away from the intense fight. The figure clad in demon chi was none other than Wu Kuang. He had been sent flying by the sword strike when he tried to sneak attack Suquan Hui. The sword attack left a gaping cut on his face as well as on his chest and abdomen. However, he didn't seem to feel any pain. Rather, the more he fought, the more berserk he became. Wu Kuang laughed loudly. A good man does not live long, but a scourge lives 1,000 years. This king is destined to exist for as long as the universe does. Yang Kai curled his lips and stated, "At least you have some self-awareness." Wu Kuang's expression suddenly became serious. "You owe me this time. I expect to be compensated fairly." Yang Kai replied, "Fine, if you have any requests feel free to ask. Whether or not I'll fulfill them will depend on my mood though." Wu Kuang moved to Suquan Hui's flank, waiting for an opportunity to unleash a series of divine abilities as he shouted, "I want this old dog." As he stated his request, his eyes lit up as he stretched out his tongue, licking his lips as an evil aura started emanating from him. Yu He and Mo Mei beside Yang Kai suddenly shivered at the sight of this. They still didn't know what kind of friendship Yang Kai had with this myriad demon's heaven disciple for him to be willing to cooperate with them and ambush Suquan Hui, a 7th Order master, but they instinctively felt that this guy wasn't a good person. Wu Kuang's request further caused Yu He and Mo Mei's brows to inexplicably furrow. Yang Kai's face twitched as he resolutely declared, "Ask for something else." Others might not know what Wu Kuang meant, but Yang Kai did. Wu Kuang cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, so it was obvious he was interested in Suquan Hui's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation. No. Wu Kuang firmly refused. The last time he had devoured a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with his heaven-devouring battle law, his cultivation had soared tremendously. After having tasted such sweetness, Wu Kuang simply found anyone in the 3rd, 4th or even 5th Order bland now. How could he be willing to give up such a big pie like the 7th Order Open Heaven Master before them? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was willing to risk his life. Arrogant brat. Suquan Hui roared in anger. Yang Kai and Wu Kuang were talking like he was already a fish on the chopping board, completely at their mercy. As a 7th Order Master, how could he not be angry? He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. However, no matter how angry he was, he could not reverse this situation. The last time he was in Void territory, Yang Kai and the 3 mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain had been able to barely match him. Although they had been at a disadvantage in every aspect, they were already qualified to fight him. Now there were 12 sixth-order masters of Voidland fighting him, 3 times more than previously. He had also suffered multiple injuries and was no longer at his peak, so how could he be their opponent? With a dazzling strike, Zhou Xian split the ground and the sky before putting a distance from his attackers. The next moment his figure flickered and actually transformed into 3 clones. Everyone promptly spread their divine sense, but the next moment all of them looked surprised. The 3 figures were exactly the same. They were unable to differentiate which one was real and which one was a decoy. They had never heard or seen such divine ability before. The 3 Zhou Xian wore the same expression and even their movements were fluid and lifelike. As soon as they appeared they rushed forward in 3 different directions. As everyone worked together to block the 3 Zhou Xian, they were shocked to discover that these 3 Zhou Xian possessed the full strength of his true body. For a moment, everyone was thrown into confusion. The power of a high-rank open heaven realm master was really frightening. Suddenly, 2 of 3 Zhou Xian distorted and collapsed, leaving behind only one of them who had broken through everyone's encirclement and was now less than 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai. He wore a grim and serious look on his face. The sword in his hand thrummed as he poured his world force into it and swung it towards Yang Kai. Immediately after, a shocking sword wave shot out, shattering space wherever it passed. An indescribable sense of crisis engulfed Yang Kai, causing his heart to clench tight. He realized that Zhou Xian knew that it would be difficult for him to fight everyone at once, so he had decided to attack him. Everyone understood the principle of killing a general to subdue his men. Yu He and Mo Mei, who had been standing together with Yang Kai, transformed into 2 streaks of light as they fearlessly rushed forward. They released their divine abilities, but were still unable to slow the sword wave even a bit. Muffled grunts escaped from their mouths as the sword intent struck them. Under the unbearable pressure of the world force, both of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were thrown back. Yang Kai promptly put his azure dragon spear aside and quickly formed a series of hand seals. The next moment the golden crow cried out and a great sun rose, brightly illuminating the world. After the sun, a cold, round moon also rose up as frigid moonlight slowly spread out. The sight of the sun and moon shining together was a wondrous sight. Yang Kai pushed both his space principles and time principles to their limit. The golden sun and the silver moon began rotating, transforming into a golden and silver wheel that seemed to cut through thousands of years of time. Everything else in this world seemed to have come to a standstill at that moment, with only the lone high-rank open heaven realm master remaining unaffected. The sun and moon divine wheel had appeared again. Zhou Xian's pupils instantly shrank. Last time he had been injured by Yang Kai's sun and moon divine wheel in a moment of carelessness, which forced him to retreat from void territory and head to heavenly sword territory to recuperate. He still remembered the strange power that gnawed at him like maggots on rotting bones. He had never seen such a strange power in his entire life. It was a mixture of time and space principles, a might that transcended anything he had comprehended or experienced before. He had spent a great deal of effort to disperse the space-time strength which had invaded his body and had lost hundreds of years of his lifespan as a result. He knew better than anyone how difficult and terrifying this strange power was. Originally, Zhou Xian thought that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to grow much in just a few years, but now that Yang Kai's sun and moon divine will appeared before him again, he realized he was wrong. In just a few short years, Yang Kai's comprehension of this divine ability had clearly risen to a whole new level. Compared to when he had used it that day, the sun and moon divine wheel today was far more powerful. The sun and moon divine wheel's foundation was its composite space-time strength. It contained both time and space principles. The Tao of space was Yang Kai's grand Tao, and Yang Kai had already reached the 7th level, summiting the peak in his comprehension of it, bordering on transcending the mundane. However, his comprehension of the Tao of time was vastly inferior to that of his Tao of space. Fortunately, Voidland had the legacy inheritance of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Flowing Time Great Emperor was the true master of the Tao of time. Entering retreat in the Flowing Time Temple while engaging in discussion with Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had allowed Yang Kai to make a breakthrough in his mastery over the Tao of time. Although it still wasn't as good as his own Tao of space, it was more than enough for him to improve the might of his sun and moon divine wheel. The current Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was more than 20% stronger than the past. Yang Kai had specially kept this as a surprise for Zhuo Hui. Originally he had wanted to use this move to end everything, but the situation on the battlefield had completely changed. Since Zhuo Hui wanted to consign him to death, regardless of the cost, Yang Kai had no choice but to reveal this card. At this moment each passing breath felt like a million years had passed. A loud bang reverberated through the sky as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The shocking sword wave shattered and transformed into countless thin strands of sword chi, causing the surrounding space to be riddled with cracks. Even the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland were unable to withstand this fallout and were all covered in blood. Yang Kai was also struck in the chest by the remnants of the sword chi and was sent flying with wounds so deep that even his bones were visible. Zhuo Hui didn't fare any better. Although the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's power had been reduced by more than half by his sword wave, the remaining space-time strength still continued to head towards him. Even with his cultivation he was unable to avoid this blow. Just like last time when the Golden and Silver Divine Wheel crashed into his body, a terrifying power burst out and strangely seeped into his body, directly attacking his small universe. In an instant, Zhuo Hui's footing became unstable and everything went white before his eyes. His small universe became even more unstable and, at the same time, his exposed skin began to wrinkle and crack. A dragon swimming in the shallows could be toyed with by a shrimp. A tiger could be bullied by a dog if it left its mountain. Zhuo Hui was livid. In order to lure Yang Kai into breaking the territory barrier, he had taken a great risk. Although he had successfully forced Yang Kai to open a territory gate, he had not been able to completely avoid the blow at that time and was seriously injured. If not for this, he wouldn't have come to this Blue Clouds continent to refine its foundation to supplement his energy. On top of that, he had been caught off guard by the sneak attack of the Myriad Demon's Heaven Disciple, making a bad situation worse. If that wasn't the case, how could he be at such a disadvantage? After a while, the shock waves from the collision gradually subsided. Yang Kai's figure left a trail in the air as he struggled to stabilize his retreating figure. When he finally stood firm and looked up, he saw a streak of light flying towards the horizon. "You want to run?" Yang Kai fiercely shouted as he raised his azure dragon spear and chased after him. The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel had exhausted him greatly and he had not fully recovered to begin with, so now he was even more exhausted. However, Yang Kai could not miss this opportunity. If he did not eliminate Zhuo Hui this time, he might not have such a good opportunity next time. Pushing his space principles, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he turned around and thrust his spear out. He happened to be standing right before Zhuo Hui, who was fleeing straight towards him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4604, Manifest My Universe. Zhuo Hui was obviously prepared for this, as escaping in front of someone who was proficient in Tao of space was simply too unrealistic. As a result, this spear strike didn't do anything to him and instead he managed to hit Yang Kai several times until the latter was coughing up blood. In a one-on-one fight, Yang Kai was no match for Zhuo Hui. Fortunately, Voidland's Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had caught up in this brief delay, unleashing their respective divine abilities as their world force surged violently, pushing Zhuo Hui back down to the ground. A strong wind blew and his clothes fluttered. Next to Tranquil Heaven's Peak, Zhuo Hui stood with disheveled hair, his long robe stained with blood. It was unclear whether this blood belonged to him or his enemies, but he no longer possessed the aloof air of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. With Yang Kai in the lead, a total of 13 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounded Zhuo Hui from every direction, firmly locking him in place. He could not escape, not to the sky nor towards the ground. He had never imagined that he would one day fall into such a predicament. Be that as it may, Zhuo Hui didn't show any sign of anger or frustration. His expression remained the same as he swept his eyes over everyone present, seemingly trying to imprint their faces into the depths of his soul. His indifferent gaze was like a sharp blade, and when it swept across them, even these masters felt their skin being pricked. Yang Kai took out a handful of Open Heaven pills and tossed them into his mouth and started chewing them, taking this opportunity to restore some of his energy. He then pointed his azure dragon spear at Zhuo Hui and stated, The sooner you die, the sooner you can be reborn. You're already so old, why bother making things difficult for yourself? Zuoquan Hui turned his eyes towards Yang Kai as he indifferently replied, "This monarch has underestimated you. This monarch has only himself to blame for falling into such a state today." Yang Kai praised, "It's good to know one's own limits. Since you have realized this, just obediently stand still. Don't worry, I'll end this in one thrust so you won't feel any pain." Zuoquan Hui slowly shook his head. "It won't be that easy to kill this monarch. Yang Kai, how about this monarch makes a deal with you?" "A deal?" Yang Kai looked at him with an arrogant look on his face. "Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate a deal with me in this situation? If I give the order, do you believe you'll immediately be reduced into a pile of mud?" As he spoke, he kept tossing the open heaven pills into his mouth and at the same time signaled the others with his eyes, making sure they were ready to respond. Although Zuoquan Hui seemed to be at his wit's end, if a high-rank open heaven realm master were to lash out without regard for his own life, Yang Kai couldn't predict what kind of methods he could use. It was impossible for Zuoquan Hui to escape, but Yang Kai had to be on guard against him dragging some of them down with him before he died. Thus, even though he had the upper hand, Yang Kai didn't dare to lower his guard in the slightest. On the contrary, he became even more vigilant than before, madly urging his divine sense. The moment he noticed Zuoquan Hui doing anything suspicious, he would instantly go for the kill. "You can give it a try," Zuoquan Hui calmly stated, showing a fearless expression. Yang Kai instinctively felt that this guy was purposefully trying to mystify things, but he didn't dare to take the risk, so he could only follow up. "Then tell me, what kind of deal do you want to make with me?" Yang Kai threw bunches of open heaven pills into his mouth like he was eating candy. He was more than happy to delay things so he could restore more of his strength. In this short time he had already consumed more than 100 open heaven pills. Munch munch munch. Those from Voidland followed suit and began chewing on open heaven pills loudly, annoying Zuoquan Hui. They could take this opportunity to recover, but he could not. He could guarantee that once he tried, he would be swarmed with attacks from every direction. "Put today's matter to rest right here and now and let me leave with Ziyan. Everything that happened in the past will be written off." Zuoquan Hui earnestly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai quietly looked at him for a while, and when he realized that there was nothing else Zuoquan Hui had to add, he mumbled incoherently, "Just like that." Zuoquan Hui nodded his agreement. "Yes." Yang Kai mumbled to himself. His throat bobbed as he swallowed before he took out a spirit fruit from somewhere. He then lowered his head and carefully wiped it after finding a clean spot on his clothes. "I need to think about it. Your request is a bit excessive, it's not something I can easily agree to." Zuoquan Hui sneered in his heart. Yang Kai was clearly stalling and using this opportunity to recover. How could he not see through this little trick? But even though this kind of recovery could have some effect, it wasn't very useful. However, when Yang Kai took out the spirit fruit, Zuoquan Hui furrowed his brow. Because even with his knowledge and experience, he couldn't tell what kind of spirit fruit it was. Under his watchful gaze, Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and stuffed the entire fruit into his mouth, chewing it a few times before swallowing it whole. His throat bobbed up and down once more, clearly showing him swallowing something. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed as he reached out and covered his mouth before sealing his 7 orifices. Immediately after, loud rumbles came from inside Yang Kai's body as if thunder was rolling inside him. His clothes even started fluttering on their own as rich world force escaped from his pores. "What did you just eat?" Zuoquan Hui suddenly felt that something was not right as he could clearly see Yang Kai's aura rising rapidly. Yang Kai still had his mouth covered as he madly refined the spirit fruit's pulp. He narrowed his eyes and smiled at Zuoquan Hui as if he was looking at prey trapped in a cage. Zuoquan Hui's eyes narrowed as he finally reacted, "A world fruit." Burp. Yang Kai loudly belched, burping up a gush of world force visible to the naked eye. At the same time he waved his other hand like a rattle drum. "No, no, you are mistaken." How could Zuoquan Hui listen to his explanation? He angrily shouted, "You cunning brat, you forced me to do this. Let's see who dies today, whether it will be you or me." Yang Kai also shouted at the same time, "Attack." From beginning to end, Yang Kai had no intention of letting Zhou Xian off. Without even mentioning his ridiculous request to negotiate, even if he had proposed a feasible offer, Yang Kai wouldn't have listened to it. After having paid such a huge price to force this old bastard into a desperate situation, how could he let him escape so easily? Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain would only lead to disaster, as it would surely return to bite him in the future. The only reason Yang Kai even bothered talking just now was to allow his side to recover slightly, hopefully allowing them to use just one more divine ability at the critical moment to save themselves. Be that as it may, using open heaven pills to recover was simply too slow. It was while Yang Kai was grumbling to himself about this that he suddenly remembered he had a number of world fruits on him. In the great ancient ruins boundaries primordial land, Yang Kai had obtained a total of 16 world fruits from the world tree, 3 mid-rank and 13 low-rank. The 3 mid-rank fruits had already been used up. He had used one to advance from 5th order to 6th order, one had been used by Yu He, and one was used to help Lu Shui advance from the 4th order to the 5th order. On the other hand, Yang Kai had only used one of the 13 low-rank world fruits, giving it to Guzi Yen, which helped him advance from the 2nd order to the 3rd order open heaven realm. Yang Kai still had 12 low-rank world fruits left. Although world fruits were rare and valuable treasures, a low-rank world fruit was quite useless to him now, strictly speaking. This fruit could at most allow a 2nd order open heaven realm master to advance to the 3rd order directly, but it was not enough to allow someone in the 3rd order to advance to the 4th order. Only a mid-rank world fruit could do that. Therefore Yang Kai had simply held onto the remaining 12 world fruits. It wasn't until this moment that he had a flash of inspiration. He had personally consumed a mid-rank world fruit before and knew that it was filled with extremely rich world force. And to top it off, it had no impurities. It could easily be refined, it just would not help an open heaven realm master advance by an order. A low-rank world fruit naturally couldn't allow him to break through to the 7th order, but it shouldn't be a problem to supplement his consumption. Figuring it was worth a try, he ate one. The effect was immediate. The world force in his small universe was rapidly growing and he swiftly regained his strength. Although he had not recovered completely, Yang Kai still recovered about half of his energy. Furthermore, he was slowly recovering the rest of his energy as he refined the rest of the world fruit. Zhou Xian had obviously noticed this as well, so he could not hesitate anymore. The trapped beast immediately began fighting back. At Yang Kai's command, the 6th order masters had already prepared their divine abilities in advance and fired them straight towards Zhou Xian like a storm at this moment. This time, Zhou Xian did not dodge though, and instead, a universe world illusory phantom suddenly expanded with him at its center. The next moment, Zhou Xian's resolute voice rang out in Yang Kai's ear, "Manifest my universe and eliminate my foes." Heaven and earth started spinning, and by the time Yang Kai thrust his spear out, the sight before him had completely changed. Zhou Xian was nowhere to be seen, and even the 12 6th order open heaven realm masters had disappeared. Even the environment around him had changed dramatically. Originally they were above tranquil heaven's peak. The picturesque scenery of the Blue Clouds continent's sacred peak had been shattered by their battle. The sky had cracked and the ground was split apart, flipping the mountains and rivers. The entire site looked quite apocalyptic. But at this moment Yang Kai found himself standing in a green field. The sky was blue and there was vast wilderness around him. There was nothing else in sight. Yang Kai's face turned pale. He instinctively thought that he had fallen into some kind of illusion and promptly used the demon eye of annihilation, but he found nothing strange. Zhou Xian was nowhere to be seen, but his aura was all around Yang Kai, making Yang Kai feel as if Zhou Xian was everywhere. Realization suddenly dawned upon Yang Kai as he shouted, "His small universe." Yang Kai was not taken aback after realizing this, rather he burst into laughter. "Oh, Zhou Xian, are you out of tricks? You even manifested your small universe." Had he not been at the end of his rope, why would Zhou Xian have taken such a risk? A high-rank open heaven realm master's small universe had already transformed from ethereal to corporeal and was capable of accommodating living beings. It could even be said that if one were to raise some living beings in their own small universe, its foundation would be constantly enhanced as they multiplied, which was equivalent to constantly cultivating. Inside Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the ancestors of Abundant City's cultivators were the ones who had been raised by Blood Monster Divine Monarch in his small universe in the past. Blood Monster Divine Monarch had fallen, but his small universe had not collapsed. Instead, it transformed into a universe cave heaven and survived. This allowed Yang Kai to bring Mo Mei and the others out of Abundant City. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but even though Zhou Xian was just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he too was able to accomplish this. Basically no 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would do this, however, because it was extremely taxing to raise living beings in one's small universe. The environment of their small universe was not necessarily suitable for living beings to live and reproduce, and if they did not take care of this population well enough, all their efforts would wind up being fruitless. Martial Peak, Chapter 4605 Opportunity Within Crisis. What's more, when fighting others, once their small universe became unstable, it could quite possibly lead to natural disasters, causing the many living beings inside it to die. Therefore, 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely cautious when it came to raising living beings in their small universes. Being qualified to do so was one thing, but whether or not one would was another. Zhou Xian wasn't rearing any kind of living beings in his small universe, so he knew his limits. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wasn't invincible, so instead of wasting his time and energy on such a risky pursuit, he might as well refine Open Heaven pills. Nonetheless, as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Zhou Xian's small universe had indeed become tangible. At this moment, Yang Kai was inside Zhou Xian's small universe. Yang Kai had brought over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Territory all the way to the Star Boundaries Great Territory by putting them into his small universe. However, sending people into one's small universe required their cooperation. The people he had placed inside could not have any thought of resisting. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have had to spend a great deal of effort even if he could put them inside. Zhou Xian was obviously using a different approach because Yang Kai didn't feel any force pulling him in. Zhou Xian had actually done the reverse, summoning his small universe and manifesting it into the outside world, essentially engulfing everyone and everything that was in his small universe's range. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall some of the things the proprietress had told him before she went into seclusion, including how 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters used their small universes. The proprietress said that once a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master used his or her small universe like this against an enemy, it would mean that he or she had really decided to fight with their life on the line. This was also the most powerful method a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master could use, a trump card every high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master possessed. Because in their own small universe they ruled over everything just like how Yang Kai once ruled over the small sealed world. So, when he noticed that Zhou Xian had actually summoned his small universe, Yang Kai was both surprised and happy. What surprised Yang Kai was that Zhou Xian had decided to go all out. He might have really decided that he would not rest until either Yang Kai was dead or he was. Yang Kai was happy because if he could resolve this situation, Zhou Xian would definitely die today. This was a crisis but also an opportunity. Yang Kai took a long, deep breath as he immersed himself in his thoughts, carefully recalling what the proprietress had said before she went into seclusion. The injured Zhou Xian was besieged by over a dozen 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Zhou Xian realized that he was no match for them, so he summoned his small universe without a moment of hesitation. It wasn't that he didn't know the risks of doing so, but rather that he had no other choice. By pulling everyone in his small universe he would be able to control the battle more easily. At the very least he had dispersed Voidlands Masters. Now he could fight them individually rather than as a group. It was just like how Yang Kai was all alone at this moment. Everyone had clearly been with him but they had all disappeared now. However, doing so was extremely risky as well. Firstly, by manifesting his small universe, Zhou Xian could only use his full strength to control the various elements inside the small universe and could no longer interfere with the outside world. In other words, the small universe he summoned became a fixed target. If someone tried to attack him from the outside he would be unable to resist and could only passively endure. Secondly, taking more than a dozen 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters into his small universe posed a huge risk. All the damage Yang Kai and his friends caused to the small universe would damage Zhou Xian's foundation directly. This kind of damage to one's small universe was extremely dangerous. Only if there was no other choice would a high-rank open heaven realm master be willing to use such a method. As such, Zhuo Hui was obviously desperate. Yang Kai was also certain that not only had Zhuo Hui taken him into this place, but he had also not let any of the dozen or so sixth-order open heaven realm masters of Void Land escape. After all, everyone had been standing not too far away from him, so he would otherwise have to be on guard against any attacks from the outside. Thinking this, Yang Kai couldn't help but break into laughter. Zhuo Hui, you really outthought yourself. No one can save you from dying today. Without any more delay, Yang Kai's body rapidly expanded as he let out a dragon roar. His small body transformed into a several thousand meters tall half-dragon, and the azure dragon spear in his hand grew proportionally bigger. He then mobilized his world force as he thrust his spear forward, releasing a violent burst of energy that caused the world around him to collapse. Since this place was Zhuo Hui's small universe, Yang Kai did not have any scruples when he acted. All he needed to do was use his most powerful methods and wreck the surrounding world as much as possible. There was also no need to seek out Zhuo Hui, as he could come and go as he pleased in this place. Even Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, might not be able to catch him. Zhuo Hui was nowhere, but he was also everywhere. All the damage Yang Kai caused to this world would cause some degree of damage to Zhuo Hui. What Yang Kai could do now was try his best to attract Zhuo Hui's attention. Yang Kai wanted to make Zhuo Hui divert at least 60% of his focus onto him. This way, Zhuo Hui wouldn't be able to focus much of his strength on dealing with the other sixth-order open heaven realm masters from Void Land. After all, not everyone was as strong as him. If Zhuo Hui were to use his full strength to deal with any one of them, the others would find it very hard to resist. The ground split apart as huge ravines spread out like a spider web. Even the sky was riddled with tiny cracks. Yang Kai was unleashing his strength to his heart's content, not caring about anything else. Space principles pulsated violently, and every time he thrust his spear out, a giant black ball would explode from its tip, transforming into a black hole that swallowed everything around it. His rupture secret technique was the best method Yang Kai had to destroy the foundations of Zhuo Hui's small universe. Coupled with his enormous half-dragon form, the entire space around Yang Kai had been shattered after a dozen or so strikes. But much to his surprise, Zhuo Hui did not even try to counterattack. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and coldly snorted. "You dare ignore me? Zhuo Hui, you're quite courageous." Yang Kai hadn't encountered any obstructions up until now. Obviously, Zhuo Hui hadn't paid any attention to him. Zhuo Hui also knew that Yang Kai was the strongest among the sixth-order masters from Void Land, far surpassing what should be possible for an ordinary sixth-order master. He could not possibly kill him in just a few moves. As such, his intentions were clear. He was planning to deal with the others first, then he would slowly handle Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai allow Zhuo Hui to do as he wished? He used his entire strength to cause as much damage as possible here in order to draw Zhuo Hui's attention, as the more he could cause Zhuo Hui to divert his focus, the safer the others would be. Seeing that ordinary methods weren't effective, Yang Kai decided to go all out. A golden crow let out a cry as a great sun rose into the sky, followed by a round silver moon. The sun and moon began cycling as a gold and silver wheel expanded and space and time principles spread into the surroundings. The sun and moon divine wheel had appeared again. This time he did not have to worry about Zhuo Hui blocking or dodging. This was the latter's small universe, so Zhuo Hui was everywhere and had nowhere to hide. Originally, Yang Kai had expended a great deal of his energy, so he was unable to display the sun and moon divine wheel again. But after consuming a low-rank world fruit, he was simply brimming with energy, allowing him to use it once more. The strange space-time strength filled the air. Wherever the divine wheel passed by, everything cracked, crumbled, and withered away. Not only did the solid ground become like this, but it was even true for the empty sky. Moreover, the space-time strength was crazily spreading in all directions, forming a crystallized world wherever it passed by. It looked beautiful, but it was also filled with endless murderous intent. Right then, the surrounding world force started surging before transforming into a series of divine abilities that flew straight towards the sun and moon divine wheel, intercepting it. Since Zuoquan Hui had pulled the Voidland Masters into his small universe, he naturally wouldn't sit back and wait for death. Once Yang Kai displayed the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he had no choice but to stop him no matter how unwilling he was. He had been affected by this space-time strength before, so he was well aware of how terrifying this strange energy was. If he allowed Yang Kai to do as he pleased, his foundation would be greatly damaged even if he managed to escape this time. Boundless divine abilities and secret techniques blotted out the sky and earth. Furthermore, Zuoquan Hui did it with just one thought. As the ruler of his small universe, he naturally had many advantages in this place. After spending a great deal of energy, Zuoquan Hui was finally able to completely block the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, but the battlefield was already a mess and the strange space-time strength had begun corroding his small universe's foundation. Zuoquan Hui had no choice but to use even more of his strength to seal this space-time strength, hoping to slowly eliminate it after this battle was over. Elsewhere, Hui Gu stood there with cold sweat dripping down his forehead and blood dripping down his nose. Just now he thought he was going to die, but for some reason the might of the sword wave attacking him had greatly reduced at the critical moment, allowing him to survive. He vaguely guessed that someone else must have pulled Zuoquan Hui's attention, saving his life. Without delaying for even a single moment, he promptly pushed his strength to the limit and destroyed everything around him. Since Yang Kai could figure out that this was Zuoquan Hui's small universe, naturally everyone else understood this as well, especially the veteran 6th Order masters like Hui Gu. Even if they had never fought with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before, they had at least heard of their unique methods and could match them with their current situation. Similar to the Hui Gu, Luan Baifeng's figure kept moving like a nimble snake. She never stopped at one place to avoid being targeted by Zuoquan Hui. She was holding a bunch of array plates in her hand and was continuously throwing them out. These array plates would form killing arrays one after another after they were activated, wantonly destroying everything around them. She had used up all of the array plates she had amassed over nearly 1,000 years in no time, causing her a great deal of heartache. Ever since her name had been put on Yang Kai's loyalty list, the array plates she had amassed were being rapidly consumed one after another. Previously, she had used up many array plates to set up a number of illusion arrays and bewildering arrays in the Star Boundary's great territory. Now she had expended most of her killing array plates. The wealth she had gathered over these years was all gone. She secretly made up her mind that after this was all over, she would make Yang Kai compensate her 10 times or even 100 times over. Mao Zhi Gung Qing Zhou Hua Yong Shu Mu Dan Qing Kue Su Ing Shui Mo Mei and Yu He were all separated, but each of them was simultaneously launching their strongest attacks. Zuoquan Hui's small universe instantly became unstable as his world force churned. Even with his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he still ran himself haggard, dealing with everyone. One figure in particular, clad in demon chi, stood atop a tall mountain. After entering this small universe, Wu Kuang's eyes lit up as he sensed everything around him. The surroundings were filled with extremely rich world force. It was like a mouth-watering feast was spread before him, exuding a delicious scent. Martial Peak, Chapter 4606. If one suffers, all suffer. Since martial Uncle Zhou is being so hospitable, then your martial nephew won't stand on ceremony with you. Wu Kuang grinned maliciously as he sat down cross-legged and activated his heaven-devouring battle law. Immediately after, his body seemingly transformed into a bottomless pit as the world force in the surroundings swirled towards him. In an extremely short period of time, Wu Kuang had pushed his heaven-devouring battle law to its limit and devoured all of the nearby world force. Wu Kuang couldn't help the look of glee that appeared on his face, feeling the endless stream of pure energy. His expression gave the impression of a perverted hungry ghost holding a warm and fragrant body, as if he could devour its body and soul. When others were pulled into this small universe by Zuoquan Hui, they could only use everything they had to wreak as much destruction as possible. This was even true for someone as strong as Yang Kai, but Wu Kuang was different. He could devour the small universe's foundation directly and strengthen himself in the process. Zuoquan Hui had not expected this, and this was his biggest mistake. He thought that Wu Kuang had advanced to the 6th Order from the 5th Order during the last battle, but he had no idea that Wu Kuang had reached the 6th Order long ago. It was just that he had been carefully hiding his sixth-order cultivation to the end in order to track down Zuoquan Hui and inform Yang Kai. They might not have discussed any plans beforehand, but Wu Kuang was sure that Yang Kai understood his thoughts, and Yang Kai was sure that Wu Kuang understood his. To a certain extent, their hearts were connected. Destruction and devouring were two completely different things. The reckless destruction Yang Kai and his friends had caused to the small universe would undoubtedly bring great damage to Zuoquan Hui's foundation, but their efficiency was far lower than Wu Kuang's. The small universe's foundation began to rapidly deplete as the devouring took place. On the other hand, Wu Kuang's aura gradually grew stronger. Yang Kai could clearly feel that Zuoquan Hui's interference with him had taken a huge dive and laughed loudly as he continued to bombard his surroundings. "You finally noticed? But what to do? It's too late." A figure suddenly appeared not far from Yang Kai. It was none other than Zuoquan Hui, who had been hiding all this time. At this moment, this high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's face was slightly pale and he was fuming in rage. He raised his long sword and asked, pointing it at Yang Kai and glaring at him, "You knew this was going to happen?" Yang Kai thrust his spear towards him, blotting the sky with spear shadows, his face beaming with joy as he taunted, "Guess." Zuoquan Hui's figure did not move, but an enormous sword wave shot forward, shattering the spear shadows and heading straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly retreated, blocking that enormous sword wave that spanned across the sky, but the next moment his heart suddenly clenched as he threw himself to the ground. A bolt of lightning came rumbling from behind, brushing past his scalp, burning a few strands of his hair. Yang Kai stood back up again, but he had broken into a cold sweat. It was indeed difficult to fight with someone inside their small universe, not to mention that this opponent was a high-rank master. Although Zuoquan Hui had not fully recovered from his injuries, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. But he had no choice but to fight on. "Who are you? You are definitely not a Myriad Demon's Heaven disciple." On another side, Wu Kuang was no longer able to calmly continue devouring in peace. In fact, when he activated his heaven-devouring battle law, Zuoquan Hui appeared before him out of thin air, slashing at him. Wu Kuang was so flustered that he quickly counterattacked and fled. However, after exchanging blows with Zuoquan Hui, Wu Kuang discovered that there was something wrong with this Zuoquan Hui. He didn't appear to be real but more like a projection. He also didn't have the strength of a seventh-order master. Wu Kuang might be fleeing in panic at the sight of Zuoquan Hui chasing after him, but he was not completely helpless. He realized that Zuoquan Hui could not divert too much attention to his side, which was why he was so weak. Having realized this, Wu Kuang greatly calmed down. While running around in circles, he circulated his heaven-devouring battle law, greedily devouring the surrounding world force. There was a malicious grin hanging on his face as he responded, "Of course I'm a Myriad Demon's Heaven disciple. Why is Martial Uncle's asking such a question?" Zuoquan Hui didn't appear to have taken any action, but he appeared in front of Wu Kuang like a ghost and gently thrust out his sword. Had Wu Kuang not been constantly changing his position, it would have been next to impossible to avoid this sword strike for him. Myriad Demon's Heaven definitely does not have such an evil technique. What kind of secret art are you cultivating? Zuoquan Hui shouted, gnashing his teeth as a sliver of fear could be seen in his eyes. He had never seen such an evil technique before, and much to his surprise, it could actually swallow his small universe's foundation and make use of it. This kind of secret art went against the heavens. If everyone could cultivate it, it would not be this difficult to break through to the Open Heaven realm. Among the dozen or so sixth-order Open Heaven realm masters he had pulled into his small universe, Yang Kai's was undoubtedly the strongest, but if there was anyone who posed the greatest threat to him, it would be this Myriad Demon's Heaven disciple before him. Even now, Zuoquan Hui still couldn't understand why Myriad Demon's Heaven's own men would ambush him. Meanwhile, Zuoquan Hui's projection also appeared in front of the other sixth-order masters of Void Land. Be that as it may, these projections weren't very strong at all. They were at most on par with their respective opponents, some of them even slightly weaker. Occasionally they would launch a fierce attack, but it was clearly not working. Obviously, Zuoquan Hui was too distracted to control them all. At first, everyone was shocked by Zuoquan Hui's sudden appearance. Even a sickly tiger was quite fierce, so no one was confident facing a seventh-order master. But after exchanging a few blows, they discovered the truth and no longer panicked. The dozen or so battlefields were like a raging wildfire. Each time they clashed, they would cause damage to Zhou Hui's small universe to a certain extent, whereas Wu Kuang was constantly using his heaven-devouring battle law to devour Zhou Hui's foundation. Yang Kai's several thousand meters tall half-dragon form was riddled with wounds and had many places where his dragon scales were blown off, a shocking sight to behold. Zhou Hui had placed most of his attention on him, giving Yang Kai a really hard time. Although his life was in no danger, being constantly suppressed was not very enjoyable. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was more than happy to see this status quo maintained. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Zhou Hui, and once he reached his limit he would lose for sure. Zhou Hui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so how could he fail to realize this? He was thinking of taking down Yang Kai first and then dealing with the others one by one. As long as Yang Kai died, it did not matter how many 6th Order Masters Void Land had. But after a while he realized that it was easier said than done. Even if he could push Yang Kai into a corner, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Since things had come to this, he could only change his strategy. As the two figures clashed, Yang Kai's spear struck Zhou Hui's figure, but no blood flowed out. Yang Kai wasn't surprised either. He had already noticed that Zhou Hui wasn't a real entity, but a lifelike projection. Suddenly Yang Kai raised his spear and looked around, but he could not spot Zhou Hui. Even his barrage of attacks which had never ceased had stopped. Yang Kai's heart clenched. This undoubtedly meant that Zhou Hui had no intention of hounding him and had instead focused his attention elsewhere. And on Voidland's side, Wu Kuang was the biggest threat to Zhou Hui. Wu Kuang was in danger. Although Yang Kai could take this opportunity to vandalize Zhou Hui's small universe, Wu Kuang would probably be killed by Zhou Hui in less than 10 breaths. Yang Kai instantly spread out his divine sense, but he couldn't sense anyone's aura, let alone find Wu Kuang's location. Zhou Hui's aura was all around him and disrupting him. What should I do to get out of this? Yang Kai asked himself. He couldn't save Wu Kuang if he couldn't find him. Furthermore, once Zhou Hui killed Wu Kuang and the others, he could not be stopped. And Yang Kai would definitely not be able to completely destroy Zhou Hui's small universe before then. After a moment of consideration, Yang Kai slammed the Azure Dragon spear into the ground and pressed his palms together before fiercely pulling them away from each other, as if he was trying to separate the whole world, shouting word by word, "Heaven and earth, open." His small universe rapidly rotated before it suddenly manifested. The reason why Zhou Hui was able to manifest his small universe was because his small universe had already turned tangible. This was a trump card that could only be displayed by a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Ordinary 6th Order Masters would not be able to do such a thing. However, Yang Kai was able to do so because his small universe had materialized from the very beginning. Yang Kai had no idea what the consequences of doing so would be. After all, he had never tried something like this ever before, but he knew that if he didn't do so, Wu Kuang would die without a doubt, and then the others would follow suit. Yang Kai's small universe instantly spread out and he suddenly felt as if he had stepped into a whole new world. He could clearly feel that his small universe was now nested inside Zhou Hui's small universe, and the two small universes were overlapping each other, one within and the other. The bigger one belonged to Zhou Hui while the smaller one belonged to him. An extremely uncomfortable feeling coursed through Yang Kai's body. He felt as if he was trapped in a cage and was being squeezed from every possible direction, causing him to let out a muffled groan. But the next moment Yang Kai sensed the auras and locations of the others. He knew everything within his small universe like the back of his hand. Wu Kuang was indeed hanging by a thread. One of his arms limply hanging, connected only by skin and muscles. His body was covered in blood as he desperately tried to escape from Zhou Hui's assault. In the moment of life and death, he no longer had the time to use the heaven-devouring battle law to devour energy. All he could focus on was preserving his life. Zhou Hui was everywhere, his sword following him like a shadow. Just when it looked that Wu Kuang was about to die, Zhou Hui's movements suddenly became sluggish. As Yang Kai's small universe spread out, he felt extremely uncomfortable as if he was trapped in a cage, but Zhou Hui did not feel good either. In contrast, he felt like his small universe had become bloated, like he had eaten far too much. He even found circulating his world force a little difficult. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a slight pause just now. With such a good opportunity before him, Wu Kuang was finally able to escape from the jaws of death. Fear was clearly visible on his face. Zhou Xian didn't give chase and instead gazed around with a look of shock hanging on his face. Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, alongside the dozen or so other sixth-order open heaven realm masters. Everyone had gathered. The others obviously hadn't realized what was happening, but since they were together again, it was better than fighting on their own. They looked at each other and seeing that they had not lost anyone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You're only a sixth order, how could you possibly manifest your small universe? Zhou Xian stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. None of your damn business. Yang Kai raised his spear and pointed it at him with an arrogant and unyielding look on his face, suppressing the surging blood in his heart. Your small universe has become tangible when you are only in the sixth order. You really are a rare genius. Zhou Xian sighed. Yang Kai sneered, don't think that you can save your life just by some ass-kissing. Today you are going to die no matter how unwilling you are. Zhou Xian suddenly smiled and stated, now that our small universes are overlapping, if one of us suffers we both suffer. This monarch wants to see how you will kill me now. Martial Peak, Chapter 4607, do you have any last words? Then you'd better open your dog eyes wide and watch. Yang Kai pointed his spear at Zhou Xian and coldly shouted, kill. But the people around him remained motionless. He nervously looked at him nervously, young master. If everyone failed to understand what just happened before, why were they suddenly together when they were clearly separated? How could they not understand after hearing what Zhou Xian said? Much to their dismay, Yang Kai had actually manifested his small universe inside Zhou Xian's small universe world, endangering himself. It was really reckless of him, and just as Zhou Xian said, both of their small universes now shared the same fate. Whatever happened to one would happen to the other as well. If they were to really attack, it would not only destroy Zhou Xian's small universe, but also Yang Kai's small universe. Unless they could find a place where their small universes weren't overlapping, only then could they have a chance to only affect Zhou Xian. But as things stood, how could Zhou Xian allow them to do so? He was more than happy to see Yang Kai's fate tied to his. No one dared to act rashly in this current situation. What are you all waiting for? Yang Kai shouted, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. If we don't act now, we won't get another chance in the future. Yuhi's eyes turned red as she grit her teeth and shouted, young master, you must hold on. As soon as she finished speaking, she took the lead and charged straight towards Zhou Xian, closely followed by the other sixth-order master. Zhou Xian was extremely stunned. Boy, you're insane. Before Zhou Xian could finish cursing, he was forced to flee as a series of destructive divine abilities came shooting at him, his heart filled with shock at Yang Kai's ruthless determination. A series of explosions reverberated as the ground and the sky cracked at a spot where the small universes overlapped. Yang Kai spurted a large mouthful of blood as he felt his soul violently trembling. What he was doing was akin to sacrificing 800 of his soldiers to kill 1,000 of the enemies. Now it all came down to who fell first, Zhou Xian or him. Suddenly Yang Kai turned his head and cursed, Wu Kuang, you bastard. Wu Kuang didn't attack Zhou Xian, but instead sat down sitting cross-legged, madly using the heaven-devouring battle law to devour the surrounding world force. Yang Kai was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. Wu Kuang's act of devouring world force like this might be harming Zhou Xian, but Yang Kai couldn't escape from it either. Furthermore, he was so brazen that he actually sat down next to Yang Kai as if he wanted the latter to protect him. Yang Kai could not wait to take out his azure dragon spear and plunge it right into his heart. However, Wu Kuang shamelessly raised his head and added with a serious look on his face, you should not divert your attention during this life-and-death battle. Yang Kai suppressed the boiling blood in his heart and quickly took out a low-rank world fruit and swallowed it, forcefully calming his nerves. He then turned his head, avoiding looking at him. What the eyes did not see, the heart did not grieve. Before refining the world fruit's medicinal efficacy, Yang Kai stuffed another one into his mouth. After eating 2 world fruits, Yang Kai finally had the confidence to drag Zuoquan Hui down to his death. He raised his head, looking at the battle that was raging on the other side. Zuoquan Hui was at the end of his rope, though he was still desperately struggling. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to step forward to help, but since the 2 small universes were stacked together now, he needed to exert all of his strength to interfere with Zuoquan Hui's control over the surrounding world. Had he not been suppressing Zuoquan Hui here, how could the latter be so weak? Zuoquan Hui had to divert some of his attention to deal with the attacks of a dozen or so Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters while enduring the backlash caused by the destruction to his small universe, while at the same time resisting Yang Kai's interference, so how could he not be at a disadvantage? With time, Yang Kai could clearly feel his small universe's foundation rapidly depleting. Fortunately, he had eaten 2 low-rank world fruits, allowing him to slowly replenish what he was losing, but he was still unable to make ends meet. Zuoquan Hui's situation was even worse. His body was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. It looked as if he had reached the end of his road, and as he unleashed his divine abilities one after another, he no longer bore the awe-inspiring might of a 7th-order master. Suddenly Yang Kai's brow twitched as a look of joy appeared on his face. He could feel Zuoquan Hui's small universe rapidly shrinking. Zuoquan Hui was a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so his small universe was much bigger than Yang Kai, but now it was actually getting smaller. This way it would be easier for him to suppress Zuoquan Hui. Sure enough, when their small universes broke that critical point, Zuoquan Hui's performance became much worse. As if this old man realized that he was doomed, his attacks became fiercer. It looked like he wanted to take a few people down with him before dying. How could Yang Kai allow him to do as he pleased? With a single thought, Yang Kai used his own divine abilities and coordinated with everyone else's attacks. In an instant, Zuoquan Hui's figure came to a halt as his imposing momentum suddenly plummeted and he staggered, spurting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, over a dozen divine abilities bombarded Zuoquan Hui, sending him flying like a paper kite before heavily crashing to the ground. It had not been that long, but he was now gasping for breath. However, no one dared to lower their guard as all of them gathered around him and waited. Yang Kai kicked Wu Kuang, who was sitting next to him motionlessly and was only focused on swallowing energy, to the ground. "Stop. Your table manners are beyond unsightly." After cursing and venting his anger, Yang Kai covered his mouth and lightly coughed, covering his palm in golden blood. Wu Kuang had obtained a great bargain, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with Yang Kai over his rude actions. He simply stood up and patted his butt, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. Shouldering the Azure Dragon Spear, Yang Kai stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Zuoquan Hui, do you have any last words?" Zuoquan Hui, who was loudly wheezing, stared blankly into the void. Yang Kai stood not far from him, looking at him indifferently. "Don't have any unrealistic fantasies? Your cultivation has already fallen to the 6th order, and your small universe has become unstable. There is no hope for you to advance again in this life even if you survive, so why not just die?" When the surrounding crowd heard this, they discovered that Zuoquan Hui's omnipresent aura was rapidly fading. Furthermore, the surrounding scenery was also distorting. It was obvious that Zuoquan Hui's cultivation had fallen to the 6th order Open Heaven realm and his small universe was no longer able to maintain its solid form. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They were extremely wary of this 7th order Open Heaven realm master. After all, Zuoquan Hui was a veteran powerhouse, so who knew what kind of trump cards he was still hiding? If Zuoquan Hui really managed to drag some of them down with him, their losses would outweigh the gains. But since he had fallen to the 6th order, the threat he posed was greatly reduced, making him look like a tiger without its fangs. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zuoquan Hui moved and slowly sat up straight, crossing his legs as he stared at Yang Kai indifferently. "I'm afraid the future will be quite exciting with a monster like you appearing in the 3,000 worlds." "You flatter me." Yang Kai maintained a stoic face. "Unfortunately, this old master won't be able to see it." Zuoquan Hui sighed. "After I die, that disciple of mine won't be able to escape death either, right?" Yang Kai raised his chin. "Don't worry, I'll let her reunite with you as soon as possible. Well, maybe she's already waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs." Zuoquan Hui nodded. It's up to you, the winner is the king and the loser is the villain. If you had lost, your fate wouldn't be any better than this monarch's. Yang Kai clapped his hands and scoffed. You've got quite a vivid imagination. Zuoquan Hui smiled at him. There will come a day when you will understand. Saying so, he suddenly made a hand seal and asked, looking at Yang Kai, do you know why a high-rank open heaven realm master won't easily open their small universe to kill their enemy, even if it is a trump card that every high-rank open heaven realm master can use? Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow. Please enlighten me. Zuoquan Hui replied, because if we do this, even if we successfully kill the enemy, there will be no end to the trouble, just like this. The next moment, Zuoquan Hui's figure shook. Yang Kai could clearly feel the aura of a small universe collapsing as world force spread out. Everyone watching was shocked. Zuoquan Hui's action would undoubtedly disintegrate and collapse his small universe. The small universe world was the foundation of an open heaven realm master. Once the small universe collapsed, the open heaven realm master would not be far from death. Zuoquan Hui had fallen to the sixth order, so even if he still had the strength to mount up a fight, he would only be humiliating himself. Rather than losing his life to the enemy, he preferred to end his own life. Not everyone possessed such courage. Zuoquan Hui, who had shattered his own small universe, started loudly laughing. Boy, this monarch will teach you a lesson with his life. You should cherish it. While he was laughing, Zuoquan Hui's head drooped down as he died. An inner sect elder of Thousand Crane Paradise had fallen. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he stomped his feet and cursed. Why can't this old dog just die peacefully? Yang Kai's figure shook and his world force was mobilized, sealing the surrounding region. With them as the center, everything within a 10,000 kilometers radius was completely sealed. Yang Kai finally understood what Zuoquan Hui meant when he said there would be no end to the trouble. The old man had broken his own small universe and poured his world force into Yang Kai's small universe. Not only was this energy not beneficial to Yang Kai though, it was akin to a kind of impurity as it was wholly incompatible with his own body. In short, this foreign energy was corroding his small universe. Had Yang Kai not quickly reacted and sealed off the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, and allowed this energy to fill his small universe, it would have been difficult for him to remove it. He would have had to spend a great deal of time and energy in retreat. In other words, although high-rank open heaven realm masters could use this trump card to kill enemies, and it was their most powerful trump card at that, it could not be used lightly. Regardless of whether the enemy committed suicide or was killed, once their world force leaked out, it would be akin to swallowing a mouthful of poison. The price Zuoquan Hui had to pay to teach this lesson was not small, and the price to receive this lesson for Yang Kai was not small either. Yang Kai promptly turned his head to Wu Kuang, whereupon the latter snapped at him. What? He still had not forgotten that Yang Kai kicked him before. The heaven-devouring great emperor had never been a magnanimous person. Otherwise he wouldn't have caused so many deaths. Yang Kai snorted. If you're willing to take action, then do it. If you're not, then I won't force you. At worst, I'll just cut off this region. In any case, it'll only damage some of my foundation. Wu Kuang pretended to be slow-witted before he agreed. Since you are asking for help, I'll help. As Wu Kuang activated the heaven-devouring battle law, the world force within the 10,000-kilometer radius madly flowed into his body. The group of sixth-order open heaven realm master watching from the side instantly felt an instinctive sense of dread. Although they had seen Wu Kuang use the heaven-devouring battle law before, everyone had been fighting with Zuoquan Hui, so they hadn't paid much attention to it. Now when they got to see it so closely, they were all shocked. Martial Peak, Chapter 4608, Beg for Death or Beg for Mercy. The universe was huge and boundless. There were 3,000 worlds and countless mystical arts, but they had never seen or heard of one which could refine the world force of others for their own use until now. This was definitely a heaven-defying evil technique that went completely against the heavenly way. So when everyone saw Wu Kuang activate the heaven-devouring battle law and devour the world force, they were completely shaken up. It was just that cultivating this kind of secret art would damage the peace and harmony of the world, and he would be fraught with endless danger. He would ultimately meet an untimely death. So, although they were shocked, they didn't feel much envy. Wu Kuang finished in less than an hour. Yang Kai felt so much pain and anger that he almost vomited blood. Although he had killed Zhou Xian in this battle, he had paid a huge price for that. Over 10 Sixth Order Masters fought inside his small universe, causing great damage to its foundation, and coupled with Wu Kuang's repeated acts of devouring his world force, the losses he had suffered were so great that it was difficult for outsiders to understand. Previously, when he borrowed the world force from the star boundary, Yang Kai had obtained quite an advantage. His foundation had been greatly strengthened, saving him at least 500 years of bitter cultivation. However, after what had happened today, the benefits he had obtained before had basically been negated. If he hadn't eaten 2 world fruits at the last moment, his situation would have been even worse. After having suffered this kind of loss, all he could do was slowly cultivate to make up for it. However, this way he was certain of one thing. Although he was unable to put a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master into his small universe, if he were to spread his small universe, he would not be restricted in this aspect. After all, even Zhou Xian, a 7th Order Master, was technically inside his small universe. The fierce battle inside the small universe had finally come to an end. The battle concluded with Zhou Xian's death, and the battle raging outside should be coming to an end as well. After all, Voidland's side was facing the enemy in 2-against-1 battles, so how could Zhou Xian, and the others be their opponents? When Yang Kai withdrew his small universe and everyone returned to the Blue Clouds continent, they looked up and saw that the people from Heavenly Sword Union were indeed in danger. Zhou and Pei Wenxian were barely holding on. They had just advanced to the 6th Order not long ago, and although they had broken through a few years earlier than the great emperors, their foundations weren't that strong. While everyone was fighting, they were also paying attention to the situation here. At this moment, when they saw Yang Kai appear with other 6th Order Masters, the great emperors felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, whereas the faces of the Heavenly Sword Union members were ashen. Zhou Xian was nowhere to be seen, so it was obvious that he was dead. Seeing this, Zhou, Pei Wenxian, and the others quickly used their divine abilities to shake off their opponents before fleeing without a moment's hesitation. But how could Yang Kai give them this chance? With a wave of his hand, over a dozen people rushed straight towards the various battlefields. A short while later, the remaining 5 members of Heavenly Sword Union were all captured and a series of restrictions were placed upon them to seal their cultivation. Yang Kai took a seat on a rock, holding the Azure Dragon Spear in one hand. He would lightly cough from time to time and his aura was a little dispirited. Yu He and Mo stood behind him like guards. Amidst the pushing and shoving, Ziyan Zhou, Pei Wenxian, Huang Mao and Dan Yang were all brought before Yang Kai. Among the 5, Ziyan was glaring at Yang Kai while Huang Mao and Dan Yang's eyes flickered with regret and fear. On the other hand, Zhou and Pei Wenxian both stood up straight and wore calm expressions, like they were not captives at all. Especially Pei Wenxian, who was even in the mood to size up Wu Kuang. He still didn't understand why his junior brother had suddenly changed sides. Coincidentally, Wu Kuang also looked towards him with interest. His eyes were shining brightly like when a lecher saw a beautiful woman, causing Pei Wenxian's face to turn pale and his heart to quickly pound. "Where is my honored master? What did you do to him?" Ziyan gnashed her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. Although she had some inkling of an idea, she still refused to believe it. Yang Kai raised his head and sneered, "Since I'm here, can't you guess what happened to your master?" "Impossible." Ziyan's eyes almost started shooting flames, but the next moment her pupils constricted when they landed on the corpse casually tossed before her by Yang Kai. Before Zhou Xian died, he was struck by a dozen or so divine abilities. He might have died in the end, but his body was completely mutilated and beyond recognition. "Honored master," Ziyan's eyes filled with tears as she muttered to herself. Looking at her honored master's body, she couldn't help but recall all the things she had experienced in Thousand Crane Paradise. Her honored master's sincere guidance, her senior brother's love, and her junior brother's respect. She had no worries back then. But now her junior brother was dead, her senior brother was dead, and even her honored master was dead. All of them had died at the hands of this bastard. "I'll kill you." Ziyan leapt forward. Her cultivation might have been sealed and she might not have been able to bring out her strength, but her sharp teeth still bit towards Yang Kai's flesh. Yang Kai turned the azure dragon spear in his hand and thrust its butt into her soft belly. Ziyan immediately fell to her knees and hunched over, unable to catch her breath for a long time. Yang Kai lifted her chin with the tip of his spear and stated in a cold voice, "Zhou Xian died because he provoked me first. Furthermore, he wanted to kill me too, so he got what he deserved. As fellow disciples, if you want to take revenge for him, I have nothing to say, but since you want to take revenge, you should be mentally prepared to be killed by me. At the end of the day, the winner is the king and the loser is the villain." Ziyan's eyes welled as she looked at him. Her eyes became lifeless and filled with despair. The next moment she suddenly threw herself forward. Yang Kai withdrew his spear just in time. The sharp azure dragon spear only left a red mark on her throat. "Kill me! Kill me!" Ziyan madly screamed, wanting to rush forward and beg for death, but Luan Baifeng pressed her down to the ground, causing her to endlessly whimper. Yang Kai added lightly, "Don't worry, I'll let you die a quick death, but not now. You have more use to me alive than dead." Saying so, he turned to Huang Mao and Dan Yang. The two immediately got down on one knee without a moment of hesitation and cupped their fists together. "We are willing to submit to you, willing to lay down our lives for you, come hell or high water." Yang Kai chuckled. "Look at her, how unyielding she is. She prefers to die honorably than to live on in shame. On the other hand, the two of you, two grown men, are acting so subserviently, it's really disappointing. If you don't blush, I'll blush." As expected, the faces of the two remaining ancestors of Heavenly Sword Union turned red. However, their pride and honor were nothing when their lives were on the line. Not to mention bowing, they could even endure greater humiliation if it let them survive. Huang Mao lowered his head and stated, "Heavenly Sword Union had overestimated itself and made an enemy out of you, Heavenly Monarch Yang, so we have only ourselves to blame for falling into such a situation. However, we were forced to do so." Zuoquan Hui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Heavenly Sword Union was unable to refuse him. "Heavenly Monarch, please understand." Dan Yang also added, "Although this old master is old, I'm still able to kill enemies for the Heavenly Monarch. Right now, only Huang Mao and I are left of Heavenly Sword Union. If Heavenly Monarch can let bygones be bygones, Heavenly Sword Union will become a branch of Voidland in the future, only following the orders of Voidland from now on. Heavenly Sword Union might be bruised and battered, and they might have lost all of their open heaven realm cultivators except for these 6th Order masters, but they still had their inheritances which had been passed down through the years, and their foundation was still intact. Anyone would be tempted with such a huge price before them." However, Yang Kai remained indifferent and simply stared into the sky. "Hundreds of my Voidland's open heaven realm masters have lost their lives in this war. All of them had families, husbands, wives, or children, but none of them had made any mistakes. If I let you two old bastards live, how can my Voidland's dead rest in peace?" Yang Kai had clearly made up his mind to cut the weeds and pull out roots. With Voidland's current foundation, they did not need Heavenly Sword Union at all, so it could just disappear from the face of the 3,000 worlds. Although his voice was calm and gentle, it sounded like a thunderclap to Huang Mao and Dan Yang's ears. The two of them immediately fell to the ground and their faces turned ashen. Yang Kai then turned to Yin Xen Zhao and Pei Wenxian, smiling, "What about the two of you? Do you want to die or beg for mercy?" Yin Xen Zhao sighed in helplessness. "As you said, the winner is the king and the loser is the villain. You can do whatever you want, it's your choice." Pei Wenxian coldly snorted, "Do you have the guts to kill us? Didn't you mention Zhao Xing just now? Have you forgotten what happened already?" Yang Kai indifferently looked at him while Pei Wenxian stared back at him fearlessly in response. With a flash of light, Yang Kai flicked his spear, all while maintaining that same indifferent look on his face. The next moment something fell to the ground with a thud. Pei Wenxian looked towards the source of the sound and saw a severed arm lying there. The cut was completely clean, like butter cut with a hot knife. A blood-curdling scream rang out as Pei Wenxian stretched out his other hand and covered the wound left by his severed arm, but he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. He immediately shouted in horror, "You dare! I'm a core disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven." Yang Kai tilted his head, calm and relaxed. "So, core disciples of Myriad Demons Heaven also bark like stray dogs?" The nearby Xianxia gulped hard. Although he looked at Pei Wenxian with a look of sympathy, he didn't dare to say anything. Rather, he was secretly rejoicing in his heart that he hadn't fought back just now. Yang Kai might not dare to kill them, but torturing them was not a problem. Pei Wenxian had lost an arm, so unless he could find a heaven-defying medicine that could regenerate his limb, his strength would forever be greatly reduced. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai suddenly stated in a deep voice, "Of course, I haven't forgotten about Zhao Xing's Wuquan Hui took revenge for his disciple, even going so far as to rebel against Thousand Crane Paradise. Unfortunately, he still died a miserable death." Saying so, Yang Kai kicked the corpse he had just thrown out and added, smiling, "After you die, who in myriad demons heaven will avenge you? That old dog Zhuobu-kun? Let him try. Today I can kill Wuquan Hui, tomorrow I can kill Zhuobu-kun." Xianxia's face suddenly paled. "You're really planning on killing us?" Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "What do you think?" Xianxia didn't say anything, fearing that he might just make things worse. After all, Yang Kai was still young and hot-blooded, so he could easily act on impulse. "Originally, you and I didn't have any deep enmity with each other. It was just that we didn't like one another. Then Xianxia, you hunted me down in the blood monster cave heaven, and if it weren't for Chu Huashang carrying me and escaping, how could I have survived? Pei Wenxian, there was only a small grudge between us. It's normal for young people to fight and compete, but why did you have to act as if you and I had a life-or-death grudge? Why did you get involved in the mess between Heavenly Sword Union and my Voidland? Since you want to kill me, I naturally can't let you live." The blood drained from Xianxia's face. Wu Kuang licked his lips. "Boy, I'll ask you for a favor." The moment Wu Kuang stuck out his nose, Yang Kai knew what he was pulling, so he couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Pei Wenxian?" Wu Kuang nodded. "It would be even better if you leave the other one too." "Are you still not full?" Wu Kuang patted his stomach. "My appetite is big, there's nothing I can do about it." The group of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't help but shudder. Martial Peak, Chapter 4609, You've made a huge mistake. Yang Kai remained seated for a while before waving his hand. "Whatever. Just take them away." Wu Kuang guffawed and gave the other man a thumbs up. "You're indeed generous, kid." Upon finishing his words, Wu Kuang pushed his world force and engulfed Xianxia and the others with it. Following that, he turned into a demonic cloud and shot into the sky. Yang Kai looked up and shouted, "Clean up everything. Don't leave any traces behind." Wu Kuang's voice was heard coming from the distance. "Don't worry. That old ghost is now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master." With a conflicted gaze, Bustling World Great Emperor watched as Wu Kuang left. When he was in the Shattered Star Sea in the past, he failed in his attempt to kill Wu Kuang. Instead, his body was almost taken over by the latter. Their souls ended up living in the same body for many years, and their enmity slowly subsided as they had gone through some hardships together. After killing Great Demon God Mo Xing, Wu Kuang left and there had not been any news about him since. Bustling World Great Emperor had never expected to come across him on this day. He was able to recognize Wu Kuang even though the latter's appearance was completely different now. Over the past few years, the Great Emperors had been cultivating in seclusion in Voidland. With Voidland as their support, there had never been a lack of resources. However, it wasn't until recently that they made it to the 6th Order. On the other hand, it appeared that Wu Kuang had achieved an ascension much earlier than them. It had to be noted that Wu Kuang had been making a living on his own, but he was still able to attain such achievements. This fact alone made Duan Hongqin realize that he was no match for him. Wu Kuang lived up to his name as the strongest Great Emperor in the history of the Star Boundary. That was Wu Kuang? Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wu Hen suddenly exclaimed as he had just realized it. Duan Hongqin nodded gently. The corners of Zhan Wu Hen's brow twitched. "No wonder I found that guy annoying the first time he entered my eyes." Junior brother Yang. Qing Kuei dashed towards Yang Kai. Xianxia and Pei Wenxian cannot die. Earlier he saw Wu Kuang using the heaven-devouring battle law, and now he brought Xianxia and the others away. It was obvious to him what fate awaited them. He was also shocked by Yang Kai's audacity. After a cough, Yang Kai turned to look at him and replied with a smile, I know what you're worried about, senior brother Qing. You know nothing. Qing Kuei turned solemn. After you killed Zhao Xing, only Zhu Quan Hui and the others came over to retaliate against you. That was because Yinyang Cave Heaven interfered and resisted most of the pressure for you. Now that traitors on paper like Zhu Quan Hui are dead, those from Thousand Cranes Paradise won't do anything to you even though they're resentful. Otherwise they'll have to openly offend Yinyang Cave Heaven. However, Yin Xin Zhao and Pei Wenxian are different. If you let someone kill them, Myriad Demons Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven will never let you off. By then more than one 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master will come to destroy you. Yang Kai batted his eyes with an innocent expression. No one from Voidland killed them. Did anyone see it? Wu Kuang wasn't a member of Voidland. Strictly speaking, he was just a traitor from Myriad Demons Heaven. Yang Kai initially intended to bring those people back to the Great Territory where the star boundary was located and kill them to further nourish the World Tree. However, if Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian were really killed there, some faint traces might be left behind. Moreover, after the previous epic battle, the World Tree had obtained quite a lot of nourishment, so there wasn't a need to provide more for it now. That was the reason Yang Kai gave up on that idea. A frustrated Qing Kuei stared at him. It is a well-known fact that Pei Wenxian and Yin Xin Zhao assisted Heavenly Sword Union to make things difficult for Voidland in the past. Both Heavenly Sword Union and Zhu Quan Hui were destroyed, so if Pei Wenxian and Yin Xin Zhao are also killed, even a fool will figure out that it has something to do with Voidland. In fact, there's no need for any witnesses at all. Do you think the 2 cave heavens will go easy on you? They'll settle the issue with brute force. Yang Kai chuckled. I absolutely agree with you, senior brother Qing. However, Pei Wenxian and Yin Xin Zhao repeatedly made things difficult for me in the past. Previously on the Prison Star, I intended to make use of the Prison League's power to kill them, but Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch and the others proved unreliable. That was the reason they managed to flee. Now that there's such a great chance, I naturally wouldn't let them leave. I'll feel nauseated if I ever see them again. Qing Kuei was so exasperated that he stomped his foot on the ground. Don't you get it, junior brother Yang? They can't be killed. Although Voidland is fairly powerful now. Yang Kai raised his hand to cut him off. Senior brother Qing, even if I'm willing to let them off, someone else won't let them live. Why don't you try to persuade that person instead of me? That person. Qing Kuei became startled for a moment before realizing that Yang Kai was talking about Wu Kuang. That's right. Wu Kuang was technically a disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven, but he launched a sneak attack on Zhu Quan Hui and cultivated an extremely evil secret art. If such secrets were exposed, he would never be able to settle down in any place even though the 3,000 worlds was so expansive. Certainly, Wu Kuang would want to silence all witnesses to his crimes. Therefore, it was pointless for Qing Kuei to keep persuading Yang Kai. A moment later, Qing Kuei snapped out of his dazed state and sighed. You've really made a huge mistake this time. Yang Kai got up with difficulty and patted the other man's shoulder with a smile. I believe that person will not leave any traces behind. Xian Yuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven might speculate that their disciples were killed by me, but they can't do anything to me since they don't have any evidence. Qing Kuei put on a helpless smile as he thought that Yang Kai was oversimplifying things. If the 2 cave heavens wanted to avenge the death of their disciples, they didn't need any evidence. A simple doubt was a good enough reason for them to make a move. Junior brother Yang, there's one more thing you need to know. If Yin Xin Zhao and Pei Wenxian are really killed, those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven will immediately find out about it. After all, they are core disciples of their sects, so they must have left behind soul lamps in their headquarters. Once they die, their soul lamps will go out as well. The 2 cave heavens will definitely send some people over once that happens. Yang Kai frowned. Will they be able to find out that those people were killed here? Qing Kuei nodded with a solemn expression. Given the powers of the senior experts of those cave heavens, they can definitely do that even though it might take a while. Yang Kai arched his brow. In that case, we're running short on time. Following a pause, he continued, there's one thing I need you to help me with, senior brother Qing. Qing Kuei replied, just tell me straight away. Since Honored Master has sent junior sister and me to help you, we'll follow your commands. Yang Kai cut to the chase and said, I need you to go back to Inyang Cave Heaven and invite Martial Uncle Su to come to the star boundary. Qing Kuei raised his brow in confusion upon hearing that, but soon understanding something he said in shock, "Junior brother Yang Yu." Suddenly Yang Kai put on a smile. "I'm a son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven, and I've gained some benefits from the sect. Martial Uncle Su has been treating me well, as he had even let me enter the divine armament world once. Now that I have gained some benefits of my own, I naturally can't gobble everything up by myself. When you return to Inyang Cave Heaven, senior brother Qing, please help me inform Martial Uncle Su that I have a gift for him." Su Yingshui, who had chosen to take a passive role up until now, appeared surprised as well. Upon realizing the other man's intention, Qing Kuei became excited. "In that case, I'll not hide anything about what went on in the star boundary." Yang Kai chuckled. "It can't be hidden. The secret of the star boundary will be exposed sooner or later. If possible, tell Martial Uncle Su to invite some of the representatives of the other cave heavens and paradises he's on good terms with to come to the star boundary as well." Qing Kuei examined him and remarked, "You're pretty audacious, junior brother." There was a bitter smile on Yang Kai's face. "It's not possible for us to monopolize such a big piece of fat. Rather than waiting for other people to come snatch it, I'd rather expose the truth myself and negotiate to remain on top." Following the transformation of the star boundary, the world tree started growing madly and amplified its heritage, which allowed the cultivators living there to more easily comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. Even Yang Kai's father and mother, whose aptitudes were average at best, could still easily make it to the fourth order open heaven realm, with the hope of ascending to the fifth order. If cultivators with exceptional aptitudes started cultivating in the star boundary from a young age, they might be able to directly ascend to the sixth order or even the seventh order. It could be said that star boundary was now the best cradle for nurturing future open heaven realm masters. Nowhere else in the entire 3,000 worlds was comparable to it. Certainly, Yang Kai would have monopolized such a precious place if he could. However, life was not a bed of roses. In the past, no one bothered to come to the star boundary as it was located in a very remote area. Now that the world tree had matured though, it would send a shockwave across the entire 3,000 worlds. No one could stop this secret from spreading. Moreover, following the death of Yin Xin Zhao and Pei Wenxian, those from Xianyuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven would definitely come over to investigate. Yang Kai naturally had to be prepared. It was true that Void Land was fairly strong now, as two divine spirits were residing in its headquarters. Even the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't dare to underestimate them. But in the end, that was just Void Land's headquarters. There were not many powerful cultivators in the star boundary. It could be said that over 1,000 open heaven realm masters, more than 20 of them were in the sixth order, were a force to be reckoned with. But any cave heaven or paradise could easily deploy such a powerful force with ease. Yang Kai didn't think they could win if they were faced with any of those great forces, not to mention that Xianyuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven would probably join forces to deal with them. In order to survive, those from Void Land had to make use of the power of others. Only other cave heavens and paradises could deal with the cave heavens and paradises. However, without enough benefits, there was no reason for those forces to make a move. Although Su Linggong was close to Yang Kai, he was unable to represent the entire Inyang Cave Heaven. Since they were running out of time, Qing Kuei decided to leave immediately as Inyang Cave Heaven was far away. Fortunately, since he was on his own, he could make use of universe temples to move around faster. It would probably take him 3 to 4 months to go there and come back. Those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven probably wouldn't be able to find the star boundary in just 3 to 4 months. Su Yingshui didn't leave. Since she was a disciple of Inyang Cave Heaven, she might prove to be useful if anything unexpected happened. Yang Kai stopped letting his thoughts run wild as he turned his head and raised his hand. "Tell him to come over." Earlier, when Lu Baiyang noticed that the battle had ended, he decided to come over and have a look, but he waited at a distance so as not to appear rude. Upon stepping into this place though, he felt his chest tightening when he saw the pale young man who was covered in blood and the people around him. He was already the strongest cultivator in the Blue Clouds continent, but he was still unable to sense the true cultivation of these people. As he swept a glance over them, he realized that the aura of every one of them was extremely imposing. Then when he recalled the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering noises just now, he realized that the powers of these people far exceeded his own. In a respectful manner he cupped his fist. Blue Cloud's Continent Lu Baiyong, greets seniors. Yang Kai examined him and nodded gently, a promising man indeed. Faced with formidable enemies, Lu Baiyong was still determined to defend his homeland. At the most critical moment he even obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will, thus allowing him to become a great emperor and condense his Dao seal. Therefore it was obvious that even though Lu Baiyong was still weak right now, he was a resolute person. Martial Peak, Chapter 4610 Ownerless Land. Yang Kai recalled that when the great emperors of the Star Boundary had to face the great demon god, their situation was similar to that of Lu Baiyong. The only difference was that no powerful cultivators showed up and helped them at that time. However, on this day those from Void Land appeared and killed the enemies, thus solving the crisis for this place. Lu Baiyong appeared somewhat bashful. Many thanks for your compliment, senior. What's this place called? Yang Kai asked. Lu Baiyong replied respectfully, Senior, this is Blue Cloud's continent. He felt his heart pounding against his chest, thinking that these were indeed the senior experts that came from somewhere else. That was the reason they were not even aware of this world's name. He had previously speculated that there was a wider world and greater martial Dao outside the Blue Cloud's continent, but that remained a speculation that couldn't be proven. Nevertheless, what he had gone through on this day proved his theory right. Upon seeing the other man's fervent gaze, Yang Kai put on a smile. You've obtained the acknowledgement of the will of this world and condensed your Dao seal, thus allowing you to become a great emperor. After that, you'll need to refine various resources to condense the powers of yin yang and the 5 elements. Once you accomplish this, you must split heaven and earth apart within your body, allowing you to step into the open heaven realm. There was a longing expression on Lu Baiyang's face as he muttered in a dazed state, split heaven and earth apart. Yang Kai went on to say, we will remain here for some time, so I will have someone explain the abstrusity of the open heaven realm to you at a later point. An elated Lu Baiyong saluted him, many thanks for your kindness, senior. It was like passing through a forest as a blind man when he cultivated on his own. If he could get the advice of some senior expert, it could save him time and allow him to take the correct path. It was expected that he was pleasantly surprised. Yang Kai waved his hand. The calamity that befell your Blue Cloud's continent is partly my responsibility, and your homeland has suffered immense losses as a result. Just see it as my compensation to you. Naturally, Lu Baiyong wouldn't dare to seriously take it as compensation. Then Yang Kai changed the topic by asking, how old is the Blue Cloud's continent? Since Lu Baiyong had obtained the acknowledgement of the Blue Cloud's continent and become a great emperor, he was definitely the one who knew this universe world the best. When Yang Kai became a great emperor in the past, the entire process of the Star Boundary's birth and growth played out in his mind. He supposed that Lu Baiyong had gone through a similar experience. After giving it a thought, Lu Baiyong replied, it's about 1 million years old. Yang Kai nodded, it's quite young. A universe world that was born roughly 1 million years ago could be considered very young, and it was now confirmed that this place was a newborn great territory. Immerse, Yang Kai called out. Immerse took a few steps forward. Yes, Sect Master. Go back to the Star Boundary and bring some people over. Tell them to form into groups to explore this great territory. If they discover anything of importance, report it to me immediately. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Immerse turned around and left. This newborn great territory was a lucrative ownerless land. Since Yang Kai had discovered this place, he definitely wanted to take control of it. If there were any hidden treasures in this great territory, over 1,000 open heaven realm masters would certainly be able to find some traces. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't want to miss such a great chance. Void Land was tight on money right now. With a territory gate blockaded by those from Heavenly Sword Union, which was led by Zhuquan Hui for a few years and influencing trade, all of Void Land's resources had been used up, so they seriously needed to replenish their reserves. Otherwise, it would be hard for their disciples to cultivate. Business in Void Star City had to be restored, and the problem regarding the lack of resources in Void Land had to be settled. Yang Kai also needed to make some future plans for the star boundary. Even though they had defeated Zuoquan Hui, they had to deal with a lot of issues. All these were giving him a headache, as it wasn't until he began trying to solve these problems that he realized how difficult it would be to do so. He missed his days when he basically acted as an arm-flinging shopkeeper despite being a sect master. Everyone had consumed a lot of energy in the epic battle, so Yang Kai told them to get some rest and asked Yu He to teach Lu Baiyang some basic knowledge about the open heaven realm before he started cultivating. Zuoquan Hui collapsed his small universe before his death, allowing his world force to contaminate Yang Kai's small universe. Although Yang Kai had cordoned off his small universe in time, and Wu Kuang had activated the heaven-devouring battle law to gobble up the mixed heritage, some of Zuoquan Hui's world force still managed to leak into Yang Kai's wider small universe. The power that belonged to Zuoquan Hui was no different from impurities for Yang Kai. He had to get rid of it sooner rather than later, or else it would affect his foundation. Lu Baiyang personally led Yang Kai to a secluded place where he could cultivate, a restricted area of the top 4 sects in the Blue Clouds continent. Tranquil Heaven's Peak was definitely a good place. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the holy land of the cultivators in the Blue Clouds continent. However, after the Great Battle, the area around Tranquil Heaven's Peak was destroyed and the peak itself was gone for good. Lu Baiyang was the most powerful cultivator in the Blue Clouds continent who was respected by all. Since he had spoken, no one dared to disobey him. Therefore, Yang Kai successfully entered the restricted area of this sect called the Primordial Sect. It wasn't that he insisted on cultivating in a restricted area. As to him, he could just cultivate anywhere. However, since Lu Baiyang had mentioned it, he didn't think it was appropriate to turn him down. The elders of Primordial Sect were beside Lu Baiyang the whole time, and the fact that Lu Baiyang treated this young man respectfully, as though he was the latter's disciple, terrified them. They were fully aware of Lu Baiyang's capabilities. He was the most powerful master in the Blue Clouds continent, so why would he still treat someone else in such a solemn manner? These elderly people were doubtful as they couldn't figure out the reason behind it. Eventually, the sect master of Primordial Sect summoned his courage and asked, "Saint Lu, who is that, sir?" Saint was an honorific given to Lu Baiyang by the cultivators in the Blue Clouds continent. Other than his cultivation, he also received this title because of his temperament. However, at this moment, Lu Baiyang appeared bashful as he took a glance at the beautiful woman beside him. He reckoned that he didn't deserve the honorific since he was so weak. Upon seeing that there wasn't a change in her expression though, he wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and replied, "He's a senior expert from the outside world. The noises we heard before were the fallout of senior clashing with his enemies." The people from Primordial Sect widened their eyes in disbelief. Earlier, the world-shattering noises reverberated across the entire Blue Clouds continent. Many of them thought that the end had arrived. It wasn't until this moment that they realized those were the repercussions of a battle. Even the fallout was so horrifying, so how powerful was the person who made the move in the first place? Furthermore, Lu Baiyang had mentioned the words, "senior expert." The people from Primordial Sect still couldn't believe what they had heard. Lu Baiyang waved his hand, "All of you should treat him with respect. No one should approach senior without his permission." All of them obediently saluted, "Yes, Saint Lu." It was then Lu Baiyang bent his back at Yu He, "Many thanks, senior." Yu He replied with a smile, "Since it is the young master's order, I will definitely do my best. By the way, stop calling me senior. I'm not that old." Lu Baiyang hurriedly nodded in agreement. While he was excited, he took a glance at the elders of Primordial Sect, but appeared hesitant. Knowing what was on his mind, Yu He said with a smile, "You're quite generous. The average person who has obtained such an opportunity would never expose it, but you're willing to share it with the others. It is no wonder that you were able to gain the acknowledgement of the world's will and became a great emperor at the most critical moment." A humble Lu Baiyang replied, "Many thanks for your compliments, and, madam." Yu He put on a bright smile as she seemed pleased with the title, and then she said amicably, "Others are welcome to join. It's not a secret anyway, just some common knowledge from where we come from. It's just that the Blue Clouds continent is fairly isolated, so you know nothing about the outside world." Lu Baiyang let out a long breath, "Many thanks, madam." He then sent a signal to the others from Primordial Sect. These elderly people felt their hearts racing as they said in unison, "Many thanks, madam." They previously thought that this beautiful woman was just a maidservant, but it wasn't until Lu Baiyong called her senior that they realized they had greatly underestimated her. She was also one of these senior experts. They had no idea what this woman wanted them to listen to, but it must be some valuable information since Lu Baiyong regarded it as important. The sect master of Primordial Sect then led all of them to a grand hall and invited Yu He to take the head seat. These people in the hall were the cultivators at the peak of martial Dao in the eyes of the commoners in the Blue Clouds continent, but at this moment, they were seated with straight backs and looked attentively at Yu He, as though they were disciples awaiting a lecture. Yu He then talked about the classification of the martial Dao. After she was done explaining the Emperor realm and the world's will, she went on to talk about great emperors and Dao seals. Lu Baiyong and the elders of Primordial Sect felt as though they had been struck by a huge wave. The classification of the martial Dao was unified across the entire 3,000 worlds. After all, the 3,000 worlds were well connected and communication was frequent. However, in this new great territory, the martial Dao was classified in a slightly different way. It was vaguer than from the outside world. In comparison, they realized that the classification system mentioned by this beautiful woman was more comprehensive and logical. They fell into their thoughts and realized that they were in the Emperor realm just like what she had said. At the mention of the world's will and the great emperors, those from Primordial Sect started breathing rapidly. Yu He said with a smile, "Every universe world can be thought of as a bottle with certain limits, oftentimes referred to as the world's bottle. The number of great emperors any universe world can support depends on the limit of the world's bottle. Even though there's only one great emperor in the Blue Clouds continent now, there will be more in the future." The sect master of Primordial Sect took a deep breath and looked fervently at Yu He. "So, all of us have a chance to become great emperors." Yu He smiled and nodded. "You'll have the chance as long as you manage to gain acknowledgement from the world." These people traded glances with excitement. This was truly a piece of shocking news. They previously thought that Lu Baiyong was already at the peak of the martial Dao, but they hadn't expected to find out there were more powerful beings in the outside world. With a clear goal in sight, they naturally wanted to work hard to tread further upon the martial Dao. The sect master of Primordial Sect asked humbly, "How does one go about gaining such acknowledgement?" Yu He only shook her head with a smile. They thought that she wasn't willing to expose such a secret, but no one dared to complain. Lu Baiyong on the other hand asked with a frown, "Madam, what happens to the others of the Blue Clouds continent once the world's bottle's limit is reached? Does that mean it becomes impossible for them to advance further on the martial Dao?" Naturally not. The great emperors can make use of the world's will to condense their Dao seals, but it doesn't mean those who are unable to become great emperors can't do so as well. I've never been a great emperor myself. As long as one can find their own grand Dao, they can continue rising. Alternatively, they can make use of heavenly Dao pills or other similar spirit pills. Many people in the outer universe rely on such pills to condense their Dao seals. Dale Lidgerkeys, 1 million years old? Seriously? Just Earth is estimated to have formed more than 4 billion years ago. Some Hindu texts, which are also works of fiction in my opinion, say Earth has been around for more than 150 trillion years. And the best you can come up with is 1 million? Martial Peak, Chapter 46:11 Chaos stirs and a world is born. In comparison, Yu He was evidently more amiable to Lu Baiyong, but that wasn't because he was the strongest amongst these people. She was now a 6th-order open heaven master, so emperors and great emperors were no different to her, ants she could squash with a snort. The main reason was that Lu Baiyong was truly concerned about his world and people, which was proven to be true in their conversation. The Emperor Realm Masters of Primordial Sect only cared about whether they would be able to secure a place in the world's bottle. On the other hand, Lu Baiyong was concerned about how others could move forward once the limit in the world's bottle was reached. That was why Yu He regarded him highly. Half a day later, all of them left the place with excitement. Yu He's narration seemed to have opened the door to a new world for them, allowing them to know that besides the Blue Clouds continent, there were more universe worlds that they were not aware of out there. Outside of their own great territory that consisted of many universe worlds, there were even more great territories. The Emperor realm was followed by the Open Heaven realm, which was divided into high rank, mid rank, and low rank. They had never heard about such things before. Ignoring the sentiment of those from Primordial Sect, Lu Baiyong asked for Yuhi's opinion about sharing what they had learned with others. Upon receiving her permission, he gathered all the Emperor Realm Masters in the continent together 2 months later and told them everything he knew. He also explained to them what happened in the Blue Clouds continent on that day. Certainly, Lu Baiyong wouldn't lie to them, so upon hearing his words, all of them broke into a commotion. 5 days after the epic battle against Zuoquan Hui, more than 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland streamed into this new great territory. Groups of 2 were formed and each pair picked a direction and flew off to begin scouring this great territory. Half a month later, many of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had recovered could no longer contain their urge to explore the new great territory. The new great territory was full of mysteries. They naturally had to personally find out about the opportunities and risks in this place. Only Yu He and Su Yingxue were left in Primordial Sect to handle the more administrative affairs. 1 month later, Yang Kai finally left the restricted area. He had managed to get rid of the impurities from Zuoquan Hui's small universe, but the loss of heritage he had suffered in that battle couldn't be replenished in a short time. His decision to merge his own small universe with that of Zuoquan Hui in a final attempt to kill him turned out to be harmful to him, which was inevitable. Fortunately, he managed to kill Zuoquan Hui in the end. Seeing that Yang Kai had come out of the restricted area, Yu He hurriedly approached him and called out, "Young master." Yang Kai nodded at both Yu He and Su Yingxue, then asked, "How's the situation in this great territory?" An excited Yu He replied, "This great territory is very vast. It's been a short time since the exploration started, so we haven't found out where the boundaries are. However, we've discovered many universe worlds with ample resources, even though their orders are fairly low." Yang Kai arched his brow. That's good news. There was a lack of resources in Voidland now. The issue could be alleviated if they could get some resources from this great territory. "Have you discovered any Open Heaven Realm Masters?" Yang Kai asked. Yu He shook her head. "No. Many of the universe worlds only have the most basic forms of life. There are not even living creatures with sentience. We've discovered 2 universe worlds where there are living beings, but the martial Dao there is even lower than that of Blue Clouds continent." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Now we can be certain that it's a newborn great territory. Only in a newborn great territory would the martial Dao be so low in so many places. There wasn't even a single Open Heaven Realm Master to be found. There's one interesting place though. Do you want to have a look, young master?" Yu He asked. Yang Kai shot her a glance and burst into laughter. "Since you've said so, it must be very interesting. Let's go." Yu He pressed her lips together and smiled. "Please come with me, young master." Upon finishing her words, she leaped into the sky, followed by Yang Kai and Su Yingxue. Yu He then shot off in a certain direction. Over 1,000 disciples from Voidland had scattered everywhere in this great territory. Once they discovered a place that was worth their attention, they would immediately head to the Blue Clouds continent to report it to Yu He, who would then let Yang Kai make a decision after the latter exited his retreat. Although 1 month had passed, they were still unable to have a clear picture of the entire great territory. With that said, they had made a lot of discoveries. As they moved forward, Yang Kai suddenly recalled something and asked, "What order do you think Lu Baiyong can achieve?" Yu He replied, "I've checked his Dao seal and I believe he'll definitely be able to reach the 5th order. It will be difficult for him to directly ascend to the 6th order." Yang Kai nodded his head. He's the first great emperor in that universe world who has the blessing of the world's will. The 5th order will be pretty good for him. The cultivators who could directly ascend to the 6th order Open Heaven realm were core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. For every sect they would probably only get one such disciple every 1,000 years or so. Having said that, with the transformation in the star boundary, turning it into an Open Heaven realm cradle, Yang Kai wasn't able to foretell what would happen from now on. Perhaps directly ascending to the 6th order would be the norm in the future. "Do you want to ask him to join Voidland, young master?" Yu He asked. Yang Kai replied with a smile. "This great territory is like the back garden of Voidland now, so whether or not he joins Voidland makes no difference. Tell someone to send over a set of materials condensed from the gourd vine to help him ascend to the open heaven realm. Given his temperament, I believe he won't be ungrateful." Upon hearing that, Su Yingshui rolled her eyes. "You've asked Senior Brother Qing to invite our honored master to come over alongside his friends from the other cave heavens and paradises, and now you also want to keep this entire great territory as Voidland's back garden? I don't think that's feasible." After all, Yang Kai himself had said that Voidland was unable to gobble up so many treasures on its own. This new great territory was also such a treasure. A nonchalant Yang Kai replied, "Feasible or not, that will depend on how I'm going to make it happen." As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look in a particular direction as there was a world with a golden glow hovering in the void there. Even though it was far away, Yang Kai could still clearly feel a stunning aura coming right at him from over there. He narrowed his eyes when he saw that. He fished out a jade slip and took a look before stating, "There are no living creatures in this universe world, but it contains ample metal element materials." Two disciples looked into it and found out that the materials were only in the second and third order. However, if we dig deeper into the ground, we might be able to get metal element materials of higher orders. Yang Kai sighed. "I recall reading from an ancient book that all newborn great territories are extremely rich in resources. I couldn't imagine it in the past, but now it seems that it's true." The currently known great territories in the 3,000 worlds were all born at some point in time. During that period of time, they were also stuffed full of resources. However, as time passed, the resources gradually became depleted and disappeared from the people's sight. The universe world before their eyes was a treasure vault that couldn't be found anywhere else in the 3,000 worlds. If all the resources were extracted out of this treasure vault, that would translate into immense wealth. He said, "Besides this universe world that contains metal element materials, we've also discovered similar worlds that have wood element and fire element materials. There's also a Sealing Yang domain." A surprised Yang Kai asked, "A Sealing Yang domain?" He smiled and nodded, "N." In the past, the place where Bai Qi ascended to the open heaven realm was also a Sealing Yang domain. It was originally a restricted zone belonging to Golden Rainbow Province. Those from Golden Rainbow Province discovered it a long time ago, but they used it as bait to lure the proprietress and Bai Qi out. In the end, the Sealing Yang domain was destroyed following an intense battle. The proprietress was thorough at that time as Bao Qi almost lost his life. So, those from Golden Rainbow Province had also suffered immense losses since the Sealing Yang domain was now gone for good. It was during that time when the proprietress made a heart demon oath. Unless she could destroy Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, she would never ascend to the 7th order in her lifetime. Yang Qi was abundant in a Sealing Yang domain as it could infinitely produce Yang element materials of different orders. Out of the Yin, Yang and 5 elements, Yin and Yang element materials were the rarest. A Sealing Yang domain was definitely more valuable than the metal element universe world. Yang Kai repeatedly said "good" in order to express his joy. It strengthened his notion of making this great territory the back garden of Void Land. Even though this move would cause some disputes, he certainly wouldn't allow anyone to harm his interests. At that moment, Yang Kai supposed he should thank the old dog Suoquan Hui. If Suoquan Hui hadn't made use of his power and opened up a territory gate, Yang Kai wouldn't have discovered this new great territory that would bring tremendous benefits to Void Land. However, this issue was also giving him a headache. There were many places in this new great territory that needed exploration. The small number of universe worlds that contained a huge amount of resources already required a lot of manpower to mine. It had only been 100 years since the star boundary last experienced its biggest war, and since the population had shrunk significantly, they were unable to bear such a burden. Yang Kai believed that he could use the help of Void Territory. After all, Void Land now directly managed over 10 universe worlds, so they could bring some people over to help out. As they kept flying forward, they soon arrived at the Sealing Yang domain. It was a small star that accompanied a dead star, but it contained an abundance of Yang Qi. The Yang Qi permeating the entire star was in the 3rd order. In other words, if any cultivators intended to ascend to the 3rd order, they could just come here and refine the ambient Yang Qi. There wasn't a need for them to look for Yang element materials elsewhere. It was true that world creation was absolutely abstruse. Then the trio kept flying forward for 10 more days before they arrived at their destination. As Yang Kai looked dazedly at the place where swirling clouds of dust and light were weltering, he could clearly feel a chaotic aura coming from it. Lightning would strike from time to time, as though it was ready to claw through the clouds and break free from the chaos. The aura of a new world permeated a large area of the void. Chaos stirs and a world is born, Yang Kai exclaimed while Su Yingxue widened her eyes. Although Yuhi had already learned about it from the exploring disciples, she still fell into a dazed state when she actually saw it. A while later she nodded her head and continued, "This is our biggest discovery yet, young master. However, we're not sure when the chaos will be broken. Only when that time comes will a new world really be born." Yang Kai carefully sensed it but still couldn't figure anything out. He said helplessly, "I have no idea as well." Then he suddenly said through clenched teeth, "If anyone dares to lay his paws on this great territory in the future, I'll definitely cut off his hand." Seeing that he suddenly became so emotional, Yuhi broke into a fit of giggles while Su Yingxue just glowered at him. Martial Peak, Chapter 46:12 Hogging everything for himself. The reason Voidland Star City could gain popularity and become a first-class star city in a few years was because they had Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. The pill recipe of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills wasn't really a secret. After all, it was bought by Yang Kai from the Red Cloud's auction house, so those from Red Cloud's Paradise definitely still had a copy of it. It wasn't that the alchemists of Red Cloud's Paradise were not skillful enough. It was just that they lacked the main ingredient, which was world source liquid. That was the reason they were unable to refine such pills. Yang Kai could do that because he had world source liquid with him. World source liquid would only appear when a new world was born, so it had basically become extinct across the 3,000 worlds. No world in the 3,000 worlds was newly born, which was why they were unable to find more world source liquid. However, in the depths of this newborn great territory, there was a place where chaos stirred. It was the sign of a new world about to be born. When the new world finally took shape, world source liquid would probably appear. If someone else obtained it, the advantage of Void Star City would be gone for good. The Star City was a place that those from Voidland relied on to get their cultivation resources, so Yang Kai would never allow anyone to harm their interests. He intended to make this new great territory the back garden of Voidland. Initially, he thought that he could share some of the profits with others if there was too much pressure. However, he had now thoroughly discarded that idea. No one else could have a hand in this newborn great territory other than Voidland. If they gave someone else a chance, it was akin to killing their own future. Nevertheless, the territory gate was there. When the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises arrived at the star boundary, they would also see the territory gate. The problem was how Yang Kai could bar them from entry. Should he try to persuade them to go away? No one would listen to him when there were benefits to be gained. It was also impossible to fight against them. Dealing with Suaquan Hui alone caused Voidland to suffer immense losses. If there were more high-rank cultivators they had to deal with, it was impossible for those from Voidland to defeat them. Therefore, Yang Kai reckoned that he had to come up with a different solution. As he looked at the place where chaos stirred, he fell into his thoughts. A while later he spoke up, "Yuhi, look for Luan Baifeng and tell her to meet me at the territory gate." Upon hearing that, Yuhi replied, "Understood. But you might have to wait, young master. Everyone has scattered to explore this great territory. I don't even know where she is right now." "It's fine. I'm not in a rush." Yang Kai waved his hand. It was then Yuhi left. After looking around, Su Yingxue reckoned that it was inappropriate for her to stay with Yang Kai alone, so she told him that she would also explore the new great territory, and then dashed off into the void. When Luan Baifeng received the news and rushed over to the territory gate 1 month later, she saw Yang Kai squatting on a random shattered spirit province with a frown. There was a stone in his hand as he drew something on the ground. The spirit province was small as it was only a few square kilometers. It was obviously brought here by Yang Kai as it was only 100 kilometers away from the territory gate. "Sir." Luan Baifeng landed on the ground and stood in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand to motion for her to wait as he continued drawing on the ground. Luan Baifeng had no idea what he was doing, and when she looked down she saw many unrecognizable patterns and runes on the ground. She initially pressed her lips together in annoyance, but upon closer look she arched her brow as her interest had been piqued. When she realized that it was actually a spirit array, she broke into laughter. Given her mastery of the Tao of spirit arrays, she naturally could see that there were many illogical and impossible parts in this spirit array, though it wasn't completely useless. She had no idea why Yang Kai suddenly became interested in spirit arrays. She even thought that he had asked her to come over here to teach him the Tao of spirit arrays. "What did you get?" Yang Kai asked without raising his head. "Well," Luan Baifeng's eyelashes fluttered, "nothing much." Yang Kai stopped what he was doing and looked up at her with a meaningful smile. Luan Baifeng pressed her lips into a line, "Really nothing." Yang Kai extended his hand towards her. Luan Baifeng was initially enraged, then she said in a pitiful manner, "Why are you making things difficult for a small woman like me, sir? It's so hard for me to earn a few measly resources." Yang Kai took a glance at her chest. "Small?" Luan Baifeng pressed her chest forward, her plump bosom almost bursting out of her clothes. However, she took a few steps back. With a flushing face she said bashfully, "Sir, I won't sleep with you." Yang Kai burst into laughter and snapped, "Stop spouting nonsense. Give me your space ring." At that instant Luan Baifeng appeared aggrieved. However, Yang Kai was unfazed. A while later the woman clenched her teeth and took off her ring before tossing it at Yang Kai. While sniffling she said, "You're a man, so how do you have the nerve to oppress a woman like me?" Ignoring her, Yang Kai swept his divine sense across the space ring's contents and arched his brow. He then fished out a wisp of purple chi from the ring. The purple chi was like a snake that was somewhere between real and illusory. It was truly mysterious. What was more important was that the purple chi contained a pure but profound power. "What's this?" Yang Kai asked. A furious Luan Baifeng replied, "How would I know? I took it because I thought it was special. I haven't figured out what it is." Yang Kai poked her, "Of the 9 people on the loyalty list, only you dare to speak to me like this." Luan Baifeng kept a faint smile on her face as she saluted him in an elegant manner. This mistress would like to express her eternal gratitude for her loyalty to Sir. As she spoke she shot a charming glance at the man, her eyes flashing a truly alluring light. Yang Kai examined the purple chi for a while but still couldn't figure out what it was. He had a feeling that it was a kind of material, not a cultivation resource. That was because he had tried to refine it but it yielded no results. He then asked her where she obtained the purple chi from, but that didn't really help. After that he put the purple chi inside his small universe, causing Luan Baifeng to become even more aggrieved. He went through her ring one more time and upon making sure that there was nothing else that was worth his attention, he tossed it back to her. A vexed Luan Baifeng took it with a discontented and aggrieved expression, like a maiden who had been thoughtlessly abandoned by a man after a night of passion. "I asked you to come over because I want you to assist me in arranging a space array." Yang Kai adjusted his clothes. "You're an expert in the Tao of spirit arrays, so only you can help me." Luan Baifeng frowned. "A space array?" Yang Kai pointed at the territory gate that wasn't far away. "For that?" Luan Baifeng looked up, and as she recalled what had happened some time ago, she finally understood Yang Kai's intention. With a smile she asked, "You want to hog everything for yourself, sir? Aren't you worried that it will invite trouble to you?" Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "Regardless of the trouble, I just have to gobble up everything first. If I don't even have the appetite for that, how am I supposed to achieve anything great?" Zuoquan Hui and I opened up the territory gate together. And although it's still not stable, I suppose it will soon become so as more than 1,000 open heaven realm masters from Voidland have already passed through it safely. I need to arrange a grand array here and refine some jade tokens so that only those with the tokens can move past it freely. Anyone who does not carry the access token will be exiled to the void. Can you do it? Luan Baifeng fell into her thoughts with a frown. It wasn't until a moment later that she replied, "I can do it as long as you're willing to cooperate." Yang Kai let out a breath. "Good. We need to finish this quickly. Just tell me whatever materials you need." She looked up at him. "That purple chi." "It's mine," Yang Kai said solemnly. "Robber. Thief. Bandit, Wan Baifeng said through clenched teeth as she stomped her foot. She knew that since Yang Kai had snatched it from her, there was no way she could get it back. Even though she was unresigned, there was nothing she could do. She was practically his servant since her name was on the loyalty list, so whatever Yang Kai wanted to take from her, she was unable to disobey him. The man was probably the most thick-skinned person she had ever met. He had no qualms about snatching things from others, even a woman like her. After venting out her anger though, she immediately started working on the Grand Array. For the next 2 months, Yang Kai and Wan Baifeng remained beside the territory gate, working while discussing the Grand Array from time to time. Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of Space while Wan Baifeng was adept at the Tao of Spirit Arrays. They worked together to make up for the weaknesses they respectively had, allowing them to rapidly develop this new Grand Array. The pair used up countless resources, and in just 2 months the space array outside the territory gate finally took shape. A group of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood in the void as they looked dazedly at the territory gate. The territory gate, which was opened up by Yang Kai and Zuoquan Hui, was initially warped and sent out a dangerous aura. However, at this moment, with the support of the Grand Array, it had become stabilized. They could also see that the territory gate was surrounded by an oval-shaped structure that looked like a kind of gateway. In the middle of the structure was the territory gate that connected both great territories. Wan Baifeng was slightly pale. She had spent a lot of energy trying to arrange this Grand Array over the past 2 months. However, when she saw that her work had paid off, she still felt gratified. Yang Kai turned his head and sent a signal to Yu He, who dashed into the territory gate with a jade token in her hand. A moment later she returned and nodded at Yang Kai. It works. Yang Kai let out a long breath. Although he had repeatedly tested it himself and reckoned that there wouldn't be a problem, he was a master of the Tao of Space after all. If there was really a problem, he might not be able to detect it. Since Yu He managed to shuttle back and forth safely though, it meant that his hard work over the past 2 months had paid off. Yu He approached Yang Kai and said in a small voice, "Senior Brother Qing is waiting across from here, young master. He said that our guests have arrived." Yang Kai nodded, and it had been 4 months since Qing Kuei left. Yang Kai calculated the time and realized that Qing Kuei was indeed supposed to return around now. It had been a long time since they started exploring the newborn Great Territory, but they still hadn't gotten a full picture of it. Yang Kai had summoned most of them back. It wasn't that they would stop exploring, it was just that they still wouldn't be able to explore everything even if they kept doing it for decades. This Great Territory wasn't really that expansive, but there were many hidden corners. If they didn't investigate carefully, they would definitely miss some wonderful discoveries. In the 3,000 worlds, many amazing things would still surface in those known Great Territories from time to time. Even though some places were crammed with people, they might still find something new that they hadn't paid attention to previously. It was the same case for this new Great Territory. They still had many years ahead of them anyway, and no one else could come here besides those from Voidland. They could still excavate the resources while exploring the Great Territory in the future. Whatever treasures there were in this place, they now belonged to Voidland and no one else could lay their hands on them. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-13. It's someone else. After a long time of exploration, they still hadn't found any Open Heaven Realm Masters in this Great Territory. The martial Tao of the discovered universe worlds was also generally low, most of which were worse than that of the Blue Clouds continent. A few of them were an equal match for the Blue Clouds continent, and only one had a higher martial Tao where a few great emperors had appeared, but that was it. This was a characteristic of a newborn Great Territory, as the martial Tao was still in the development stage. With such a great territory that was full of treasures and resources in its possession, Voidland would have a bright future. However, their heritage was insufficient presently to fully exploit it. In the past, Yang Kai thought that 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters was a staggering figure. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only a small number of second-class great forces were a match for Voidland in this regard. Nevertheless, these 1,000-plus Open Heaven Realm Masters had to protect Voidland, guard Void Star City, and explore this new Great Territory. Each place required a lot of manpower, especially the last one. In fact, they would probably need 10,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters to be stationed in this new Great Territory, so 1,000 suddenly seemed like a small number. Yang Kai could only console himself that he had to take things slow. Voidland was still in its development stage, and they had already amassed a lot of open heaven realm masters in a short time. If he was too greedy for quick success, he might mess things up instead by rushing. Since a jade token was required for anyone to move past the territory gate, they had to ask some people to stand guard on both sides of the gate. First of all, they could watch over the place so that no one would barge in. Secondly, they could open the doors for trustworthy visitors. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't have to deal with this, as he would make the arrangements. After passing through the territory gate, he returned to the great territory where the star boundary was located. A few months ago, he led many sixth-order open heaven realm masters to intercept those from Heavenly Sword Palace several million kilometers away from the star boundary. In the end, he borrowed the world's strength from the star boundary and temporarily ascended to the seventh order, which was how he managed to destroy the Heavenly Sword Palace and expose Heavenly Sword Union's remaining forces. The territory gate he had opened up was only a few million kilometers away from the star boundary itself. Therefore, after he left the new great territory, he immediately saw the star boundary. Upon seeing what was in front of him, Yang Kai became startled and muttered, "Why has it grown taller yet again?" Compared to 4 months ago, the world tree was now even taller. When he most recently returned to the star boundary from Voidland, the world tree was only about 100,000 meters tall. After the great battle, many open heaven realm masters were killed, and the world force which leaked out from their corpses were all absorbed by the world tree. The nutrients allowed the tree to double in height to a 200,000 meters tall giant. Even though Yang Kai was somewhere in the void that was several million kilometers away from the star boundary, he could still clearly see the magnificent and humongous world tree now. What was even more surprising was that the star boundary and demon realm, which were originally far apart from each other, had basically merged together. Presently, the star boundary was filled with greenery as an ample vitality permeated it, while the demon realm was seen with weltering dark demon chi. Both places stood in stark contrast to one another, as one was green while the other one was black. The intertwined roots of the world tree penetrated both worlds, which connected the demon realm and the star boundary. Yang Kai had never expected such a thing to happen, and at that instant he wasn't sure whether this was a good thing or not. Junior brother Yang Xianxia was waiting somewhere nearby, and upon seeing Yang Kai he quickly flew over. Yang Kai nodded and saluted him. "Many thanks for your efforts, senior brother Qing." Xianxia replied with a smile, "It was just some traveling back and forth, nothing too strenuous." "Has Martial Uncle Su arrived?" Yang Kai asked. Xianxia nodded his head and said in a small voice, "Honored Master immediately came over after hearing about the situation in this place. Since he was in a rush, he could only invite a few friends of his who happened to be in Yinyang Cave Heaven at the time. More people will arrive later, as Honored Master dispatched messengers to some of the other cave heavens and paradises." After a moment of hesitation, he went on to say, "Honored Master has asked me to tell you something, junior brother Yang. In the next few years, the star boundary will be the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. All 108 cave heavens and paradises will have their eyes on this place. So he hopes that you'll be careful in everything you do." Yang Kai put on a smile, "I know." Then he patted Xianxia's shoulder. "Let's go. We shall meet Martial Uncle Su and the other seniors." Taking advantage of his status as a great emperor, he instantly moved across several million kilometers and returned to High Heaven Palace alongside Xianxia, Su Yingshui and Yu He. In the grand hall, Hua Qingxi was seated on a chair with nothing to do when something flashed across her eyes. Upon seeing Yang Kai and the others, she stood straight up and saluted, "Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded while Xianxia looked around and asked in shock, "Where are my honored master and the other seniors?" Hua Qingxi replied with a helpless smile, "They said they wanted to take a stroll. I couldn't stop them." Yang Kai activated his divine sense and instantly found them. Then he broke into laughter. "Let's wait for them." With just a casual sweep, he had detected several powerful auras that were scattered across the star boundary. All of them were powerful 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so they could certainly move around the star boundary as they pleased. Yang Kai was unable to stop them and did not have the intention to do so. After they were seated, Hua Qingxi told someone to prepare tea. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask about the transformation in the star boundary. When he returned to this place some time ago, he instantly clashed with those from Heavenly Sword Union at the territory gate, after which he was locked in battle all the way to the star boundary's borders, then crashed into the newborn Great Territory to pursue the enemy. Following that, he spent the next few months arranging the grand space array at the territory gate. It wasn't until today that he returned to this place. An excited Hua Qingxi replied, "The star boundary has gone through a tremendous transformation, Palace Master. Not long after you left previously, the world tree started growing rapidly, and the world energy became increasingly ample, which allowed all cultivators to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Dao more easily. Over the past few months, we've recorded many people breaking through to the Emperor realm. The ones who are already in the Emperor realm have also shown great improvement in their cultivation. Furthermore, the overall strength of High Heaven Palace has increased by 30% compared to a few months ago." It was inconceivable that such a tremendous transformation had taken place in just a few months. This phenomenon could not be found in any other universe world in the entire 3,000 worlds, but it was happening right here in the star boundary. The rapid development of the world tree had greatly benefited the cultivators in the star boundary since they were living in this place. They could now easily achieve a breakthrough, and everyone had renewed hopes of achieving greater heights in their cultivation. "What about the demon realm?" Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi replied, "Sir Embodiment said that it's the same case in demon realm. For some reason, the world tree suddenly connected the star boundary and demon realm together some time ago. Now that the two worlds have merged, the transformation in demon realm is tremendous as well." Yang Kai nodded his head. The limit of the world's bottle also seems to have expanded. In the future, there will be more great emperors and demon saints in the star boundary and the demon realm. Hua Qingxi was surprised as she hadn't realized this. However, since Yang Kai was the star boundary's void great emperor, he naturally couldn't be mistaken about such a thing. The world's bottle of the star boundary could only accommodate 10 great emperors in the past, but since it had expanded, it would allow more to be born. Unfortunately, you've already condensed a Dao seal. Otherwise, you would have stood a chance to become a great emperor of the star boundary. Yang Kai looked regretfully at her. Hua Qingxi replied with a smile. "This mistress is already satisfied with the achievements I've made so far. I wouldn't dare to be greedy." "It's great that you don't mind," Yang Kai put on a smile. In fact, there was nothing special about becoming a great emperor. After all, every cultivator would eventually want to become an open heaven realm master. The value of being a great emperor was that one obtained the acknowledgement of the universe world they were from. Therefore, despite being only an emperor realm cultivator, he or she could activate world force and temporarily use the might of the open heaven realm. Nevertheless, the power one could use was only on par with the low-rank open heaven realm, so it wasn't that valuable. But the star boundary was different, as its heritage was incredibly rich now. If one could become a great emperor in the star boundary, they could make use of the might of the world and use strength on par with a mid-rank open heaven realm master despite only being in the emperor realm. In comparison, the great emperors of the star boundary and the great emperors of the other universe worlds were not even of the same caliber. Furthermore, experiencing such great power in advance would help one's future growth, just like how Yang Kai had experienced the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm power in advance. That was the reason he felt sorry for Hua Qingxi. However, since she had condensed her Dao seal, she would have the potential to become a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm master in the future. There was nothing worth regretting in reality. Everyone had their own opportunities. Compared to the other Emperor Realm Masters, the ones from the star boundary were already at a significant advantage. And this was just the current generation. The future generations would gain an even greater advantage, which was the reason Su Linggong and the other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't contain the urge to explore the star boundary. After talking to Hua Qingxi for a while longer, Yang Kai looked up as a figure flashed and appeared before his eyes. Su Linggong's brawny figure appeared in the grand hall. "Honored Master." Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui rose from the chairs and saluted him. "Martial Uncle Su." Yang Kai immediately stood up as well. Su Linggong seemed to be burdened with worries. He waved his hand and took a seat on a chair, after which Hua Qingxi set down a cup of tea on the table for him. After giving it a thought with a frown, Su Linggong picked up the cup and gulped the tea down. Then he stared at Yang Kai and snapped, "Brat, you've put me in a tight spot." Yang Kai broke into laughter. "What do you mean, Martial Uncle Su?" Su Linggong replied, "I saw many talented youths when I was out taking a stroll just now and wanted to take them all on as disciples. What do you think I should do?" Yang Kai's expression darkened as the corners of his eyes twitched. "It seems that you're here to rob me instead of complaining about anything, Martial Uncle Su." Su Linggong grinned. "I only thought about it but didn't make any moves. It's someone else who has actually done so." As he spoke, he pointed at the entrance of the hall. Following that, another figure flashed as an old man clad in a simple gray robe appeared. What was surprising was that the old man was carrying a toddler that was barely a few months old in his arms. Beside him was a flustered woman whose eyes were drenched in tears. The woman was wearing clothes made from simple linen, and although she was a bit chubby, it was obvious that she wasn't from a wealthy family. She was as ordinary as could be. No traces of cultivation could be found on this woman, and the dirt under her nails and in her hair made it apparent that she was from a family of mortal farmers. Her child was taken away by a seemingly powerful old man, and she was brought to this strange hall at the speed of lightning. At that moment she was anxious and didn't know what to do. However, her worried gaze remained fixed on her child as he seemed to be the only thing on her mind. Martial Peak, Chapter 46:14, This Old Master Must Accept a Disciple. The toddler in the arms of the old man clad in a gray robe was only a few months old. He was chubby and adorable. Everyone at the scene instantly took a liking to him. At this moment, the toddler could barely contain his excitement as he looked up and pulled the old man's low-hanging beard with his petite hands. The old man didn't mind it as he let the child do what it pleased. Just then a strand of beard was snapped. The child started giggling as though he found it interesting. He then exerted more force with his hands and pulled off more strands of the long beard. Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui were drenched in cold sweat at the mere sight of this. Others might not know who this old man was, but they were fully aware of his identity. He was an inner elder of one of the 72 paradises, a powerful 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The average person could hardly meet him, but here he was getting his beard plucked by a baby. If the disciples from his paradise saw it, they would surely break into a commotion. The two of them wouldn't dare to be negligent as they saluted and called out, "Martial Uncle Yu." The old man surnamed Yu nodded, then turned to look at Yang Kai before speaking to the woman who was brought to this place by him. "Don't fret. You're now in High Heaven Palace and the person in front of you is its palace master." He didn't activate any kind of power, but his words were soothing enough to make the woman calm down instantly. She then turned to look at Yang Kai, and upon making sure that he looked exactly like the person in the picture that she had always paid respects to in her home, she instantly fell on her knees and lowered her head. "Greetings, sir." The old man in gray robes frowned to the side, but he didn't stop her. Yang Kai raised his hand and lifted up the woman, then gazed at the old man in puzzlement. "Senior, she?" He hadn't even figured out which of the cave heavens or paradises this old man came from or the reason the latter brought a child and a woman to this place. The old man said frankly, "This old master must accept a disciple." A surprised Yang Kai took a glance at the woman he was holding up, but he couldn't find anything special about her, making him wonder why this 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had his eyes on her. As though realizing what was on Yang Kai's mind, the old man patted the child in his arms and said, "I'm talking about this child." While he was speaking, one more strand of his beard was plucked. His white beard was initially well trimmed and organized, but it now looked disheveled, which stripped him of his demeanor as a senior expert. Yang Kai appeared even more surprised. If the old man wanted to take the woman on as a disciple, he could accept it even though he didn't understand it. The old man probably had a way to sense some peculiarity or unique characteristic in this woman. After all, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was powerful, so it was expected that he possessed abilities that Yang Kai didn't. However, he couldn't understand why the old man wanted to take a mere baby to be his disciple. The child was barely a few months old, so how was this old man able to see through his aptitude? Nevertheless, the old man carried the child like the latter was a treasure, and he didn't even mind that his beard was being pulled. Yang Kai then looked inquisitively at Su Linggong. Su Linggong, however, was just watching the good show while chuckling. Upon noticing Yang Kai's stare, he explained, "Kid, this is Yu Changdao from Free and Unfettered Paradise. You can call him Martial Uncle Yu." "So it is Martial Uncle Yu, forgive me for my lack of politeness." Upon learning that the old man was from Free and Unfettered Paradise, Yang Kai instantly became friendlier. Ning Dao Ran was from Free and Unfettered Paradise and he was on close terms with Yang Kai. Moreover, Yu Changdao came to this place alongside Su Linggong, so it was obvious that he was a friend of the latter. Regardless, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to be impolite to him. "Martial Uncle Yu, may I know the nature of your relationship with senior brother Ning Dao Ran?" Yang Kai asked humbly. Yu Changdao replied dispassionately, "He's my second senior brother's disciple." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai realized that Ning Dao Ran was Yu Changdao's martial nephew. Yang Kai then gazed at the woman and the child before asking, "And what is this situation about, Martial Uncle Yu?" There was a helpless expression on Yu Changdao's face as he replied, "The innate Dao body of this child matches my grand Dao perfectly, so I'd like to take him on as a closed legacy disciple." Upon hearing that, Su Linggong was startled as he gazed at Yu Changdao in shock and asked, "Old Yu, are you serious?" Accepting a closed legacy disciple was no laughing matter. Once Yu Changdao did so, he would never take on another disciple again, which meant that the child in his arms would be the last disciple of his life. Xia Ningchong was born with the sacred spirit medicine body, so she had the right to become a disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor and learn the alchemic Dao from him. However, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor had already accepted Jiying, who was the fifth disciple, to be his closed legacy disciple. Therefore, regardless of how outstanding Xia Ningchang's aptitude was, she was unable to become a direct disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. With that said, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor had always been generous in teaching her the alchemic Dao. Although there wasn't a formal relationship between them, they were no different from master and disciple. Yang Kai naturally knew what taking a closed legacy disciple would mean. He couldn't help but take another look at the child, but he still couldn't figure out anything, let alone see through the child's innate Dao body. However, as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Yu Changdao wouldn't make a casual joke about such an important matter. The innate Dao body of this several-month-old child was undoubtedly real. A determined Yu Changdao continued, "With such a legacy disciple, I'll be able to die with no regret." Su Linggong appeared solemn as he nodded, "Congratulations then." He turned to look at Yang Kai, "Old Yu would like to take on a disciple from the star boundary. Are you fine with it?" Yang Kai chuckled, "This child must be extremely lucky to gain the favor of Martial Uncle Yu. Naturally, there is no problem." Su Linggong appeared gratified as he gave Yang Kai an approving look. However, Yu Changdao sighed as he shot a helpless glance at the woman to his side. Although this old master would like to take this child on as a disciple, his mother doesn't agree to it. She said that when the child grows up, he has to enter High Heaven Palace to cultivate. Regardless of how I tried to persuade her, she refuses to listen to me. Why don't you have a talk with her, Martial Nephew Yang? Yang Kai burst into laughter. It was then he realized the reason Yu Changdao brought the mother and baby together to this place was to make him interfere in this matter. He then turned to look at the woman. When he was speaking to Yu Changdao just now, he realized that the woman kept stealing glances at him, and then she would hang her head low with self-abasement. When she saw Yang Kai gazing at her now, she became flustered and was ready to fall on her knees again. A helpless Yang Kai shot Hua Qingxi a glance to motion for her to talk to the woman. It was easier for a woman to approach another woman after all. Upon realizing his intention, Hua Qingxi stepped forward and helped the woman up. As she hospitably took the woman's rough hands, she invited her to have a seat. The woman was clearly anxious. She was just an ordinary farmer, so it was expected that she was flustered when she suddenly arrived at a magnificent palace. Moreover, the person she paid respects to every day and night without fail was now standing right before her eyes. She initially wasn't even able to speak clearly, so Hua Qingxi poured her a cup of tea and placated her before they could start communicating. Yu Changdao was seated beside Su Linggong with the child in his arms. Su Linggong extended his head in an attempt to tease the child, but Yu Changdao moved his figure a little to block the child out of the other man's sight. Su Linggong pressed his lips together. "How petty." He then stuck out his head and took a proper look before breaking into laughter. So he's a boy. Don't worry, old you. I'll look for a suitable partner for him from Yinyang Cave Heaven. When he grows up he'll marry into my sect. Yu Changdao glared at him and snarled, if you dare to do that I'll kill you. His loud voice must have scared the laughing child as he started crying. Following that, a stream of liquid perfectly landed on Su Linggong's face. Seeing that, Yu Changdao started laughing as he patted the child in his arms. My good disciple. You already know you should help vent out your honored master's anger. You're indeed clever. While being patted, the child stopped crying and started chuckling. Qing Kuei and Su Yingxue just stood behind their honored master, looking up at the ceiling as if admiring the beautiful artwork. Su Linggong wiped his face and flung his hand, but he didn't seem to be vexed at all. With a smile he said, it's said that being sprinkled with a toddler's water can bring good luck. It seems that good things will soon happen to me. He then casually dried his hand on Yu Changdao's gray robe. Yang Kai couldn't bear to keep looking at these two, thinking that the demeanor of these high-rank open heaven realm masters didn't meet his expectations of how senior experts should behave. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi was still having a chat with the woman, who would gaze at her child from time to time with concern. However, by now she had somewhat calmed down. Despite the woman's small voice, the powerful cultivators in the grand hall could clearly hear her. The woman began telling her story. My family's elders said that the star boundary fell into great turmoil about 100 years ago, and the people were almost wiped out. In the end, it was Senior Void and his High Heaven Palace that defended the last piece of pure land. With the leadership of Senior Void and the other great seniors, they fought an intense battle and eventually drove back the enemies. That was how we all survived. After that, every family would worship the idols or pictures of Senior Void and the other seniors. This simple woman has never been educated, nor did I have the aptitude to cultivate. Since I was married, I've been taking care of my husband and child and doing some manual work to feed the family. Half a year ago, the child's father passed away. Before his death, he took my hand and stroked my belly. The child wasn't born at that time, but he told me that when the child grew up, I should let him join High Heaven Palace. He didn't expect the child to be as famous as Senior Void, he just hoped that should there be any calamity again, the child could assist Senior Void and the other seniors. As she tucked her hair behind her ears, she took a look at the alluring Hua Qingxi, then bashfully hung her head low. It's been a few months since the child was born. I don't even know if he can cultivate in the future or has the right to enter High Heaven Palace. However, this was his father's dying wish and I wouldn't dare to disregard it. Otherwise, the child's father might not be able to rest in peace. Hua Qingxi was moved as she clenched the other woman's hands. Don't worry. Since your child has gained the favor of that senior, his aptitude must be extraordinary. He'll certainly achieve great things in life. The woman's eyes brightened when she heard that. Are you telling me the truth? Hua Qingxi smiled and nodded. I wouldn't lie to you. The woman let out a breath. If he can cultivate, he won't be as useless as his parents. However, I wouldn't dare to hope that he'll be as great as Senior Void. This simple woman just prays that he will grow up to be healthy and happy. The wish of an ordinary person was always simple and guileless. Martial Peak, Chapter 46:15. Not speaking the same language. The woman stole one more glance at Yang Kai and asked in a hushed voice, is that really Senior Void? Hua Qingxi said with a smile, since you worship his picture at home, why would you not recognize him when you finally see him? The woman flushed. I just can't believe it. She had always been a lowly farmer, so she found it unbelievable when such an important person suddenly appeared before her eyes. Then, are you head manager Hua of High Heaven Palace? The woman suddenly recalled something and gazed at Hua Qingxi in shock. A curious Hua Qingxi asked, you know me? It really is you. The surprised woman covered her mouth as admiration was written all over her face. Then she explained, it is said that Senior Void has a strong right hand in High Heaven Palace. Despite being a woman, she was able to help Senior Void manage all the affairs in this world. Even a simple woman like me has heard about head manager Hua. The fact that the star boundary has been safe over the years is largely thanks to head manager Hua. Hua Qingxi replied with a smile, it seems that I'm pretty famous too. The woman smiled humbly, but she soon started squirming as though she was sitting on pins and needles. Not only had she met the famous Senior Void, but she had also come across head manager Hua. She felt like she was dreaming. After a moment of hesitation with her lips pressed together, she asked in a small voice, "Can my son enter High Heaven Palace, head manager?" Hua Qingxi straightened her face and patted the other woman's hands. Given the child's aptitude, he is qualified to be the disciple of anyone he wishes. Since the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master wanted to take the child on as a closed legacy disciple, it proved that he had an exceptional aptitude, so no great force would turn him down, though Hua Qingxi was unable to see anything special about the child. The woman gritted her teeth and rose from the chair. Facing Yang Kai, she fell on her knees and pressed her head against the ground as she said loudly, "Senior Void, please accept my child into High Heaven Palace so that the last wish of his father can be fulfilled. I'm willing to offer a lifetime of service to repay your favor." Yu Changdao, who was playing with the child, immediately glowered at Yang Kai as his aura churned. It seemed that he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if the latter dared to agree to this request. Pretending to not see this, Yang Kai sent a signal to Hua Qingxi while uttering, "Get up first." He felt helpless at the woman's tendency to keep kneeling. Hua Qingxi helped the woman up and adjusted her clothes for her. Before Yang Kai could speak, Yu Changdao suddenly said, "Martial nephew Yang, allow me to have a word with her." Yang Kai naturally wouldn't turn him down over such a trivial matter, so he extended his hand to motion for him to go ahead, after which he picked up a cup of tea and sipped it. Yu Changdao walked up to the woman and explained to her things like universe worlds, the 3,000 worlds, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises in a small voice. The woman was puzzled as she listened to him. She didn't speak or ask any questions, almost like they were not speaking the same language. For all her life she had only stayed in a small place that was several dozen square kilometers. She had never even stepped outside of her farming village prior to today. Therefore she was unable to understand the old man as he talked about the 3,000 worlds, cave heavens and paradises. She just thought that the things the old man with a gray beard said were abstruse and unfathomable. From time to time she would steal a glance at his beard. The originally neat and tidy beard had become disheveled because of her child, so she was worried that the old man would be angered. Certainly Yu Changdao realized this as well. He was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master who could easily destroy a star or flip a universe world when he was infuriated. However, he was completely powerless to deal with this ordinary woman. He felt frustration burning in his chest without any means to vent it out, which was why he was so vexed. "Do you understand now?" As a cultivator of the heavenly way, Yu Changdao was truly patient though and asked the woman with a smile. The woman shook her head and nodded, then shook her head again. On the side, Su Linggong was all but rolling on the floor with laughter. Regardless of how patient Yu Changdao was, he was enraged by this stubborn woman. If it weren't because she was the mother of his future closed legacy disciple, he would have given her a piece of his mind. He then turned to look at Yang Kai. Suddenly thinking of something, he said, "How do you find High Heaven Palace?" The woman replied without hesitation, "It's definitely the best. That was what my husband kept telling me before his death. In the past he had tried to enter High Heaven Palace, but he was unable to make his dream come true. That was because his aptitude was not good enough, so he didn't pass the various tests." Yu Changdao put on a smile and extended a finger. "High Heaven Palace might be the best in your eyes, but I can easily destroy it with one finger." The woman appeared horrified at those words. She looked at the old man as though he was the demon lord who caused calamity and upheaval in the star boundary 100 years ago. Not knowing what was on her mind, Yu Changdao went on to ask, "How do you find him?" As he spoke he pointed at Yang Kai. Respect was written all over the woman's face. Without Senior Void and the other senior who refused to yield in battle, the star boundary would have been destroyed and all of us would have been killed. Yu Changdao stroked his fingers across his beard and put on a faint smile. "Perhaps, but he still must call me martial uncle, and even if there are 10 of him I can still easily defeat them." Yu Changdao knew that it was impossible to reason with this using the logic of the martial Dao woman, so he decided to explain to her in a simple way by comparing High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai with himself so that the woman would realize that he and the force behind him, which was free and unfettered paradise, were powerful. This couldn't be helped as Yu Changdao had no other choice. If he could reason with her, he wouldn't have bragged about his power in such a way. That wasn't what a senior expert was supposed to do. The woman appeared flustered as she snatched the child back from Yu Changdao and gazed at him with vigilance. Are you trying to harm the star boundary and make things difficult for Senior Void and the other seniors? She reckoned that he was a terrible person since he wanted to destroy High Heaven Palace and Yangkai. With the child gone, Yu Changdao was dumbfounded for a moment before he snapped, "Just what are you talking about?" The martial Dao he had cultivated for years almost fell apart because of a woman who could barely read. He then turned to stare at Yangkai and said, "Martial nephew Yang, it's not easy for this old master to come across a suitable disciple. I was cultivating the other day when I suddenly had the urge to visit Inyang Cave Heaven, then I was suddenly brought to your star boundary by old friend Su. After that I found this child here. This is surely fate. This child and I are destined to be master and disciple." He was being verbose because he wanted Yang Kai to help him out, and certainly Yang Kai was aware of this. Yang Kai then nodded, "Don't worry, martial uncle. I'll sit down and have a chat with her." Yu Changdao looked at him with gratitude. "Many thanks, martial nephew. If I can take this child on as a disciple, I will owe you a favor." Yang Kai's eyes brightened as he guffawed, "Good." The favor of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was extraordinarily valuable. If he had such a favor in the past, those from Voidland wouldn't have fallen into a difficult battle against Suquan Hui. They would just have to invite Yu Changdao over to show his face and everything would have been solved. After Yu Changdao was seated, Su Linggong kept grinning at him, which irritated him to no end. On the other side, Yang Kai walked up to the woman and told her to have a seat. After taking the child from her arms, he sat down on her right side. Yang Kai had never carried a toddler before. As he looked at the child's carefree smile, clear eyes and petite hands, he couldn't help but take a liking to him. At that moment he suddenly had the urge to have a child of his own. Even though the child was in his arms, Yang Kai was still unable to sense the innate Dao body he supposedly had. Perhaps even Su Linggong couldn't see that. Only someone like Yu Changdao could discover it. Yang Kai then asked about the woman's name and found that she was Xianxia. Such an ordinary name was typically used by farmers. Then he asked about the child's name and found out that it was given to him by his father before his death. The name was Shi de Zhuang, as the child got his father's surname. Following that, he inquired about her family, what she did for a living, and whether she had enough money to get by. Xianxia answered his questions honestly. Certainly she wouldn't dare to lie to Void Great Emperor. Moreover, her life as a farmer was simple, so there was nothing for her to hide. After some small talk, she no longer appeared as flustered. She was also surprised to learn that such an important figure was so down to earth. As Yu Changdao watched them, he let out a sigh. When faced with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him, the woman wasn't as respectful to him as she was to Yang Kai. He was unable to make the woman realize that he was the more powerful one. "What my martial uncle you has said is not an exaggeration. The great force he belongs to is one of the best in existence, and he is truly powerful. Your child is fortunate to have gained his appreciation, and his future will be limitless if he cultivates under him." Yang Kai played with the child while explaining to Xianxia. Xianxia clenched the hem of her shirt and replied in a hushed voice, "I understand." Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. "Since you understand, why don't you agree to it? It's obvious that martial uncle you sincerely cares for your child and wants to take him as his closed legacy disciple. Otherwise, given his power, he could have directly snatched the child, and there would have been nothing you or even I could do to stop him." Xianxia remained silent. Yang Kai went on to say, "Your child definitely qualifies to enter High Heaven Palace, but his future will be much brighter by becoming martial uncle Yu's disciple." Across from them, Yu Changdao ran his fingers across his beard and nodded softly. With a gentle expression, he looked gratefully at Yang Kai, who obviously didn't have any selfish motives. As the Void Great Emperor that this simple woman admired, his words were definitely more persuasive than an old man like him who came out of nowhere. However, the next moment a few strands of his beard snapped again, but it was his own doing. A determined Xianxia looked up and said, "Senior Void, I still hope that you will allow this child to join High Heaven Palace." Yu Changdao was so exasperated that he stomped his foot on the floor. He almost wanted to reprimand the woman for being so obstinate. Yang Kai placated him with his eyes, then asked the woman gently, "Is it because that is the last wish of the child's father?" Xianxia nodded her head. "I know nothing about the outside world and I have no idea who is stronger or weaker, but my late husband was my world and he only had one wish before his death. It would be fine if the child did not have the qualifications to cultivate, as he could simply walk down his father's path and grow up safely. When he grew old enough, I would look for a wife for him and he would have children of his own. He would work hard every morning and come home in the evening. He would be able to live his life peacefully. However, since he can cultivate, he can only join High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, his father will never be able to rest in peace, and I won't have the face to see him when I pass away one day." Martial Peak, Chapter 46:16, You've dug a nice pit. The woman was simple-minded and guileless, but she was obstinate. The last wish of the child's father was of utmost importance to her in her heart, so she would never dare to disobey him. Therefore, despite knowing that the old man was right and that Senior Void sincerely wanted the child to have a bright future, the Xianxia still wouldn't change her mind. If the child's father was still alive, they could have reasoned with him. However, he was now dead, so it wasn't like they could dig up his grave and ask him. Furthermore, the corpse wouldn't respond to them even if they did. There was a helpless smile on Yang Kai's face as he gazed at Yu Changdao. "Martial uncle, I don't think it's appropriate to force her to do something against her will. Why don't you look for a different disciple? Even though there are not a lot of people in the star boundary, there are definitely many talented youths. Perhaps you'll find a more suitable candidate." Yu Changdao shook his head. "It's extremely difficult to find anyone with the innate Dao body. This old master has traveled to countless universe worlds before, but never met another child like him. I don't think I can find another in this lifetime." "What should we do then?" Yang Kai appeared to be having a headache as he patted the child in his arms. "I can't go against the will of the child's father. It's his last wish after all." Yu Changdao pressed his lips together, then let out a long sigh. If he knew this would be the outcome, he would have directly brought the child back to free and unfettered paradise, skipping over all this nonsense. He initially thought that by bringing them here and making Yang Kai negotiate, he could easily take on the child as a disciple. It never crossed his mind that things would come to such a point. The impasse made him vexed. Yang Kai suggested by saying, "Martial uncle, why don't you stay in the star boundary for a while longer and spend more time with the child? When the child grows up, you can ask him whether he'll be interested in becoming your disciple." Yu Changdao's eyes brightened. Xianxia immediately objected in her small voice, though. "When the child grows up, he'll still have to join High Heaven Palace." Yu Changdao was so exasperated that he almost spat blood. Xianxia hung her head low and clenched the hem of her shirt. "If he can't join High Heaven Palace, he'll not cultivate." Then she stood up and was clearly ready to take the child back from Yang Kai. It seemed that she was determined to return home. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her by saying, "Good, I'll let him join High Heaven Palace right now. From now on, he's a disciple of High Heaven Palace." Xiaxia's hands froze in midair. Then her eyes widened as she was in a dazed state before she became ecstatic. With her eyes reddening, she replied gratefully, "Many thanks, Senior Void. This child's father can finally rest in peace now." "Martial nephew." Yu Changdao stared angrily at Yang Kai. How can you do such a thing?" Yang Kai was basically stealing his disciple from him, right in front of his face no less. He initially had a good impression of Yang Kai because of Su Linggong, but he no longer felt that way. By snatching his disciple from him, Yang Kai was practically breaking off his legacy. This was a feud that was second only to if someone killed his father or snatched his wife. Yang Kai pretended to not hear him, though, as he said to Hua Qingxi, "Look for a quiet place in the palace and help them settle down." He then turned to look at Xianxia. "The child is still young, so you'll still have to take care of him. You can stay here with peace of mind. Your child will start cultivating when he's a little older." Xianxia was naturally grateful. She knew that she no longer had to live a life of poverty thanks to her child. Yang Kai then asked her if there was anyone else in her family that had to be informed about this matter. Upon learning that her child was her only remaining family, he was relieved that there would be no further trouble. After Hua Qingxi left the hall alongside Xianxia and her child, Yang Kai turned to look at Yu Changdao and bowed. "Martial uncle Yu." Yu Changdao sported a long face as he rose from the chair and swung his sleeve. "Old friend Su, this old master still has other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." He then prepared to depart. It took him a painfully long time before he found a suitable disciple, only to have him snatched away by Yang Kai. That was why he was vexed. He decided that when Yang Kai wasn't paying attention, he would abduct the woman and the child back to free and unfettered paradise. He reckoned that Yang Kai wouldn't dare to barge into his sect and get them back. He would never let go of this disciple. While Su Linggong remained silent, Yang Kai stood in Yu Changdao path and put on a fawning smile. "Please forgive me, martial uncle. I had no choice but to do things this way." Yu Changdao glowered at him. "Just because you didn't have a choice, it didn't mean you could snatch my disciple. Stand aside, or else don't blame this old master for being impolite." A nonchalant Yang Kai replied with a smile. "Doesn't martial uncle you understand that I was simply retreating in order to advance?" Yu Changdao frowned and looked at him doubtfully. Su Linggong gently comforted from the side. "Although this brat acts recklessly sometimes, he isn't a mannerless brute. He must have his own reason for doing what he did. Why don't you have a seat and listen to his explanation? It'd be best if he could explain himself. If he can't, you can beat him up to vent out your anger. He won't dare to resist." Yu Changdao snorted. "He's a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so I wouldn't dare to teach him a lesson without your permission. If he really made a move, Su Linggong would certainly interfere." Su Linggong chuckled. "Then I'll beat him up on your behalf. I've never been fond of him anyway." There was a bitter expression on Yang Kai's face. "You wound me deeply, martial uncle Su." In response, Su Linggong just chuckled. It was only after some more placating that Yu Changdao took a seat and examined Yang Kai. After measuring his words, Yang Kai said, "As you are well aware, martial uncle, the child's mother is incredibly obstinate. The child's father left behind only one final wish before he passed away, so as long as she lives she will not disregard it. Regardless of how great the outside world is, the child has to enter High Heaven Palace. Unless you have a way to retrieve the soul of the child's father back from the Yellow Springs and get him to change his mind." With a dark expression, Yu Changdao fell silent. Yang Kai chuckled. "And even though the child has joined High Heaven Palace though, it doesn't mean you can't be his master." Yu Changdao arched his brow. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai deliberately swung his sleeves as though he had come up with a perfect solution. "I have a suggestion. If martial uncle Yu agrees to it, you can take the child on as a disciple immediately. This way, the last wish of the child's father will be fulfilled, and martial uncle Yu will be able to accept your favored disciple. It's the best of both worlds." "Oh." Yu Changdao's interest had been piqued as his expression turned milder. "And how would you suggest we go about implementing this best of both worlds solution?" Yang Kai swung his sleeves again and bent his back. "As Palace Master of High Heaven Palace, I would like to formally invite martial uncle Yu to serve as a supreme high-ranked guest elder." Su Linggong, who was fiddling with his teacup, immediately froze in place. He looked up at Yang Kai with an expression which suggested he already knew that the latter was up to no good. Behind him, Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui widened their mouths and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. How did he have the nerve to come up with such a suggestion? A Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was extremely powerful, so how did a sect of a universe world have the right to invite him to be a supreme high-rank guest elder, which was just a useless title? It had to be noted that people like Yu Changdao were mostly inner elders of the cave heavens and paradises. They usually wouldn't be interested in becoming the supreme high-rank guest elders of great forces like Void Land, much less a mere High Heaven Palace. Yu Changdao was startled for a moment before he broke into laughter, as though he had just heard the funniest joke. Soon after, though, he fell silent with a solemn expression. Then he knocked on the table and nodded, "And it's actually a feasible solution." Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui turned to look at him in disbelief. An elated Yang Kai asked, "So you agree to it, martial uncle?" Yu Changdao didn't immediately respond to him, and after a moment of silence he replied, "I'll have to think about it." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "There's no rush. You'll have plenty of time to ponder it. Why don't you stay in High Heaven Palace for a while to think about it?" Yu Changdao nodded. Good, I'll take a look at the child now. I'll lead the way for you, Yang Kai offered. However, Yu Changdao waved his hand and said, there's no need. I can find my own way. The next moment he disappeared from the spot. His anxiety showed that he truly cared about the child. Yang Kai let out a breath of relief, but when he turned his head he saw Su Linggong smiling faintly at him. Please have some tea, Martial Uncle Su, Yang Kai said. Su Linggong chuckled. You've dug a nice pit there, kid. Old you will be willing to jump right into it. An aggrieved Yang Kai said, You've got me all wrong, Martial Uncle Su. I just want to fulfill the last wish of the child's father. Stop spouting nonsense. Su Linggong snorted. Maybe you initially didn't have such intentions, but would you dare to say you didn't have an ulterior motive after seeing the attitudes of that woman and old you? Yang Kai directly sat down on a chair beside him and tilted his figure before saying in a hushed voice, Even though you've seen through me, it'd be terrible if you pointed out. Don't you agree, Martial Uncle Su? Su Linggong grinned in a devious manner. Qing Kuei and Su Yingxue looked at them in a way as though they were two foxes, grinning slyly. All of a sudden Yang Kai appeared worried. Do you think it will work? Su Linggong stroked his chin and said, You'll most likely succeed. Old Yu has been looking for a suitable legacy disciple for many years, but to no avail. However, he's found one here, so there's no way he'll let the child go. If he wants to take the child on as a disciple, he'll have to become a supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, he won't have the right to accept the child as his disciple. You're such a cunning brat. By using that baby, you've managed to bind a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to your sect. It's such a steal. Moreover, when the child grows up, he'll still be a disciple of High Heaven Palace. Old Yu is practically going to train a disciple for you for free. It's no wonder that even though it's been a short time since you started cultivating, you've managed to build such an influential sect. I suppose you've managed to deceive many people over the years. There was a solemn expression on Yang Kai's face. You've got me wrong, Martial Uncle Su. I've managed to build such a sect because of my natural charm and charisma, not because of anything else. Su Linggong didn't play along as he snorted. However, old Yu has lived for a long time. He may be temporarily fooled by you, but it doesn't mean he will be blind to it forever. In fact, it's quite likely he's already seen through you, but he just didn't bother to expose it. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Senior experts like you two are undoubtedly insightful and intelligent. Juniors like me are no match for you. I've taken some slight advantage because I'm young and weak. Stop your useless flattery. Su Linggong landed a slap on Yang Kai's shoulder, which forced the latter to lower his figure slightly. Old Yu has gotten some benefits, but what about me, boy? You're a son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven, so you can't just give all the benefits to the outsiders. You have to be fair to us. Yang Kai hurriedly replied, Of course. That's the reason I asked senior brother Qing to invite you over. Su Linggong put on a faint smile. You're indeed a promising young man. Martial Peak, Chapter 46:17, Can't afford to provide for them. Martial Uncle Yu wants to take that child on as a legacy disciple, so would you want to get a disciple too, Martial Uncle Su? Yang Kai asked. Nonsense. Su Linggong snapped as he appeared somewhat determined. I've had enough with only 3 disciples. I'm basically their father who raised them from diapers to today. I'll never accept a disciple again. Qing Kuei and Su Yingxue rolled their eyes, thinking that they were already teenagers when they joined the sect. Su Linggong was completely exaggerating. Chu Huashang was indeed a toddler when she was taken into the sect, but it was Qing Kuei and Su Yingxue who raised her while Su Linggong acted as an arm-flinging shopkeeper. Despite their thoughts, they would never dare to say this out loud, of course. Su Linggong said with a grin, Even though I'm not taking on a disciple, it doesn't mean I can't get some disciples for Inyang Cave Heaven. Your star boundary is full of talented young people now, and the world tree located here is truly abstruse as it has transformed this place greatly. Its aura is able to cleanse a person's soul and physique. Before a child is even born, they have already been cleansed thoroughly. You can't find nearly as many talents in other universe worlds as in this place. In my eyes, the star boundary is paved with gold. Kid, since you want to share the benefits, are you ready to let others take the lion's share? A nonchalant Yang Kai replied, It's said that one has to lose something in order to gain more. Keeping all the benefits to myself will only invite trouble. Su Linggong gave him an approving look. When Qing Boy came back to the sect, he told me what you had said and I commend you for that. The star boundary is like a treasure trove now. If you intend to hog everything for yourself, you'll be destroyed one day. All the cave heavens and paradises are very sensitive to events in the 3,000 worlds. Once news about the star boundary spreads, they'll all flock to this place. The fact that you're able to see through this and open it up in advance in order to maintain the initiative is praiseworthy. There was a solemn expression on Yang Kai's face. Please advise me, Martial Uncle Su. Su Linggong waved his hand. Just like what I've said, your place is filled with talents. Even though I'm not going to accept any disciples, no cave heaven or paradises would refuse more disciples with exceptional aptitudes. In all the cave heavens and paradises, a core disciple that can directly ascend to the sixth order will only appear once every 1,000 years or so. Disciples like Chuer cost each cave heaven and paradise a lot of resources and time to nurture. Of course, there are also freaks like you. If those great forces hadn't stopped you, you could have directly ascended to the seventh order. As he spoke, he gave Yang Kai a regretful look. Yang Kai put on a nonchalant smile. A tree that rises too far above the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I'm fine with the situation I'm in. At least I don't have others breathing down my neck all the time and I can have some good rest at night. Su Linggong turned to look at Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui as he pointed at Yang Kai. Look at how sanguine your junior brother is. You should learn from him. It's not easy for a young man to have such a temperament. Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui nodded at the same time. You're right, honored master. Following a sigh, Su Linggong said, Don't blame the cave heavens and paradises for meddling in your business, kid. There are some reasons that cannot be exposed to outsiders which make them feel wary of anyone who attempts to directly ascend to the seventh order. With a frown, Yang Kai said, I heard that someone directly ascended to the seventh order in the past and eventually made it to the ninth order. However, due to an accident, many people were slaughtered in the 3,000 worlds. After measuring his words, Su Linggong said, Something like that, but I can't tell you the details. You'll have a clearer picture about it in the future. Yang Kai fell into his thoughts as he realized that there were other unknown reasons. However, since Su Linggong wasn't willing to go further, he couldn't keep asking. Let's get back to the main topic. Su Linggong waved his hand. Let's talk about the star boundary. Now that you've opened up this place, I've granted your request to bring some people over. However, they're just the first batch and more will come soon. Once word gets out, all 108 cave heavens and paradises will send representatives to the star boundary, trying to get their hands on the benefits here. Since Yinyang Cave Heaven and your sect are on close terms, I'll not hesitate to state my demands first. Please go ahead, Martial Uncle Su. Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. Su Linggong gently knocked on the table and enunciated, Yinyang Cave Heaven will take 10 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years. Will you agree to it? Since he had come up with his demand, it was no longer a chat between a senior and a junior. It was a negotiation between Yinyang Cave Heaven and Yang Kai, who represented Void Land and the star boundary. 10 people every 100 years. Despite being ready for it, Yang Kai still gasped upon hearing that. Then he put on a bitter smile. Yinyang Cave Heaven alone will get 10 people, so that means a total of 1,080 for all 108 forces with a 100-year cycle. It's not like the star boundary can produce so many talented people. All of them will be snatched up by you and other great forces. How is Void Land going to get any benefits? Su Linggong shot him a glance. What's wrong, kid? Are you going to give everyone a fair deal? Are you also their son-in-law? Yang Kai chuckled. Of course not. Su Linggong directly pointed the way for him. They'll be more than happy if you could respectively give them one person every 100 years. The martial Dao is all about quality, not quantity. It's the same case for disciples. What's the point of getting so many disciples if all of them are weak? If they're lucky enough to find one that can directly ascend to the seventh order, it'll be more valuable than getting 100 weaker disciples. Yang Kai played along and said, Since you've said so, Martial Uncle Su, a disciple every 100 years is all Yinyang Cave Heaven will need. What's the point of getting 10 people? Su Linggong stared at him without saying a word. Yang Kai tried to haggle. 3 people. Hearing that, Su Linggong rose from the chair and barked, "Qing boy little Shuer, let's go home. It seems that this son-in-law doesn't welcome us. I'm annoyed. Go back and tell Chuer that there won't be any wedding either. We'll call it all off." 10 people it is. Yang Kai hurriedly pulled Su Linggong back to his seat and placated him. "I was just pulling your leg, Martial Uncle Su. Why take it so seriously?" Su Linggong picked up his cup and realized that there was no more tea in it. Seeing that, Yang Kai quickly filled it. After taking a sip of the tea, Su Linggong spoke in a heartfelt manner. "Do not think that you're suffering a loss, kid. You have to know that the star boundary is on the rise, and this is just the first generation. Under the influence of the world tree, more and more talented people will appear over the successive generations. Many people will most likely be able to directly ascend to the 5th order and 6th order. Heaven-defying talents who can directly make it to the 7th order might also appear." Yang Kai nodded. "I understand. With so many people with outstanding aptitudes around, can Void Land alone provide for them?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "Of course we can't. In that case, I'd suggest you not waste their talents and send them to other great forces instead. What's more, all of them will be born in the star boundary, so regardless of what cave heaven or paradise they join in the future, their roots will remain here in the star boundary, so if the time ever comes, they will defend their home no matter what. When they become powerful one day, they'll not betray the star boundary. They're like the world tree you've planted. There'll come a day when they'll give back to this land." Yang Kai nodded. "That is the reason I've decided to open up this place. First of all, just like what you've said, I have no choice but to do so in order to avoid trouble. Secondly, I have to find some suitable paths for the future young talents of the star boundary." The fact that you have this consideration is commendable. Su Linggong gave him an approving look. Meanwhile, Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui gazed at Yang Kai in disbelief. When he previously told Qin Kuei to go back to Yinyang Cave Heaven and inform Su Linggong about it, they just thought that he wanted to use their honored master to help fend off the approaching wolves. However, it never crossed their minds that he was so far-sighted. In a poor family, the parents couldn't afford to provide for their children if there were too many of them. Regardless of how reluctant they were, they had to give some children away. During times of war or famine, the people who sold their children were not necessarily after the money. Many just wanted their children to have a better future. It was true that parents would always worry about their children. Since you're so far-sighted, have you thought about what will happen when all these disciples, who will be scattered everywhere in the 3,000 worlds, become powerful figures in the cave heavens and paradises one day? Yang Kai was startled for a moment before his eyes lit up. With a smile, Su Linggong patted the other man's shoulder. "Give it a thought. There will come a day when the star boundary becomes the center of the 3,000 worlds. All the cave heavens and paradises will have some connections with the star boundary, so if the star boundary falls into trouble, they'll not hesitate to help." After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "If it's just like what you've said, should I proactively offer more benefits to them instead of haggling with them?" Su Linggong scoffed. "Don't go overboard. Just like what you've said, if all the benefits are given out, what will be left for your void land? You have to be moderate in everything you do. It's all good if you're able to pull off this feat, but if you can't, some people will suffer losses." Yang Kai nodded. "I understand. Many thanks for your advice, Martial Uncle Su." After a pause, he chuckled. "I initially thought that Xianyuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven should never dream about getting any benefits from the star boundary. If they dared to come, I'd tell them to scram. What about now?" Su Linggong gazed at him. With a smile, Yang Kai replied, "I'll treat them politely. It'll be all good if they behave themselves. If they don't, I'll have to ask you to lend me a hand." Su Linggong grinned. "Since I've gotten so many benefits from you, I don't mind giving you a hand. I even made some preparations before coming to this place." Yang Kai batted his eyes. "Should I also share more benefits with the others so that they'll help out?" "Of course you'll have to do that, but there's no rush. Let them walk around and see more of the star boundary. When they realize the importance of this place, it'll be easier for you to haggle with them." "You're such a cunning man, Martial Uncle Su." Yang Kai chuckled. His laugh then abruptly stopped following a slap from Su Linggong. The 10 disciples every 100 years that I've mentioned is just one of the demands. There's one more. Su Ling Gong patted his sleeves. Yang Kai rubbed his head and said, "Please explain." "I'm all ears." Yinyang Cave Heaven will build a Dao temple in the star boundary as a branch of the master sect. I'll select the place myself. Don't worry, we'll not snatch your foundation or oppress you. As for the landmass, I'll need 500,000 square kilometers. We'll bear the cost of building the Dao temple and maintaining it, so you'll just have to agree to give the land to us. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-18 My Demands. Su Ling Gong represented Yinyang Cave Heaven to haggle with Yang Kai, but it wasn't just a matter of one great force. He had practically laid down a foundation on which the other cave heavens and paradises would base their own demands around when discussing cooperation with the star boundary. Although Su Ling Gong never pointed it out, Yang Kai knew that the other man was secretly giving him a hint. Therefore, after Su Ling Gong finished his words, Yang Kai immediately made some calculations. If one great force demanded 500,000 square kilometers, the total would be over 50 million square kilometers for all 108 great forces. In other words, a landmass of over 50 million square kilometers would become branches of the cave heavens and paradises in the star boundary. The landmass was neither big nor small, and there was certainly more than enough land in the star boundary for that, so Yang Kai was able to bear it. Hence he directly agreed to this condition. Good. However, no one can choose any place within a 10 million kilometer radius around the world tree. Su Ling Gong replied with a smile. Naturally. You're worried about the world tree, but others will be equally anxious as well. No one will have their eyes on the world tree or its surrounding area. Good. Yang Kai nodded, then fell into his thoughts for a moment. Are you going to bring some people over from Yinyang Cave Heaven to the star boundary to cultivate, Martial Uncle Su? Su Ling Gong cut to the chase and nodded. That's my plan. Getting disciples from the star boundary is one way to benefit, but they are natives of this place after all. Moreover, there aren't many people in the star boundary to begin with. Since there's such a chance, I'll not waste it. After a Dao temple is built, we can select some young disciples with exceptional aptitudes and send them to the star boundary to nurture. They will grow up to be just as fine as the locals. Yang Kai pondered and agreed. Since Su Ling Gong had this plan, it must be the same case for other cave heavens and paradises as well. Allowing those great forces to build Dao temples here was inevitable. As long as you can fulfill these two demands, you'll realize that those haughty guys from the cave heavens and paradises are actually pretty reasonable. Yang Kai chuckled. Well, they'll be unreasonable if their demands are not met, right? Su Ling Gong didn't comment on that. After giving it a thought, he said, There's one thing that's difficult to deal with, though. What is it? Yang Kai stared at him in puzzlement. Su Ling Gong turned to look at the world tree with a worried expression. If the world tree starts bearing fruits one day, there will be chaos. World fruits were heaven-defying treasures that could allow an open heaven realm master to directly ascend to the next order. Mid-rank and low-rank world fruits wouldn't really matter too much, but if there were high-rank world fruits, those 7th order and 8th order open heaven realm masters would certainly drool over them. If an 8th order open heaven realm master were to consume a high-rank world fruit, he could directly rise to the 9th order. Even though the cave heavens and paradises were said to be united, they might not remain friendly with each other if such an opportunity appeared before them. After all, regardless of how many fruits the world tree would bear, there wouldn't be 108 high-rank world fruits for all of them. If the world tree really bore fruits but there were not enough high-rank world fruits for everyone, a conflict was bound to happen. Yang Kai broke into laughter. To be honest with you, Martial Uncle Su, this world tree isn't the mother tree. The real one is still in the grand ancient ruins boundary. The world tree in the star boundary was grown after I snatched a root from the mother tree in the past. It's considered a subtree. Only the real world tree can bear world fruits that are heaven-defying. As long as the mother tree does not die, the subtree will never bear fruits. It was then that Su Ling Gong set his mind at ease. That's for the best. Despite his words, he found it to be a shame as well. However, compared to the conflict that might arise between the cave heavens and paradises, this kind of regret was nothing. Do you have any other advice for me, Martial Uncle Su? Yang Kai asked humbly. Su Ling Gong shook his head. No. Aside from getting disciples every 100 years and building Dao temples here, everything else will be up to you to negotiate. Yang Kai straightened up and sported a solemn expression. In that case, it's my turn to come up with my demands. Su Linggong gave him a look as he had a bad feeling. With vigilance he asked, "What are you up to, brat?" With a serious expression Yang Kai replied, "You've got me wrong, Martial Uncle Su. Since it's a deal, both parties will have to put something on the table. It wouldn't be fair if one party comes up with all sorts of demands while the other can only obey. Why do parents who sell their kids demand money in return? They could just give their children to wealthy people for free. The reason they ask for something in return is that they're worried these wealthy people won't treasure their children. Things that have to be paid for are more valuable than those that are free." Pure sophistry. Su Linggong snorted, but after giving it a thought he had to admit that Yang Kai was right. "Well, you do have a point. So you, the great emperor of the star boundary, are selling your children. Is that what you mean?" A heartbroken Yang Kai replied, "If possible, I would never want to do such a thing. However, just like what you've said, the star boundary will have countless talented people in the future. Neither the star boundary and void land can't afford to provide for all of them. It's great that the cave heavens and paradises are willing to share the burden, but they can't get all the benefits for free." Su Linggong shot him a dismissive look. "You can come up with your own demands, but it's entirely up to me whether I'll agree to them." There was a conflicted expression on Yang Kai's face as he pondered on it for a moment. "For every disciple you take, you'll have to pay one complete set of sixth-order materials or something of the equivalent value. What do you think?" Su Linggong couldn't help but see him in a different light. "Good, it seems that you really don't have any selfish motives." A set of sixth-order material was worth around 100 to 120 million open heaven pills, but that wasn't a big deal for the cave heavens and paradises. It would be a bargain to use such a small amount to obtain a disciple with a bright future. If the disciple could directly ascend to the sixth order, it would totally be worth it. The cave heavens and paradises didn't have many core disciples like Lin Feng and Chu Huashang after all. If they wanted to take on disciples from the star boundary, they would never have their eyes on the ordinary people. They would certainly go for those who could possibly break straight to the sixth order one day, so there was no way they would be taking a loss with such a deal. As for whether they would make a wrong judgment, that had nothing to do with Yang Kai. And since they had to offer a set of sixth order materials to obtain such a disciple, they would certainly nurture them with care. Even if Yang Kai had tried to come up with an unreasonable demand, Su Linggong wouldn't have been surprised, so since he had put forth such a reasonable request, it showed that he was truly concerned about the cultivators born in the star boundary. Secondly, all the great forces cannot forcefully take the disciples they want in the star boundary. Everything must be agreed upon willingly. If two or more great forces have their eyes on the same disciple, the decision has to be made by the person themselves. Martial Uncle Su, you'll have to discuss the rules with the other cave heavens and paradises regarding this. If anyone dares to break the rules, the others will have to step in to settle the matter. Su Linggong shot him a glare. "Do you want to have more supreme high-rank guest elders in High Heaven Palace, you damned brat? Stop dreaming. It's a rare coincidence that resulted from that woman's obstinance and Yu Changdao's difficulty in finding a legacy disciple that you even got one. If others come across such an incident, they'd rather give up on the disciple than become a supreme high-rank guest elders. There are no benefits to being tied to High Heaven Palace after all." Yang Kai shook his head. "It'd be great if High Heaven Palace could have more supreme high-rank guest elders, but that's not my priority. It's just that things run smoothly when there are established rules." Su Linggong agreed with him. "You have a point. Fine. When the others arrive, I'll discuss this with them. I'll have to spend some time persuading them, but I believe they'll understand that it's the only way to move forward." Yang Kai rose from the chair and bowed. "Many thanks, Martial Uncle Su." Even though he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master who was the lord of Voidland as well as a great emperor of the star boundary, Yang Kai would never have the right to discuss terms with a group of high-rank open heaven realm masters as long as he wasn't in the high rank himself. Su Linggong would have to deal with it and persuade the others. Su Linggong then coughed and said, "I passed by a territory gate when I arrived at this place. However, since I was in a rush to come to the star boundary, I didn't enter it. Qing boy told me that it's a newborn great territory that had never been discovered. Yang Kai sported a long face. Martial Uncle Su, you can't be too greedy. It'd be terrible if you want to get even more when you've already obtained so many benefits. Su Ling Gong snapped. I was just asking. Why are you so anxious? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm willing to share the benefits of the star boundary with the cave heavens and paradises because there's no other choice. However, I'll never share the newborn great territory with anyone. Su Ling Gong narrowed his eyes. The star boundary is a treasure trove, and it's the same case for the newborn great territory. The territory gate is right there. How are they supposed to not be tempted? Yang Kai said, I've worked together with Luan Baifeng to build a grand array around the territory gate. Whoever dares to barge into it will be exiled to the void. If someone wants to test their luck, they're welcome to try. Su Ling Gong pointed at him. You. In that case, I'm worried there'll be an argument over this. Yang Kai chuckled. Don't worry. We'll deal with it accordingly. It's all fine as long as they're not going to have a hand in the newborn great territory. In the next half a month, Yang Kai went on to wait for those from Xianyuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven to arrive. There was no way Wu Kuang would let Pei Wen Xian and Yin Xen Zhao survive after he took them away. Be it to absorb the heritages of their small universes or to hide the secrets of his heaven-devouring battle law, he would no doubt kill them ruthlessly. As soon as those two were dead, those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven would be made aware and would begin searching for them. In the past, Yang Kai wouldn't have any solution to such a problem. Even though he had a lot of strong cultivators with him, he didn't think he could defeat two cave heavens. All he could have done was make use of the world force borrowed from the star boundary and temporarily become a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to fight back. However, since Yu Changdao had become the supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace, and Su Ling Gong and his friends were in the star boundary, they could help him settle this bit of trouble. Nevertheless, those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven never arrived. Instead, the second batch of visitors had come knocking on the door. When Qin Kuei returned to Yinyang Cave Heaven previously, there happened to be some high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters visiting from other sects. Upon realizing the severity of the matter, Su Ling Gong didn't delay and headed straight to the star boundary alongside his friends. At the same time, he sent messages to the other cave heavens and paradises he was on good terms with and briefly talked about what was going on. The route was also provided to allow them to send representatives over to hold a discussion. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who were informed naturally understood the gravity of this situation. Upon learning that there was a world tree in the star boundary, they would not dare to underestimate the matter. Therefore, many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters hurriedly set off on their journeys. Those were the second batch of visitors and there were more still to come. There was a 7th Order old man who visited the star boundary on this day, and the next day 3 people arrived at this place together. 2 days later 2 people came here together. The star boundary was now bustling with activity. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-19. Many guests. There was a table at the bottom of the world tree. Yang Kai and Su Ling Gong were seated across from each other as they chatted over wine and waited patiently. Regardless of who the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was, he or she would immediately see the gigantic tree that was almost 300 kilometers in height now when they arrived at the star boundary. When they landed on the ground, they would then easily spot Yang Kai and Su Ling Gong. The visitors were all Su Ling Gong's close friends that had been informed of what was going on. Su Ling Gong introduced Yang Kai to these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the various cave heavens and paradises in order to familiarize the young man with them. Whoever the visitor was, they wouldn't hesitate to leave upon inquiring Su Ling Gong about the situation in this place. They were eager to look into what was going on in the star boundary. During this recent period of time, there were many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the star boundary, which was quite unprecedented. In just 1 month, Yang Kai got to know 30 such people. At the same time, there was an extensive public campaign going on in the star boundary. With High Heaven Palace taking the lead, assisted by the other major sects, all the information about the outer universe, the 3,000 worlds, and the 108 top great forces was written into booklets and engraved into jades that were distributed to the general populace. Wherever there were people who gathered together, such information would be given to them. The star boundary was bound to become the open heaven realm cradle of the 3,000 worlds, and the cave heavens and paradises would start accepting disciples from this place in the near future. Since they had to move with the times, they had to let everyone in the star boundary become familiar with the information about the outside world. Only by doing so would they be able to make informed choices. It was imaginable that the hundreds of billions of lives in the star boundary would be shocked by the extensive campaign that was no different from a windstorm to them. After all, prior to this they were like the frogs in the well. But now there was a chance for them to leap out of the well and have a peek at the wider sky. In just 1 month, everyone in the star boundary knew that the top 108 great forces from the outer universe would come over to take on disciples. If they were lucky enough, their lives would drastically change. Countless rogue cultivators became eager as they hoped that those powerful cultivators from the outer universe would have their eyes on them. However, it was destined to be a pipe dream for these people. Although the current generation in the star boundary had undergone some transformation following the growth of the world tree, the people who would experience the greatest change were the newborns and those who were still unborn. 1 month later, the last batch of people arrived, so Su Linggong finished his tea and rose from the chair before speaking. Since everyone's here, it's time to discuss the rules. Yang Kai hurriedly sent a message to Hua Qingxi and told her to get prepared. Su Linggong faced north as his lips squirmed, but he was not heard speaking. A moment later he said to Yang Kai, "Let's go." As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, the two of them appeared outside of High Heaven Palace in the next moment. After they waited for a bit, they saw many rays of lights approaching from all directions and landing in front of them. Su Linggong stood beside Yang Kai with his hands behind his back. He would either tease the visitors or nod gently. On the other hand, Yang Kai was busy greeting them. This couldn't be helped, as these 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all his seniors, and they were also Su Linggong's friends. As a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven as well as a great emperor of the Star Boundary, he had to show proper hospitality. The female disciples of High Heaven Palace were already there to lead the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters into the palace. All of them were efficient, and barely an hour after Su Linggong sent the messages, everyone had returned to this place from different parts of the Star Boundary. By the time Yang Kai and Su Linggong entered the Grand Hall, they saw a huge round table in the center filled with people. The over 30 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were seated around the table in silence as they secretly communicated with one another using their divine senses. The female disciples behind them, who were ready to serve them at any moment, were anxious and dripping in sweat. The round table was custom-made. After seeking some advice from Su Linggong, Yang Kai quickly told some artifact refiners in High Heaven Palace to make it. This couldn't be helped, as the visitors were all powerful high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai wasn't in any place to determine whether one was more noble than the other, so the usual arrangement of seats might give off a feeling that some people were less important. A round table solved that problem as all of them were equal. As soon as Su Linggong stepped into the hall, the divine senses abruptly stopped. Most of them turned their heads to examine Yang Kai, who was behind Su Linggong. At that moment, Yang Kai felt immensely pressured. Although these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters hadn't tried to oppress him, he still became sluggish for a moment. But soon he managed to pull himself together. Some of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters arched their brows with surprise when they saw this. The round table was quite big, as there were still vacant seats, even though there were already more than 30 people sitting around it. Su Linggong found a slightly more spacious place and took a seat alongside Yang Kai. No one found it off that Yang Kai, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was seated at the table. After all, they were in the Star Boundary and he was a great emperor of this place. Furthermore, these people were Su Linggong's close friends who rushed over to this place upon receiving his messages, so no one would look down on Yang Kai. "Many thanks for coming, my friends. It's hard for so many of us to come together usually, so we should appreciate this rare chance. I'm sure all of you have surveyed this place and realized what is going on. This Su has asked all of you to come over because we need to have a discussion and set some rules about what will take place now so that everyone can be satisfied," Su Linggong gently said. An old man who had lost one arm waited for him to finish his words before he said, "Old friend Su, there's no rush to have a discussion. This old master has a question for the young man beside you first." Yang Kai looked at the person and instantly recognized him. The man was an inner elder of Purple Jade Cave Heaven, Sun Ping. There was rarely anyone who was a match for a powerful high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, so it wasn't certain why he had lost an arm. Despite that, he was still a formidable cultivator with an ample heritage. Yang Kai cupped his fist with a smile. Please ask, Senior Sun. The person beside Sun Ping seemed to know what the latter was going to ask, so he put on a gleeful expression as he was ready to watch a good show. Just then Sun Ping's clear voice reverberated around the grand hall. Is Suoquan Hui dead? Yang Kai frowned as he had no idea why this person suddenly mentioned such an issue. He turned to look at Su Linggong, who nodded while still staring at the front. It was then Yang Kai nodded. He's dead. Who killed him? How did he die? Sun Ping asked. Yang Kai replied. He manifested his small universe, then he was killed by me and some of my companions from Void Land. Sun Ping narrowed his eyes. Other than Su Linggong, who was already aware of the truth, the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at the table were stunned. Manifesting one's small universe was the last resort for a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master to defeat their enemies. The people at the scene couldn't figure out what kind of dangers Suoquan Hui was in that forced him to make such a decision. Despite that, he was still killed in the end. All of them were inner elders of their respective cave heavens and paradises, so even though they were not on close terms with Suoquan Hui, they did come into contact with him before. Now that Suoquan Hui was dead, they felt somewhat awkward. Suoquan Hui is dead, but what about Yin Xen Zhao and Pei Wenxian? An elegant-looking woman asked. She was an inner elder of Luoxing Cave Heaven Luoxiao. Yang Kai replied impassively, they're also dead. Most of them seemed to have expected it, so their expressions didn't change. After all, it wasn't a secret that Suoquan Hui previously led Heavenly Sword Union to attack Void Land, and he was assisted by Pei Wenxian and Yin Xen Zhao. Since Suoquan Hui was dead, there was no way Pei Wenxian and Yin Xen Zhao could have survived. However, they were still astounded by Yang Kai's audacity while some of them fell into their thoughts. Luoxiao shot Yang Kai a glare. You're just as cunning as that old Su. While Yang Kai didn't understand her, Su Linggong started guffawing. He's the son-in-law of my sect, so it's expected that he resembles me. What's wrong with that? Luoxiao snorted. It doesn't matter that a traitor is dead. Those from Thousand Cranes Paradise wouldn't make a fuss over it. The problem now is that Pei Wenxian and Yin Xen Zhao were killed. This queen already knows what you two are up to. A curious Su Linggong asked, what could we be up to? I don't get you, junior sister Luo. Why don't we delve into this topic in my room tonight? Sure. A charming Luoxiao kept a faint smile on her face. We should do that sooner rather than later. I'll look for you tonight. Su Linggong nodded repeatedly. Sure thing. A dumbfounded Yang Kai stared at him. On the other hand, Sun Ping let out a sigh as he appeared dejected. I can't believe Suoquan Hui was killed just like that. His reputation was already destroyed. Nevertheless, he still owed me something. Yang Kai had no idea what this person's relationship with Suoquan Hui was. However, since Su Linggong had invited him over, there shouldn't be a problem. Let's stop the small talk. Su Linggong knocked on the table. There's an important issue to discuss here. As expected, all of them fell silent and gazed at Su Linggong. Yang Kai had previously asked Su Linggong to head this discussion since more than 30 people, who represented different cave heavens and paradises, had been invited. They were supposed to be able to come up with an arrangement that everyone would be pleased with. However, would the other great forces who were not present acknowledge it? After all, they didn't take part in it. Su Linggong replied with a smile that the cave heavens and paradises had always been united since time immemorial. Therefore, 30 or so was enough to represent everyone. None of them was a fool. These people not only represented their own great forces, but also all the cave heavens and paradises. When discussing the matter, they would be taking all the cave heavens and paradises into consideration instead of speaking up only for their own great force. Those who didn't join the discussion would acknowledge the result of the discussion. That was because if they wanted to be part of it, they had to first acknowledge the rules that had been set. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the right. Yang Kai was initially doubtful. But when he saw that none of them objected to it, as though they would be able to come to a conclusion on this day, he set his mind at ease. This was destined to be a discussion that would change the entire 3,000 worlds, an event that would be greatly discussed in the history books. However, such a discussion took place in an unknown small universe that was located at the edge of the 3,000 worlds. Before Su Linggong informed them about it, the people at the scene probably hadn't even heard of the star boundary before. Martial Peak, Chapter 4620 Marry You. All of them had surveyed the star boundary, so they understood what was going on. Su Linggong stated, "The world tree has transformed the entire star boundary, and all the living beings here have greatly benefited from it. In the future there will be a lot of talented youths who are born for cultivation. This treasure trove can't be monopolized by Yongboi's Void Land and Inyang Cave Heaven, nor could any one of you do so. Since we've gathered together, let's not hide anything or pretend to be righteous. Show how greedy you are and divide everything up. It'll be good for everyone." Across from him sat a grim-looking old man with a hooked nose who said with a grin, "Old Su, since you've taken the initiative, you must have come up with some proposals. Why don't you tell us about them? We'll acknowledge it if it's reasonable. If it's not, we'll discuss." All of them nodded as they knew that Su Linggong and Yang Kai must have agreed on some secret deals, but they wouldn't point it out. Upon hearing that, Su Linggong replied with a smile, "The cave heavens and paradises are extraordinary, the most powerful great forces in the outer universe. The reason our inheritances could be passed on for generations is that there's a continuation of our heritages. In order to carry our glories forward indefinitely, we need many talented people. In the past, the cave heavens and paradises had to spend a lot of money and manpower to look for such talents, but the results left much to be desired. Every great force only has a small number of core disciples who can directly ascend to the sixth order open heaven realm. Take a look at all of us here. How many of us directly broke through to the sixth order in the past? Almost all of us started at the fifth order and rose to our current realms through long years of hard work. If you had directly ascended to the sixth order, you would have become eighth order ancestors in your respective sects instead of inner elders. There are indeed some advantages to having a higher starting point. The star boundary is now filled with talented people, and the world tree is still in its growth stage, yet it has already showcased such incredible power. In 3 to 5 generations, this Su wouldn't dare to imagine how prosperous the star boundary would be. 3 to 5 mortal generations is just about 100 years, barely the blink of an eye for us. When that time comes, the star boundary will be full of young people with extraordinary aptitudes." Someone cut him off by saying, "Old Su, enough with the nonsense already. Of course we can also see the things you're able to see. Stop trying to stir up our sentiments and cut to the chase." Su Linggong replied with a grin, "I'll stop then. I know what you all want. Certainly you want to get some talented disciples from the star boundary. To be honest with you, Yang Boy and I have come to an agreement. Inyang Cave Heaven will be able to receive 10 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years. 10 people. The one-armed Sun Ping arched his brow. The figure is neither small nor big. It's quite fair actually. The prerequisite is that you're speaking the truth." The feelings of Su Linggong seemed to have been hurt as he said, "You wrong me, Brother Sun. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yang Boy about it." Sun Ping snorted, "You and Yang Kai are basically one family. Of course he'll agree to whatever you say." A solemn Yang Kai replied, "There's a misunderstanding here, Senior Sun. Martial Uncle Su didn't lie to you. It is indeed 10 people." Yang Kai initially wondered why Su Linggong was so honest. However, after giving it a thought, he realized that this matter couldn't be hidden from everyone when Inyang Cave Heaven started accepting disciples in the star boundary, so it was a wise move to break it to them first. Sun Ping nodded gently, "This old master doesn't believe old Su, but I believe what you've said, kid." Yang Kai nodded, "Many thanks, senior." Sun Ping added, "Since Inyang Cave Heaven will take 10 disciples every 100 years, Purple Jade Cave Heaven will also do the same then." All of them agreed with him, "Good." Su Linggong said with a sly smile, "Yang Boy is a son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven, so naturally I can get more benefits. Let's see if he'll agree to it if you want the same." He easily shifted the responsibility to Yang Kai, who didn't really mind it in this case. As a great emperor of the star boundary, Yang Kai certainly had to take responsibility for these negotiations. In a dispassionate manner, he stated, "If each great force will get 10 people, it'll be 1,080 people for all 108 great forces. Even though a lot of talented people will be born in the star boundary, there won't be so many of them every 100 years. If you take all the disciples away, no benefits will be left for Void Land." Sun Ping lowered his gaze. "Since you want to avoid a calamity, there's a price to pay." Yang Kai shook his head. "I've shown enough sincerity by asking Marshal Uncle Su to invite all of you to come over. All of you are seniors, so you can't possibly oppress me by hogging all the benefits in the star boundary to yourselves." While Sun Ping remained silent, some people started haggling with Yang Kai. All of them were 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they didn't find it shameful to be so Philistine. Instead, they were high-spirited in their bargaining. With that said, they wouldn't really be as rowdy as in a downtown market. There was a sense of solemnity in the air, but instead of backing down, Yang Kai became increasingly bolder when dealing with these seniors. Su Linggong was seated on the right side of Yang Kai while Hong Xiangling from Azure Void Cave Heaven was seated on his left. Hong Xiangling was a short, amiable-looking old man. Although he hadn't said anything during the negotiations so far, his eyes kept darting around as he carefully observed the situation. When Yang Kai finally took a rest and the grand hall fell into silence, Hong Xiangling seized the chance and gently pulled Yang Kai's sleeve. Yang Kai turned to look at him and asked respectfully, "What's wrong, Senior Hong?" Hong Xiangling flashed a smile at him and flipped his hand. As he pushed his world force, a true-to-life image appeared above his palm. Yang Kai didn't understand, but upon closer inspection, he realized that in the image there was a demure-looking woman standing on a mountain peak while gazing up at the clouds. Only her profile was shown, but it was apparent that her figure was slim and her skin was fair. There was no doubt that she was a stunning beauty. The clouds almost covered the peak, which made it look like she was hovering above them. "How do you find her?" Hong Xiangling asked with his brow raised. A puzzled Yang Kai didn't know what the woman's relationship with this old man was, so he just gave a frank remark. "She's beautiful with an extraordinary demeanor, just like an immortal fairy from the heavens." Hong Xiangling then boldly declared, "She'll marry you." Huh. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. To his side, Su Linggong rolled his eyes. Like a farmer that sold his vegetables in town, Hong Xiangling continued persuading Yang Kai by saying, "This is my 3rd disciple. She directly advanced to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, and she's now in the 6th Order. She will certainly ascend to the 7th Order one day. Her demure temperament will make her a great wife. You won't suffer any losses by marrying her, and we don't need you to get married into our sect like what Inyang Cave Heaven has asked you to." Yang Kai's jaw dropped in disbelief. A moment later, he replied with a helpless smile, "Senior, don't you think this is a rash decision? Of course men love beautiful women, but I've never met your disciple before. It's much too soon to talk about marriage. Moreover, this senior sister might not be willing to marry someone like me." "Why wouldn't she be?" Hong Xiangling glared at him. "As her master, I have to look for a decent husband for her. She'll be more than happy with this arrangement. How about it? Just nod if you agree and I'll have her come here right now. She'll be ready to marry in 3 months." Yang Kai found it increasingly difficult to deal with the eager old man. He knew just how alluring the star boundary was now, so all the cave heavens and paradises would like to get more benefits. However, he hadn't expected it to be so enticing that Hong Xiangling was even willing to let his 3rd disciple marry him in order to get a bigger share of the pie. Then Yang Kai looked around and realized that some of the other masters here had fallen into their thoughts, as though they were pondering on the possibility of getting their single 6th Order female disciples married to Yang Kai as well. This was giving Yang Kai a huge headache as he looked pleadingly at Su Linggong, who stood up for him by saying, "Yang boy is the son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven, so you'd better not have your eyes on him, old Hong." A displeased Hong Xiangling refuted, "It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. So what if he's a son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven? Why can't he also be a son-in-law of Azure Void Cave Heaven as well?" He then winked at Yang Kai. "Don't you agree?" Su Linggong scoffed, "I remember your disciple, she's quite stiff. Even if she's married to Yang boy, she won't receive any favor." Hong Xiangling snorted. Every person has their own preferences. Perhaps Yang Boy likes elegant women. Seeing that they were about to bicker, Yang Kai had no choice but to interject. Many thanks for your kind offer, Senior Hong, but please don't mention marriage again. I already have many wives, so I'm not going to marry anyone else. Hong Xiangling parted his lips, but he eventually only let out a sigh. What a shame. Yang Kai wasn't willing to delve into this topic. After straightening his face, he knocked on the table. The star boundary can't possibly afford to let all of you, respectively, get 10 disciples every 100 years. My suggestion is that apart from Yin Cave Heaven, every great force will be able to accept 3 disciples every 100 years. Luo Xiu rolled her eyes. The difference is too stark, you smelly brat. 3 people is significantly fewer than 10 people. Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. Please forgive me, Senior. I am a son-in-law of Yin Cave Heaven after all, so I must offer more benefits to them. Su Linggong grinned from ear to ear at those words. When Yang Kai previously won first place in the Dao Theory Assembly, Su Linggong wasn't displeased with the result, but he did think Yang Kai wasn't worthy of his precious disciple. That was the reason he paid a price to send Yang Kai into a small source world. That was because he hoped that Yang Kai would grow to be strong enough to protect his woman in the future. Now though it seemed that it was Yin Cave Heaven that picked up a great bargain. No one could have expected that the star boundary where Yang Kai came from would become the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. He was also pleased with Yang Kai's frank attitude. Yang Kai was a son-in-law of Yin Cave Heaven, so he was supposed to help the sect out and no one could say anything about it. They went on to fight a great battle of words, with Yang Kai determined to only allow them to take 3 disciples every 100 years. More than 30 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters took turns to persuade the young man until they had the urge to teach this young man who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. The auras of these powerful high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters permeated the Grand Hall and the maid-servants had to leave. Otherwise they would have been killed since they hadn't even reached the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai remained unfazed as he appeared confident. So what if there were more than 30 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at the scene? This was his territory and he had the right to dictate the terms of the discussion. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-21. They were unable to come to any conclusion after a full day of discussion, so they decided to return to their rooms and get some rest. The talks continued on the next day. Yang Kai conceded and allowed every great force to take 4 disciples every 100 years, but they were still displeased as they continued making counter-proposals. During the intense verbal exchange, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters haggled just like ordinary market-goers, searching for a bargain. All of a sudden, the noises in the Grand Hall came to an abrupt halt as they fell silent at the same time. Yang Kai looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. The people he had been waiting for finally arrived. Even before the arrival of those people, 2 powerful auras recklessly showered the entire star boundary, causing it to shake with a hum. The owners of the auras seemed to be trying to be intimidating, but they were soon stunned. That was because it never crossed their minds that there were more than 30 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, all of whom were just as powerful as they were, already in the star boundary. Upon that realization they were both shocked and doubtful. Su Linggong said gently, "Since you've arrived, come here and join the discussion." Despite his small voice, the 2 newcomers were able to hear him clearly. The door of the Grand Hall suddenly opened as 2 figures descended from the sky. One of them was shrouded in demon chi while the other was a stern-looking man. When they took a glance inside the Grand Hall, they became startled. They were unable to figure out why so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered together. These people didn't seem to be waiting in ambush either. Rather, they had a feeling that something major was happening. Beside Su Linggong sat Yang Kai, who gazed at the 2 unwelcome guests with a dispassionate expression. He certainly could recognize them. One of them was Zhuobu Kun from Myriad Demons Heaven while the other was Yu Huan from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Both of them were there when the Dao Theory Assembly ended in the past. They were responsible for dealing with the external affairs for their respective sects, and since they were in such important positions, they would frequently come into contact with the people from other cave heavens and paradises. Many of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at the scene were not only inner elders of their respective sects, but we're also responsible for handling external affairs. Since you're here, you're also my guests. Please be seated. Yang Kai extended his hand without rising from the chair. Zhuobu-kun and Yu Huan traded glances as they frowned. They had come all the way here because their core disciples were killed. The core disciples who could directly ascend to the Sixth Order were the future hope of their sects that had to be nurtured with a lot of resources and effort. After Zhao Xing was killed, Zuoquan Hui was even willing to leave Thousand Cranes Paradise in order to avenge his death. It wasn't just because they were master and disciple though. Those from Thousand Cranes Paradise had also given him the permission to do so. Pei Wenxian and Yin Xin Zhao were as important as Zhao Xing. They were also disciples with exceptional aptitudes in their sects that might ascend to the Eighth Order in the future. In the past, no one in the entire 3,000 worlds would have dared to offend them. But now both of them were killed. It was expected that those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven were incensed. Zhuobu-kun and Yu Huan joined forces and headed to Void Land in an attempt to retaliate against Yang Kai. Although Bai Shi was powerful, he was pretty meek, so while fending off their attacks he persuaded them for a long time before they finally believed that Yang Kai wasn't in Void Land. They then used their secret techniques and followed the traces. It took them a lot of hard work before they found the great territory where the star boundary was located. However, before they could even flare up, they were surprised to see so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered together. As soon as Yang Kai finished his words, the two of them shot him ferocious glances as their Seventh Order pressures unreservedly fell upon him, but he remained unfazed. Su Linggong and Yu Changdao, who had remained silent, looked up at the same time. Following a silent clash, the auras in the Grand Hall exploded as some of those gathered grunted. The onlookers turned to look at Yu Changdao with surprise. It was expected that Su Linggong would defend Yang Kai since the latter was a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven. There was no way Su Linggong would let him be harmed in his presence. However, they were puzzled as to why Yu Changdao had also made a move. Those from Free and Unfettered Paradise had always steered clear of any kind of internal strife. Of the 108 top forces, they were the only ones that had little to no friction with all the others. Therefore, they wondered what benefits Yang Kai had given to Yu Changdao that prompted him to lend the young man a hand. What happened? Why are you two so mad? Su Linggong looked smilingly at Zhuobu-kun and Yu Huan. Zhuobu-kun snorted as his demon chi weltered. Stop asking the obvious. Enough nonsense then. If you want to fight, we can go out and fight. If not, take your seats. Both of you are already so old now. How could you oppress a young man like this? Su Linggong sneered. While Zhuobu-kun was still incensed, Yu Huan suddenly chuckled. Since we're here, let's see what's going on, brother Zhua. With Su Linggong around, they wouldn't be able to kill Yang Kai. Rather than falling out with him, they should wait for another chance. What concerned Yu Huan was why so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were in this place. He and Zhuobu-kun had never heard of any news about it. Before they were seated, they couldn't help but recall the gigantic tree they had seen when they arrived at this place. It greatly resembled the world tree which they had read about in ancient books. They hadn't managed to take a closer look since they were in a rush, so they were uncertain about it. However, since so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were around, they had a feeling that their speculation was right. It had to be noted that these powerful masters wouldn't have come together if there were not immense benefits. After the commotion ended, Zhuobu-kun and Yu Huan became seated. There were still many vacant seats anyway, so there wasn't a need for any additional arrangements. Following that, the intense haggling continued. As Zhuobu-kun and Yu Huan listened to them, they were slowly dumbfounded. They initially had no idea why so many masters were here, but after listening to their discussion, they became aware that these people were trying to divide the benefits among themselves. The gigantic tree they had seen earlier was indeed the world tree, and because of the tree's presence, this originally unknown universe world called the Star Boundary was now filled with young people with exceptional aptitudes. On the other hand, the owner of this treasure trove was the very Yang Kai that they were determined to kill. They felt their hearts sinking as they realized that now it would be impossible for them to kill him. Since the people at the scene had gotten so many benefits, they wouldn't allow the two of them to make a move on Yang Kai once the discussion concluded. At the thought of this, Zhuobu-kun sneered and cut them off by saying, "All of you are high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, But you're being led by the nose by a little brat. Don't you find it shameful? Su Linggong looked smilingly at him. What opinion do you have then? Zhuobu-kun never intended to hide his murderous intent. As long as he's dead, there'll be no need to bargain. Moreover, what right does a mid-rank open heaven realm master have to have a discussion with us? Yang Kai replied impassively, since I, a mid-rank open heaven realm master, was able to kill Zuoquan Hui, I can also do the same to you. Zhuobu-kun's expression darkened. Did you also kill Pei Wenxian? Yang Kai knocked on the table. Please do not make such an accusation without any evidence, Elder Zhuo. Did you see me killing Pei Wenxian? He could admit that he had killed Zuoquan Hui because the latter was a traitor to Thousand Cranes Paradise, so they were not in any place to retaliate against him. Instead, they had to thank him for cleaning up their mess for them. However, he could never admit that the death of Pei Wenxian and Yin Exin Zhao had something to do with him. Otherwise, he would invite trouble to Void Land. Furthermore, he really didn't kill them, so Yang Kai was confident when he uttered those words. After a pause, he went on to say, as for what right I have, I'm a great emperor in this place and this is my territory. How can I not have the right? A great emperor? What rubbish is that? Zhuobu-kun said disdainfully. Yang Kai extended his hand. Since you have some bias against me, Elder Zhuo, you should leave. The star boundary does not welcome you. Zhuobu-kun naturally wouldn't leave just like that, or else he would be a fool. He fell silent after a snort which showed how thick-skinned he was. Su Linggong took the initiative to ease the tension. Good, you should stop arguing since there's a serious issue to discuss here. Stop making unnecessary noise. He then chided Yang Kai by saying, Elder Zhuo is an old man who doesn't have many years to live. Why make him angry, brat? You're right, Martial Uncle Su. Forgive me for my indiscretion. Yang Kai appeared meek and obedient. Zhuobu-kun closed his eyes and pretended to not understand the mockery in Su Linggong's words so as to contain his irritation. Yang Kai then continued speaking, every great force will get 5 disciples every 100 years. That's my limit. If all of you agree, the discussion shall continue. If not, a further discussion is not needed. The grand hall fell silent as no one responded to him. Although 5 people was only half of what Inyang Cave Heaven would get, it was indeed Yang Kai's limit. He had no idea how many talents would appear in later generations, but the heavenly way was fair in all things, so this place couldn't possibly be swamped with so many young people with outstanding aptitudes. Since the cave heavens and paradises would obtain a few hundred disciples every 100 years, only a small number of people would be left for Void Land. After letting these people ponder on it for a while, Yang Kai continued saying, of course, as a form of compensation, I'm willing to let all of you build Dao temples in the star boundary. Every great force will receive a region of 500,000 square kilometers. Except for the area in a radius of 10 million kilometers around the world tree and the locations of the existing sects, you may choose any place you want, and I won't interfere. This was the foundation Su Linggong had laid down for him. The offer was attractive since it was brought up at this point. With their own Dao temples in this place, it meant that they could transfer their own people to the star boundary and nurture them from a young age or even from before they were born. By doing so, they might be able to get the disciples they wanted, and there was no limit on this number. These people were initially displeased with getting only 5 disciples every 100 years for every great force and were preparing to haggle with Yang Kai so that he could give in further. However, their expressions changed when they heard what he had said. Luo Xiu gave a fair remark at this point. It's a good idea actually. Most people nodded while the others tacitly agreed to it. Upon seeing that, Yang Kai said without hesitation, it's decided then. Other than Inyang Cave Heaven, all of you can respectively obtain 5 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years and select a landmass of 500,000 square kilometers to build your own Dao temples. Good. The one-armed Sun Ping nodded. Zhuobu-kun and Yu Huan exchanged glances as they frowned. Instead of excluding Myriad Demons Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, Yang Kai had counted them in from the start. The outcome surprised them, but they had also kind of expected it. Martial Peak, Chapter 4622, Exchange of Gifts. They had expected it because if Yang Kai really excluded the 2 cave heavens, a blood feud would be formed between the 2 parties. By counting them in, it could serve as a form of compensation for them. Pei Wenxian and Yin Xianxia were dead. However, if the two cave heavens could find some talented youths from the star boundary, they would have a chance to get more core disciples who could directly ascend to the sixth order a few hundred or 1,000 years later. What surprised them was that Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of making things difficult for them. Since the number of people had been agreed on, the rest of the issues were simple to deal with. Yang Kai then made his demands on behalf of the star boundary known. For every disciple they took, they had to pay a full set of sixth-order materials or something of equivalent value. This demand wasn't outrageous, so the high-rank masters directly agreed to it without haggling. When they discussed the world tree and the world fruits, Yang Kai didn't give them a definitive answer, as he said that it wouldn't be too late to talk about it when the world tree actually started bearing fruits one day. They also felt that it was pointless to discuss the issue at this point, so they directly agreed to this as well. There was no contract to be signed. The more than 30 high-rank open heaven realm masters at the scene represented their sects, so their word was the best assurance. The difficult negotiation lasted for 3 days before the dust finally settled. As for what kind of disciples the great forces wanted to get or where they would build their Dao temples, it was their own business. By then they could just inform High Heaven Palace, that was nominally in charge of the star boundary, about it, so it wasn't troublesome at all. At the very end, Yang Kai said, "The discussion is only limited to the star boundary. Everything else in this great territory belongs to High Heaven Palace, and none of you should have your eyes on it." Good. They all nodded. Su Linggong secretly rolled his eyes, thinking that Yang Kai was taking advantage of them since they had no idea that the territory gate that was only a couple million kilometers away from the star boundary led to a newborn great territory. If they knew, they wouldn't have agreed right away. Even though many of them saw the territory gate, that didn't really bother them, as they thought that it was just another territory gate that led to a known great territory. However, this matter couldn't be hidden forever. When these high-rank open heaven realm masters had some free time, they would realize that something was off. Having said that, with Yang Kai making his stance clear on this day, and the great forces having indeed gotten a lot of benefits from the star boundary, they might not be willing to have an argument with Yang Kai over it. Even though a new great territory was rich in resources, the cave heavens and paradises already had ample heritages anyway, hence they wouldn't be willing to quibble with Yang Kai over this. If Yang Kai became irritated, they might suffer some losses. After the discussion, they quickly left the palace, including Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan. They were invited to enter the Grand Hall as soon as they arrived at the star boundary, so they were not familiar with the situation here yet. Therefore, they had to personally look around. The rest of them went looking for suitable locations to build their Dao temples, as they weren't in a rush to select disciples. Just like what Su Linggong had said, the world tree had showcased its wonders, but it would not be until a few generations had passed that the tree would have a significant impact on the residents here. It was a rare incident that Yu Chang Dao could find a child with the innate Dao body to inherit his legacy so quickly. Certainly, if they really came across someone with exceptional aptitude, they wouldn't mind taking them on as a disciple. They could get 5 people every 100 years anyway. The star boundary, as an open heaven realm cradle, was destined to export different kinds of talented people across the entire 3,000 worlds. The news would soon be spread to the rest of the outer universe, and by then the cave heavens and paradises that didn't take part in the discussion would send their representatives over. However, since the rules had been set, the rest of them would just have to follow them. Compared to the cave heavens and paradises that had no representatives in the star boundary at this point, the only advantage that the more than 30 great forces present at the scene could get was that they could select the best areas and build their Dao temples. The rest of the benefits were the same. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Yu Chang Dao suddenly appeared beside Su Linggong. Presently they were wandering somewhere in the star boundary. Su Linggong found a nice place as he was surveying the area. He planned to build a Dao temple for Yinyang Cave Heaven here. They were in the southern territory where Azure Sun Temple was previously located. In the past, the great demon god brought a calamity upon the star boundary and the entire southern territory fell. Those from Azure Sun Temple had no choice but to abandon their foundation. With the temple master Wen Zishan leading the way, they retreated to High Heaven Palace. After that, the great emperors joined forces and killed the great demon god, thus restoring peace to the star boundary. Following the war, when Zhou Xian saw that the original location of his sect had been shattered and the earth vein had snapped, so he decided to find a new location to rebuild Azure Sun Temple. If it weren't because of the World Tree's expansion, this place would have remained desolate for many millennia to come. However, with the nourishment from the World Tree, the earth vein had been reconnected, and the world energy became ample again. A lot of trees started growing on the mountains and the picturesque scenery had begun to return. Su Linggong replied with a smile, "You also didn't bother to take a look, did you?" Yu Changdao refuted with a frown, "He's the son-in-law of your Yinyang Cave Heaven. What if anything happens to him? The two of them are high-rank open heaven realm masters. How is Yang Kai supposed to go against them if they join forces?" A nonchalant Su Linggong replied, "You're the supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace. Since you're not concerned about his safety, why should I be?" "Are you really not going?" Yu Changdao was stunned. "If he's unlucky, he's fated to fall into danger this time. I can't possibly protect him forever. If he's lucky, he'll be able to get out of this on his own." Su Linggong appeared confident. Moreover, there are some things he has to deal with directly or else it'll never end. Yu Changdao gazed at him with a frown, wondering what the latter was up to. He then shook his head and said, "Fine. I'll go there myself." Upon finishing his words, he turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. Su Linggong remained on the same spot for a moment before he took a look in the direction Yu Changdao had left, but he soon retracted his gaze as he called out, "Qing Kuei." Qing Kuei, who had remained silent behind him for a long time, cupped his fist, "Honored master. Go back to Yinyang Cave Heaven and inform the sect master about this place in detail. He'll have the final say in whatever arrangements we make." "Yes," Qing Kuei replied and turned to leave. With his hands behind his back, Su Linggong stood on a certain peak as he suddenly put on a smile. "Old Yu has really joined a pirate's ship this time, and with a truly sly captain at that." In the Northern Territory, in a land covered in snow, Yang Kai was clad in green robes as he stood atop a white mountain peak. Following the transformation in the star boundary, it was destined that all 108 cave heavens and paradises would gather in this place. As a great emperor of the star boundary, there were a lot of things he had to handle. The most important task at the moment was to expand the population of the star boundary. Following an intense battle against the great demon god, the vast majority of the population was killed in the star boundary. Although it had been 100 years since the battle, recovering from such a loss was not so simple. A lot of places were void of people as the usually bustling cities were now empty. There were ruins everywhere. The cave heavens and paradises were going to take on disciples from the star boundary, so Yang Kai could already envision that when the news was spread across the entire 3,000 worlds, apart from the top 108 great forces, those second-class great forces would also stream into this place like cats catching a whiff of fish, looking for chances to steal some benefits. Yang Kai didn't intend to stop them either, as trying to do so would be pointless. Just like what Su Linggong had said, the star boundary would be the winner if the people from that place became scattered across the 3,000 worlds. In order to have more talented people in the star boundary, though, he had to expand the population by encouraging the people to bear more children. Still, they couldn't fill the gap in a short time by relying on the current population of the star boundary. Fortunately, there were many universe worlds in the newborn Great Territory. The martial Dao in those universe worlds was generally low, so there wouldn't be a problem if they relocated some of those people to the star boundary. Yang Kai had already told Yu He to process this issue. When the time for the migration came, he would personally make a move. After all, his small universe had materialized and could accommodate living beings. Others in the same order were unable to do that. The migration of billions of lives was a difficult task, so only by keeping them inside his small universe could he do it with ease. Su Linggong and Yu Changdao could also help, but Yang Kai didn't intend to let anyone who wasn't from Void Land or High Heaven Palace enter the newborn Great Territory. Hence he had to put in more effort. The cold wind became increasingly freezing as murderous intent permeated the air. 2 rays of light, which radiated horrifying world forces, directly descended upon Yang Kai, who was standing on the peak of a snowy mountain, from the sky. Yu Changdao, who was hiding nearby, let out a sigh. These two still couldn't contain their urge to make a move. Although Yang Kai had set the grudges aside and promised them some benefits in order to make up for the loss of their core disciples, they still had no choice but to act. Just when Yu Changdao was ready to leap forward in order to help Yang Kai ward off the attacks, the entire star boundary started humming as though a sleeping dragon had lifted its head. Lightning started appearing in the world as an incredibly rich world force came to life and instantly surrounded the young man. His sixth order aura rapidly rose in an inconceivable manner, and in the blink of an eye he achieved a breakthrough to the seventh order, but it didn't stop there. Soon after, Yang Kai, who was originally in the sixth order, radiated the aura of a peak seventh order master, seemingly just one step away from the eighth order. Yu Changdao gasped and exclaimed, "He's borrowing the world force from this world." It was then he realized why Su Linggong wasn't concerned despite knowing that Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan would secretly make a move. That was because he was certain that Yang Kai could deal with his opponents. Yu Changdao found himself to be laughable as he came all the way here to protect the young man. Usually one was unable to borrow a lot of world force from a universe world. After all, there wasn't much world force in a universe world to begin with. However, the star boundary was different. When Yang Kai borrowed the world strength of the star boundary for the first time, he couldn't make it to the seventh order without the help of all the other great emperors, who had already ascended to the sixth order. However, even without the help of the great emperors this time, he could still easily make it to the peak of the seventh order. There was only one explanation. The heritage of the star boundary was now significantly more ample than in the past, which allowed Yang Kai to have a great leap forward in power after he borrowed the world's world force. As the world continued thrumming, Yang Kai raised his spear and thrust it out, his hair and clothes flapping in the wind. The snowflakes in a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers around him seemed to have frozen mid-air. Following a loud boom, the divine abilities of the two high-rank open heaven realm masters were instantly resolved. Yang Kai's aura surged as he took control of a power that was at the peak of the seventh order even though he was only in the sixth order. He then said after a laugh, "It would be impolite if I didn't give you anything in return." He then pushed out his spear. The snowflakes exploded in midair and turned into invisible murderous intent as they swirled around in a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. In the next moment, two faint grunts were heard. Martial Peak, Chapter 4623, The Star Boundary, the Center of Attention. Since the beginning, Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan, who secretly made a move, had not shown their faces. Yang Kai didn't have the intention of killing them ruthlessly either, as he just traded a move with them before stopping. As the clouds weltered, two cracks suddenly appeared in the sky. They were so huge that anyone in the star boundary could see them clearly wherever they were. The cracks slowly expanded and revealed a pair of gigantic eyes, as though some reclusive deity had finally descended upon this land. As the eyes gazed down, the billions and billions of living beings in the star boundary couldn't help but have the urge to fall on their knees and worship them. Even the more than 30 high-rank open heaven realm masters, who were wandering around the star boundary at that moment, felt pressured as they furrowed their brows, stopping in their tracks to look up at the sky. The eyes appeared to be smiling, as though the owner was trying to say he would attack anyone who dared to make a fuss in his territory. Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan were flabbergasted as they fled, but the pair of eyes followed them and made sure that they couldn't escape the owner's sight. The murderous intent was like chains that had been wrapped around their necks, causing them to suffocate. Both of them appeared vexed. They had never expected that a sixth-order open heaven realm master would be able to reach the peak of the seventh order by borrowing the might of this world. Furthermore, they were in the star boundary, so the situation was in the young man's favor. Even if they intended to kill him ruthlessly, they might end up losing their lives instead. The pair of eyes in the sky just looked at them in silence, as though the owner was watching two rats that had barged into his granary. The gaze was filled with mockery. On the peak of the snow mountain, Yang Kai gently closed his eyes. At the same time, the huge eyes in the sky also slowly disappeared. Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan dashed into a cave in a certain cliff before they sat down with their legs crossed and wiped the blood from their mouths. As the wind breezed past them, they realized that their backs were covered in cold sweat. Still reeling from the shock, they exchanged glances. A moment later, Zhuobu Kun said with a dark expression, "It seems that no one can deal with that brat unless an eighth-order ancestor makes a move." Yu Huan grunted with displeasure, At least he was tactful by not crossing the line. If Yang Kai had insisted on making things difficult for them, an intense battle would have taken place. Perhaps Yang Kai would have ended up in a terrible state, but at least one of them would also have lost his life. However, even though Yang Kai had made use of the Star Boundaries world force, he had only given them a warning and then stopped. It was apparent that he just wanted to ward them off instead of falling out with the two cave heavens. With more than 30 high-rank open heaven realm masters as witnesses on this day, no one would blame Yang Kai in the future. Instead, they would praise him for being magnanimous and tactful. In comparison, Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan, who oppressed the young man despite being more powerful, would be regarded as devious. We have no choice but to choke it down this time. Zhuobu Kun sported a grim expression. Even though they firmly believed that their disciples Pei Wenxian and Yin Xin Zhao were killed by Yang Kai, no one had seen the deed, so there was no evidence to make a case. If the two cave heavens wanted to avenge the death of their disciples, they wouldn't need any evidence. A single doubt could prompt them to make a move and no one would dare to say anything. However, since the world tree was in the star boundary, this place was destined to be the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. As a great emperor of the star boundary, Yang Kai already had a right to be on an equal footing with them and discuss terms with the sects they represented. If they really insisted on making things difficult for Yang Kai, the other cave heavens and paradises would blame and stop them, which would only cause them to suffer losses. Otherwise, given their identities and statuses, they wouldn't have launched a sneak attack. They could have directly looked for Yang Kai and killed him. Nevertheless, Yang Kai borrowed the world force from the star boundary and instantly possessed power that was at the peak of the seventh order, which made them suffer a small setback. Fortunately, Yang Kai had no intention of killing them as he only teased them a little. However, it seemed that they could no longer avenge the death of Pei Wenxian and Yin Xin Zhao since there was no evidence. Furthermore, if Myriad Demons Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven wanted to get some benefits from the star boundary, they wouldn't bring it up again. Otherwise, they would be asking for trouble. Both parties were tacitly aware that they had to make a concession. As they exchanged glances, they let out a long sigh. They were definitely heartbroken at the fact that their sixth-order disciples were dead. In the past, this kind of loss couldn't be said to be unbearable, but it was certainly immense. However, if they could find some talented young people to nurture in the star boundary, they could make up for the losses. It was just that they found it hard to get the fury off their chests. On the peak of the snowy mountain, Yang Kai was seated with his legs crossed. As the snowflakes whirled around him, he tried his hardest to suppress his murderous intent. If possible, he would never easily let Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan off. Just like he had told Su Linggong previously, he would treat them politely when they arrived and everything would be fine if they were tactful. If not, he naturally would have to fight against them. Yang Kai had shown his sincerity by allowing them to take part in the discussion and even shared equal benefits with them from the star boundary. Nevertheless, they still secretly made a move. If Yang Kai were just an average sixth-order open heaven realm master and the star boundary was just an ordinary universe world, he couldn't have survived the assault of two seventh-order open heaven realm masters. At that moment, he had the urge to kill them ruthlessly. Nonetheless, if he had really done that, the star boundary wouldn't have been able to bear it, and the other high-rank open heaven realm masters wouldn't have turned a blind eye to the situation. When they interfered, the conflict would be halted and he would be the one blamed. He was suddenly envious of Wu Kuang, who had no worries about such things. The man could kill anybody he wanted anytime he wanted. With that said, Yang Kai asked himself whether he would really be happy if he were just like Wu Kuang. Since time immemorial, the man had been like a tree without roots, a river without a source. He didn't think he could live like Wu Kuang, constantly hunted and alone, so there was nothing to be envious of in reality. A moment later, he slowly shook his head and opened his eyes. As he returned all the world force he had borrowed, his cultivation plunged from the seventh order to the sixth order. He then turned to look in a particular direction and nodded with gratitude. Yu Changdao, who had hidden over there, put on a smile and left. He swiftly returned to High Heaven Palace to play with the toddler named Zhuang. It had only been a few months since Zhuang was born, so he naturally couldn't cultivate. However, Yu Changdao would help warm his meridians with his cultivation every day. He would do it every 6 hours, so it was 4 times a day and he had never skipped a single session. However, instead of finding it troublesome, he enjoyed doing it. On the other hand, Zhuang's mother Lu Kaixia felt a little sorry. Although it had been a short time since she started residing in High Heaven Palace, she was now clearly aware that this old man was a senior expert that was even more powerful than Senior Void. She was just a lowly person, but her child was treasured by someone so extraordinary. That was the reason she found it hard to believe, as she thought that something might have gone wrong. If the child didn't grow up to be just like what the old man had expected, they would certainly feel guilty. On the other hand, Yu Changdao was extremely pleased with Zhuang. The only thing he wasn't happy with was the child's name, for Zhuang sounded very much like a peasant's name. It didn't give off a majestic or imposing air. He felt sorry for the child when the latter became powerful one day and had to tell his name to the people he met for the first time. He suggested giving the child a different name, but Lu Kaixia categorically rejected him, saying that the name must not be changed since it was given by the child's father before his death. Otherwise, the child would be considered unfilial. Knowing how obstinate the woman was, Yu Changdao decided to give it up. It wouldn't change a thing by not giving the child a new name anyway. It was just that when the child told his name to his enemies in the future, he would appear to be less intimidating. Perhaps those enemies would even take him lightly. Lu Kaixia was gratified with the fact that the child had taken a liking to the old man. Over the past few days, he even ignored her at most times. Whenever the old man appeared, the child would demand to be in his arms. It wasn't until he was hungry that he would look for his mother. Yu Changdao was certainly pleased with that. Those from High Heaven Palace had prepared a spirit peak for Yu Changdao, Lu Kaixia, and Zhuang to stay. Fresh food would be sent to them every day, so there was nothing they had to worry about. Moreover, it appeared that Yu Changdao would be staying in High Heaven Palace for a long time. Before the child ascended to the open heaven realm, the old man would likely remain here in order to teach him how to cultivate. The fate of Zhuang had basically been transformed for the better. Many of the disciples in High Heaven Palace were even envious of him. In the star boundary, many spirit peaks now had new construction projects. Even the ancient forests that were usually devoid of people were bustling with noise. As time passed, the Dao temples and branches of the cave heavens and paradises slowly took shape. When more cave heavens and paradises heard about the news, they immediately sent their representatives to come to the star boundary. Those from High Heaven Palace had specifically prepared a place to receive these top masters from the cave heavens and paradises. Whenever there was a visitor, they would inform him or her of the agreement that the first high-rank open heaven realm masters had come to and explain to them the current situation in the star boundary. Certainly, those from the cave heavens and paradises had no regard for a sect that ruled over a mere universe world, so it was expected that they wouldn't just take High Heaven Palace's word for it. However, after asking around, they would realize that those from High Heaven Palace had spoken the truth. When they found their old friends and saw that about 30 great forces had already started building Dao temples in the star boundary, they could no longer sit back and do nothing. Although the star boundary was expansive, there would be fewer choices for them if all the good spots were occupied by others first. They then hurriedly surveyed the star boundary to look for suitable locations. Hua Qingxi was initially worried that the latecomers wouldn't acknowledge the agreement. In that case, some conflicts might arise. Nevertheless, it surprised her that none of the cave heavens and paradises that came at a later time objected. It was only then that she believed what Yang Kai had said. The more than 30 great forces that had taken part in the discussion not only represented their own sects, but all the cave heavens and paradises. There wouldn't be any problems with the agreement they had concluded. There would always be people who glanced at the world tree as well. Even though these high-rank open heaven realm masters were extremely powerful, they had only seen the records of the world tree in ancient books. They were expected to be curious since they had never seen it with their own eyes before. They were also amazed at the ample heritage of the star boundary. On the other hand, it was no longer a secret that Yang Kai was able to borrow the world force of the star boundary to reach the peak of the seventh order, since he was a great emperor of this place. Therefore, all the high-rank open heaven realm masters acknowledged that he had a right to stand on equal footing with them. That was the case in the star boundary at the very least. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-24. I refuse to accept this. In just a few years, the star boundary, which was located in the newly named High Heaven territory, became a household name in the entire 3,000 worlds. It was the first great territory that was named after a sect of a universe world. Usually, a great territory was named after the most powerful great force in that place. For example, the great territory where Void Land was located was named Void Territory. The great territory where Yinyang Cave Heaven was located was called Yinyang Territory. There had never been an exception. In High Heaven Territory there wasn't really a decent great force, so it was expected that the great territory was named after High Heaven Palace, and most people were fine with it. In just a few years, 108 Dao temples had been built in the star boundary that belonged to all the cave heavens and paradises. Every Dao temple was overseen by a 7th order master who was responsible for dealing with external affairs. In other words, there were more than 100 high-rank open heaven realm masters residing in the star boundary. That was a horrifying figure. It had to be noted that every one of them was just as strong as Zuquan Hui. After the initial phase of puzzlement, anxiety, and excitement, the natives in the star boundary had become at ease. Thanks to the campaign held by High Heaven Palace, everyone in the star boundary became fully aware of the situation in the 3,000 worlds. Many young people believed their aptitudes to be exceptional, as they hoped that the elusive senior experts would have their eyes on them and take them on as disciples one day. With proper training, they would stand a chance to become successful one day. However, it was destined to be a pipe dream for 99% of them. With that said, there were some ordinary-looking kids in all 4 territories who had been selected and taken on as disciples by the high-rank open heaven realm masters. Whenever such news was spread, the town where the child was selected would celebrate, and it would also allow those who thought highly of themselves to become even more hopeful. The cave heavens and paradises were not in a rush to select disciples from the star boundary. After all, each of them could get 5 disciples every 100 years, and it was still early. On the other hand, upon the completion of their Dao temples, they immediately sent some talented young disciples over to be nurtured here. Every cave heaven and paradise controlled one or more great territories, in which there were countless universe worlds. Therefore, it wasn't hard for them to select some youths with exceptional aptitudes to send over. The disciples they had sent had very low cultivations. Some of them had only started cultivating. The similarity between them was that they were all very talented. As these people grew up under the influence of the world tree in the star boundary, the achievements they would have in the future would also be amplified when they finally comprehended their grand Dao and condensed a Dao seal. Many of these people could possibly make it to the 5th order or even the 6th order. Every great force got a land mass of 500,000 square kilometers, which was neither big nor small, but it was sufficient for them to nurture up to 10,000 people. As the people from the cave heavens and paradises settled down, the finances of Voidland also improved dramatically. According to the agreement between Yang Kai and all those great forces, each of them could get 5 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years. In return, they had to give 5 sets of 6th order materials or resources of equivalent value. None of the cave heavens and paradises went back on their word, as they directly paid the materials. Therefore, the star boundary had amassed several hundred 6th order materials over the past few years. The figure wasn't staggering, but it was a long-term deal. After Heavenly Sword Union was destroyed, which resulted in Zuquan Hui losing his life, Voidland's Star City started operating again. Mo Mei led a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters back to Void Territory and resumed her role as governor of the Star City. With Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills in their possession, they wouldn't have to worry about the popularity of the Star City. Therefore, they soon recovered from the losses they had suffered. The rent of the shops in the Star City alone allowed Yang Kai to make a fortune. When Zuquan Hui led Heavenly Sword Union to cordon off the territory gates to Void Territory, many of the merchants had a bleak view of Voidland's future, as they were not willing to offend Heavenly Sword Union and the great force behind Zuquan Hui Thousand Cranes Paradise. Therefore, they decided to run away from the Star City. Yang Kai directly took back the shops where the renters had left. Now that Voidland had overcome this calamity, anyone who wanted to return to the shop they abandoned would have to pay double the rent. Yang Kai didn't expect them to share the burden when Voidland was in crisis, but they shouldn't hope to share the benefits when Voidland was on the rise. On the other hand, the merchants who had stayed for various reasons had a reason to celebrate. They were naturally elated to see that Voidland had gotten out of danger. Since they had stayed when Voidland was in crisis to prop up the Star City's waning popularity, those from Voidland would certainly repay their favor by reducing their rent or even allowing them to run their businesses rent-free. With the resources given by the cave heavens and paradises and the recovery of the Star City, the burden on Voidland's finances had finally been eased. Furthermore, they had several hundred open heaven realm masters who were extracting resources from the new Great Territory. In the past few years, the new Great Territory had mostly been explored. Even though there were still some hidden corners that had yet to be investigated, it couldn't be rushed. They still had ample time anyway. There were innumerable resources in the new Great Territory. As long as those from Voidland could maintain their grip on the Territory Gate, all the resources extracted from the new Great Territory would be sufficient for their own needs, and there would even be some surplus. Unfortunately, they were short on manpower now. Although several hundred open heaven realm masters sounded like a large figure, they were far from enough when they were placed in an entire Great Territory. It also wasn't very efficient. With that said, this couldn't be rushed. They had to take it slow. Yang Kai had been swamped with work for the past few years and rarely had time to cultivate. He had to keep going back and forth between the new Great Territory and High Heaven Territory. Every time he returned from the new Great Territory, he would bring with him several tens of millions of immigrants. In order to expand the population of the star boundary, the easiest way was to bring over people from the universe worlds in the new Great Territory. However, it wasn't easy to make so many people leave their homelands. Fortunately, there were several universe worlds in the new Great Territory where the environment was quite harsh and hostile. Some of them were even going to fall apart within a few thousand years. That was the reason Yang Kai was able to get them to migrate. Due to the environment of those universe worlds, they had a small population to begin with. By moving them over, Yang Kai had somewhat alleviated the shortage of people in the star boundary. They naturally were not used to it at first, but they could settle down and adapt to it with time. Generations later, they would be just like the natives in the star boundary. In an area of the void that was 1,000,000 kilometers away from the star boundary, pieces of shattered continents had been bound together to form an expansive spirit province. The spirit province was filled with greenery and clear rivers. Presently, many buildings were being constructed as the place was bustling with noise. Yang Kai squatted on a certain spirit peak and looked down with displeasure. Su Linggong was standing beside him with his hands behind his back as he rambled on. Upon realizing that Yang Kai never responded to him, he kicked the young man in the backside and demanded, "I'm talking to you. Make your stance clear. Why wouldn't you reply to me?" Yang Kai glowered at him and brushed away the dust on his backside. An amused Su Linggong snapped, "Are you mad? We've agreed that we'd all make a concession. Since a decision has been made, it's pointless for you to get mad." A displeased Yang Kai stood straight up and roared, "All of you are trying to oppress me. I refuse to accept this." Su Linggong chuckled and spread his palms. "So what if you won't accept it?" A few years ago they hadn't recovered from their shock as they all focused on the star boundary. Since everything has been settled after several years, they can naturally notice things they haven't paid attention to previously. Consider yourself lucky that you've managed to take control of that new Great Territory. That was mine from the start. Yang Kai was so vexed that he started flushing. I already told them that other than the star boundary, everything else in High Heaven Territory belonged to High Heaven Palace. They couldn't have a hand in anything. Su Linggong replied, "High Heaven Territory and the new Great Territory are two different things." With a livid expression, Yang Kai refuted, "That's mine, and the new Star City is also supposed to belong to me." Su Linggong sneered as he looked down at the newly built Star City and shook his head. "Don't blame them for being greedy. You're fully aware of how attractive a new Great Territory is. How many good things have you found in the new Great Territory over the years? I've never asked you about it, but it doesn't mean I have no idea. You're exchanging a Star City for the right to take control of an entire new Great Territory. No matter how you look at it, you're at an advantage. Just think about it. Since it's no longer a secret and a decision has been made, you won't need to be secretive when exploring the new Great Territory anymore. It's a good thing." Despite knowing that the old man was right, Yang Kai still felt as though he had a chunk of flesh sliced off from his body. Previously, he had already planned on building a massive star city outside of the star boundary. The star boundary had become the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. All 108 cave heavens and paradises had built Dao temples here. There were also innumerable great forces that came over to find out what was going on. The star boundary and the world tree had changed everything. This level of popularity in a single place was simply unprecedented. With so many people gathering together, it was more effective than any advertising campaign. It would be a waste if a star city wasn't built to profit from the situation. Therefore, a few years ago Xianxia had already planned on building a star city outside the star boundary. If the star city in high heaven territory was successfully built, it would soon surpass all other known star cities. Even the first-class star cities controlled by the cave heavens and paradises as well as Voidland's star city at the peak of its popularity wouldn't be comparable to the one in high heaven territory. However, when his plan was finally carried out, the cave heavens and paradises jumped right in to snatch the benefits. Certainly, those sly old foxes could see the things Xianxia could see. Other than the world tree and the star boundary, the new star city would be a treasure trove that everybody wanted to get their hands on. Hence, the representatives of all 108 great forces gathered together in High Heaven Palace to negotiate with Xianxia. In the end, he was defeated. Previously, they had to get some benefits from Xianxia and the star boundary, so they were willing to make huge concessions. However, this time was different. Some of them even brought up the new great territory. It seemed that if Xianxia wouldn't agree to building a star city and distributing the benefits, they were ready to target the new great territory. Even though Su Linggong and Yu Changdao didn't make things difficult for Xianxia, they were unable to help him out since all the others shared the same sentiment. A weak Xianxia was certainly unable to win the argument against 108 top great forces. It was expected that he would be defeated. Hence this was the outcome. The new star city would be owned by the cave heavens and paradises as well as High Heaven Palace jointly, with all the benefits being shared among them. Martial Peak, Chapter 4625 High Heaven Star City. However, with Xianxia fiercely fighting back, he had eventually won the right to manage the star city in High Heaven territory, which was what he had expected. Although it would be exhausting to manage such a big star city, there were a lot of benefits to be gained. With such power in possession, those from High Heaven Palace could get 5% of the Star City's profit. Although 5% sounded like a small figure, it had to be noted that the remaining 95% was shared by all 108 great forces. In comparison, 5% was a lot. Su Linggong had also told Xianxia not to underestimate 5% of profit as it might even surpass what he could get from the Star City in Void territory. However, with the star boundary as the center, Xianxia had to build space arrays at the Star City and the territory gate of High Heaven territory so that they could move around swiftly. Those were the concessions both parties had to make as mentioned by Su Linggong. High Heaven Palace had gained the most benefits since they had the right to manage the Star City. Nevertheless, Xianxia had to be responsible for arranging the space arrays. A sulky Xianxia rebuked, "I don't mind arranging the space arrays, but the ordinary ones cannot transfer people across such a long distance. Once it's too far, the arrays cannot be connected. I can arrange the arrays that could send people from the territory gate to the star boundary, but we'd have to draw on the power of the star boundary to make that happen. On that note, there's one thing I don't understand. Why don't we just build a universe temple in High Heaven territory instead of asking me to arrange special space arrays?" Every great territory had at least one universe temple that served as a resting place for cultivators. It could also help them save time on traveling. However, there wasn't a universe temple in High Heaven territory since it didn't even have a name in the universe chart previously. Su Linggong replied calmly, "It's not that they don't want to build a universe temple here, it's that they can't. The universe temples left behind in the great territories are all from ancient times. No one from the cave heavens and paradises is able to build a universe temple now." Xianxia was stunned. There are things that the cave heavens and paradises can't do. Su Linggong said, "Universe temples are essentially enhanced versions of space arrays, so mastery in the Tao of space to build them. No one can build a universe temple without such skill. You might not be aware of it, but there are some universe temples in several great territories that have become dilapidated and lost their functions. Although we've been trying to restore them, it's been to no avail. Not many people in the 3,000 worlds know how to use space principles, let alone have mastery of them." Xianxia fell into his thoughts. Knowing what was on the other man's mind, Su Linggong continued, "I know what you're thinking. You want to study the mysteries of the universe temples, right? Yang Kai nodded. It'd be for the best if there's such a chance. Universe temples certainly contain the secrets of the grand Tao of space. If he could study them carefully, he would gain immense benefits as well. Su Linggong replied with a smile. Just wait. I've reported this matter to the sect master and he'll make the arrangements. However, you're not from one of the cave heavens or paradises, so I cannot be sure whether you'll have a chance to look into the universe temples. The decision will have to be made by the higher-ups. Yang Kai frowned. Why are you all so cautious about it? Everyone will benefit if the universe temples are restored. Following a sigh, Su Linggong replied, what you can see is not the complete picture of the 3,000 worlds. You have no right to know many things now. When you become strong enough one day you'll find out. Now I can only tell you that the mystery of universe temples has far-reaching implications. If we're not careful, we might cause a disaster for the 3,000 worlds. An astounded Yang Kai looked dazedly at Su Linggong, but he didn't think the latter was exaggerating. What do you think about creating the space arrays? Su Linggong urged. Those shameless old people have asked me to persuade you. Just tell me right away whether you'll agree to it. Yang Kai snorted. In order to send people from the territory gate to the star boundary, the space arrays would be immense and costly. High Heaven Palace and Void Land can't possibly afford it. Su Linggong scoffed. Stingy brat. Don't worry, you'll not pay anything for the materials. Yang Kai nodded. That's more like it. However, the distance between the territory gate and the star boundary is too far. Even if they could be connected by space arrays, it would still require the power of the star boundary to make it happen. The heritage of the star boundary would suffer a slight loss every time the arrays were used. Therefore, even if the arrays are successfully built, they can't be used for free. For every transfer, High Heaven Palace will collect a certain fee. Su Linggong snorted. Not only do you possess Void Star City and 5% of High Heaven Star City, but you also have the resources of the new Great Territory as a backup. I can't believe you're still trying to profit from the space arrays. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Haven't you heard that many grains of sand can build a tower? You can never underestimate the amount of money something will generate. Martial Uncle Su, you're not responsible for managing a sect, so you have no idea how difficult it is to run one. After giving it a thought, Su Linggong replied, give some free quotas to the cave heavens and paradises every year. Within those quotas they won't be charged a fee. Anyone who exceeds the quotas will have to pay the same fee as outsiders. Yang Kai pondered on it for a moment and replied, fine. Write down the materials needed to arrange the arrays and give the list to me later. I'll ask them to share the cost. With a smile, Yang Kai fished out a jade slip and passed it to him. Here. Seeing that this boy was already prepared, Su Linggong rolled his eyes, and upon looking into the jade slip, he did so again. Even though he had no idea how many materials were needed to arrange these space arrays, it was obvious Yang Kai was trying to get more than what was required. Without pointing it out though, he stored the jade slip and left. He was obviously going to ask the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to share the cost. Su Linggong was pretty efficient as he passed Yang Kai a space ring 3 days later. Yang Kai directly stored the ring without looking into it, then he returned to the star boundary. After bringing Wan Baifeng and some people with him, he headed straight to the first territory gate. Fortunately, before the epic battle against Heavenly Sword Union, he had left behind many space beacons around High Heaven territory. Therefore, they didn't really have to fly over as they soon reached the territory gate by making use of those space beacons. Arranging space arrays was like a walk in the park for Yang Kai. However, the one he was building was much larger than any array he had arranged before, and it would require a lot of materials. Working for a full month, the gigantic array finally took shape near the territory gate. Without taking a rest, he headed straight to the star boundary and found a suitable location before working on a corresponding space array. Since this array was connected to the star boundary, it would draw on the universe world's immense world force every time it was used. Otherwise, it couldn't be linked to the array at the territory gate that was trillions of kilometers away. Yang Kai wasn't lying when he said to Su Linggong that the heritage of the star boundary would be consumed every time the array was used. It was the truth. However, only a small amount of heritage would be needed. With the continuous nourishment from the world tree, the consumption was essentially negligible. 10 days later, the array in the star boundary was completed. Yang Kai then headed to the Star City. This time it only took him 1 day to finish building a new space array. Hence, the arrays that connected the territory gate to the star boundary and then led to the Star City had been completed. The presence of these arrays could allow cultivators to move around easily. Otherwise, when the visitors arrived at High Heaven territory, it would take them about half a month to go from the territory gate to the Star City. During this period of time, the Star City had also been completed. The Cave Heavens and Paradises as well as High Heaven Palace had selected the best locations to open their shops, while the rest of the land was rented out. Some astute business people had started asking about the Star City as they were apparently ready to start businesses there. However, since Yang Kai hadn't come up with a framework to manage the Star City, he decided to ignore them for now. Void Star City was currently managed by Mo Mei, a 6th Order Master, and since High Heaven Star City was much larger, the person in charge naturally couldn't be weak. Yang Kai intended to select one of the Great Emperors from the Star Boundary. The Great Emperors also had the ability to borrow world strength from the Star Boundary. Given the powerful heritage of the Star Boundary, after borrowing its world force, they could exert the might of the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. They would certainly be less powerful than Yang Kai, but that was because their heritages were weaker to begin with. Only by doing so could they have a better control over High Heaven Star City. The reason Yang Kai decided to build the Star City near the Star Boundary was that the Great Emperor in charge of the city would be able to draw on the power of the Star Boundary. Since he now had some free time, Yang Kai gathered all the Great Emperors together and told them about his plans, and after he finished, everyone turned to look at Duan Hongchen at the same time. Bustling World Great Emperor chuckled, "Well, it seems that I'll have to take up the responsibility." The decision was made just like that. Bustling World Great Emperor would become the governor of High Heaven Star City. Even though it might occupy some of his cultivation time, there shouldn't be a problem as long as he could manage his time well. On the day the Star City opened for business, innumerable merchants streamed into the city as they continuously knocked on the door of the governor's mansion. Meanwhile, in a universe world in the new Great Territory, Yang Kai was seated across from Wu Kuang. It had been a few years since they last met, and Wu Kuang had become even more formidable. Perhaps it was because he had swallowed the heritages of a few 6th Order Masters that he was unable to fully conceal his aura now and was shrouded in demon chi. There were some living creatures in this universe world, but none of them had any sentience. It was obvious that it had been a short time since they were born, and the environment was hostile as the place was covered in a sandstorm. However, Wu Kuang didn't mind it at all as he decided to settle down here. Yang Kai gazed at him and asked, "What are your future plans?" Wu Kuang was holding a wine bottle given to him by Yang Kai as he leaned against a chair. His demeanor didn't look like that of a senior expert. As he raised the bottle and let the wine flow into his mouth, he replied nonchalantly, "I'll keep hiding for a few years and digest what I've eaten." Yang Kai nodded, "That's for the best. More than 100 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters have gathered together in the Star Boundary. They'll notice you as soon as you show up and they'll definitely try to kill you. Nevertheless, it's not like you can keep hiding forever. You'll have to go out one day." Wu Kuang shot him a glance. "Don't worry. Since this king has tasted so many palatable dishes, I can never go back to having coarse food. Anyone that's lower than the 5th Order will be tasteless to me, not to mention the lowly living beings in those universe worlds." Martial Peak, Chapter 4626, Two Supreme Lotuses. Yang Kai didn't feel strange even though Wu Kuang pointed out what was on his mind. Although the person before his eyes had lent him a hand in many ways, Yang Kai had never forgotten that the man was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor who had devastated many star fields in the past. Wherever he went, all the stars would be destroyed and all living creatures killed. If he suddenly had the urge to commit an outrageous act in the new Great Territory, the consequences would be dreadful. The martial Tao of the universe worlds in this new Great Territory was generally low, so they were certainly unable to ward off the heaven-devouring Great Emperor if he was determined to kill. Furthermore, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With that said, Yang Kai became at ease upon hearing Wu Kuang's words. Given the latter's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to get any benefits by harming those universe worlds. "Just spill it. Why have you come all the way here to look for me? I don't think you're here just to see how I'm doing, Wu Kuang asked nonchalantly. There's indeed something I need to ask you about. Yang Kai nodded and looked at him frankly. After the Dao Theory Assembly, I entered a small source world named the Divine Armament World in Yinyang Cave Heaven to get some training. I tried cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law in there, but I almost suffered from cultivation dissonance. Wu Kuang said with a grin, You've really cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law. Yang Kai nodded. The effects of this secret art are heaven-defying. It's able to absorb all sorts of energy, and my cultivation increased swiftly in the initial phase. However, as my cultivation improved, the downsides of the secret art also started appearing. My temperament was affected and I nearly lost all rationality. That's to be expected. There are pros and cons to everything in this world. How could there be no downsides for an amazing secret art like the heaven-devouring battle law? Yang Kai looked fervently at him, but I don't think you've suffered from any downsides as you cultivate it. Wu Kuang scoffed. Who told you that? Do you think this king was born a heinous murderer who thought nothing of slaughtering people? He seemed to be reminiscing about the past. When I first started cultivating, I treasured life so much that I wouldn't even dare to kill the ants on the ground. As astounded Yang Kai stared at him in shock. Could the infamous heaven-devouring great emperor of the star boundary have once been a kind-hearted man in the past? Although he couldn't believe it, he thought that it was at least possible. After all, everyone was supposedly born to be kind. All of a sudden, Wu Kuang cackled wildly as a fierce look spread all over his face. Of course I'm lying, you brat. This king was born wild and savage. All living creatures are no different from ants in my eyes. The reason you're suffering from the downsides of heaven-devouring battle law is that you can't resolve the impurities you've absorbed. This king can do that, so I'm not bothered by it. How do you resolve them? Yang Kai asked humbly. There was no doubt that heaven-devouring battle law was an evil secret art, but he had to acknowledge that it was astonishing. He had a taste of it while getting his training in the small source world, so he could declare with certainty it was the pinnacle of secret arts. He might have more chances to enter other small source worlds in the future, so if he had to start over like he had experienced in the Divine Armament World, he could rely on heaven-devouring battle law. Despite having a dragon vein though, Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that he would never suffer from cultivation dissonance when cultivating the evil art. This problem could be solved if Wu Kuang was willing to teach him a thing or two. You can't resolve them. Wu Kuang waved his hand with a smile. Many things are predestined, just like how the stone spirits are born to be suitable for cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. Everyone else who wants to cultivate it won't be able to escape the downsides. Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. Although Wu Kuang never pointed it out, the insinuation in his words was apparent to Yang Kai. He was trying to say that just like the stone spirits, he was born suited to cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. This couldn't be achieved with hard work as it was an innate trait. Several tens of thousands of years ago, Wu Kuang was killed while some of the great emperors perished in the battle in the Shattered Star Sea. However, Wu Kuang's remnant soul remained as he hid inside the Shattered Star Sea and waited for a chance to revive himself. Bustling world great emperor was willing to cripple his own cultivation repeatedly, causing him to fall from the status of great emperor to below the Dao source realm, then enter the Shattered Star Sea in order to get rid of Wu Kuang for good. Unfortunately, his body was occupied by Wu Kuang instead. Although Wu Kuang had only partly succeeded, he managed to escape the fate of death. After the battle against great demon god Mo Sheng, Wu Kuang seized Mo Sheng's body and finally resurrected completely. However, he was still able to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law. In other words, the body didn't matter when it came to cultivating this evil secret art, nor was it the kind of support he relied on. Otherwise, he couldn't have practiced heaven-devouring battle law after occupying someone's body. Yang Kai's eyes brightened as he asked, "Is there something special about your soul?" Wu Kuang, who was about to directly drink from the wine bottle again, paused his movement and gazed at him in shock. "Brat, you're really something to be able to realize it. It's really because of your soul?" Yang Kai's interest has been piqued. He didn't expect his speculation to turn out to be true. Wu Kuang put down the wine bottle and gave it a thought for a moment. Then he put on a grin. "Fine. Since you're able to realize this, I'll show you something good. I never even let old ghost Duan see it before." Yang Kai immediately raised his hand to stop him. If you're going to kill me after showing me that thing, I don't want to see it. It had to be noted that Wu Kuang and Duan Hongchen had stayed in the same body for years. If Wu Kuang really had any secrets, bustling world great emperor should have been fully aware of them. However, since he said that Duan Hongchen was also not aware of it, he must have carefully hid this particular secret. It was probably his best-kept secret. Wu Kuang snickered. I'm not able to defeat you anyway, so how am I supposed to kill you in order to keep the secret hidden? You also have something similar. Otherwise, I wouldn't have decided to show you. I have something similar? Yang Kai frowned as he had no idea what the other man was talking about. While he was doubtful, he suddenly became horrified because Wu Kuang reached up his hands and clenched his own head before pulling it apart. His skull cracked open and his brain was revealed. It was an understatement to say that Yang Kai was horrified. He almost wanted to curse at him. On the other hand, Wu Kuang lowered his head and showed him his brain in an undefended manner. There was a petite soul avatar which was transformed from Wu Kuang's soul sitting there. However, the soul avatar was presently solemnly seated on a blooming lotus. When Yang Kai caught sight of the lotus, he became startled for a moment. That was because the lotus looked just like his soul-warming lotus. The only difference was its color. The soul-warming lotus radiated a glow of 7 colors while the lotus in Wu Kuang's head was pure white, which looked like it contained absolutely no impurities. The 2 supreme lotuses, innate supreme treasures of the world. One of them is soul-warming lotus while the other is my flawless purifying lotus. The soul avatar that was seated on the lotus opened his eyes and looked smilingly at Yang Kai. Instead of appearing savage though, he looked like the purest person in the world. One of the lotuses works on the soul while the other works on the body. The soul-warming lotus is able to nourish the soul and increase the power of one's divine sense. Even though the flawless purifying lotus is also slightly beneficial to the soul, its biggest effects are on the body. It can cleanse all impurities from the body. Whoever has the flawless purifying lotus in their possession will obtain the divine flawless body. After the battle in the Shattered Star Sea in the past, this king's body was destroyed, and my remnant soul survived by hiding inside the flawless purifying lotus. Without this thing, this king's soul would have been extinguished long ago. Unfortunately, the flawless purifying lotus doesn't have a great impact on the soul like the soul-warming lotus. I only managed to recover after many years. The reason I was more powerful than the other great emperors in the past was because I had the divine flawless body. While Wu Kuang slowly narrated his story, the emotions in Yang Kai's heart undulated. He finally came to the realization why Wu Kuang never suffered from any downsides while cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law and what the latter meant that he had something similar. The soul-warming lotus worked on the soul while the flawless purifying lotus worked on the body. It was no wonder that Wu Kuang was able to subsequently occupy the bodies of Duan Hongchen and Mo Xing without any downsides. It was because he had the flawless purifying lotus. With this thing in possession, all the impurities Wu Kuang absorbed while cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law could be easily dispersed, and he wouldn't be affected in any way. It was a supreme treasure that perfectly complemented the heaven-devouring battle law. That also explained why he was able to hide his cultivation from 7th Order masters so easily. It was all thanks to the flawless purifying lotus. After all, the flawless purifying lotus had the biggest effects on the body. It had been many years since Wu Kuang obtained it, so it wasn't surprising that he had developed some secret techniques that took advantage of the flawless purifying lotus. It was just like how Yang Kai had comprehended blossoming lotus and sealed lotus. Otherwise, a mid-rank open heaven realm master, even a 6th order one, could never hide his cultivation from high-rank masters. Wu Kuang closed his skull as the crack perfectly healed. Not even a drop of blood was shed. A dumbfounded Yang Kai said enviously, with the flawless purifying lotus in your possession, you would never be killed. Wu Kuang questioned, you have soul-warming lotus. Does it mean your soul will never be destroyed? It was then the realization dawned upon Yang Kai. The soul-warming lotus was able to protect the soul and help it heal from any damage, just like how the flawless purifying lotus could help restore Wu Kuang's body. However, if his soul was instantly destroyed, no treasure would be able to help. Wu Kuang then said with a grin, this king wouldn't have revealed his biggest secret if it weren't because I know you have the soul-warming lotus. You have to keep it a secret. Yang Kai pursed his lips. That will depend on what price you're willing to pay. Wu Kuang curved his lips into a smile without responding to him. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to ask him how to hide his own cultivation. The skill was immensely useful as it could be used to fool enemies. It might even help to turn things around at critical moments. However, there wasn't a need to ask him about it now. The reason Wu Kuang was able to hide his cultivation was that he had the flawless purifying lotus, not because of some secret technique. The two supreme lotuses respectively work on the body and the soul. If we can combine them, the results would certainly be incredible, Wu Kuang said longingly. Yang Kai said, "You'll find out if you give me your flawless purifying lotus." Wu Kuang shot him a glance. "Why don't you give me your soul-warming lotus instead?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Let's see who will live longer then. If you pass away, I'll have a chance." "I'll wait for that chance as well." Yang Kai rose from the chair and said, "Inform me whenever you want to leave. If you have some free time, help explore this new great territory and see whether there are any good things." Wu Kuang leaned against the chair and closed his eyes before waving his hand impatiently. "Get lost." As he spoke, he fished out a jade slip. Yang Kai took it and looked into it, then left the place with a smile. Martial Peak, Chapter 4627, Returning a Favor. Young Master Gathering Yuan Union's Lu Jing is here. He has also brought back several 100,000 disciples from Void Land. He approached Yang Kai as soon as he returned to High Heaven Palace. "I saw." Yang Kai looked up at the fleet of ships outside of High Heaven Palace. "Where's Lu Jing?" "He's waiting for you in the reception hall," He replied. "I'll see him now." Yang Kai left the place upon finishing his words. The next moment, in the reception hall, Lu Jing rose from the chair and cupped his fist. "Senior brother Yang." Yang Kai patted the other man's shoulder and extended his hand. "Have a seat." After both of them were seated, Yang Kai spoke first. "Many thanks for your efforts, brother Lu." Lu Jing quickly waved his hand. "Don't mention it, senior brother." Before May returned to Void Land, Yang Kai had told her to have the disciples of Void Land prepare to return to the Star Boundary. When he previously brought 600,000 disciples to Void Land from the Star Boundary, his intention was to give them a better environment to cultivate and develop in. However, he had not expected that once the world tree grew up, the benefits it would give back would be so immense. By residing in the Star Boundary, one could better understand the heavenly way and martial Dao. This in turn allowed one to condense a firmer Dao seal, which would allow them to achieve a higher initial order when ascending to the open heaven realm. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to bring several 100,000 disciples back. The only ones who remained were those who had already condensed their Dao seals. When he previously moved those people from the Star Boundary to Void Land, Yang Kai made use of his small sealed world. However, his small sealed world was gone for good and he was swamped with work. Hence, he could only ask May to come up with a solution to send the disciples back. Several 100,000 people were a staggering number. While May had no idea how she should handle this matter, Lu Jing came knocking on the door and offered to transfer the people by using Gathering Yuan Union's fleet of ships. May didn't turn him down and let him take over the matter. Gathering Yuan Union was a great force focused on commerce, with many ships scattered all over the 3,000 worlds. Since Lu Jing was the young Union master, he was able to mobilize 100 such ships at once. However, it still wasn't enough. In the end, it was the merchants in Void Star City who decided to help out by offering some ships, thus allowing the several 100,000 people to return to the Star Boundary safely. Presently, about 1,000 ships of different shapes and sizes were hovering in the sky outside of High Heaven Palace. The sight was truly magnificent. Since they had offered to help, Void Land would certainly repay the favor. They were given some benefits in both the Star Cities of High Heaven Territory and Void Territory, so it could be considered a deal that would please both parties. As of now, only about 10,000 disciples were left in Void Land. These people had all condensed their Dao seals, so it was pointless for them to come back to the Star Boundary. Looking back, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't a wise move to bring those 600,000 people to Void Land in the past, for he now had to transfer almost 99% of them back to the Star Boundary. Nevertheless, given the situation at that time, he couldn't have imagined that the world tree would have such amazing effects on the residents living in this place. Fortunately, it still wasn't too late to rectify his mistake. Furthermore, those 10,000 people managed to condense their Dao seals because they were sent to Void Land. In just 10 to 20 years, these 10,000 people from the star boundary would subsequently ascend to the open heaven realm. By then, Void Land's shortage of manpower would be alleviated. When Zhuoquan Hui previously led Heavenly Sword Union to cordon off the territory gates in order to slowly starve out Void Land, many of the merchants in the Star City fled, which caused the popularity of Void Star City to plunge. However, Lu Jing did exactly the opposite. Regardless of whether he had sharp vision or he was simply grateful to Yang Kai who had protected him in the prison star back then, he would never be treated poorly by Yang Kai since he had offered to help when Void Land was in crisis. This time, Lu Jing was also the biggest contributor in bringing the disciples of Void Land back to the star boundary. Therefore, after some small talk, Yang Kai told Yuhi to bring over the map of the Star City in High Heaven territory. Upon opening it, he said to Lu Jing, "The shops labeled in green on the map already have owners and the rest are ownerless. You can choose 10 shops from this map. Consider it a gift from me." Lu Jing was amazed by Yang Kai's generosity. It had to be noted that the Star City in High Heaven territory was different from any other existing Star City. All the cave heavens and paradises had gathered together in this place, which made it the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. The place was destined to be a superstar city where resources from countless great territories would converge. The average great force would be lucky to acquire a single shop here, let alone 10 shops. However, Yang Kai was generous enough to give him 10 shops right away. The shops alone were incredibly valuable, so the profits that would follow would be unimaginable. Before Lu Jing came to this place, his father, the Union Master of the Gathering Yuan Union, told him that if they could get a shop in the Star City in High Heaven territory, they would be able to take the business of Gathering Yuan Union to the next level. Therefore, he asked his son to rent a shop in the Star City in High Heaven territory regardless of what it cost. If his father knew that they were getting 10 shops instead of 1, he would probably faint from happiness. Lu Jing was still in a dazed state as he had never expected that he would get such a tremendous reward in return for his offer to help a few years ago. While suppressing the excitement in his heart, he said, "You've already helped me a lot, senior brother. If it weren't because of your protection in the prison star, I wouldn't have survived. It was the least I could do, help deliver the disciples of Void Land back to the star boundary. It's not worth such a reward." Yang Kai patted the other man's shoulder with a smile. "Business is business. The 10 shops won't be given to the Gathering Yuan Union for no reason. See it as a gift to you for cooperating with High Heaven Palace. In the future, High Heaven Palace and Void Land might need your help again. When developing the new great territory, they would surely acquire a lot of resources. Some of those resources were useless to Void Land, so it would be best to exchange them for something else or simply sold. Therefore, they would have to rely on the network the Gathering Yuan Union had." Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, Lu Jing stopped turning him down. However, 10 shops were a lot and Gathering Yuan Union might not effectively use them all. After giving it a thought, he continued, "Senior brother, I'll accept the 10 shops on Gathering Yuan Union's behalf, on the condition you remain a shareholder. If there's any profit at all, you'll receive 30%. If you don't agree to this, I won't dare to accept the shops." He reckoned that he might invite trouble to himself by taking the shops directly. Presently, countless great forces were trying to secure a place in the Star City, and many people visited the governor's mansion every day, which was giving bustling world great emperor a severe headache. Other than the cave heavens and paradises, no one else could even dream of obtaining 10 shops at once. Although Gathering Yuan Union was fairly powerful, it still wasn't comparable to the cave heavens and paradises. If they suddenly obtained 10 shops in the most coveted star city in the 3,000 worlds, some ill-intentioned people might try to sabotage them. Without Yang Kai as a backer, Gathering Yuan Union might not be able to bear the burden. Therefore, it would be beneficial to form a cooperative relationship by offering a 30% share of the profits, trading some money for peace of mind. After all, for business people, they could only make money by having a harmonious relationship with others. If they had to deal with all sorts of strife every day, they wouldn't have time to do business. Understanding apparently dawned on Yang Kai as well, so he didn't bother to decline. "Sure." An elated Lu Jing cupped his fist. "Many thanks, senior brother." He then wiped his mouth as though there was a palatable dish in front of him. As he looked at the map, he asked, "Senior brother, can I choose any shops that are not labeled in green?" Yang Kai picked up his teacup and replied with a smile, "Yes." Lu Jing directly pointed at the map and made a swipe. "I want half of this street then." After taking a sip of the tea, Yang Kai looked down and chuckled, "You do have sharp vision. This street will certainly be popular in the future. We were planning on opening an auction house there after all." An ecstatic Lu Jing replied, "Since you're going to build an auction house there, there's no way the street won't be filled with people." The reason the Star City in Voidland was able to garner so much popularity in a short time was because of its auction house. Other auction houses might not be able to cause such a big impact, but it was made possible by Yang Kai since his auction house had heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills to sell. Yang Kai initially wanted to treat him to a meal, but Lu Jing was eager to head to the Star City to secure his ownership of the shops, so Yang Kai reluctantly let him go. After writing something in the jade slip, he passed it to Lu Jing and told him to give it to bustling world great emperor when the latter arrived at the governor's mansion in the Star City. The popularity of the Star City was rising rapidly as more merchants started opening their shops. Even though it was still in the early stage, they could see that the place would certainly develop into a superstar city one day. On the other hand, the 3 space arrays set up by Yang Kai in High Heaven territory could now be used by anyone. It could save them more traveling time than simply using a universe temple. In the star boundary, Hua Qingxi had been very busy since she had to help the several 100,000 disciples who had returned to High Heaven Palace settle down. The cave heavens and paradises had also moved many young disciples from their own great territories into the Dao temples in the star boundary. These were the people those cave heavens and paradises had high hopes for. Most of them were children that had never cultivated. There were even some newborn toddlers. Of course, many parents and caretakers were also brought to this place. No one knew whether these kids would grow up to be amazing masters in a few hundred years, but they were all looking forward to the possibilities. As time passed, High Heaven territory became organized following the initial commotion. More good news soon arrived from Voidland. The pseudo-great emperors Li Wu Yi, Jiufeng, Yang Yan, Bing Yun and several others including Yang Kai's wives Su Yan, Xianing Chong, Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo Jiyao, and Yu Ru Meng had all ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, which significantly increased the overall power of Voidland. Apart from that, the number of Open Heaven realm masters had increased by 100 people. The people who had followed Yang Kai in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary like Lang Qingshan and the others had also made it to the Open Heaven realm. Lang Qingshan didn't disappoint Yang Kai as he directly ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, while the others were mostly in the 4th Order. In a secret room in High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and let out a turbid breath. Following years of cultivation in seclusion, his cultivation saw a significant increase. When he previously battled against Zuoquan Hui, he borrowed the Star Boundary's world strength to temporarily become a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master. Although he returned that power to the Star Boundary afterwards, his foundation had been strengthened during the process, which saved him years of cultivation. Unfortunately, in the battle in the new Great Territory, Zuoquan Hui made a surprise move before his death, which contaminated Yang Kai's small universe with impurities, effectively rendering the gains he made moot. In order to ward off Shuabu Kun and Yu Huan, Yang Kai borrowed the Star Boundary's world force again. However, he couldn't get as many benefits as when he did it the first time. The increase in the heritage of his small universe was only half of that of the first time. Yang Kai reckoned that if he ever borrowed world force for a third time, there wouldn't be any benefits at all. Borrowing world strength was just like consuming special cultivation pills. The effects of the first time were the best, but repeated uses yielded progressively fewer benefits. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-28 As though they would never come back. In the Grand Hall, Yang Kai was seated across from Hua Qingxi as he listened to her report and nodded from time to time. Everything in High Heaven territory was running smoothly as the cave heavens and paradises had settled down in the Star Boundary. The Star City in High Heaven territory was also on the rise. The development in the new Great Territory was still slow, but it wasn't a problem that could be resolved in a short time. However, there was one thing that surprised Yang Kai. Many of the high-rank masters remained in the Star Boundary. Hua Qingxi nodded. Only about 30% of them have left. The rest are still in the star boundary. Moreover, most of them are meditating on the world tree. I'm not sure if there are any unexpected benefits to be gained by cultivating there. Yang Kai arched his brow. Even though only a few years had passed, everything in high heaven territory had stabilized. Therefore it was surprising that the high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises had remained in this place. It had to be noted that those high-rank open heaven realm masters were inner elders of their respective sects. Not only did they have noble identities, but they were also very powerful. Furthermore, since they were responsible for handling external affairs, they should be swamped with work. Yang Kai initially thought that most of them had left, so he was surprised to learn that not only had they stayed, but they were also cultivating on the world tree. What's going on? Seeing that Hua Qingxi appeared hesitant, he demanded, "Just spill it." With a frown, Hua Qingxi replied gently, "I'm not sure if this is my misconception, but after years of observation, this mistress has a feeling that the high-rank open heaven realm masters are guarding against something." A shocked Yang Kai asked, "Guarding against what?" Hua Qingxi shook her head, "I have no idea. Perhaps we've underestimated the importance of the world tree to those high-rank open heaven realm masters." Yang Kai fell silent. Hua Qingxi went on to say, "Senior Su said that once you exited retreat, you should head to the world tree to look for him. It seems that there's something he needs to discuss with you." Yang Kai nodded and got up. "I'm going over now. After meeting Martial Uncle Su, I'll be leaving and I'm not sure when I'll return." Hua Qingxi hurriedly asked, "Do we need to inform Madame Yu He and the others?" Yang Kai waved his hand, "There's no need for that. Just tell them to take care of high heaven territory and void territory. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be back within 100 years. "Yes," Hua Qingxi replied respectfully. When she looked up again, the man was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai no longer had to worry about anything in high heaven territory and void territory, and after a few years of cultivation and seclusion, he desperately needed to go out and take a stroll. Moreover, there were really some matters he had to handle. The next instant he appeared at the bottom of the world tree. When he looked up at the gigantic tree that covered the entire sky, he was still awestruck by its magnificence. He could clearly feel that some hidden and powerful auras were swirling around the branches. They were none other than the high-rank open heaven realm masters who were cultivating on the tree. Besides that, he also realized that there were some traces of an abstruse grand array around the world tree. The way the grand array was arranged was ingenious and extremely well hidden. If it weren't because he was a great emperor who was fully aware of everything that was going on in the star boundary, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. This prompted him to furrow his brows. He initially didn't mind it when Hua Qingxi said that the high-rank open heaven realm masters were guarding against something, but now it seemed that she was right. However, what could possibly make so many high-rank open heaven realm masters act so cautiously? They had even arranged a powerful grand array around the world tree. Yang Kai directly leaped onto a thick branch without anyone around and sat down with his legs crossed. As he closed his eyes, he started circulating his secret art. A moment later, he opened his eyes while feeling helpless. He initially thought that there were some unexpected benefits to be gained by cultivating on the world tree that made so many high-rank open heaven realm masters remain here. Nevertheless, after giving it a try, he realized that it wasn't the case. There was no doubt that the world tree was continuously nourishing the star boundary, but cultivators were unable to refine that power directly from its source. There were no additional benefits by cultivating in this place. Then he looked up and saw Su Linggong beckoning to him with a smile from a higher branch. Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui were also standing behind him. Yang Kai leaped into the air and landed in front of Su Linggong before cupping his fist. "Martial Uncle Su. You've finally left seclusion." Su Linggong examined him. Yang Kai nodded and asked curiously, "Why are all of you here?" It's said that humans are driven by greed and interests. There was an inscrutable smile on Su Linggong's face. Yang Kai knitted his brows. "What do you mean?" Su Linggong directly drew a circle in the air. "They're trying to put the world tree inside their small universes." Yang Kai instantly became infuriated. The reason the star boundary didn't fall apart in the past was that he had planted a root of the real world tree here. The prosperity that the star boundary now enjoyed was also thanks to the world tree. If someone managed to put the world tree inside his or her small universe, the star boundary would be doomed. By then, not only would the star boundary lose its stability, but its very existence would also be in question. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that he had been betrayed by these people. With the continuous nourishment from the world tree, more talented youths started appearing in the star boundary. Although Yang Kai had no other choice, he was still willing to share the benefits with the cave heavens and paradises. However, he had never expected that while he was cultivating in seclusion over the past few years, these people were trying to harm his interests. That was the reason Yang Kai was incensed. He then summoned his azure dragon spear directly and unleashed dragon pressure all around as he roared, "Don't you all dare cross the line." The weather in the star boundary changed dramatically since the great emperor was furious. Even the world tree shook. The high-rank open heaven realm masters who were cultivating with their eyes closed on the branches were shocked as they opened their eyes and gazed at Yang Kai from all directions. It was expected that Yang Kai was worried. Even though the world tree was gargantuan, the high-rank open heaven realm masters were still able to put it inside their small universes if they insisted on doing that. Yang Kai was also able to do that in the past, not to mention those high-rank open heaven realm masters. Su Linggong quickly raised his hands and placated him. "Stop being so agitated. It's not as bad as you think." A furious Yang Kai refuted, "It's still not bad enough? Would it only be considered bad when they finally snatch the tree?" Su Linggong broke into a fit of laughter. "The world tree is now connected to the star boundary. As a great emperor of this place, you must be fully aware of that. The roots of the world tree have penetrated the cores of the star boundary and demon realm. In order to obtain the world tree, one has to put both the star boundary and demon realm inside their small universe. Do you think any one of them can do that?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai relaxed slightly. Just like Su Linggong had said, as a great emperor of the star boundary, Yang Kai was fully aware of what was going on in this place. Beneath the ground where no one else could see, the roots of the world tree had spread and penetrated the entire universe world. It had indeed merged with the star boundary and demon realm. In order to take away the world tree, one had to put both the star boundary and demon realm inside their small universe, which was an extremely difficult task. Su Linggong went on to say, "Moreover, even if there's really a person who can do that, it wouldn't be worth it. The star boundary and demon realm have their own unique world forces. Putting them inside their small universe is no different from absorbing countless impurities that don't match their own foundation, that might destabilize their small universe and cause their realm to plunge." It was only then that Yang Kai lowered his azure dragon spear. "Why did you say they're trying to put the world tree then, Martial Uncle Su? Since there were so many downsides to it, why were they still trying to do it?" Su Linggong explained, "It's not what you think. What I mean by putting the world tree in their small universes is that we're cultivating here in an attempt to obtain the world tree's acknowledgement so that we can transfer a root into our small universes. If we can do that, it'll be immensely beneficial." The star boundary had been transformed from a desolate place into a prosperous one thanks to the world tree. If any high-rank open heaven realm master was able to plant a root of the world tree in their small universe, they would get tremendous benefits once it started growing. Unfortunately, it's just the subtree of the world tree, so we can't guarantee that the root will survive such a transplant. There wouldn't be such a problem if it was the mother tree. Su Linggong sighed and gazed at Yang Kai. "If you planted the root in your small universe instead of putting it in the star boundary in the past, you wouldn't have faced any bottleneck when trying to ascend to the ninth order." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was startled for a moment. "Do you regret it?" Su Linggong stared at him with narrowed eyes. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I'll certainly make it to the ninth order sooner or later. However, if the root of the world tree hadn't been planted in the star boundary in the past, my home would have fallen apart. Despite my loss, the star boundary has stabilized and even started thriving. It was worth it, so why would I regret anything?" Su Linggong stared fixedly at him as though he was trying to look deep into his mind, but Yang Kai's gaze was clear and calm. "A decision has been made regarding the matter I had mentioned some time ago." Su Linggong suddenly changed the topic. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "What are you talking about?" "The universe temples. Have you forgotten about it?" Yang Kai arched his brow. Have the higher-ups agreed to it? Su Linggong replied with a smile, you're only going to be given a chance. As for whether you'll get their acknowledgement, you'll have to go through a test. With a frown, Yang Kai asked, you said that some of the universe temples have broken down. If I can figure out the secrets of the universe temples, I might be able to repair them. Since I have to exert myself to do that, why should I go through a test? Su Linggong shook his head. Do not think that it's unfair to you. The secrets of the universe temples have far-reaching implications, so we must not be negligent. I can't tell you the details, but you just have to know that I won't harm you. Of course I trust you, Martial Uncle, Yang Kai nodded. In that case, come with me. It was then Su Linggong stepped forward, followed by Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue. After storing the Azure Dragon's spear, Yang Kai hurriedly followed them. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something, and as he turned his head to look, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. That was because the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were cultivating in hidden places just now, had all appeared in front of the World Tree. Regardless of their age, status, or gender, all these inner elders from the various cave heavens and paradises wore solemn expressions. When Yang Kai turned his head to look, dozens of people suddenly lowered their heads and cupped their fists. Even Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan, who were clearly on bad terms with Su Linggong, were doing so. These people saluted the four of them in a way as though they would never return. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt a sense of solemnity and forlornness in the air. Martial Peak, Chapter 4629, A Long Journey. It was convenient to go from High Heaven Palace to the territory gate that led to the neighboring Great Territory through the space arrays. There was a grand hall in this place where Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland were in charge of the space array and collected the fees from the cultivators who used their arrays. Upon seeing Yang Kai, these Open Heaven Realm Masters quickly saluted him. Yang Kai waved his hand and left the grand hall alongside Su Linggong as they headed straight to the territory gate. After passing through the territory gate, they entered a different great territory. It was then Su Linggong fished out a flight-type artifact. The four of them stepped into the artifact, after which Qin Kuei was responsible for controlling it while Su Linggong led Yang Kai to a secret room and took a seat. As he looked out the window, he fell into a dazed state. It wasn't certain what was on his mind. On the other hand, Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the sight when they left the World Tree just now. He had a feeling that something was going to happen, but he couldn't figure out what it was. It has been 10 years since Chua was confined. When her punishment is over, brat, you must not forget to head to Inyang Cave Heaven to look for her, Su Linggong suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded. Of course I will remember. You don't have to worry about Myriad Demons Heaven and Xianyuan Heaven. Although you haven't perfectly concealed the death of Pei Wen Xian and Yin Exen Zhao, there's no solid evidence either. No one saw how they passed away or whether you were the one who killed them. Although those from the two cave heavens have their speculations, they can only keep their mouths shut in order to protect their interests with the World Tree. After all, they're aware that it was Yin Exan Zhao and Pei Wen Xian who provoked you first, and the reason they were killed is that they were weaker than you. Dead people are not as valuable as those who are alive. Of course, if you hadn't also killed Zuoquan Hui, they wouldn't have made a concession so easily. The reason they're willing to give in is that you're strong enough now. Yang Kai nodded again. However, you'd be seriously mistaken if you think that the two cave heavens are pushovers. They're willing to hold back their fury not because they're afraid of you or Voidland, but rather because you've made use of other cave heavens and paradises to make them concede. You'd better not let them find any mistakes that you've made. Otherwise, they'll not hesitate to destroy you. Senior, Yang Kai gently called out. What's wrong? Su Linggong gazed at him. Are you going somewhere dangerous? Why do you think so? An amused Su Linggong stared at him. Yang Kai replied frankly, it feels like you're telling me your last words. As soon as he finished his words, Su Linggong landed a slap on his head. You're such a jinx. Yang Kai covered his head. Also, why did those people at the World Tree salute us? A shameless Su Linggong guffawed. Now you know how important I, your father, am. I was just going away for some time, but they were not willing to see me go like they were toddlers who still needed care and attention. Yang Kai pursed his lips, thinking that instead of realizing how important this old man was, he could clearly see that the latter was unabashed. Nevertheless, he would never dare to say it out loud, for Su Linggong would really beat him up if he did. What a magnificent view in the 3,000 worlds. Su Linggong looked out the window and remarked. Yang Kai followed his gaze but couldn't see anything special. He wondered why the other man was so dispirited. On the way to their destination, Su Linggong told Yang Kai about some interesting encounters he had in the past. Time flew by while they were having a friendly chat as they passed through several universe temples. It wasn't until 2 months later that Su Yingxue knocked on the door one day and said in a clear voice, "We've arrived at our destination, honored master." Following a grunt, Su Linggong got to his feet and pushed the door open. He was followed by Yang Kai. A moment later they appeared in front of a universe temple. Unlike the ones Yang Kai had seen before, this universe temple was devoid of people. Although there were some shops on the streets, they were dilapidated and it was apparent that no one had visited this place for a long time. Meanwhile, a golden armor great general stopped them from going further with a halberd in hand. This majestic-looking man was entirely clad in golden armor. He was none other than an open heaven realm master from Great Battle Heaven. Su Linggong loudly declared, "Yinyang Cave Heaven, Su Linggong on orders from the sect master has brought Voidland's Yang Kai to this place." Just then Yang Kai could clearly see that the eyes behind the golden helmet were glowing as the man looked fixedly at him, as though he was able to figure out all of his secrets. This prompted Yang Kai to frown. However, the golden armor great general didn't do anything else. After taking a glance at Yang Kai, he stepped aside and revealed a passageway. Su Linggong led Yang Kai to move forward while Su Yingxue and Qin Kuei followed them. Yang Kai turned his head to take a glance and narrowed his eyes. Back then, when he heard Su Linggong say that the secrets of the universe temples had far-reaching implications that might cause a disaster in the 3,000 worlds if they fell into the wrong hands, he thought that the latter was exaggerating. However, he now realized that the cave heavens and paradises were truly concerned about the universe temples. Even an abandoned universe temple was guarded by a golden armor great general from Great Battle Heaven, which went to show how important it was. The proprietress had told him before that those who wore golden armor in Great Battle Heaven were generals at the very least, which meant that they were mid-rank open heaven realm masters. The person he saw just now was a 6th order great general. Furthermore, Yang Kai could detect other hidden auras, which meant that there was more than one 6th order master around. While Yang Kai was doubtful, Su Linggong spoke. "When you see the ancestors later, there'll be a test for you. It's entirely up to you whether you want to take part in it. If you don't, however, you won't be allowed to enter the universe temple's core to explore its secrets." Su Linggong had already told him that when they departed from the star boundary. Yang Kai hurriedly asked, "What kind of test is it?" Su Linggong brushed him off by saying that he would find out soon. A moment later they arrived at a hall. Su Linggong jerked his head to the side and said, "You'll go in yourself. I'm not going to keep you company." Yang Kai bowed his head and shuffled forward. All of a sudden Su Linggong said, "Kid, do not forget to look for Chuer when her punishment is over." Without turning his head, Yang Kai waved his hand, "Got it." When he opened the door and stepped into the hall, he realized that there was no one around. There was a complicated pattern on the ground though, and Yang Kai instantly recognized that it was the Grand Array of the Universe Temple. Usually, when a cultivator used the Universe Transference Law to travel to a Universe Temple, they would arrive at such a place. Yang Kai had made use of Universe Temples to move around many times before, so he was familiar with this kind of scene. Upon making sure that there was really no one around, he walked over to the center of the Grand Array and looked down to observe it. He had always wanted to study this Grand Array, but unfortunately he was unable to stay for much time every time he appeared on the Grand Array, which was a shame. Since the chance was right before his eyes now, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't want to miss it. Outside of the Universe Temple, Su Linggong shuffled forward while Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue approached him. The golden armor great general was nowhere to be seen, and it wasn't certain where he had gone. "Honored master," Su Yingxue called out gently. Su Linggong looked smilingly at her and lovingly stroked her head. "When I picked you two up in the past, your senior brother was very protective of you. He thought that I was a bad person, so he tried to bite my hand." Qin Kuei blushed in response. Back then he was a young teenager who was always starving and had to deal with all sorts of bandits and beasts. Therefore he became a ferocious person. One day he came across a guy who spoke foul language and did not look like a good thing. He certainly wouldn't agree to it when the man wanted to bring him and his junior sister away, for he and the young girl had stayed together for quite some time. Despite his young age, he had seen countless people plotting against one another just for the slightest benefit. At that time he attempted to jab a sharp bone into the man's stomach, but the bone instantly broke apart while his hands were injured. While he was in a dazed state, the burly man picked him up with one hand. Without hesitation he bit down on the man's wrist and almost broke his own teeth. The young but bony girl was only 8 years old at that time. She had always been protected by the young boy, and even though she didn't even have the strength to walk, she still grit her teeth and pounced at the man. After wrapping her arms around the man's thigh, she also tried to bite him. That was what happened when the master and his disciples met for the first time. Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue still remembered it vividly as though it had just happened yesterday. At that time their honored master was still a young and headstrong man. Without allowing them to protest, he picked up both of them at once and moved forward at the speed of lightning. The little ones started bawling while he guffawed in an unconscientious manner. Now their honored master's sideburns had started becoming gray. As Su Yingxue gazed at the conspicuous gray hair, she felt heartbroken while Qin Kuei looked away. "Do you blame me?" Su Linggong asked in a gentler tone than he had ever used in his life. If anyone who was familiar with him saw his expression, they would be astonished. His legacy disciples shook their heads. A gratified Su Linggong put on a smile. "I'm glad that you don't blame me. Even if you do, there's nothing you can do because I was the one who picked you up in the past. We'll not come back once we set off on this journey. I'll give you half a year to fulfill any wishes you have." Qin Kuei exchanged glances with Su Yingxue, then said, "Our greatest wish is to remain by your side, honored master." Su Yingxue on the other hand appeared a bit hesitant. Knowing what was on her mind, Su Linggong asked, "You want to take a look at Chuer?" Su Yingxue nodded, then shook her head. "Little junior sister is beautiful and intelligent. If I visit her, she'll probably figure out what's going on. I'd better not see her." Su Linggong chuckled and said, "Young boy is a man of his word. If he's not killed, he'll look for Chuer when the time comes. I can rest assured since he'll protect her." "You've always been meticulous when it comes to the judgment of people, honored master." Qin Kuei bowed his head. "Since there's no wish you want to fulfill, let's go now." Su Linggong waved his hand. It was going to be a long journey, one they would not be returning from. Once they departed, they would be involved in a life-and-death battle, and whether they'd survive depended entirely on the heaven's whims. In a restricted area in Yinyang Cave Heaven, Chu Huashang, who was meditating, suddenly opened her eyes. She felt extremely anxious, as though there was an invisible hand that was clenching her heart, which made it hard for her to breathe. Her alluring face instantly turned as pale as a white sheet. As she looked at the weltering clouds outside the restricted area, she muttered under her breath, "Honored master." Following that, she felt the urgent need to leave the restricted area. However, she soon stopped in her tracks and remained on the same spot for a long time as her tears slid down her face. Suddenly, she wiped the tears off her eyes with her sleeves and went back to cultivating in seclusion. She sat down with her legs crossed and emptied her mind. Only by ascending to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm quickly could she request to look for her honored master, senior brother, and senior sister sooner. Martial Peak, Chapter 4630 Test. Inside the Universe Temple, Yang Kai, who was squatting in an indecent manner, was studying the grand array on the ground when all of a sudden he froze. When he looked up, he realized that there was a figure at the edge of the grand array. It seemed that the person had always been there, but Yang Kai was completely unaware of it. It wasn't until he realized that someone was watching him that he noticed the person. He was unable to make out the person's face since the figure was somewhere between illusion and reality and shrouded in a faint light. Yang Kai turned around and realized that there were 2 more figures on each side of him. They seemed to have formed into a triangular formation as Yang Kai was trapped in the middle. Not daring to make a scene, he slowly got up. The auras of these 3 people were even ampler than that of Su Linggong, so it was apparent that they were all 8th Order masters. As he recalled what Su Linggong had said, he came to the realization that these were ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises. Void Land's Yang Kai greets seniors. Yang Kai saluted them respectfully. However, the three of them only examined him in silence, the invisible pressure causing Yang Kai to frown. A moment later, the person that Yang Kai first saw finally spoke. I'm sure Su Ling Gong has told you everything. Yang Kai replied, Martial Uncle Su said that I would have to go through a test, but he didn't specify what kind of test it would be. Please enlighten me, seniors. The figure remained silent as he raised his hand and pointed one finger at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't move a muscle, not because he trusted these mysterious 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but because he believed that Su Ling Gong wouldn't bring him here to get him killed. Moreover, if these 8th Order Masters really wanted to harm him, there was nothing he could do anyways. The person's finger suddenly started radiating a pure-looking white light. As the light expanded, it engulfed Yang Kai in it. Yang Kai looked down to examine himself, but he couldn't find anything unusual. The white light seemed to be just a means to inspect him without the ability to cause any harm. Despite not knowing what they were trying to inspect, Yang Kai could only set his mind at ease. A while later, the white light went out as the figure nodded gently. The pressures coming from the other two figures also subsided. A curious Yang Kai asked, Have I passed the test? The figure replied with what seemed to be a faint smile, It hasn't even started yet. A speechless Yang Kai calmed himself down and said, What do I need to do? The figure didn't seem one for small talk, so he simply replied frankly, We need to examine your small universe. So you have to open it for us. Despite trying to prepare himself for whatever this test might have been, Yang Kai was still vexed upon hearing such an unreasonable demand, so he asked grimly, You want to inspect my small universe? Yes. The figure nodded. Yang Kai was so exasperated that he started laughing while the three figures remained dispassionate. The small universe of an open heaven realm master was their foundation and contained all their secrets. There was no way he would easily let anyone else look at it, much less perform a thorough inspection. One's small universe was even more confidential than their space ring. Usually, it would be a humiliation when a person was asked to hand over their space ring to be examined, let alone their small universe. Yang Kai had never expected this to be the test. What did repairing the universe temple have anything to do with this? Why were they so cautious? Since Yang Kai was unable to figure it out, he instinctively wanted to reject them. What if I don't agree to it? The figure replied impassively, No one will force you. If you don't agree to it, you may leave now. Yang Kai instantly cupped his fist. Farewell then. He then turned around and shuffled out of the main hall. The three figures remained standing on the edge of the grand array without moving a muscle. A moment later, Yang Kai nonchalantly returned with his hands behind his back. Upon taking a seat in the middle of the grand array, he made a concession and said, Let's start. Although he didn't trust these 8th Order Masters who never showed their faces, he had faith in Su Ling Gong. Since the old man had made such an arrangement, he didn't want his efforts to go to waste simply because of his pride. Furthermore, Yang Kai didn't have any secrets that must not be exposed anyway. The only thing special about his small universe was that it had materialized. What's more, the secrets of the Tao of space in this ancient building were deathly attractive to him. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to give in. The figure put on a smile. Don't worry. It'll only take a while. As Yang Kai proactively opened his small universe and felt 3 auras streaming into it the next instant. Despite knowing what was about to happen, he still felt disgruntled, as it was like 3 burglars had barged into his home. Upon entering the small universe, the 3 figures were startled for a moment as they realized that Yang Kai's small universe was different from ordinary. Only when a cultivator ascended to the 7th order could their small universe transform from ethereal to corporeal. However, Yang Kai was only in the 6th order and had already achieved this, something thought exclusive to the high rank. Moreover, the heritage in the small universe of this 6th order master was amazingly ample. The 3 of them were 8th order masters, so throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, rarely was anyone a match for them when it came to experience and knowledge. However, they had never seen a 6th order master whose heritage was as strong as that of Yang Kai. They were amazed and thought that it was no wonder this person was able to kill Zhuo Hui. Even though he wasn't alone at that time, he would need to have strength far above average to even stand before a 7th Order master when he was only in the 6th Order. After they recovered from their shock a moment later, they split up and began wandering around Yang Kai's small universe. Yang Kai had a feeling that they were looking for something specific as they carefully examined every plant and piece of land in his small universe. His entire small universe was inspected by 3 auras repeatedly as they never seemed to run out of patience. They went through his small universe 3 times in total, and it was already half a month later when they finally left. Yang Kai reckoned that they must be exhausted. While he just had to open up his small universe and remain seated, the 3 of them had to meticulously examine every area 3 times, which had certainly taken quite some effort on their part. The 3 of them exchanged glances and nodded. Yang Kai sealed off the portal that led to his small universe and asked, "Have I passed the test then?" The figure right in front of him replied, "Yes." "May I know what you were looking for, seniors?" Yang Kai asked. Without answering his question, the figure went on to say, "The grand array in a universe temple is divided into the outer array and the inner array. The average person can only see the outer array, which is used to transfer people to the universe temple. On the other hand, the inner array is a top secret that most people are never allowed to see. From now on, the inner array of the universe temple is open to you as you can try to comprehend it. If there's anything you need, just inform the disciple of Great Battle Heaven in this place." Following that, a piece of jade gently flew towards him. Yang Kai took it, and just when he wanted to ask something, he realized that all the figures had vanished. As he looked around, he felt somewhat dejected that he was left alone in the main hall. The 3 8th Order masters were extremely elusive. Up until this moment, Yang Kai still wasn't sure if those were their real bodies or just projections. He also hadn't figured out how they appeared and disappeared. After he examined the main hall and realized that there was nothing unusual, he reached for the door and stuck out his head. Before he could scan his surroundings, he saw a golden light approaching him rapidly and then standing in front of him. The person was none other than the Golden Armor Great General he and Su Linggong had come across earlier. The Golden Armor Great General never said a word as he stared at him through the gap of his golden helmet. Yang Kai batted his eyes and said, "Please ask Su Linggong to come over." The Golden Armor Great General didn't respond to him or move a muscle. Yang Kai called out to him again, and upon seeing that the person remained unmoving, he walked out on his own impatiently. A moment later, Yang Kai knitted his brows because he couldn't find Su Linggong, Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue. It was apparent that they had left. Yang Kai couldn't help but criticize them for leaving without informing him. He initially wanted to ask Su Linggong what the test was about, but he was unable to do that now. The Golden Armor Great General followed him closely as his armor clanged. If it weren't because the person's aura could be felt coming from the golden armor, Yang Kai would have thought they were some kind of corpse or puppet. Su Linggong had left, and this Golden Armor Great General didn't seem like someone he could have a heart-to-heart talk with. Since Yang Kai was eager to find out the secrets of the Universe Temple though, he directly flew to the main hall. With the jade in his hand, Yang Kai infused his power into it and instantly realized it was an array jade that was used to control this Universe Temple, just like how there was a jade that could be used to control the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array in Voidland. However, in order to control the Grand Array, he'd first have to refine the jade. It took him half a month to finish the refinement, and it was then that he was able to access the inner array of this Universe Temple. A buzzing sound was heard permeating the Universe Temple as the pattern on the ground started flickering. The array charts of the inner array that were usually hidden started appearing in the main hall. An elated Yang Kai became engrossed in studying it tirelessly. When he came into contact with a Universe Temple for the first time, he realized that this thing worked in a similar way to his space beacons. Both things could serve as locators in the void and allow the cultivators to move to them. The difference was that space beacons worked in pairs and were bidirectional, while a Universe Temple was a singular entity and unidirectional. A Universe Temple wasn't comparable to space beacons in this regard. With that said, a Universe Temple had its own advantages. After a person left behind his imprint in a Universe Temple, they could return to it by using the Universe Transference Law as long as they were in the same great territory. Additionally, a Universe Temple was vastly superior to space beacons when it came to the distance the user could travel across. Certainly, the further the distance, the more pressure a cultivator would bear while they were teleporting to the Universe Temple. Therefore, a cultivator would usually be careful about the limits they could bear and wouldn't choose a Universe Temple that was too far away. Otherwise, before they even reached the Universe Temple, they would lose their life. Moreover, it took some time to execute the Universe Transference Law, so it wasn't as swift as using space beacons. Therefore, a person could be easily disrupted before they were successfully sent to the Universe Temple. All in all, Universe Temples and space beacons had their own advantages and disadvantages. Yang Kai had always wanted to merge the two by eliminating their drawbacks and only retaining their benefits. Unfortunately, he hadn't had a chance to study the Universe Temple in the past. Now he could finally fulfill his wish. However, the most pressing issue for him now was to figure out the secrets of the Universe Temple.